reality of competition. Somebody has to lose, somebody has to win. And it doesn't mean the winner is always better than the loser. You just had a better day. And unfortunately for a lot of the teams here, sometimes victory and losing is just a very, very small little detail. You do something small wrong in the draft, in the game, and you just lose the game.
I mean, you can see it from the other 2-1s, right? Like the fact that, like in the lower bracket round 1, when you move towards, Boom Boys playing with Galaxy, the upper bracket as well, it's like every single moment, like one hero pick, one wrong smoke, one wrong play, and this whole bracket would have been so different. It isn't just a simple 2-0 bracket. Oh, look, we're in the final day. Like this easily could have been a completely different story in the last 2 days.
Every single Vision series on the main stage has gone to 3 games. And this is the team that looks unbeatable, but they're really, really not.
There's some logic to game 2, all right? There's some weird thing in maybe the water or something on game 2s, but they dodged that. Yeah.
The Ghoul calls out to pick Puck. Puck is gonna be so good, I promise.
But the thing is, I like the attitude they have. Dukalis mentioned during the interview, they feel like even though sometimes in game 2s they might have some problems, but he feels like for the team it's good to play an extra game, so they could figure something out. They could try and be a hero that they wanted to try, and it makes the team stronger over the course of the playing more series.
Yeah, I think also the coach has a big part to play in both series today, because adaptation will be the name of the game, especially in the best of 5, which will be our grand finals. Now, yesterday we had quite some action, and of course we have one team seeded with that into the grand finals, and there's a couple of things, or maybe one thing in particular you should be aware of when you're looking at Team Vision. And that is the bear. The bear, T-Gov.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the bear. Honestly, I can't wait. I know everyone's talking about Lone Druid it being like, oh, it's boring hero, but not many teams are actually looking to ban it in the first phase. Like Spirit and Yandex, when we're going to see them later in low bracket, they don't value it as much. But for Vision, of course, Satanic, when he gets access to the bear, he's obviously going to pick it. And it's just hilarious, right? We're in TI, and the main hero is not even on the map. The bear's doing all the work. It takes over the game. It hits buildings in 3.5 seconds. It deletes supports in 2.5 seconds. It is a bonkers hero. I'm excited because at TI, some of the best heroes, they have to be tested, they have to be beaten, and Vision have got to this stage utilizing Lone Druid, unlike other teams where they just kind of ignore it most of the time. So in the finals, whoever we see match up against Vision, will they ban the...
Sunday Finals! Let's go! Ito na. Yandex all the way. Tayo dyan, dito tayo manood. Para medyo malaki. Yan.
The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
It is electric here in the Oriental Sports Center as we are nearing the start of our first series of the day. On one side, we'll have a team that people thought was down and out during the group stages, but they have made a valiant road to get to this very point. It is Team Yandex that struggled at the start, but is rising up to the challenge. Their opponents are Team Spirit, who also had their own struggles to overcome this time around. Let's get started with this one.
Team Yandex.
We got Watson, Shira Jr., DM, Saxa, Malady, and Coach Axel. And Formality is the first time at the International. Formality leading the charge here is the first time stepping into that booth on the final day of the biggest tournament in the year. And he gets the honor and pleasure of going up against TI's final boss. It's Team Spirit.
Team Spirit.
The ultimate crowd favorite with Yatoro, Laurel collabs, Nami, Ru, and Coach Maposhka. Team Spirit is a beast in Team Spirit TI form. They have done it twice already with different iterations, and every single time they're able to feel the electricity on the stage and to feel that momentum propel them forward into a grand best of 5. But they have still got Yandex to go through here before they can have another shot at Team Vision in those grand finals. A best of 3 here on this stage, and I think, Rhea, we got our answer. All hair still on Yatoro.
Yes,
Yes.
Why?
He was-
Why
Hindi
does he have hair?
nagpakalbo.
What is he doing?
No. Okay, the important thing is though, not being bald aside,
Yeah.
the crowd
Wala, hindi
clearly
nagpakalbo.
Dude,
has a
they're
favorite in this
cheers.
lower bracket.
Oh, that must give a little bit of advantage when
Talo
you're playing
yan.
in front of a crowd that has definitely got your name cheering.
Well, I think it might help, but some players, the players that are playing their first TIs, that might be something that makes them nervous, So for Yatoro, I'm sure he's a veteran. He knows it doesn't affect him. I'm sure he feeds off the energy of the crowd. But for the newer players, maybe it's something that might make them nervous, especially not me.
Oh, actually, that guy is so interesting to listen to talk about Dota. Because he originally was playing in like tier 2 and below Dota and moved to Spirit, which is a massive step up to tier 1. When asked about how that felt for him and if it was hard, if it was nervous, if it was stressful, he was just like, oh, it's actually nicer because everyone's just playing better at tier 1. So warding is like way easier than it was before. It's just everyone's moving into the right places on the map, so it just feels great. And in one of their vlogs about this TI, they asked him, how do you feel about the stage? Are you nervous? And he was just like, we'll see. I'm just feeling it out. It's okay. It's nice. This guy is so solid. He is so calm.
I mean,
Yeah.
the very cool thing in Dota is like when you get to join a team that's like already doing their job, like you get to just focus on yourself. You're not having to think, oh, why is that guy not doing this? Why is that guy not doing that? Like, what's the draft? What's this? Like for him, like he has joined like the perfect team to just try and become the best player he can. And of course, it is clearly working.
I mean, I also want to highlight about how big of a deal that is. When a support player, you join a team that's already established, the reason why it's difficult because the early game is all about the supports and the mid laner. And if you're a core, you're joining a team, if everything is already there, the foundation is there, it is not as difficult as a support. So what Not Me has accomplished here is totally amazing. The way he integrated into the team, the way he paired so well with Rule, everything is so amazing in such a short period of time.
Apparently, right before EWC as well, Rue started talking more than he was before. So I think that's also helping. I think they're making a lot of accommodations to make this support duo so strong.
Yeah, and it's working out great. And we go from seeing two first-timers on stage in Malady and Not Me to I want to talk about the experienced guys because we got DM right now on your screen. And he was here last year and he did come top 3. He came 3rd last year with Team Vision. So beating Team Spirit here would propel him into a position where he has overcome his previous result. And I think that would definitely prove to him and to his team that he can do it.
But how good do you
Humikab, pag
feel to
humikab,
be
panalo
your
na
own
yun eh.
team? That's what you
true.
really want.
That's true.
We've seen the tips coming out against DM.
Collapse.
We've seen his name put in the dirt. This guy has so much to prove. All the haters will be writing their apology forms by the end of this tournament if he has his way.
Yeah, and as well, like Saxter on screen, right? Like the fact that he spoke about, no one's won 3 TIs. He really wants to achieve that. He's not talking about retirement, unlike some of the other older pros, My guy's locked in. He wants to win this one, he wants to win the next one, and maybe another one after that.
And he talked freely about why he has his own team and why he's separated with 33. And he made his own team, or rather, he joined a team, made it his, basically.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yoink. Thank you for this great team, guys, but I'm just going to quickly make it Sax's team. And by making it Sax's team, we're now going to get to the final day on TI. And honestly, no complaints at all. What he has done to the team, elevating
Yandex
the
na to, guys.
players, giving them the confidence within the
Sinabihan
map
ko na
play,
kayo,
the
ha?
understanding. Of course, we never truly understand like, what he's
Yandex
truly done individually.
2-0.
It just feels like it is just
Patay.
like the perfect addition. And yeah, Yandex, it is a true like Titan name for this
Patay.
entire
Laki
season.
ng
I mean,
ads.
to add something to that, because he's playing with 33, Saksa, and now he's playing with DM, I feel like both of them have a lot of similarities. Like, so he kind of understands how to play with an off-laner that is kind of semi-greedy, and I feel like that has helped him a lot when he moved to this team, and he's shown it time and time again. He knows how to enable his off-laner, and one thing I like about DM here at this tournament, especially during the last couple of days, I felt like he figured out what heroes he should be playing. He's one of those players. I know we don't like the Doom a lot. I know people are like talking about Doom, but he's one of the few players that had success with Dooms, and I think it's because he is not buying Midas. We mentioned that we did not like the Midas,
I hate Midas.
and I like that he's playing Doom without buying a Midas.
That's good. It's working out for them.
I mean, we also have to remember the importance of the series for Spirit. This entire year, even if you look back towards 2025, Yandex has had Spirit's number the entire time. 9 series played. Only Spirit has won a single series of the 9.
Wow.
And in those,
Ko.
Spirit has
9
only
series?
ever won, in the
Grabe.
losing ones, 2 games total.
Wala, di talaga
Of all the best of
kaya.
threes, the best of 5, 2 games. Like, in this matchup, it really is
7
David
out of
versus
9
Goliath,
games or
where
9
Yandex
series.
is the Goliath. So now it's for Spirit, using their TI form, using the shape that they're in, to finally
So baka
overcome a team
naka-TI
that
form
has
yung
just
Team
pretty much
Spirit eh.
had Spirit's number
Lugi
since
pa
their
naman pag
inception.
TI
I
form na
think
tong Team
today
Spirit.
it's an entirely different story. This patch, personally, I feel like it favors Spirit a lot. The way they're playing, they have a true hard carry. I mean, Yandex also has a true hard carry, but I think with how their mid laners are functioning, especially if you compare Shira Jr. and Lau, I think Lau has proven that he is capable of playing any type of mid laners, and I think the advantage that Lau has over Shira Jr. here is he's able to play the tempo making mid laners a little bit better than Shira Jr. I think Shira Jr. is more comfortable with like the carry from mid heroes, like the Invoker, for example.
I would like to give a shout out though, because he was playing Earth Spirit again and winning with it, when I think in the group stage especially, he looked very weak on it. So I do think Chiro Jr. has leveled up massively coming into this main stage.
Yeah, this main stage is it's going to be a good one, but a lot of it yesterday we talked about is how much of it was decided in the booth before the horn sounded for the game itself. A lot of it is decided in the draft.
Let's go.
Team Yandex.
Draft.
versus Team
Draft tayo guys.
Team Yandex's turn to ban.
Dire Team ban.
No IO, no Bounty Hunter.
10 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit, nakaban na
5
din.
seconds remaining. Team ban.
Itong Trent, no, laging nakaban. Hindi talaga pinapakawalan. Wala ata ang game na na-pick yung Trent
10
kasi
seconds
laging nakaban.
remaining.
Autoban yung Trent eh.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant Team ban. Dire Team pick.
Lina?
Ten seconds remaining.
Largo?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant Team pick.
Viper. Okay.
Ten seconds remaining. Team ban.
I speak for the trees.
I speak for the trees. NP first pick for Yandex.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire Team ban.
Hmm.
Ten seconds remaining.
Hoodwink. Daming open ha. Daming open. May
5
Largo, may
seconds
Doom,
remaining.
LD. Also open.
Radiant team banned.
Ayun, hoodwink nga yung binan. So kung nagban sila ng hoodwink, baka meron silang plano dito pumik ng hero na ayaw ng break.
10 seconds remaining.
Or maybe ayaw lang talaga nila makita yung
Radiant
hoodwink sa
team,
kamay ng
dire team pick.
saksa. Ember. Slark. Gamitan ko ng Slark yan.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yan ang isa sa solid na pangontra sa Ember. Slark. Ay, binan din pala nila.
Dire team pick.
Angular. Okay. Maybe... Mirana? I think pag di nila kinuha yung Mirana dito, kukunin ng Yandex yan for
10
sure.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Mereska. Okay. So Mereska sa kanila and then I think Mirana na for Yandex.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Kaso talo ata yung Mirana kahapon ni no, Saksa. Baka hindi sila komportable dyan.
Radiant team pick.
Is it? So, support yung NP.
10 seconds remaining.
Or maybe offline? I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Support na lang siguro.
Dire team pick.
Mirana.
Ayun. Mirana, kinuha na nga.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
How about Mag-aba dun kaya tayo. Offlane. Pangontra sa Mirana combo na yan, no? Kasi, kaya naman nawala yung Mirana dati sa meta kasi nga nauso din yung aba dun. Which is super counter. Matama ng araw. Matik. Merong ma-apotek mo kagad. Kaya kahapon naging effective din yung Shadow Demon pick ng Team Spirit. Dahil dun sa lubog niya, no, na pang save. Problema lang, pwede sana support for Team Spirit kaso may dalawang support na sila dito with Wyvern and Dark Willow. Okay din naman yung Cold Embrace. Tinamaan ng araw, Cold Embrace.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
We bantayed.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Anong email?
5 seconds remaining.
Yung agent account ang lumabas eh.
Dire team pick.
Nakalag in na. Niyayabang yung komisyon.
5 seconds remain. Radiant team pick.
Underlord.
Choose wisely.
Kala ko niyayabang yung komisyon eh. Let's go! All in na to sa Yandex ha.
F9.
No hesitation. 2-0 Yandex. Let's go Yandex. Ember pa naman ni Chira Jr. Sure binata to ah. Hmm.
Seconds remaining.
Sure binata tayo dito Yandex. Game 1. Tadoan ko na. 15k. Nice. $150 lang pala. 150 lang ang budget. Hindi pala kaya 15k.
To battle.
To battle.
Whose side was I on again?
Whose side was I on again? Sige, arasin mo kaagad. Last day ng TI. Ang manalo dito, magpapahinga lang ng konti mamaya at ihaharap sa Vision for Best of 5 series. And just like I think both these teams nakalaban na yung team na yan. So rematch ang mangyayari, but this time in a best of 5 series. So, nag-umpisa tayo dito alas 10 ngayon. 10 ng umaga. Naman namang matapos din tayo dito mga alas 10 din ng gabi. Ooh, namatay si DM. Nakakuha ni Yatoro yung first blood. Saksa. Nakabawi naman ng kill against 1 for 1, but the first blood bounty goes to Yatoro. Rian, pamiti ka na naman matay ang kuya mo diin. Oh. Already goes down. Easy. Pag tinamaan ng araw, yatap. Race. Araw mo na par. Wala pa pala akong araw. Level 2 pa lang pala ako. Sorry. Araw ko sana eh. Kaso level 2 pa lang ako. Rumble. Nasasaktan si Watson. Binitaw na lang yung race. Watson's gonna die. Maganda-ganda nagiging laning phase so far for Team Spirit at Saksa. Hindi naman nahabulin. Oh, Boss Gentle Cat live pala. Nung nakaraan pa tayo naka-live doon. Lungkot yan. Hindi ka gusto? Lungkot. Sino? Yung Ember lang ang medyo masaya ang buhay ah. Inside na eh. Ito nakabawi. Ito lang, may TP si Saksa. Angas ni Natmi. Oo, dahil kasi na-training natin yan sa ano eh, sa EPL eh. Ba? Si! Go! Pag na-training na natin sa ano, wala, basic na yan. Chiro Junior and Saksa. Babawi sila dito with a kill. Chiro Junior takes it. Hindi alam ang pangit. Checking lang. May mga stock dito doy ah. Hindi naman ganun karami. No lord, he's in trouble. No mana for the swashbuckle. Buti na lang may ganun. Chiro Junior. Tinamaan ka ng magaling. Inaro sa mukha. 6-minute run. Swerte. No. Ano ko siswertehin yung Ember. Not yours. Araw. Uy! Patay na naman! Ganda talaga ng Ember Mirana combo, no? Nag-iwan siya ng remnant. Tapos nilakad niya, hindi siya nag-TP, no? Bagay, pwede niya magamit yung TP dun sa taas kasi magkakaroon ng sagupaan pala. Kaya nakuha na yung Shrine of Wisdom. So, dalawang Shrine of Wisdom for the side of Team Spirit. Ember, pilit na gustong patayin dito si Ru. He will get it. Unfortunately, si DM hindi mapapatay ng Team Spirit. Okay. At least meron dalawang shrine ang nakuha dito ng Team Spirit. But man, 2K lead for Yandex. It's good. I wanna try and punish collapse kaso punat yun din.
Dire's bottom tower is on its way further down.
1100 HP. Magic 1. Sino?
Stay healthy, stay moving.
Regen for Nat.
The seeds of fortune. Precious fountain. Amazing what you found lying around.
Not fast enough.
Nako, araw na naman. Uy, dito mama, this time yung araw. That's level, I think kailangan mo ng at least level 3 searing chains. Kung ganun kalayo yung araw. Let's try that.
Pierce and Dire have fortified their structures. Dire's middle tower is under fire.
Hop, lagyan ng puno. Patay pa rin nata dito si Saksa kahit anong gawin. Isang swashbacken na lang to, pero ayaw mag-commit ni Larl. Instead, focus na lang sila dito sa Ember na makakapag-remnant out pa. Sabay bote, may fairy fire pa kung kakailanganin. Ang bilis tumakbo with the face boots. At least they got
Dire's
Saksa.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
I wonder kung ano magiging itemization dito ni Saksa on the end. As of now, ang nakakisa kanya is Earn. Maybe wants to go for the Distiller. I think isa yan sa pinaka-common ngayon na item for position 4.
Radiant structures have been secured. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
Kitang-kita nila yung mga stock dito. Yung sentry, hindi sa pool yung observer wards na tinanim dito ng Yandex. Chira Jr. pinipilit na tontori na to. Inuubos ka agad yung alaga ni Saksa. Oh. Siya na mismo naglagay ng obs naka-sentry, no? Yun, yung combo. Tumama. Although, kaya ba nilang patayin dito si Napu? Kayang-kaya naman. Meron pa nga darating na Underlord. Naka-earn na rin pala yung Mirana. So yun, since naka-earn na yung Mirana, hindi na tinuloy ni Saksa dito yung earn niya. Instead, he'll go for the Orchid, which is really helpful against Pangulir. Panigarado, batag-batang min. There you go. Chira Jr. having a great time in this game compared dito sa Pangulir ni Larl. 3k gold did already for the side of Yandex. And now they want to try and kill this team versus the DM is not gonna last long. Sakit talaga ng level 4 meta with illusions. Babakat kahit team verso ka. Kakaisa na naman dito sila Malayder. Nominating now for the Mirana. Araw, maybe. Patay na naman si Larl. Sila yung nagplano dun. Sila yung na-aeroplano. Nice dodge from Chira Jr. Yung araw hindi ko konekta. Chira Jr. Kunat. Hindi namatay sa isang shadow. Anong level nun? Ay, level 1 lang. Chira Jr. 3-0 and 4 now on the Ember. kung gusto mo magkaroon talaga ng chance dun sa best of 5 against Parivision, I think kailangan mong siguraduhin na ma-2-0 to. Kailangan i-2-0. Uy, TP out. Curse me. Kailangan i-2-0 para sure na ano mo yun, hindi ka na mapapagod sa tatlong games. 2 games lang. Makakapagpahinga ka ng at least 1 oras. I mean, same din naman. Kahit umabot ng 3 games to, malamang around 1 hour na pahinga ibibigay sa kanila. But, you know, medyo exhausting yung 3 games. Tapos sabihin natin puro long game pa.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Oops. Gusto na naman ang plano nila. Hindi pinag-i-enjoy dito si DM. On the team verso. DM is 0-3 now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The rune of haste.
Uy, sablay yung serum cheese. Shiro, Ju. Tinipan ka tuloy ni Collapse. Ano yun? How did you miss that searing change?
Radiant's middle tower is not
Mid lane naman ang binabasag. So palitan lang ng tore.
Radiant's middle tower had an unhappy ending.
4K lead. Grabe. Yung mga support din kasi may farm eh,
Radiant's
no?
middle tower is under attack.
Yatoro pa rin naman ang ako. Uy! Dito mama. Si Yatoro pa rin naman ang top of the network. Nakakailang kills na ba si Yatoro? 4-0 for the Terror Blade. He's got Manta and the Aghanim Shard done. After him is yung Shadow Fiend, Madness, Falcon Blade, going for BKB.
Never refuse gold given.
Si Collapse naman ang pinagpaplanuhan nila dito. Wala. Maagaw pa yung first 10 kills, don't tell me. Wala, maagaw pa nga yung first 10 kills. Aray ko po. Ay, lungkot. First 10 kills na. Nawala pa. Hindi na nakagalaw ang kuya mo, Chira Junior. Naipit pa si Saksa sa likuran. Ito natin Spirit. Hindi pwede mamatay ng basta-basta si Chira Jr. That's why
Radiant's top
he's
tower
rushing the
needs
BKB.
bandages.
Hindi na siya nagkaya. Vessel lang. After Vessel, BKB na kagad. Maboboset siya sa mga parut-rut dito nung Underlord tsaka ng Bramble Maze eh. Speaking of BKB, meron ng BKB yung SF. Tamang smoke si Chira Jr. Pupunta dun sa bottom lane. But mind you, nandito na rin si Yatoro. So, possible na mamatay si Saksa sa kamay ni Yatoro. At nakita yung dalawang carry dito. BKB from Watson. Arrow will connect. Na-fear pa nga yung Mirana. Hindi na makaalis dito si Malady. Another route from collapse. Two dead already on the side of Yandex as DM about to go down. Mga right click na tumatama from Yatoro. Triple kill for Yatoro. And they only get one here, Yandex. Support.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
PI form na PI form.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Now we'll take the Tormentor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ay, pwede nila bigyan to. Kaso may Hurricane Pike, tsaka Manta, tsaka Thunder. Maybe kung ma-requeman nila. Ay, wala pa lang. May requem ba?
Dire's top tower was utterly destroyed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grabe, walang takot si Yatoro. Apa? Chira Jr. Freebie from Yatoro. Kailangan niya lang yung onting stun from the Pit of Malice from Collapse. Sapat na para patayin si Saksa. At biglang lumayo yung network ng dalawang carry. Nasa bayan lang kanina. Now around 4K gap.
The flames rush forth.
Chira Jr. Nice dodge. In the terrorize. Now, napipilitan siya mag-BKB kung saan na lang siya nagre-remnant.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh.
attack. Radiant have fortified their structures. Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Taba ng Terror Blade.
Tower has fallen.
Napag-iwanan yung ESF. Somehow, nakaka-recover naman si Dia. Saksa again. He's gonna die once again on this NP support. Huli. Si Chira Jr. Amplify damage bago mawala. Nasulit pa. Beyond godlike na yon. Pag ganun-ganun. 10-0. For Yatoro on the Terror Blade. Wala na, TI form na eh. Galit na. Malay Whoop! Kala ko maaagaw mo yung ages ng ganun-ganun eh. Chira Jr. Be careful. No. Wag na asimin. Skadi na itong si Yatoro. There you go. Paano ngayon yan? Nako, makita ka dyan, Watson. Watson. Requiem? Pwede ba to? Pwede ba to? Uy, kita ka dyan. Warded dyan, Doy. Warded dyan. Ito. Bigyan natin. Tipi. Patay ka. Alam na namin yung diskarte mo, Watson. Hindi rin siya makapag-tipi kasi merong na fear. My curse. Kaya hindi ka pwede mag-tipi even with your BKB. Watson is dead. What a nice observer wards planted by Ru. Alam nila nagagawa ng paraan si Watson na makapag-farm. No, not today. Tagilid na ang Yandex. Yung early lead na around 4K. Murado na. Si Team Spirit na ngayon ang lamang ng 4,000. Can we go high ground? Of course we can. Of course we can. Of course you can. Araw. It will hit him. Si Malady nasasaktan sa mga ilusyon. Parang walang masyadong epekto tong si si DM. On the timber so. Walang masyadong impact. Iba dun sa napanood ko kahapon, si Notice ata yun. Yung Timberson ni Notice. Grabe.
Dyer's bottom tower is on its way further down.
Anong binuo ni Saksa? Nag-orchid pa ba siya? Hindi na siya nag-orchid, no? Shadow Blade na lang. No. May dust. Nine deaths for Saksa. Yatoro 11-0 and 2 on this Terror Blade. Flawless game for this carry.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests. Radiant's bottom tower is now a pile of dust. Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aray. Ya tara. Konting ingat lang, pawala na yung Aegis, 20 seconds. So, kung ibubuhos talaga nila lahat, kaya nilang patayin si Yatoro. Nakakapanghinayang lang dahil meron niyang Aegis. Hala ka. Kita ka dyan, Saksa. Patay ka na naman, Saksa. Aegis gone. Butterfly na pala to, doy. Kaya pala plano ni Watson ano. Ako, BKB. Aray. Aray. Depensa tayo, doy. Wala. Tinama ko na araw. Wala. Patay ka, DM. Nagkamali ka na. DM. Ember chain out. Yatoro. Ganda ng curse. Huli itong Ember. Oh. BKB pa po kakailanganin.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Magkano na ads na itong ano? Yandex, tingnan nga natin. Magkano na ads nila? Ongoing ads. Game 1. Wala nang ads. Wala nang ads, doy.
Radiant's middle tower is noise here.
Pinakonti-konti lang yung Tore.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Ayun, nagmeta na. Ito ata ang first Terror Blade na mananalo sa playoffs.
Tower was smashed into pieces.
Nung mga nakaraan pa may nagte-Terror Blade pero tagtalo eh. Hop. DM. Ganda naman ng mga pick of Malis na yun. Whoop, Lal. Nagigala si Lal. Buti na lang may Cordon Grace. Sulit ang Cordon Grace sa'yo, Doy. Opya. Sakit. Chira Jr. nasasaktan. May BKB Chira Jr. dito. Sander. Hindi na nakagalaw si Yatoro. Okay, it's time. Yandex. Pagkakataon na para makabawi. Wala yung carry nila dito. Nagtitipid pa sa harap dito si Collapse. Buti na lang makunat. Ito na yun, Doy. Kanina pa inihintay eh. Lol. TP out. No cancel for the TP. Ba't kasi ngayon lang? Kanina pa yan. And now you have Ags for Ember.
Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil.
Kaya pa ba to? Tignan natin yung ads kung nabalik na. Wala pa rin. Roshan. Can we contest this? Yandex. Not me. Tinamaan ng araw. Tinamaan ng araw yung Roshan. Hop, nagkakagulo na. Ano yan? Paggamit ng dalawang espiritu. Yung Ember. Wala man lang napala. Uy, si DM. Si DM. Napa-BKB ang kuya mo DM pero nasasaktan siya sa mga right click dito ng illusion ni Toro. DM being chased down, bumalik na curse crown, patay si DM sir. Yung dalawa, buti na lang hindi tinamaan ng terrorize. DM has buyback. Saksa will be left behind. Saksa is dead. Sa likuran, Kira Jr. trying his best to at least get a support kill and he will kill the support. Unfortunately, he'll die. Triple kill for Yatoro. Once again. Requiem of the Souls! Binitaw na lang yung Requiem dito sa buyback from DM. So yung pwede nilang patayin. Ako si DM na nag-buyback. Mamamatay na naman. Nabash pa dito si Watson. Watson no buyback and this game is over. Game 1 goes to Team Spit. Gagin DC kagad si Watson na inis. Labang na tayo sa umpisa kasi ito. Bakit makikigati yan? Nagpapulong na tayo din eh. Labang na tayo sa umpisa. Parang grabing feed nyo. Patay! Wala na. Wala na to, men. Lista mo na to. Ito 2-0 na to. Hop, nad mo na tayo. Ikaw na mga naging reaction nila.
Не потопляем. Здесь
Ля.
никто не тильтует.
Yoko nyan, ba't Russian yan? Ba't Russian? Kagi. Walang English? Ito na lang.
Like, you did see Chiro Jr.'s early
Update mo na,
aggression with
guys.
the supports. Timbersaw not really able to enter the game, it felt like at any stage, always kind of chasing the opportunity. I think Jared Jr. also, as the game progressed and he felt the intensity of the, you know, the lack of team fight and the pressure getting applied, he started like missing some spells. Like he wasn't getting the slight change on the Underlord TP, getting tipped as well. Like it just felt like not everyone on Yandex was performing at like 110% is what you needed for this draft to work. Like you cannot just like half-ass this draft and win. Like you need to truly play your best. It's a very difficult draft to win with due to the amount of tempo required to just pretty much get it online.
Yeah, I think it just didn't go so well for key heroes. Like, for example, DM dying top on Timbersaw and then having to TP out multiple times back to the fountain. It meant that Yotaro had such a good start, such a good tempo, that he had the levels required to then go and contest the Wisdom Rune at minute 7. At minute 7, Spirit got both, because Yotaro was able to go, and even when they bring... You good there, Collapse? You good, man?
I like that we had the audio for that.
I mean,
Crystal
I guess
Ball player POV.
I guess we found out why the game was paused.
Damn. But
He
yeah,
was trying to unpause.
Yeah, it was helping, it was helping.
yeah, they got such a good advantage from that even single maneuver, right? To just bring them back, because Chiro Jr. and Malady were playing really nicely with the Ember Spirit Mirana combo, but Team Spirit were able to eke out a lot of the little advantages that just kept them afloat.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Yandex, and Team Spirit in classical Team Spirit TI form with Yotaro on his Terrorblade. I think when that hero came out on the side of Team Spirit, it was their 4th pick, and they picked it in a very strategic position where they could also still ban out 2 offlaners that they didn't want to face on that lane. It just gave Yotaro all the freedom that he needed, and I think even just the symbolism of him playing that hero, T-Guff, it just gives the whole team, like, you know what? We're chilling. We got Yotaro on CB.
Yeah, game. It's like you see Yotaro on TB, you see a TB game where you don't even need to buy a BKB. That alone is incredible. And like at 22 minutes, right? He has 16,000 net worth. The second place player on his team had like, what, like 8.8k, 8.7k or something? Like the whole game was Yotaro doesn't have anything up getting thrown at him. He can farm freely. He can do what he wants. He's 9-0-1 from lane and early map move. Like it is just complete freedom. And that is where for Yandex, like coming into this series, after having Spirit's number the entire season, that they've clearly beat them many times before. And they probably killed Yotaro in all those games. They probably shut down the map. They chased him in the jungle. But in this game, they just watched him. They just let him do his thing. There was no emphasis on Yotaro this game.
There was not. And we talked on the panel already about how we wanted to see an active, good first 20 minutes, especially from Team Yandex. And we got a little bit of back and forth, but there was one fight in particular that might highlight exactly what happened this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Sheever. And there was a lot that led up to it, to be honest, because the lanes went better for Spirit than we expected. And the name of the game, really, for Spirit on a lot of their abilities was rooting their opponents. Watch what Collapse does here. Pulls the creep waves to the right, trying to bait the Shadow Fiend to getting closer. And then he uses his Pit of Malice to do the first route. Then we have a second route from the Dark Willow. And they finally get another Firestorm to run down Watson. So he actually did a little bit worse than normal for a Shadow Fiend. He did catch up in net worth. But the one person on Yandex that did really well was Shiro Jr. here. He consistently was pressuring Laurel here. He's abusing a level 6 before his opponent timing here that resulted in Laurel's death. So that part was going good. The Ember had good net worth and the Pango was behind. But the downside is that Pango is going to be stronger later in that big team fight. And the other player on Yandex that had a little bit of trouble was the Timbersaw. He died in the lane the one time, but look at this really good initiation by Not Me. First route with the Fear, which forces Timbersaw this way, which gives him a second route and tons of damage on top of that. Really just provides for a good team fight outcome. And they do this a second time here. Great blind route into the Terrorize, into a second route. This was just adding up really, really nicely for them. And on the other side, Yandex did eventually try to get Collapse and get some counter kills, but they just really struggled to get these. And ultimately what it led to was this big fight at the 18-minute mark for Team Spirit. Watch how they start the fight. Instant Pit of Malice. That's going to guarantee that Ember can't get out. That they're going to be able to layer their disables now. If they do another route into the Terrorize, just easy chain stun. And even though Laurel's behind in net worth, he just can kind of zip in and out on the Pango. This is the value of the hero. His team fight is incredibly good. It's on basically no matter what, as long as you hit level 6. So great early game by Team Spirit, making the best out of a slightly bad laning situation, and they ultimately clutch the team fights that we know they can win.
Thank you very much, Purge. And we focus a lot in those first 20 minutes because we already said after the draft is done, once it gets past that, once Yotaro gets all his items, once the game is in a little bit of a favor of Team Spirit later down the line, it's done. Unless Team Spirit makes massive mistakes, it's done. So we focus on the first 20 minutes because that is where the game is played after the draft is done, Winter. And you had some highlights from that as well for us to look at, as you already saw the writing on the wall as well.
Yeah, but I wanted to highlight how well Yandex did in the early game. Like how well they were able to utilize this Ember plus Mirana to shut down the Pangolin. I was expecting Lau to have a much better game, but I think the reason why the early game was like a little bit complicated for Pango was because of this Ember plus arrow, like the chains into arrows. I think he just kind of really didn't expect the power of it. I think he underestimated it. That's why he died like I think 3 times in the early game. All 3 deaths, the Ember plus the Mirana, just creating a lot of problems for Spirit in the early game. But like you guys mentioned, despite the problems that Spirit had in the early game because they had the stability of the Terrorblade in the mid-late game, it wasn't a problem for them. They could be behind. I think they were behind at some point 4K, 5K. But even if they were behind more like 6, 7, I will always feel like with their lineup, they will have a lot of opportunities to come back in the game.
But you can see from those clips, right, the net worth, Terrorblade was always on top. And like with the 4,000 gold lead, with killing off the Pangler in the mid lane, like if they could have found a different offlaner that stepped into the lane, that shoved maybe maybe Yotaro down by let's say 2,000 gold, the game would have been completely different. I think that the slight fact that the offlane wasn't able to put Yotaro into the jungle earlier was the reason why Yandex couldn't snowball this game more. And it's difficult. In that position, DM's hero pool, based on what was banned, the Tide was banned, the Darkseid was banned. You're probably not going to try and pick up a Brewmaster at this point. The Underlord got stolen. Like, there wasn't really many options to stop Terrorblade just farming and being a threat.
Yeah, it was a very good Terrorblade game, very good Terrorblade pick. And there's one more fight we'd like to show you guys, Rhea, as you have something to tell us.
Of course. Pudge showed it a little bit, but doesn't matter, we're going to show it again. I think the really nice thing here is just Spirit being able to collapse all of their heroes together and take a fight like this, because at the end of the day, even if they did have a little less net worth on Yotaro, sure, it could give them more opportunities, but just the spells alone are so much better. It's so easy for Spirit to take a fight. Their execution is at a much lower threshold of how to do it, right? You can just put down a pit, you can put down the Willow Root on top of that. It's so hard for Chiro Jr., no matter what lead he accrued from getting those kills on Law, what can he do? He is just Ruined. He needs a BKB to be able to fight, so them making this early move is so good. And if you look after this fight happens, on the map, DM is going to go off and farm here, and on the mini-map, Yotaro goes through the enemy's triangle and takes their Ancient Camp, so that they then actually don't have it for the next minute of farm. And he's going to then continue to farm all the way north to the gate, which allows him to connect to this fight that then breaks out on the bot side of the map, because the rest of the Spirit players move together. Then Yotaro is able to connect, and as a result, he is here for this Saksa kill, he is here for the rest of the kills, and they get a very nice secondary fight off the back of the first one, just from really nice map play that took I don't know, it was so much skill. I really love the way they played the map.
I think with that, it's also clear to say, I mean, we focused a lot on the draft, of course, about how Yandex might not have been able to play too much when it went later down the line, but it also kind of seems like maybe Tigov, it was just now play.
Yeah, no, fundamentally, yes. This game 1 was Spirit just being the better team. Like, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the timings. They were very clean on them. And I think for Yandex, they want to try and, step up for that.
Yeah, and speaking of timings, there's one in particular timing that you wanted to focus up a little bit on. And it's a minute 20 timing. And you talk all about objectives. There's one objective, spawns at minute 20. And then every 10 minutes after that, if it does die.
Yeah, you have to be there at the right place at the right time, because the clip we just showed, Spirit then kind of moved into the Tormentor, and of the top 3 teams left at the International, I have to wonder, is the Tormentor worth it? Because Spirit, in the 21 games they've played...
This is such a massive difference. Sorry for interrupting.
That's perfectly fine. These stats are before the Spirit series yesterday, by the way, just to be aware. But anyway, so it was 21 games, 24 Tormentors. They take 1.14 average per game. You look towards Vision and Yandex, they ignore Tormentor, or it gets stolen away from them quite heavily. So I feel like, at least with Vision and Yandex, I've seen so many games where they've had 4 or 5 heroes next to the Tormentor, and they just walk away from it. They don't care. So I just feel like today will be a big day of Dota, where it's like, what happens in the next game? If Yandex is in a winning position, do they value breaking out onto the map, choking out the map more? Because to take the Tormentor, it does take some time. It's quite a difficult resource. It's not just one hero doing it by themselves. So for Spirit, that beauty of the map play that we've just seen in the clip, they can take it very quickly because they're there. Other teams, though, they don't always have that fluid motion, so they aren't going for it. But Spirit, they are the one team that they will go for Tormentor.
I mean, I do want to add something onto that. I feel like if you just look at the stats, it might not show that sometimes when you're winning in the game, because Tormentor is also based on whether you're winning or losing. I think when you're winning right now, it just doesn't really feel like you should give up your position on the map. Like what Alex also brought up, like you want to farm the enemy jungle. You want to be in their jungle, you want to farm their triangle, and moving from the enemy triangle to the Tormentor is just like so far away. Like why would you want to do that when you are in a dominant position? So I feel like Dota now has changed so much. I think maybe a couple of months ago, you never hear people say that. You're always saying, Tormentor is just way too good. It gives you way too much gold. It's just easier to take. You can take it with 3 people. But right now, things have changed.
It was also nice, like with the Yandex game where they ignored it. It's like they're heroes that needed shards, or they were kind of bad shards. So like, what's the point of taking it? We'd rather like choke out the jungle and continue doing these other things.
Maybe the power of taking it is also to take it away from a team that does need it. But in this first game, Team Spirit, their positioning, their gameplay, and their draft just made them the superior team, and they're having quite the onslaught here in the lower bracket, and Yandex is on the receiving end. It's painful for them this first game, but they have proven that they can come back from tough series. When they're in a tight spot, they might pull out the biggest, bestest strategies they've ever played here on the main stage, and they need to do exactly that if they want to try and beat this Team Spirit, because that first game was not it. Going into game number 2 shortly, Rhea, what do you expect to see? Is there any adjustments that were obvious from you after watching this first game?
Honestly, I think I'm just a little scared about their drafting now, because as Winter pointed out, if you first pick this Nature's Prophet, if you see Vision, for example, first pick Nature's Prophet, you know it's going to go on their carry, and you know that he understands the matchups well enough to play it into, for example, a Pango when that comes out. I think them shifting that and showing that they're not so confident feels bad, especially because they're replacing Nature's Prophet with another similar archetype in the Shadow Fiend, so it doesn't even mean that they're kind of like, oh, you've picked these heroes that counter our ranged carry, right? Let's switch up and pick an Ursa. Not that they should, because that hero's terrible, but you know what I mean, right? Yep. It's like saying, oh, here's another ranged carry, and then we have a support Nature's Prophet. It just didn't really have that impact or like that twist in the draft.
I mean, it's also a scary prospect when you are drafting against players like your Toro, like Satanic, even Watson to some degree. It's like, when you reveal your offlane too early, they'll find the correct carry counter pick. They will scale. They are now a big threat. And then if you pick your offlaner too late, the carry's already been picked. You've protected it with enough bans. You have the correct support to counter the inevitable picks. And this is exactly what happened in this game. So I feel like for DM, they just need to find the correct pick position for him, because he was left too late in the draft. There was too many bans, too many block picks, and the Terrorblade went unprotected. So it's like, if you're scared of Terrorblade, you have to preemptively go for DM and go, you know what, we'll casually go Underlord. We don't care, we'll ban some lifesteal or whatever. We'll play a game of Dota 2. But I think DM's pick position will decide if Yandex are to survive this lower bracket.
I think you're right. They're worrying too much about what Spirit is going to do or might do. And maybe they should just focus on what they should do. What is the setup that they have to have in order to play the best, as a team. I think counter picking is nice and all, but if you worry about it too much, if you try to lean into it too much, you're going to ruin your own draft. And I think that's something that is very, very hard to balance sometimes, especially at this stage where there's so much at stake. There's a lot of heroes that you're worried about, and sometimes you cannot ban all the heroes. So when that happens, you really have to put faith in your own heroes.
There was the opening pick, that the overall first pick went the way of Team Spirit in that previous game. They went for the Winter Wyvern, and we talked a little bit about that. Obviously, it had a great impact in the game, but we highlighted other players and heroes maybe a little bit more than Rue's Winter Wyvern. Winter, do you feel like the priority should be given to this hero to be banned this time around? Was he a major factor as to how this game played out?
I think the hero was definitely strong, but I don't think he needed to do much the last game. I felt like everything was just like really straightforward. The Pango, the Underlord, the lanes are all pushed because of the fat TB. He was uncontested. So, I mean, sure, I really like the hero, but I don't think he had to do a lot the last game.
No, he was able to chill. The game was kind of maybe almost played out already. We'll see where the teams go for game number 2. There might be a lot of things different. A lot of lessons learned from that one game. Of course, while the game was played out, we also had the coaches watching the game. They could already preemptively strategize how they're gonna adapt going into the next one. Let's see what storm they have cooked up.
Team Yandex versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
The draft of game number 2 is upon us, and we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side this time around, and Yandex on the Dire side. So we swapped that around. We also swapped the pick order. We have Yandex with the overall first pick, and Team Spirit with the overall last pick. Now, normally overall last pick is a strategic advantage. The last game we saw Yandex being pushed in a corner, forced to pick a Timbersaw at that position. That did not work out too well. Let's see if Yandex can set a similar trap, as we do have the Winter Wyvern respected by Team Spirit. Bounty Hunter also still out, just like the Earth Spirit of the Tree, and I feel like those 4 heroes that Team Spirit has banned out, those are gonna be stuck there for quite a while today. The Bane, the Ember, and the Slard are removed by Yandex.
No, I really like Team Spirit's bans. I think they are very stable. It's also a sign that they don't care about the Leaners, the Shadow Fiends, all these other heroes that we have been seeing in the tournament.
Grabe kainit ay.
Yandex's turn to pick.
Radiant team pick.
I speak for the trees.
NP pa din. Baka gawin na nilang carry yung NP.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Hoodwink, first pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Kailangan mag-step up ni DM, doy. Hina ni DM sa game na yun.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Clockwork.
Patay ka, binigay pa kay Natmi yung clockwork. Patay!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Doom. Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
Dalawang support kaagad inuna ng
5
Team Spirit.
seconds remaining.
Dalawang core naman for Yandex.
Radiant team pick.
Shadow Demon.
Okay. Shadow Demon, I like this. One of my favorite heroes of all time. Support heroes. One of my favorite support.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
What's it with?
Angular ulit.
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sintor.
Dire team ban.
Take me home, I'm falling. I'm rolling. Snappy.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Take me home falling.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Team pick.
Ang dying last pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ano ang magiging overall last pick dito for Yatoro? If you're up against MP, you go Shadow Fiend. Alright. Ako naman mag-isip, pakitaan kita. Tuturuan si Watson mag-isip. Good luck, guys. Would that be alright? I think mas okay ako dito sa hero na to ni Saksa kaysa yung NP kanina. Pangit. Pangit dun. Let's go!
Prepare for battle.
Pamagitse!
中奖概率倍儿高，奖品也码倍儿好。中奖概率倍儿高，奖品也码倍儿好。
Тисну руку. Обіймаю.
¡Ah, mi internet!
Thirty seconds to battle.
Okay, madam, pa-OTP ka. Go na.
Off to glorious battle. This is quite exciting.
Muchas gracias, afición. Esto es para vosotros.
See! Ito na ang pagkakataon para mag-reverse sweep, guys. It's your time. For the reverse sweep.
So ended the sad tale of Radiant's. Radiant's courier was lost in the heat of battle.
5.2. Not bad. Grabe, 11-1 kagad yung lasit nung NP. Wala na, galit na to si ano. Watson. Oh! Pas lang. Pamagite! 5.2 sa reverse sweep. Bigyan mo ng mga 10k yan. Aray, 52k. Sarap. Anyo? Anyo?
喂，你好，请问还在吗？喂，喂，你好，请问还在吗？喂，喂。
Sa tingin ko, mas may chance yung Team Spirit na manalo sa Parivision. Kesa sa Yandex. So, if in any case, maybe, gagi binubuli na sila dito sa tier 2. 2 minutes in, binubuli sila sa tier 2. Ikaw. Ha? Oop, 125. Sarap. Pero, mas may chance yung Team Spirit manalo sa Vision compare sa Yandex sa tingin ko. Pero, mas gusto ko manalo yung Yandex. Kasi out of 3 teams na natitira ngayong araw, sila yung pinakabihado. And I think Watson worked so hard. Siguro lahat naman sila talaga, but imagine you being on the top rank for how many months, diba? Talagang pinag-igiyan din ni Watson. And I think kung sakali man, deserve na rin manalo ng, or deserve na rin makuha tong TI. Tingin ko lang naman. Oh. Hinila yung creeps. Nagkakagulo sila dito. Courier namatay. Aray. Shield crush pa available from Lar. 3 seconds on the cookie. Chira Jr. not gonna force it. Yakoro. He goes down sa atin ng first blood ni Yandex. Nice! Lion! Like it. Kung sino maka first blood, malamang. Auto win eh. Ano yan eh, pattern yan eh. Alam mo naman yung mga pattern natin dito, di ba? Matik yan. Patay, sige yan. Bawian agad. Relax. Binibuli ni Watson. Itong si Collapse on the centaur. Saan pupunta? Hindi man dyan ang base mo. Saan? Malaki kaya nito sa team Yandex. White ka lang dyan. Mamaya maganda usog-usog eh. Yeah, pag nag-champion Yandex, ako nang bahala. Nang bahala sa inyo. Ako nang bahala, kaibigan. Kaibigan also. Gustuhan lang natin. Ay kaso malamang may mga bet din kayo dyan. May mga vision outright siguro kayo. May mga team spirit outright. Etong tatlong teams na to, hindi ito yung type na unexpected teams, no, na nandito. Ito yung tatlong teams na talagang aasahan mo rin na maglaban-laban sa last game. Not me. Kuha niya yung shine. Okay. Muntik pa siya mamatay doon. Basag na yung tore. Wala na. Atin na to. Uy. Free kill from Larl. Malady. 320. I'll take that. Ito, napansin ko. Pag ang hero ni... Uy. Si Atoro. Orotai. Sinusunog-sunog. Ito si Orotai. Abilis tumakbo. Nag-level 6 ang kuya mo, Centaur. Giving the movement speed to Yatoro para makatakas. Napansin ko lang, pag ang hero ni Chira Jr. ay yung hero na like yung naka-steady gold tab lang sa backline. Gaya na itong Snapfire. Lina. Yan. Invoker. Yan. Pag yan ang hero ni Chira Jr., komportable siya maglaro. Kanina yung Ember niya siya yung pumapronta kasi. Nabibigyan kagad siya. And I think isa rin sa mga reason kung bakit nahirapan siya dun is yung... Wait. DM. We will try to escape here. Doom. Binitaw na lang niya yung Doom. Uy, no, Wrath of Nature. He's dead. Right? He's dead. Di naman ang Wrath of Nature. Swerte. Ano bang hero ni Chira Jr. kahapon? Talo sila ng Lina siya. Panalo sila ng Snap siya. Talo sila ng Invoker siya. Oh, Chira Jr. Around 60% HP here. Now, he will be punish. Junior is dead. May ipit pa si Saksa. Doon ka, bumalik ka. Uy, hindi kinuha niya Toro. Killing spree for Lal.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ganda rin yung kanina game 1 no? Medyo pagdating sa net worth, lumalamang yung Yandex. Uy, di ka kita. Di ka kita. Tombstone. Drill up na lang yung Tombstone. Oh, dinay. Drill up niya para may additional pera. Ang kuya mo Yatoro. Bait. Oh. Uy, lilikuran nila dito yung NT. Isang bushwalk na malamig sabay requiem. Di na nga kailangan yung requiem eh. Taas naman ang level ng Hoodwink. Dahil, he's level 8. Grabe ka din talaga mag-Dota. Parehas lang sila ng level ni well, pa-level 9 naman na yung SM. If you check the support here from Yandex, Alede, level 6. Shadow Demon, it's not even level 6.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Sa support pa nagkatalo na-top network na si Yatoro. Tuloy-tuloy na yan. Okay. Team Spirit na lang versus Vision. Bahala na. Saan ko tayo 100k ko, boss? 100 lang pala. May K ka pa dyan. Diba 100 lang? K, 100k, 100 kotong. Huli. Sira Junior. Should. Oh, ganda ng lubog dun from Saksa. May requiem, pupush them out. Pero may shield rune naman na nagamit si Chira Jr. No one is dying here. Natapos na yung Rolling Thunder from Lal. Lal, he is in trouble. Sasalo ng mga kisses. Patay. Ang kuya mo Lal. Double kill for Chira Jr. Ayan na. Ayan na sinasabi nila inyo. Yandex all the way na today. Yandex na to hanggang Grand Finals. CP mo. Sabi mo meron ka 500. Diba? 500. Tapos nag-bet ka ng 500. Match winner. Sa... sabi din 1,000. At least nag-budget ka ng 1,000. Nag-budget ka ng 1,000. Pambet mo ngayon. TI. Ngayong finals day. Pinet mo sa match winner kanina, pre-match. 1,000 mo, yung 2.8 yung odds, 1,000 mo maging 2.8. Diba? 2.8. Ngayon, ang odds ng Yandex mamaya, pag nakalaban nila yung Vision, pag sila nakapasok, mga around 3.5 yan. Sure ako dyan. So, 1,000 times 2.8 Chira Jr. pumasok, napakatapang, patay. Not me, isolating the rest of Team Yandex. So yung 100 mo, ay 1,000 mo, times 2.8 sa match winner dito sa series na to, maging 2.8. Ngayon, i-bet mo yung 2.8 mo dun sa 3.5 na odds mamaya sa match winner against Vision. Magiging 9.8. 1,000 puhunan. Halos maging 10K. Kung naniniwala ka sa Yandex. 1,000 lang. Oh. Takbo, DM. Hindi siya tumakbo. Naka-drums siya, no? Drums Facebook. Humabol ulit si Watson sa network, ah. Naku ka, Watson. Ikaw na mag-isa dyan. Darating pa yung Pangolier, no? Grabe talaga si Natmi mag-cogs. Grabe ka, Natmi. Patay nga lang si Golops. Trade. Wala na tayong spell, pero meron pang tombstone pala. Titipian lang nila. Etong isa na ilubog ni Saksa. Walang kasamang heater or core etong Yandex. So hindi nila mapaparusahan silang dito. ₱1,000 puhunan maging 10K. Depende pa yan. Kasi may iba pang mga ano yan eh. May iba pang mga variables yan eh. Okay? Natni. Pinatay. So nakulong itong si Chira Jr. sa loob ng CAG. So Yatoro will take him down. Oh, mali de. Hinahabol ni Yatoro. But ito na lang oh. Freebie! Freebie! Double kill for Yatoro. Akyat ulit sa top network. So may iba pa yung mga variables. Sabihin natin may 1K ka. Diba? 1K. Nag-match winner ka nga dito sa Yandex. 2.8. So meron kang 2.8 bago mag-umpisa yung finals. Ngayon, dun sa 2.8 mo, itataya mo yung 2,000 dun sa match winner na 3.5 yung odds. Alright? So, magkano yun? 2,000 times 3.5 na odds. Match winner. 7,000. Ngayon, yung 800 na natira dun sa 2.8 mo, kasi tinaya mo ngayon 2,000. Yung 800, itataya mo dun sa minus 1.5 pa. Ganong kakatiwala sa Yandex? Minus 1.5 against Vision. So, 800, ay magkano odds nun? Malaki odds nun. Mga nasa times 5 yan. Ha? Kailangan 3-1 ang score Yandex. Or at least 3-1 or 3-0. So ngayon, may 800 times 5 yung odds. Meron kang 4,000. 4,000 plus yung taya mo sa match winner na 7K ang kikitain. 11,000! Grabe, 11,000 sa isang panunood ng Grand Finals ng TI. Isipin mo yun. Yung 1K mo naging 11,000. 10,000 kita kagad. Nanood ka lang. At naniwala. Yan! Tulungan tayo kasi! Pinapabayaan kasi natin sila gumawa ng play eh. Ano yan? Yun na yun? Papatay man natin dito si Lar? Pwede na yan. Meron pa isa. Yan ang gusto ko. Lumalaban. Ano yan? Alis kayo, madam. Bili ko ulit ng merienda. Wala na. Anong oras na yun? Patay siya. Mamaya, abutin ako mga 9 eh. Maten. Hindi ka man hindi naman ako nag-request eh. Ngayon ka bumili ng merienda kasi aabot na ng mga alas 10. Kasi itong series na to, abot to ng game 3 for sure. Hindi yung kumpiyansa ako dito, mag game 3 pa. No doubt. Sabihin mo lamang Team Spirit. Yan. Abot ng game 3 for sure. Patay na naman si Kira Jr. Sige, pag may GA mamaya, may pantaya kami nice para sa fan. 100 lang man yung GA. Uy, nag-budget ka nga 1,000 eh. Nag-budget nga. Siyempre siyempre pag-ipuran mo yan. Ba?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. There it goes.
$4K lead now. $4K lead. GG na yan. Bigay mo na sa Team Spirit yan. Ayun o, pwede ito. Pitas. Alright. Good catch. Look, si Malady nakikipag 1v1. Wala na yung tombstone mo, boy. Patay ka ngayon dyan. Sakit ng isip mo. Ganyan dapat alak ka, mamamatay din si Watson. Big PM of the souls! Kinancel na lang yung TP. Look! Ano yan? Walang iya talaga, Yatorumi. Gagi, talaga si Yatorumi. Pati meron pa isa, ultra kill. No, rampage. Hindi, paano naging ultra kill yun? 3 lang namatay. Ano yun? 2 beses kasi namatay yung Undying. Pagkamatay niya, nabuhay ulit siya. Pagbalik niya, patay ulit siya. Grabe kayo, Toro. Palong-palong siya, Toro. Todo na to pag napapasok yung Team Spirit. Dihado rin to sa vision for sure. Right? Hindi na makahinga si Hindi na makahinga si Chira Jr. Ano item na ito? Wala. Dagger. Ano yan? Walang dating. Sige. Mukhang tama lang naman talaga eh. Mas may chance talaga ang Team Spirit na manalo against Vision kumpara dito sa Yandex. Sige, bigay mo na. Pag natapos tong game na to, boss, start ba agad finals? Pagpahingayin mo naman yung mga tao, boss James. Uy, nice stun from the neutral tricks. Patay na kagad si Saksa. Pinubog yung Ezel dito, ba't hindi siya wala na. Pwede na ito itawag din. Pwede na. Lungkot. Hampasin mo. Magbiblinkin. Tagal mo.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Meron pang mga Boss James, may mga cosplay event pa, ganun. Malay mo, maglabas din ng bagong surprise si Gavin. May bagong hero na naman. Siguro mga 1 hour after.
Invisibility!
Hindi pa nga eh. Sapa? Nice. Sige, sige. Pag yan matigas tapong ko yan.
Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil.
Nakala ko to. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower
Hop. Huli Huli to eh. Ating kagad natin yung sintor. Maganda yan. Okay. Tinago muna saglit. Wala pa yung SF eh. Kapag wala pa yung SF, busuin nyo na. Sentry to eh. Sentry. Uy, tapang ng SF oh. Tapang ng SF oh. Ano yan? Patay ka din yun. Magkakaroon na tayo ng ano guys. No, nice try. Magkakaroon na tayo ng 3-time TI champion.
Radiant's middle tower
Yatoro and Collapse, the only 2 players na makakakuha ng tatlong the International Championship, or what they call 3-time hopefuls. As of now, puro 2 times champions pa lang ang meron. All members ng OGTI 8 and TI 9. Whoa! Team Spirit. Team Liquid. Although yung org lang, no? Magkaibang player yung nag-champion. Sino pa ba? Basta so far puro 2 beses pa lang. Mukhang after today meron ng 3-time TI champion. Lakas ni Yatoro. Grabe. Dutang-duta. Ikaw? Pang. Uy. TP out. Nice try. Hindi pa naman basag. Babasag pa lang. May aegis pa ba ito? 20 seconds pa yung aegis, ne? Wala to? Oh. Yun. Napitas. Sana umabot ng Game 5 sa Grand Finals.
bottom tower is on its way further down.
Feeling ko pag etong Team Spirit ang nakapasok, siguro hanggang Game 4 lang yan. 3-1 Team Spirit. Patay! Binigyan na ng tip. Magbibet na lang. Ayaw pa. Minus 1.5 sa Team Spirit. Binigyan na ng tip. Ibibet na lang. Sa inyo yan. Maniniwala kayo. Hindi. Hindi. Unang salang ng Team Spirit sa TI. Year 2021. Hindi ako binigo niyan. Ilagay pa yung sarili. Hindi ako binigunan. Noong mga time na wala pang naniniwala sa kanila. Sino to? Sino to? Toronto, Tokyo, pangit na pangalan. Gawa-gawa. Uy, huli! Nice! We're not done yet. We are not done just yet. Well, tatapusin pa lang. Ito ang team spirit na kahit wala yung carry nila, kaya naman lumaban kasi talaga. Paano nga ba lalaban na wala yung carry? Nakapatay na dito si Lal ng isa, BKB from Dian. And looks like iiwan na siya ng mga kampi niya. Bahala ka na dyan, Dian. Route. Wala. Pasahin niyo pa. Wala, nakabit sa team spirit. Halata. Halata. Huli. Ano magagawa mo? Tao ka lang. Teleporting. Nabuhay. Sige. Sa'yo na yan. Takas ka na. Oh, ikaw. Shira Junior. Ginagawa mo. Help me! Help me! Nabuo niya yung Shiva's guard niya pero wala siyang mana to use it. Wala. Oh. Ulit. Napa-BKB pa. Pero di pa tapos tuloy eh. Ramdam ko eh. Parang iba yung feeling ko eh. Huh? Ramdam ko talaga na parang may, alam mo yun, parang may ibang mangyayari. 20k lead. Ramdam ko eh. Ramdam nyo rin ba? Hindi. Hindi wag. I can feel it. Up. Itas isa. Joke lang. Pasok muna sa tombstone. Joke lang. Dito lang ako. Okay, timing lang. Timing. Ayun, na-timingan si Dian. Okay, na-attack agad si Malady dito. Dian, knocking down. Kisses raining down. Naka-double kill na si Yatoro. Larl looking for Saksa. He will take it. Monster kill now for Larl. Palag-palag na dito yung NP, but he's surrounded by 4. Only Chira Jr. remains, but not for long. As Yandex ubos. And GG. Good luck next. Team Spirit will have a rematch against Vision for the Grand Finals. Bye-bye! Papanoorin natin yung mangyayari. 2-0 min. Tama lang to. Ito lang ang nag-iisang team na sa tingin ko may chance talaga sa Vision. China naman ngayon. Ba't ba Chinese yan? Wala bang English dyan? Yan.
Evolution and growth of this team, and it truly is horrifying to the state of which they can reach.
Something to watch out for indeed as we're getting ready for the grand finals. Team Spirit take the 2-0. They have not lost a game in many days.
Bilisan nyo. Maubos yan.
It's feeling like it's going to be the final boss here, as they have often been at the International. Two players that potentially could go for a third Aegis as well. Opportunities abound to make this work. Team Spirit, Grand Finals.
Team Spirit.
观众朋友们，另外一支挺进我们 TI 2026总决赛的队伍，让我们把掌声送给 Team Spirit. Snacks, take it away. We've got Rue and Not Me. All of your teammates are TI champions, but they say you too are the best guys on the team. You are so close to cementing yourselves as the next great Dota 2 generation. I want to know, how are you feeling getting this close to your first Aegis?
I'm feeling amazing. What else can I do? So can I say? I mean, like it was TI finals. First time. I hope my team will carry me.
你身边的话有3位 TI 冠军跟你们一起去并肩作战，然后现在你们也将要一起去面对你们自己的第一次 TI， 你有什么想说的吗？入，我现在说实话有些不知所措，但我只希望我的队友能在最后的决赛 carry 我。Not me. Talking about first TIs, this is your first one. You've had an incredible performance, and I gotta say, I think the crowd loves you. 现场的观众朋友们 Do you have anything to say to them?
Thank you all for support, guys. I love you.
I love you.
What is this, guys?
感谢现场所有的观众，我爱你们！我希望你们能更多的来支持我们的比赛。All right, now going into this tournament, a lot of people have known that Vision is the team to beat, but they seem invincible. They have beaten you guys before, but after that series, it looks like you are a different team. Are you ready to take Vision down? 你们之前跟 Vision 交手过很多次，但是在刚刚取得胜利的系列赛里面，你们看起来已经准备就绪了。你们准备好战胜 Vision 了吗？
Yes.
Of course.
Let's go！ 观众朋友们，我们再一次把掌声送给我们 Team Spirit 的 Rue Not Me。把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
I love seeing both of them on that stage. The two remaining players of Team Spirit without a ring on their hands, and they have the chance to do it later today against Team Vision. Team Spirit, ever since they got knocked to the lower bracket by Team Vision, they're like, no. Let's do that again. And they were brutal in their road. We heard
Let's do that again for
He's
sure.
like, yeah, you know.
Up. Diyan muna yan, ha? Diyan muna yan. Okay. So, paano? Vision. Mission Vision. Gaano ads? Tingnan natin yung ads, ha? 2.1 to 2.1. Hmm. Hmm. Pinag-iisipan. Hmm. Hmm. Sige, dyan muna kayo guys.
整体来说，我对于整个赛季的成绩还是挺满意的。我们是一支很年轻的队伍，也有很多人是第一次拿到比赛的冠军。我们还是会继续努力。然后我对于 TI 第3名这个成绩也是相当满意。
Kain muna ako.
So, you're a veteran player. You've been here and done that, a regular on the TI stage. The group stage here for Yandex wasn't the best. What did you say to the players to give them a boost and get them to this 3rd place?
作为一名老将，其实队伍在小组赛表现不是特别的亮眼。在小组赛之后，有没有跟队员说一些打气的话？
Something I always say to my teams at TI is like, you can always expect other teams to play bad, and this is like a tournament in the season where many people are gonna play much worse. So that also brings me comfort to know that others are just gonna play worse. So I just told them, as long as we focus on our game, we just play our Dota, like we'll be fine.
我其实经常跟他们说，在 TI 表现差或者表现不好的话很正常，但是只要继续坚持自己打自己的 Dota， 我们就会打得更好。
Well, Saxa, we're sorry to see you guys go here, and you've got a lot of support in the arena and around the whole Dota community. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting you guys all season?
最后有没有任何想跟现场的粉丝或者在家里观看的观众说的话？
I just want to thanks to everybody supporting us. It brings us a lot of energy, and we feel motivated to do so. Also, I want to say thanks to the crowd here. I think it has been amazing. Honestly, it has exceeded my expectations. And honestly, I hope we get another TI here or many more tournaments. So, yeah, thank you.
非常感谢大家对我们的支持，你是我们的动力，然后也特别感谢在现场的所有观众，你们的欢呼声让我们感到超乎预期。我们也希望如果有机会 ，TI 能再次在这里举办。
Saxa getting a lot of crowd cheers there with his final words as he exits the international, hits 8th international here at 3rd place. If he wants to get 3 rings on his fingers, he's got to play a couple more years here, which is a treat for us. But some final words on Yandex. They are one of the most successful teams winter of the season. Saxa says it, top 3 is not bad at all.
Yeah, and I also got the opportunity to follow them. I was doing a lot of coverage for their games back in December last year when they first started out. I think it was problems. They had problems, and Saxa came in after that, and I could see them growing as a team, how much they've improved. And even during the initial stages, I saw a lot of potential in the team. I felt like given a little bit more time, they could really grow into a very, very strong team. And it didn't really take them long. It took them, I think, 1 month or 2 months to show everyone what they could do as a team.
Yeah, and I know, Rhea, they really wanted to get all tournaments under their belt.
Yeah, back in Blast, Watson told us that he was hoping to get 1 win from each organizer. You know, they won a Blast, they won a Wallachia, they won a Dream League. So they really are just doing the circuit. Obviously, they had their chance for the Aegis, which is the most coveted of all, but they weren't quite able to get it. Maybe next year. I don't think he intended for it to be all this year, but the fact that they nearly did such a thing was pretty damn good, yeah. It's crazy that their opponent Spirit had 0 comparison this season.
It has been crazy. It's all about peaking at the right time. And to be honest, Yandex did have a very good year, and maybe this game number 2 wasn't as good as they wanted it to be, but there were definitely some highlights for them. For example, Shiro Jr. in that mid lane. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him. Actually, we're going to see a lot more of him right now as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Shiro won his mid lane in both matches of this series, which made their Spirits win even more impressive. But I want you to just watch how dominant he is against Laurel. He played against the Pango both games. Both games he had their number. He was getting a consistent amount of last hits, tons of harass and denies. And what he's been doing very well is he's generally spending his mana to harass, and Laurel is being forced to use his spells simply to get last hits. And when you have that kind of a inequality, the mana that Shiro Jr. gains and the money that he gains from the last hits ends up making a really big difference. In fact, he zones him so much. At this point, he's got 21 last hits, 12 denies versus the 8 last hits of Laurel. He zones him from the lane. He's forced to go heal. And watch how he plays around him coming back into the lane. This kind of dominance is crazy against top players, by the way. He grabs the first water rune, and he actually leaves the bottom one there to tempt Laurel into wanting to take it. And now he's playing this game where, is he going to use his spells, and is he going to be able to catch Laurel? They do a little bit of a dancing move there at the same time, which is very cool. But Laurel knows he can't go this way and back without getting killed, so he has to still play the left side. Now he finally thinks, this is my chance. I can get that way. But Cheer Jr. with that blast is on top of him, prevents him from getting that. And as a result of protecting this water rune, now Cheer Jr. gets to go get it when his resources are low. So he's basically using it as a bait, but also a way to get himself forward. So that was amazing by him. But the downside was what happens after it. How does Spirit react to this great early game by them? Yandex, he TPs to the off lane. He's looking for a Snapfire ultimate on somebody, but they anticipate this. They just don't give him the opportunity. So this teleport ends up being a complete waste by him. And it kind of continues in this way as well. Laurel is going to eventually get enough levels to naturally kill creep waves. He uses his spells on the waves, they die, and he can leave. So he doesn't care anymore that he's behind. And watch how he uses his ultimate here. He actually turns a kill out of his level 6, whereas Shiryu Jr. didn't get his earlier, and he teleports this time a second time. So this amazing early game that Shiryu Jr. got didn't turn into anything super substantial despite getting Laurel behind. So this is the main reason that Team Spirit was able to get ahead in this game despite losing their lanes. They just didn't care about it because they knew they were going to play well.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, the movements of Team Spirit, we keep bringing it up time and time again because they are just superb. But we had a couple movements, of course, also from Team Yandex, and one of them was when Shiro Jr. had his Blink Dagger, Rhea.
Yeah, I think what Purge just brought up was fantastic. The fact that Team Spirit anticipated the level 6 timing from the Snapfire and avoided it, it's very consistent throughout this game. So Yandex smoke up when they get the blink from Snapfire and they move to bot lane. However, even in that moment, Team Spirit are aware of this move, and they have Lal positioned on the one high ground, and then they have their supports positioned on the other entrance to their jungle to try and break this smoke and make it so that they cannot get the opportunity they need for a kill. Weirdly enough, it actually goes much better than it should have. Jiro Jr. Blinks in, which maybe surprises them. Rue misses his bushwhack, and as a result, he dies, and they get a couple kills. So this was a nice move in the end for Yandex, but the fact that Team Spirit was still so prepared for it, I think, is kind of more of the point of why they were playing so well this game.
Yeah, you can just see that Spirit just is very calm. They know what they're going to do. Like, the drafts are very simple, so then the players can focus on all the minutiae in the game, where it's like they're not having to overthink things. And sure, the fight might not go their way in the end, but everything that Spirit did in both of these games, it just was like a complete like team diff, unfortunately, in the lower bracket.
Yeah, maybe also a little bit of a carry diff as well, as we are gonna look at something Winter wanted to see again, and maybe again, maybe again.
Yeah, just one of the few moments of the Yatoro show here. I think he had like a really good game. There was this one moment where his game was so good. He was farming again. He was farming the enemy triangle. He's trying to farm the enemy ancients, and Watson's like, I'm gonna TP there, But guess what? Yatoro's already there first, And thank you very much for that bonus kill.
Yeah, it was really cool because there was a fight happening on the bottom side where his team was dying. So he was like, I'll stay in the triangle a little bit longer because maybe they'll retreat up into the triangle. Then he gets the kills. And then, of course, Lao, I think the main thing as well is like Yatoro's popping off, but Lao has been so aggressive in both of these games. Sure, his laning into difficult matchups has been maybe not going his way. The Ember, the Marana in game 1, this time around playing into the Snapfire. But his bounce back, his ability to open up the game, to match Yatoro's energy, Lao was just everywhere in this game on the Pangolier, and then they were just diving and not giving a hoot about any
this
power.
game is a perfect example of why right now laning phase is not as important, and you see teams like Boom Boys, they really prioritize the laning phase. They did really well, but still, like when it came down to the best teams, the absolute best teams, is just not really a way of winning the game. I think ensuring that you have draft integrity, ensuring that you have a way to play the mid game. It's okay to lose the lane, even though they lost the lane this badly on the Pango.
The main question I think a lot of people will be asking themselves is if this type of laning stage happens against Vision.
I mean, I feel like this is going to be very back and forth, of course, in the grand finals. Like these two teams, they've already they 2-1 earlier in the tournament. Like this is not going to be a shutout where it's a 3-0. It feels like it's meant to be a lot harder. I think Spirit are going to have to put up a better fight. The drafts aren't going to be as easy. I do feel like Yandex dropped the ball quite heavily in the drafts today, unfortunately not putting up the fight. So yeah, it's just only going to get harder for Spirit now.
Yeah, Team Vision will be the ultimate boss for Team Spirit, or the other way around, because did you really win a TI without beating Team Spirit in the grand finals? I don't know about that, Ray. I think this is a very poetic end.
I think it is a very beautiful end. Like you said earlier, Team Spirit haven't lost a grand finals that they've played in yet. This could be the first time. I do think we will definitely get more than a 3-0 with how these games have been going. I think the crowd is so in love with Spirit and how Vision have been playing. I think the environment, the mood, the vibe is going to be way up to the ceiling. I genuinely don't think we could have asked for a better grand final right now.
Yeah, the student Satanic meets the master Yatoro.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hell of a show.
But also the two old-timers, right? The two legacy POS 5 players, Papi and Maposhka, transitioning to coaching. And now it's like, who is the better new coach on the block?
I was going to say for both, it's their first time in the coaching slot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of crazy to think that, when you have such a big career, it's quite easy to just, to take a little sidestep to coaching. But I just like how happy Maposhka looks on stage. He's like, when he leaves a draft, like, he knows, like, I've done my job. I don't have to play the game now. Yay. And then, of course, Papi, like, he's just there, just enjoying inventing some stuff. Like, hey, go try this. It doesn't work in game 2. Yeah, it's fine. We'll win game 3,
Me and my pawns will try this
exactly. It's such a different style of coaching between the two of them, but the drafting is going to be just on another level.
It will be on another level. You mentioned there's 3-time hopefuls in our grand finals here today as well, which is, I think, crazy. You know what makes it crazier? Yatoro and Collapse. Yatoro, for example, Winter. Now, don't worry. You're not old, but Yatoro is 23, and he's playing for his 3rd ring.
You're making me feel old. I mean, it's amazing. He is one of the best offlaners of our time, and he is so good. The flexibility he has.
The carry.
Okay, the carry. Yeah, I mean, Yatoro is, I think the same can be said for Yatoro and Collapse. They're both very flexible in how they can play for a team. They can be greedy, they can be a team player, they can be the sacrificial lamb. I think this is what makes it so easy, we're talking about the draft. Why is it easy to draft, for these teams? Because your players are flexible. Because sometimes you can say, their draft sucks, their draft is not so good. But you can only work with what you have. But if what you have is everything, then it's easy to draft.
I mean, they're actually doing a great service to Dota.
Do they?
Yeah, because if they are to win, right, and they have 3 Aegises, imagine being a new player. It's like, I got to win 4 TIs now. You know, you can't just stop after one. Like when you think about the new kids on the block, like here, of course, in the grand finals, right? Spirit, they are fighting for 3-time and 2-time. Saxo not anymore because he's just been eliminated. All of Vision are fighting for their first Aegis. But just think about it. If Vision are to win this TI finals, they've got to go play another one and another one. So it's like, we have so many more TIs ahead of us to get so many more Aegises and rings.
You gotta have your whole hand covered.
Yeah,
surely.
minimum. As many tier 1 events as not me.
No, it is going to be an epic grand finals. Best of 5 is always different, and especially for coaches, especially for new coaches. And yes, I know they've drafted and they've been in best of 5s many times before. It's still a different beast that you don't get to practice that often, especially not on the main stage of the international. And it will be a spectacle, absolutely. And I think I want to also, I mean, we highlight a lot on T-Spirit because we did just see them win, and they do have that momentum. But I want to focus a little bit on Vision here too, Rhea, because we got in the mid lane no one. If we're talking about young players that have many rings, we got to talk about the old timers that don't have any and are still here as a core role fighting in that mid lane.
Yeah, it feels offensive to call him old when we
That's
are
true.
all older than him. We're decrepit.
He is 28.
He's 28. Oh my god. But yes, no one is has been around for a very long time. I think us old timers know him best from his stint on Virtus Pro. I mean, this guy was so damn dominant. If you haven't seen him, like, he went from being like the best player in the world to just a complete drop off of, like, you know, he's taking a break. He's no longer competing for a bit, and then he starts this ascent again to becoming once more top of the world. It's unbelievable to go from such a height to nothing and then back to the height again. I don't think anyone else has achieved that level in Dota ever. Yeah. It's crazy. If he gets this TI, I think it is the perfect crowning achievement of what he has accomplished here.
I mean, what's even more impressive is he did it on the mid lane.
Yeah.
Usually the mid laners, they just get younger. They don't get older, they get younger.
I mean, but also for Vision as well, so you have no one who is just incredible for the Dota community in what he's done for mid lane, but then like you have like 9class, who, you know, a year ago or 2 years ago, he was a completely different style of POS 4. He had to reinvent himself, he had to kind of reshape his play style, so it's like a newer kid on the block, and then you have Satanic as well. Like, I don't know, the whole idea of this team succeeding, it's like you got Satanic who's going to potentially beat out your Toro and get his Aegis, where when he was unfortunately kind of crumbling under the pressure of the previous TIs, like, it didn't really work his way. Like, Vision has so many different storylines that also are so beautiful if they are to succeed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories going into this best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for all your thoughts on the lower bracket finals that we have completed. Team Spirit, they are the ones that will go up against Team Vision. Now, they do get a bit of a break. Don't worry, we're not going to make them play straight away, even though, you know, from the way they were playing, they probably could have done it. You know, they only played 2 games, and it was pretty convincing. But they need some time to prepare against Team Vision, who's been waiting in the wings, watching the series unfold. And I'm sure that they have their own plans as well. But they can rest a little bit longer. Because before we get to the grand finals, we're going to have a spectacle of our own on the stage. We are going to have the cosplay competition coming your way. We're going to have judges involved, of course. But the main person you're going to see right now, let's head over to Dove.
欢迎回到2026 Dota 2国际邀请赛的现场。Welcome back to the International 2026。接下来，我们要把舞台交给一群把 Dota 世界带入到现实生活当中的人。Up next, we're turning the stage over to the people who bring the world of Dota into life。接下来我们将要进行的是 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛，他们是由赛睿和完美世界电竞主办的 TI 2026 Cosplay Competition presented by Steel Series and Perfect World Esports。站在我身边的是我们本次大赛的评委们，让他们来跟大家介绍一下自己吧。Standing next to me are our judges. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Reeps.
Reeps, what did you do?
I've been making Dota cosplays for 11 years now. I'm currently holding the title of Best in Show of the International, which I won last year in Hamburg. But I'm ready to pass it on.
在我身边第一位评委是 Reeps， 他有11年的 cosplay 经验，并且他夺得了去年 TI 14的最佳大奖。有请我们第2位评委。
大家好，我是林景，
我是奇想天外的艺术总监，也是一名戏剧导演、配音导演、配音演员。同时呢，我也是 China Joy 超级联赛总决赛以及 WCS 中国总决赛的多届的评委。很高兴来到这里，谢谢。
Wow, Lin Jing, he is a voice director, voice actor. He's also China Joy Cosplay Grand Final Judge, World Cosplay Summit China Final. Welcome our next judge.
大家好，我是瑞，就是瑞。我是一名做了5年 DOTA 新手教学的视频创作者，立志于让没有接触过 DOTA 的玩家感受到 DOTA 的魅力。
Ray, he is 5 years Dota 2 content creator. He made a lot of videos for people who just new to Dota world. 现场的观众非常的热情啊！那各位玩家们，你们准备好见证英雄降临了吗 ？Are you ready to see your favorite heroes come to life? 好的，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 TI 2026 Cosplay 大赛正式开始。接下来，让我们来看一下我们的第一个作品。Let's go to the number 1。哇，第一个作品呢就非常的精美了。那它是小松鼠，让我们来有请我们的评委来为我们介绍一下这个作品吧。
Yasenka 的这套 cosplay 呢，还原了小松鼠独特的造型。它的十字弩通过3D 打印、组装、加工以及手工上色，还原了游戏中的武器。而且身后的3条巨大的仿毛尾巴中，使用了内部支撑结构，让尾巴呢能够保持自然的形状与蓬松感。
The first coser is Yasenka bringing us Hoodwink Shadow Leaf Insurgent. Let Lin Jing introduce this work, and he just did. Do you like this one? 现场观众朋友们，你们喜欢这个作品吗？好的，那接下来我们来看一下我们的第2个作品。Let's move to the next cosplayer. 哦，这是一个什么英雄呢 ？Who is this? Please, Ray.
这个是我们的剑圣，这套造型主要使用了3D 打印加上 EVA 泡沫板进行雕刻拼接，最后组装并行竞图了喷涂上色。
接下来我们看到的这一位 coser 是小狗帽子，他为我们带来的作品是主宰，那也是大家熟悉的剑圣啊。他的这套作品呢是由3D 打印完成的，刚刚我们都已经听到了，可以说是非常非常的用心了。This modeling is completed by 3D printing combined with EVA form, board for curving and splicing. All right, let's move to the next one. 让我们来看一下3号作品。哦，现场的观众有认出这是谁吗 ？Can you tell who is this?
Here we have Nika Lockhart as Dawnbreaker. This outfit took a whole year to make. She built 28 lights into it, which requires 20 meters of wires that are all hidden underneath the armor. This costume posed a lot of challenges, and Nika overcame them excellently.
这套令人惊叹的服装花费了整整1年的时间，并且搭载了28处灯光，更有20米的电线，巧妙地隐藏在铠甲之下。它就是我们的破晓星辰，星辰使者。接下来，让我们来看一下我们下一位作品。Let's move to the next one.
那家海喵给我们带来的这个作品也是非常精致啊！它这套作品呢，均为手工制作及上色。帽子下的猫咪呢，是由建模打印贴毛制作而成。配饰上的磁吸猫眼用指甲油巧妙地做出了光泽，而翅膀也加入了机械结构，能够灵活扇动。
Can we see more movements from you? 我们可以看到我们这一位咸影芳龄的一些其他的动作展示吗？谢谢。All right, what we see right now is Willow, Dark Willow. This work is handmade. The cat under the hat part is made of 3D printing. The wings are added with mechanical structure to allow flexible flapping. 非常的可爱。This is so cute. Let's move to the next one. 有请 Ray。
好的，现在我们看到的是来自于 Maki 的死灵法师套装。这套作品拥有超过1000片蛇灵。于 Maki 将细节做到了极致，从材料选择、塑形、纹理制作到做旧、渐变、高光效果，甚至是 LED 灯光，力求将游戏中的角色完美还原到现实之中。而选择这个角色也有特别的意义。于 Maki 希望通过他独特的白蛇主题和服装设计，展现 TI 2026东道主的中国特色。
Wow, this is NEC. Wow, I can tell immediately. It's so classic. This work includes over 1,000 real snake scales. The causer Yumaki, he tried to make it have more theme of Chinese, so we can see the white snake underneath. 好的，感谢这一位 coser， 让我们移步到下一位。Let's go to the next one.
Here we have Shimbalus as Omni Knight. He completed this whole work in just 45 days. I don't know how. And the surface details of the armors, you see all the faces and figures, are all sculpted by his own hands.
接下来我们看到的这一套是全能骑士哦，这套套装我好像没有怎么见过，真的很漂亮哎，特别是他手中的这个锤子，是不是？那么这个全能骑士呢，他仅仅使用了45天，就独自完成了整套的 cosplay， 展现出了过人的创意与创作能力。Maybe can he swing the hammer? Can you do more movements for us? 可不可以对着我们的镜头展示一下？ Well, I like it. 谢谢谢谢。让我们接下来视线移动到下一位 coser. Let's move to the next cosplayer.
这是威人为我们带来的拉比克。那这套作品其实非常繁复，它融合了3D 打印、布料制作以及 EVA 泡沫雕刻，并且加入了 LED 灯光、烟雾效果，还有旋转机械装置等机关。所有的这些细节完美结合，展现出了这个版本拉比克独特的奇幻、魔法与俏皮气质。
This is real big for sure. Look at the steps. 这一个呢，就是我们刚刚看到的拉比克套装了。This cosplay has 3D printing, EVA form carving, and LED lights, smoke effects. Ooh, oh, I can see it. 现场的观众朋友们，你们能看到它的武器上面的烟雾特效吗？非常的精美啊！ All right, let's move to the next cosplayer.
现在我们看到的是来自 Goldie Moon 的军团指挥官。作为一名艺术家 ，Goldie Moon 运用了多种制作技艺，包括了雕塑，将这套令人惊叹的服装呈现出来。整套作品历时6个月完成，充分展现了精湛的艺术与制作工艺。
This is Legion Commander. The entire set of works took about 6 months to complete. Fully showcasing everything and his idea, the production techniques. 哇，这个军团指挥官感觉也非常的漂亮啊！现场的观众有没有喜欢玩军团指挥官的？我知道这个英雄现在不是版本热门，但是它还是非常的漂亮的。Let's move to the next cosplayer.
And here we have Naga Siren by Grafomanka. She places great emphasis on hand coloring, on painting, on texturing her materials, including imitating forged metal textures and delicate color gradients. She has a strong preference for traditional handmade methods, so every component of this outfit is handmade and assembled by her.
娜迦海妖深渊少尉套装 I like how she moves. You can tell this is exactly how the hero moves, right? 我们可以看到她动起来，感觉就像是现实生活当中我们真的看到了娜迦海妖一样。 这套服装呢非常注重手工上色的细节，包括它所有的金属质感以及细腻的色彩渐变。它非常偏爱传统的手工制作方式，所以整套服装的每一个部件都是由他亲手制作并组装完成的。Amazing work. Let's move to the next one.
我们的第10位 coser 是阿布多瑞乃盖。她是一位10年 Dota 2女玩家，这是她自制的第10套 Dota 2 cosplay 作品。这套作品的制作时间超过了500小时，总重量15千克，使用了15.8米的 LED 灯带。从图纸制作到硬件开发，全部由她自己完成。
What? Sven, she is a 10-year Dota 2 female player, and this is her 10th self-made Dota 2 cosplay work. The total weight is 15 kilogram and use 15.8 meters of LED light strips. 15 kilogram. All right, that's our last works. 这样我们就全部欣赏了我们10位参赛作品了。接下来就是我们揭晓奖项的时刻了。不知道在座的观众朋友们，你们的选择是哪些呢 ？All right, that's all the 10 cosplayers we've already seen. Which one is your favorite? Let's go. The first one. 那么第一个我们将要揭晓的是评委推荐奖。有请 Ray。
获得评委推荐奖的作品是阿布多瑞乃盖的《斯温刚刃之治》。
Ray Rival the Judges' Choice Award， 恭喜阿布多瑞乃盖 Sven。
该选手高度还原了斯温的刚刃之治，将发光假发、巨型武器与全身灯光系统融为一体，展现出极强的视觉表现力。从建模、打版、制作到硬件开发，全部独立完成，体现了选手卓越的综合制作能力与创新能力。
The reason they gave this award to her because the content has recreated Sven, everything detailed, combining a glowing wig, oversized weapon, and full lighting system to create a highly striking visual impact. Congratulations! 接下来我们来揭晓第2个奖项。哇，现场的观众朋友们，难道你们不喜欢这套斯文套装吗？那么接下来这套是不是你的选择呢？下一个奖项表彰的是一位能够在穿上 cosplay 后彻底化身为角色本身，让人忘记服装背后的真人选手。有请 Reeps 为我们揭晓 The Biggest Transformation Award。
The biggest transformation award of TI 2026 goes to Grafomanka's Naga Siren. Every single scale is cut and painted with precision. The skillful construction of Naga's signature tail. I wish we could see it. Maybe, can we get some turn in there? Or you'll have to wait for pictures. The headpiece is impressive as well. The beautifully executed makeup, all that convinced the judges that Grafomanka deserves the award for the biggest transformation.
它的每一片鳞片都经过了精准的裁剪与上色，那家标志性的尾巴与鱼鳞的制作技巧，再搭配令人印象深刻的头饰和精致的妆容，最终让评委们一致认为它就是当之无愧获得了最佳复刻奖。Yeah, I wish we can see more details about it. It looks so amazing.
It's not easy to move with a tail like this, and I think she had to leave her device that she has for it upstairs in the room, so we'll have to wait for the photos later. But I tell you, it's amazing.
那么我刚刚问他说，我希望我能够看到更多的细节呀。他说，因为穿着这一套装备实在是很难动起来，所以呢，在后面我们会补上更多的图片，请大家关注一下喽。那接下来我们要揭晓的奖项是最佳技术奖，这个奖项是颁给在还原度、制作工艺和创意方面得分突出的选手。有请林景老师。Next award is the Best Technique Award.
获得本届最佳技术奖的是 Gordy Moon 军团指挥官复仇魔刃。
Goldie Moon, the Legion Commander.
那 Goldie Moon 的军腿指挥官呢，整体的形象十分还原，比例准确，而且内部结构考究，布料选择也很细心，铠甲的纹理制作也很精致，而且呢，在上色涂装的过程当中呢，不光考虑到了准确，更是加入了对角色的深刻理解，所以最佳技术奖当之无愧。
Careful fabric choices and finely detailed armor texture highlight the work. The painting process balance strict accuracy with profound insight into the character. Congratulations! 那么我们已经揭晓了3个奖项，我相信大家都在期待这一刻，那就是我们 TI 2026的年度最佳作品奖。全场只有1个，将会颁给得分最高的选手。We've seen the impressive winners in 3 categories, but there can only be one Best in Show. This award goes to the cosplayer with the highest overall score. Please, Reeves.
The Best in Show of the TI 2026 cosplay competition presented by SteelSeries and Perfect World goes to Shimbalus with Omni Knight.
Congratulations, Shimbalus!
This cosplay unites handcrafted details, impressive construction, and fun electronics. Shin has shown high skill in the application of a wide range of techniques, and he is indeed the best in show of TI 15.
这套 cosplay 将精湛的手工细节、出色的结构制作与趣味十足的电子机关完美的结合 ，Shimbalus 展现运用了多种制作技艺的高超能力，成为了 TI 2026年度最佳作品的不二之选。Yes, we feel you. 好的，再一次恭喜所有的获奖选手，也感谢每一位 cosplayer 为我们带来的精彩作品。Congratulations once again to all of our winners, and huge thank you to every cosplayer. 有人用一针一线让 DOTA 的英雄走进现实，而接下来还有另外一群创作者用镜头和故事把他们心中的 DOTA 搬上荧幕。We've just seen DOTA brought into life through incredible costumes and craftsmanship. Now it's time to see Dota brought to life in a different way through cameras, stories, and imagination of filmmakers. 接下来舞台交给你 ，Take it over, Slacks.
Thank you. For 15 years, the Dota 2 International has acted as a showcase of the finest teams and players from around the world. But that isn't it. No, TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive, and love for this game. Now, for the last 10 years, the Dota 2 short film contest has been another way for fans to celebrate the community and show their love for Dota right here on the main stage. So many talented people have come together to participate in this contest over the last decade. And we thought it might be a little fun to talk to some of the finalists and get a backstage look at what it takes to make it here to the International.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Sai.
My name is Nicholas Kundashizel.
My name is Mario.
Mi nombre es Pamela y soy más conocida como Maidot.
Hello, my name is Kevin Siri.
Hi, I'm Dopa2.
My name is Shaylin Ham.
Меня зовут Mikhail Pahomov.
And I'm Sam Siri.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm known online as Lozenger, and in 2015 I won the very first short film contest with an entry called The Calling.
I submitted the award in 2017.
I won the short film contest with At Any Cost in 2024.
participé en el 2022 con el corto de Just Hold On Here and I Wake Me.
I submitted in the 2022 short film competition.
My video was called Low Purity Story, and it was about my dog playing Dota.
В прошлом году выиграл первое место, занял с работой кино.
I first submitted the Night Stalker and Punch video.
Fresh meat. Not yet.
And we made Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure in 2016.
Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure.
I've always had an interest in animation.
I was always kind of this creative kid. I love drawing, I love painting, I love playing the music.
I love like making something that people have fun with. Like I love making something that makes people happy.
As a form of storytelling, I think it could be something that's very powerful.
And when you express it artistically, whether that's animation or drawing or music, someone else is going to be touched and someone else is going to relate. And when they tell you they feel the same way, it's going to be this magical moment for you.
When I got to know about the short film contests, I just had to jump in.
Как только появился конкурс короткометражек от Valve, я ушел.
The first time that I saw the short film contest was in 2016, and seeing like the amazing quality videos that they were putting out there made me really inspired, and I felt like, okay, I gotta try next year.
When I found out about the Dota 2 short film contest, I'm like, this is it. This is my chance.
This was honestly my first kind of animation for a project.
I submitted many times. I remember my first submission sucked.
I don't care if this sucks. Ever since I heard Timbersaw's voice, I just had this intense need to animate him. I just want to show the world what I see when I hear his voice.
It's great to be back. Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I had no experience whatsoever in animation, especially in Source Filmmaker, but I tried my best to learn it as much as I could, so every single year I was trying to improve.
El proceso sí fue duro. Fue bastante duro.
Because it's all in your head and you know what you want to put out, but like not everyone will understand what you're trying to tell. And like the hardest thing to get better at was definitely directing and like finding a way to tell a story in 1.5 minutes.
Just like anything else, you need like a plan, a draft, a sketch. So you have to like really think about what's gonna be my story. Am I gonna make it comedy or drama or action?
From makeup to wardrobe to the director, the producers, or if you need a PA or if you need production designers, set dressers. And for me, even though you're so exhausted, I have that feeling of just knowing that this is exactly what I would want to do. I wouldn't rather do anything else.
I'm the voice of the song.
A rock and a ball, best friends forever.
It was super simple and elementary, but it was cool to be like, oh, I wrote that. Tiny and I would say, brought us closer together.
We got married 2 years later after the video.
And I love you.
I created several short films for the short film contest, which for me was one of the biggest moments, I think, in my entire creative career, where for the first time something that I made was put on a big screen and millions of people watched it at one point in time.
Seeing your video inside the game client later and all your friends are watching and people are adding you to their friend lists, people I don't know. It was just fun.
When they chose me as a finalist, I was like, ah! Oh my God, I just could not believe it.
Hearing my name, like hearing like the title of the video was really something that I'll never forget, really. I was just like jumping and screaming. I was super, super happy, super, super excited.
I remember watching a lot of reaction videos from people who were watching the award for the first time and just really laughing at it. And that just brought me a lot of joy, you know? That was a beautiful moment for me.
It kind of made my family proud of me. I live in a small village in a rural area. I said to a couple of guys, and the thing spread throughout the community. And people now know that I have a YouTube channel. I got kind of famous in my community.
I was on my bed still, like I was watching my bed, and then I heard you saying that And then I was like so fucking happy. I started like banging my bed with my hand.
That was an incredibly validating moment for me as a creator. And to that, I do credit a lot of my background with the short film contest.
The short film contest, all the years that I've submitted, they've changed my life in so many different ways.
Эти конкурсы кардинально изменили мою жизнь, и стало понятно, в какую сторону будет двигаться моя карьера дальше. Сразу после первого моего участия в конкурсе короткометражек я смог найти работу в геймдев-студии.
After short film, I was blessed to work with as many tournament organizers as there is in the Dota scene, so I had a chance to work with PGL, ESL, Blast. For PGL, for instance, I worked on those animations that you guys see, like the draft animations where the hero will pop up during the draft phase. And definitely like the craziest thing that I've ever worked on was this year's TI, so the embroidery theme, the opening ceremony that you guys seen.
Now I've been working with animations for like 10 years, which is something I never imagined I would do.
After the film contest, I've gone on to continue my career in character design, and previously I've worked on The Wild Robot as a story artist and a character designer. And currently, DreamWorks feature animation. A new movie I have been working on is coming out called The Forgotten Island. And I was a character designer and story artist on that as well.
My advice for someone starting out in the creative space for something like Dota 2, just do it.
Please, please, please get over your anxiety of making something that sucks, because you can rest assured that the next thing that you're going to make is going to be even better. So my best advice is just make something. Make something, make it as best as you can, put it out in the world, and then make your next thing, because the next thing is going to be better.
And trust me, 3 years after that very first video, you're gonna be happy you hit that button.
Working in animation is just being surrounded by a community of nerds like me.
Dota is this wonderful heritage for us because it's come from a very bottom-up place. It's very grassroots. It's been built by the effort of the community and the love of the community. And that includes not just the game, but the community around it that's making the art.
So all I have to say is thank you.
Thank you so much to the community for inspiring me and so many others over this last 10 years.
Thank you for your support. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the players. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the creators. You guys mean the world to everybody else involved.
Thank you very much for supporting the game and for supporting our work.
Congratulations.
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 Congrats.
Congratulations.
Поздравляю, Zizi.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on 10 years of the short film contest.
Thank you so much. Now, besides just introducing you to some of the real people behind the winning films, we wanted to celebrate the first 10 years of the Dota 2 short film contest with a little something different for its 10-year anniversary. We asked all of the finalists to come together and craft something special for you. We wanted to make something for the game that we all love and touch upon some of the most memorable moments from the International over its last 15 years that we all share. Hope you guys enjoy.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure.
I'm the best. Did you see that?
No.
It was the play from TI2. I was all, black hole.
Okay.
It's like the most famous play ever.
Okay.
Speaking of famous plays, TI3 had a pretty good one.
Okay.
Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
best friends forever.
Gets blown up!
I can't take this game seriously.
All right. Focus, my son. Focus. Everyone called me crazy when I said hamsters could learn Dota. But who's laughing now? You have learned all you can about being a rat. Just pick nature's prophet and... No! Not again! Please!
Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Engaging! Open fire!
Oh, my God!
Mega Creeps inbound. EG with their last chance. Can they hold? Here we go. Ice going in. Shatter Beam moved the Dagon. It's not doing much, but the other Dagons are triple Dagons. Timbersaw, he's dead. They might be able to do this. Divine Rapier on Void. He's going in. EG with the impossible comeback.
What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
Years of the short film contest, 15 different internationals, one yet still to claim who will be the champion for it. And it is this one in Shanghai right now. We're looking at our grand finals. Only 2 teams stand the test of time and have the chance to be able to get up there and lift the Aegis. And how far we've all come since the first international. You yourself, Insane, you're having a cameo in the short film celebration there, and how far you've come as a player too.
Yeah, I mean, it brings back memories of the last time I was in Shanghai for TI9 and, you know, the unfortunate moment with the gyrocopter. But, I mean, it's honestly an amazing tournament, and even that moment was life-changing in many ways. I got to see my teammates and how they truly feel in a moment where you need them more than anything. So, like, for me, that moment reminds me of very good things, very good memories.
And someone that we need more than ever. Effie, you've been to so many TI finals as a panelist. How does it feel to be seeing one in Shanghai now?
It's just so special. There are no words. Just from the Dota today to the cosplay contest to watching that short film, everything is so beautiful. It's the perfect celebration of this game and this community.
And Quinn, yourself, you've played in many a TI finals too, to be exact.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly special occasion. It means so much to me and to so many people. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why I love things like that piece so much, that we get to see the history of not just the players, but the people that make the game so special. When I see the Dota 2 reporter, my eyes light up. I'm watching it with my brother. I remember even when he didn't play Dota, watching it and enjoying it. So stuff like that I find so special, and I just love to be a part of this community and this celebration.
I mean, today is by far one of the most emotional days that exists in the season of Dota. It's our final day of TI, and we're on to our last best of 5 here, our last series that we're going to get. Looking at the grand final now, and it's so hard to pick who is going to come out on top. Vision have looked by far one of the best teams. They haven't dropped a single series in that TI 15 run, whilst they've been pushed to the limits. On the other hand, you have a Spirit who thrive with their backs against the walls, who have loved to do this lower bracket run in a way.
I mean, coming into this, Vision were the team to beat. They were the team everyone was watching, everyone was studying, everyone was afraid of. And as the tournament progressed, that very much was the case. They completely bulldozed through it. But on the other hand, you have the TI team in Team Spirit. It doesn't matter how they do throughout the year. If they show up at TI, they're absolutely going to show up as the anime protagonists. They're here to cook.
And Spirit, I feel like, is a different beast when you play them. Like, we saw them match up earlier in the tournament, and that was an upper bracket round 2. I think at this point, they've had so many series to figure out their draft. they've had so many series to iron out the kinks in their gameplay and just get everything on the same page. And you can tell by the fact that almost all their last series in the tournament are 2-0s.
It's actually crazy to look at Spirit's matchups here. One, they've played significantly more best of threes, but the only two teams in which they've lost these best of threes to is Vision and Enigma Galaxy, and they lost twice to Vision in that group stage to be the first 4-0, our only 4-0 team, and of course that upper bracket best of three that they had just a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, the first one 2-0, the second one 2-1, and third, we'll have to wait and see, but I think that illustrates the arcs of these teams. Vision came in at the top, and they've stayed at the top. No one has been able to touch them, evidenced by their record, but Spirit, they started down here, and they're arcing up towards Spirit, hurtling at them like a speeding bullet that we know the terrifying Yatoro player is. And now it's the collision, right? It's the team that's been on top versus the team that's charging towards them, and what happens when they meet.
I'm more curious than ever. Of course, the Dota is what we want to celebrate and have fun with as well, but also what form of Yatoro are we going to see? And I don't mean what hero is he going to show up with, what playstyle he's going to have. Is the man going to come out with a shaved head? Are we going to see the run back of a Bull Toro in another TI Grand Final?
I hope so. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who on stage and witnessed the horror firsthand, seeing my dreams crumble in front of me, it's just so iconic, such an epic moment in Dota history. And he is, I don't know, for the last 6 years or so has been like the iconic player. And so the fact that we're even questioning what his hairstyle is going to be for the grand finals is, I don't know, a testament to how legendary he is.
And just for context for those who may be tuning into this TI as their first ever TI, Yatoro, every time that he has won the international, he has shown up on the finals day with a shaved head and has just completely unleashed himself upon his enemies as the best carry in TI.
I believe the quote goes something like, at TI10, he sacrificed his hair to the Dota gods in order to win that final against LGD. So then he did it again in Seattle. So, I mean, if he's not bald, I will be very sad.
I think we could all agree with that one. Then I wonder on the flip side, you know, does that play into Vision's mentality at all? Because for every single member of that 5-stack, they have not lifted in ages. For many of them, actually, they've never made it to a TI Grand Final. I think about last year for Vision, how close they were. They were having this extremely dominant Game 3 in the lower bracket final, and the lead slips away from them slowly but surely. They sink in the reality that we don't have control of this game, and unfortunately that's where their previous TI run ended, top 3. Now it's secured at least top 2, but they won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, and I think it's something you dream about for so long, so that when it finally becomes tangible, it becomes in your grasp. Even the idea of being in a grand finals is so distant. There's so many series, there's so many steps along the way that you can't really focus on that. And so then when you're suddenly there, because you've been focusing on the moment, you've been focusing on the journey, wow, now it's very real, and it's quite an overwhelming feeling to go through. And so I hope for them that they're able to steel themselves and actually focus on the gameplay and not let the sort of the grandeur of the moment overwhelm them.
Looking at all the TI appearances of the roster as well, we've included the coach because Puppy has a little bit of a fantasy or fairy tale for himself. Everyone talked about how he got that 4th place. He got that 3rd place at the next TI. He got 2nd place all the way back at Singapore in TI 11. And we go, okay, this is it. The next TI is Puppy's. But there was the caveat. Maybe it was the next TI Puppy attended was going to be his 1st place.
I mean, yeah, that's the script, and that's what it's saying for them, right? Puppy is supposed to win this TI. That's like, if the script does exist, and many Dota tournaments has made it seem like there is a script, then it should be Puppy's.
Yeah, Puppy, it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of the greatest players to ever touch Dota. He's been so consistent throughout his career. He's had so many definitive ideas as a captain. And at this stage in Dota, it feels like such a natural transition for him to come into the international as a coach. And we've already seen the results of him as a coach on Team Vision. He came in, he whipped them into shape. He took 5 of the best players in the world and turned them into the best team in the world. And it just feels like no matter what Puppy can do, he will always have a place in Dota. And look at this, the longevity of his career is ridiculous. On the other hand, you have Miposhka Quinn, who is no slouch himself.
Yeah, it's two titans, really. I think the parallel of Puppy coming in, whipping him into shape, I think Miposhka is the same thing. He was not on this team for a solid chunk of time, and they did not look like themselves. They were in shambles for a big period of that. And then Miposhka joins, and you slowly see them ramp up to the form that they're in now. I think he is such an integral and core part of this team's identity and history. And honestly, I think they would not be even close to the same without him.
He's definitely like made them look more like they used to. And I think we had Laurel say it, and it's so true that they are now able to play fast and slow. And this has been one of the things that's the scariest to go up against, because it's quite easy when you're only facing up against one playstyle to try to match. And it's the same thing that Vision brought up, right? When they talked about Yandex, is that Yandex are the kings of split pushing. But we can split push and team fight. And when you have multiple avenues that you can go down, it just makes the team so much scarier. And that's where I feel like both these coaches have added to their teams.
Yeah, to me, Miposhka in a lot of ways is team spirit. It felt like his team when they won both of those Aegises. And yes, he had a star-studded roster, especially in Yatoro and Collapse being some of the greatest players ever. But he was the player who brought that energy of resilience, that heart, that ability to overcome difficult situations. And if you ever watched the way that he interacted with his team and the way that he guided them, he was the one lifting their spirits. He was the one enabling them to play the late-game comeback Dota. And we saw that in all the moments Spirit had roster changes. They brought in new players. They had to train them. They all had that team spirit energy because of Miposhka. So when he did leave this roster, it did feel like a massive loss. And now that he's back as a coach, they're in the TI Grand Finals.
Slowly we're seeing his voice show up in game, even though he's not there for them. And that has been such a pivotal point for Spirit here. And I just love the fact that we're seeing them be Spirit of old, because we missed out on them on the main stage 2 TIs in a row. They make it to a main stage, they drop to a lower bracket, and they are completely unfazed, Quinn. They go, okay, and?
Yeah, I think having someone like that for both teams in your corner, that we've seen them come back from games that they drop very unconvincing losses. They lose a game in pretty, I don't know, drastic fashion. And a lot of teams would crumble from there. Your mindset drops, your gameplay drops, and you lose the series.
Nice.
But they walk off stage, and they've got someone who says, hey, it's okay. These are our ideas. And you trust them. You really believe. They're not just saying it to say it. They're saying it because it's true. And you believe that. They have the presence and the stature to make you buy into that. And I think that's what's so special about these players and why this will be such an amazing series, is that it's not a team on either side that will crumble. They will hold strong and push until there's nothing left to give.
I think what adds context to how surprising it is that Spirit are here, because if you tune in for TI every year, you go, oh, this is an org, a roster, lineups, players that we're expecting to make deep runs. But this is the one year in which we have not seen Spirit win a single tier 1 event. Every other TI since that TI 10 run for themselves, and even including in that year, right, they were able to get an event win for themselves. This time around, 2 second places was the best that they were able to do in Senior. And so they really did, I think, slip to the wayside in people's minds about the potential threat of what they can all be together as a roster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, and on the other side, you have Vision that's been pretty, like, honestly, ever since they got the roster together, ever since Notice joined, arguably the most dominant team of the season. And I think everybody coming into TI knew what these guys are capable of. So in many ways, it is like David versus Goliath, but it's Spirit. So, like,
it's Goliath versus Goliath in TI terms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I think another really cool thing, and it ties back to what you said, like TI 10, I think, is an iconic tournament. It's when Spirit first came to be the greatest team in the world. And I know, like, Team Secret at that tournament coming in, they were like the favorites of that year. They had this super dominant online era, and they come to TI, they lose to Spirit in the end, in this like kind of crazy game with like, I think it's a Like and Tiny situation going on. Anyhow, I'm just rambling. But the reason I bring it up is because we talked to Sumail at some point, and I remember he mentioned that he thinks Vision is the most similar team to that Secret ever since Puppy's joined. So I think for Puppy, this is also like revenge for TI 10. And that TI 10 mattered more than any TI, I think, to most players that were there. So for him, I think this moment means everything.
I'm intrigued to see it play out this way, because Vision, again, you're talking about it, the most dominant team for this year. We have never seen the most dominant team or the favorite team throughout the year go on to win TI, to lift the Aegis. They've always fallen slightly short, whether it's a second, a third, not even making it through groups. So in your eyes, if Vision were to win TI today, would it be the first time in TI history that the favorites have won it?
That's a good point. I would say that they're an exception to this because they were not the most dominant team for the first half of the season. They were going through the growing pains of their roster changes. They had a stand-in situation. They had offlaner switches for a while. Puppy came in as a coach halfway through the season. It took a while to wrinkle out a lot of that growing pains. And towards the last 3 months, they've been the beast. So maybe they can break that curse by peaking at just the right time.
It's very reflective because both Spirit and Vision had to go through qualifiers. We always have our direct invites every year, and whilst most of those teams placed really well for themselves, we have two teams that had to fight through the qualifiers to be here, Quinn. Fight through qualifiers, group stage, upper bracket, lower bracket, you name it, they've done it between the 10 of them.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten about that, and it is such a crazy, and I think it's very accurate what Mira says about peaking at the right time, and I think this plays a lot into it. You've had a bunch of games. You weren't the greatest whenever, you know, the season was going on. That's why you weren't invited directly. You had to prove your merit in other ways, and so that you've had to grind. You go through these group stage matches, and you ramping and ramping and ramping. That's what you want. You don't want to peak too early, because that's why we see so many teams that are dominant early in the year fall flat later, because you can only be so good for so long. It's the nature of competition. It's so difficult to stay on top. People are gunning for you constantly, and so the fact that both teams have timed it perfectly, whether through luck or through, I don't know, some insane...
Alam niya yun kasi ganun sila nung gaming gladiators
I
eh.
did this and at that time and in this month.
Based on experience yung sinasabi ni Quinn eh.
We got it, boys.
Yeah, they've stolen the stars aligning from another team, and now they're here and they're in form.
I mean, peaking at the right time, honestly, it's a skill you learn as a team. It's something that we put a lot of effort into on Liquid, and I think especially Blitz was very adamant about, like, let's not burn ourselves out throughout the year. We need to kind of think about how we put effort into tournaments, because there's only so many events that you can actually like put in your 100% in, and for TI you definitely want that, and you don't want to come into TI feeling like a little bit burnt out. You don't have like that fire and that passion for the game that you would have otherwise.
I want to take a step back and look at the TI in which both of you two actually came up against each other in the grand finals, because Aiden, you came in through the upper bracket. You guys didn't lose a single game. Quinn, you came in through the lower bracket. And so starting with you, how does potentially, because you were mentioning burnout, how does fatigue of such a long day, even though it was a 2-0, a long day, play into this? Where is Spirit hoping to be able to pour energy from and ramp up and peak a second time for a finals?
Yeah, it's the hardest part of a lower bracket run, and it's not just this day alone, it's the prior days coming into it. They played 2 series yesterday, they played a stressful lower bracket run, and it's not also just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue of all of these are elimination series, and that weighs on you. There's a stress and a pressure there. If everything is on the line, and everything can only be on the line so many times before you break. And so doing that lower bracket run and getting to the grand finals, they've done it before, but it is an incredible feat, both physically and emotionally, completely unrelated to the Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that is really tough and maybe hard to like relate to unless you've been there is the fact that the day before the grand finals you're also playing a double series day, and they had the first series of the day into the last series of the day into today again the first series of the day, and then you get to play another series, and this drain over the course of 2 days is crazy tough.
Well, it's great for them then that they had so many quick 2-0s. It feels like the last 3 rounds for them have just been all right, we're tired. Let's make quick work of this and go home and sleep. Like, we even had Collapse say, at 5 hours of sleep, we're going to do this fast. And they did it really fast yesterday.
Hopefully he's gotten a little bit more sleep. But Aiden, is there anything that plays in your mind when you're coming in from the upper bracket? Because some people do talk about or allude to Spirit have now had 2 games to warm up for themselves. They're in the group of it a little bit more, and maybe they're ready that off the rip, they're going to be playing at a tempo that you haven't yet done because you haven't walked out on that stage on the side of Vision.
I think usually when you're in the upper bracket, you have this confidence of like, we haven't dropped a single game. You're coming into that series thinking like, we're going to absolutely smash the other team. And I think, I wouldn't say it really is a factor in that way. I don't think you really care that they're warmed up. You're thinking, if anything, like, we've beaten them twice this tournament already. We're going to beat them a 3rd time. It's no problem for us.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think from the lower bracket, there's a feeling of like proving yourself. Like, you can feel, I think, them looking down on you, right? Because they are standing on the podium and you're walking up the steps as they glare down at you. And so I think there's very much a feeling of like, we're going to prove you wrong. We'll show you. You think you're better than us? You think you deserve to be there and we don't? Then let's prove it in game.
Oh, that talking is going to happen when we see our grand finals there. But it's just so insane to think about that no one's mentality over this last year that we're aware of, we're not sure how long that this has been a shift for him, has been so much more about the journey. And ever since then, it feels like we've seen a resurgence of him. We've seen him back to the no one of old. Before, we saw him do a lot of region swapping and org changing. And now it is a no one that is consistent, is willing to play whatever role it is. And I'm so intrigued as to how much progress and how much effort has gone into this, and almost this satisfaction that he must have that because of it, he is now in a grand final for TI.
Absolutely. And the thing with the whole it's all about the journey is really interesting until you reach the end destination, right? Now it can't be all about the journey. It has to be about this moment. And I'm very curious to see how that affects him. Because if this has been the thing that he's been relying on, like just enjoy the road,
30
enjoy all
minutes
the
pa pala.
steps to get there. Now that you're
Tulog
here,
muna
can
tayo
you
eh.
stay in that mindset? Can you stay in that idea of like, there's always next year that this team is going to continue on. And even though this moment means so much to you, to not get stuck up on it and not think like, this is where we were meant to like end up, and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's so true, and it's so difficult. I remember the same feelings when you finally get there. It's very easy. It happened to me to get caught up into, wow, this is what I've always dreamed of, and then suddenly you start thinking about that, and you're not thinking about the gameplay, and that slips very quickly. And gameplay goes from 99% to 97%, and suddenly you're making mistakes and things crumble. So it's a slippery slope, and I hope that he's able to stay in the mindset that's gotten him all the way up to this point.
There's a lot playing into this, and we've mentioned the coaches, the impact that they've had on the rosters that they have been helping come to this grand finals. Now we've talked about no one's journey for himself, but more importantly, something that Vision really wanted for themselves was to see this rematch with Spirit. They wanted to have Spirit in the grand finals. When they secured their spot, that's something Dekal has said. And looking at Satanic, Yotaro, there's a lot of different accolades between them. There's a big age gap between them as well. But more importantly, there's a different sort of veteran when it comes to being out on a TI stage. And Satanic has been there once, and it wasn't the result he wanted. It was a top 3 finish, which is still fantastic last year, but that's still that element. Is it going to be different for him mentally stepping into a grand final?
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these younger players from the EEU region grew up watching Team Spirit. They watched the miraculous run that they had at TI10. They saw them lift the Aegis in that beautiful story, and Yotaro became the carry player to watch. Satanic has absolutely molded and shaped himself as a Dota player off of Yotaro. We called him Baby Yotaro for so long. And of course, he's come into his own and stepped into his own as a player, developed his own particular playstyle. But this was his idol for so long. So going up against him must mean the world to him. And is it a TI win if you don't beat your idol?
Guys, I'm getting a little giddy in my seat because I have just gotten word that if anyone out there is, dual screening right now, watching the broadcast as well as maybe scrolling on social media, Team Spirit, a little bit of a spoiler, have posted a photo.
Hala! Hala, nagpakalbo!
Now, we don't know whose hair this is that has been sacrificed to the
Patay.
Dota gods, is all I'm going to say. But there is an inkling as to which player would love to have given that up.
My
Patay ka,
goodness. I mean,
Radan!
you talk about King versus Prince. What better situation to try to take the throne than versus Baltoro?
Can you imagine if Satanic comes out shaved? I mean,
Fair
talks about
way
it.
it
He's
is.
the idol. Yeah.
Do you think? No.
You never know.
You never know.
Really?
You never know. I mean, this is. I fully agree with Mir's point, and I think it's so
Patay,
cool that it
nagpakalbo.
is like he is his idol, and you see that throughout his gameplay, his style, the heroes he plays, and they've gotten all the way to the grand finals, and it really is a dethroning moment. Like that is what it is. Yotaro is what everyone thinks of the pinnacles carries, and Satanic has risen and risen and risen to be in contention for that, and now the proof is in the pudding. Are you really better? Show me.
We're looking at the hero pool comparison. There's a lot of common overlapping heroes, but when it comes to unique heroes, we're not seeing as many come out from Satanic. But there's a caveat to that one in Satanic. Remember, they haven't played as many series, they haven't played as many games, but I also think that that is a lot of props to Poppy. He's not putting Satanic in a situation that you have to reach really deep into your hero pool and hopefully get the final pick, the last gotcha pick that comes out from our carry. It's a stable, all-rounded draft, and you can just excel in those heroes in which we're picking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down to the different draft styles of the two teams. We saw multiple times throughout this tournament where Spirit just end up in a position where they're last picking their carry against a team that's also last picking their carry. So the maximum amount of bans that can be on carries are being had. And I think Yotaro thrives in that position. That's what he wants to be in. He wants to abuse the fact that he has a big hero pool and make sure that neither carry is necessarily on their most comfort. But I think this is where Satanic can match him. He just hasn't needed to do it yet.
Yeah.
Looking towards our offlaners as well, because that has been the narrative around Vision. It felt like they were unsatisfied with their top 3 last year, and things just needed to change. They ended up bringing in Puppy as their new coach, but obviously Notice now joining them as their offlaner as well. And it was a departure of DM with a stand-in of SSS, and once Notice became that free agent from Yandex, they brought him over into Vision here, and we're looking at him. He is not necessarily a same player in the way that collapses, despite us seeing a similar hero pool up the top there. It is just so different in how they can engage for their team and what they can offer in terms of stability.
Yeah, for Noticed, I consider him very much the best all-rounder in all of Dota offlaners, in the sense that no matter what you give him, he will make it work. Do you need blink initiation? He can do that. Do you need scaling through your offlane? He will be able to do that. Do you need him to take a step back and sacrifice himself? He will do that, and he will make it work. Whereas for Collapse, he has, of course, naturally shifted his hero pool as the meta has shifted. But what he's the best at in the entire world, and has been, is clutching team fights. He's the best blink initiator in all of Dota. He's the best Aegis stealer in all of Dota. And he is the player that you rely on when things are going bad. He finds a way to turn impossible situations.
Yeah, he has this magic quality to him almost, that it just feels like if you have any player in the world at a clutch moment, you're picking him. I don't even care what role it is. If he's playing mid, you're still picking Collapse. He's just that, I don't know, he just has that special sauce. And I think Mira's point about Notice is also very true, that somehow in a comparison of offlaners, I don't think Collapse is the clear favorite. This versatility that Noticed has, I think, is something that's fallen by the wayside for a lot of Dota players. People are hyper-specialized in modern Dota. They play one way and they do it so well that they force you to beat it. And Notice says, screw that, I'll play all the styles at a good enough level that I can win TI. That is amazing.
It reminds me of XXS last year. I feel like he had a similar thing going where, like, whatever the team needs, whatever way I can enable our draft to work, I'm going to do that. And it's a player that you can't really, like, ban against. Like, what do you can't take him out of the game. You know, he's always going to have some sort of impact.
There's a lot of fun being had between these, all of us here, a lot of people in the arena as well. We can hear them cheering, having enjoyment of what's happening over on the Chinese broadcast too. But the arena has been filled out by everyone here in Shanghai. It has been such a phenomenal time. And Slacks, so thankfully, decided that he would give us all a preview of what you guys might be missing out if you're watching at home.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're gonna start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff. But I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say, this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I got to take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be. But we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back, celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing, gotta be this gigantic Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Well, congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it. But
Yeah,
yes, the
thank
secret
you.
shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this anti-mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were radiant towers behind anti-mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. I'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
There's always so much to do at TI just outside of watching the amazing Dota that these players are putting on for us. And this year's theme has just taken it to another level. Everything about it feels so symbolic, so meaningful, and so emotional. And to see it spread around, to get to go through those journeys, having a look at the jerseys and the rings of all of our TI winners of past, I think that's just so amazing to get to witness with your own eyes, because it's not every day that someone wins a ring, let alone that you get to see it as well.
Yeah, I think the theming of this TI and sort of the celebration, the decoration of the arena and the surrounding area has been really, really good. There's commemorative photos everywhere, and just these pictures of people lifting the Aegis, like so many moments captured. And I think it's really special to just be walking around and just see all those pieces of history. It's very nostalgic and very cool.
It's incredibly impactful. I mean, and you're saying back in Shanghai as well. This one's going to have like so many different memories for you too, surely.
I mean, for last Shanghai was like my first TI ever, so obviously it has like a special feeling in my heart. And this city is one of those places that I've always told like my girlfriend, like you have to come to Shanghai at some point. This is one of my favorite places in the entire world. It's where I essentially feel like my Dota journey started. So it holds a very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it's my first time in China, and it's such a cool thing to be here because in Dota's history, China has always been an integral part of it, from teams to Dota culture to the back and forth of, you know, the East versus West storylines we had for so long. And growing up being part of Dota and watching that, it's something that I've always wanted to do. It's always been a bucket list, so being here is so special.
It has been amazing, 2 weeks of it as well, that everyone's just been so privileged in a way to get to experience. But if you guys have been here at the arena every day, grinding out what has been some phenomenal Dota, then maybe you've missed out on just how beautiful Shanghai is.
We are here in Shanghai for TI-15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is the actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, they're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed. It does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here.
Yeah.
We're going to see
Don't tell Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger. Yeah. Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all. And we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad. Can I call you Dad?
No, you cannot call me Dad.
Okay.
No.
What about Father?
No, not Father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No.
Oh.
Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys.
They
What
are
have you got over there?
This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah, carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana, thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap, I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
And I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrion, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos4 supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped in. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face. That's the face you
Some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrion. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is. He is.
But
yes.
Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
Says here a big jug, Pyrion.
Big jug, big jug. Stop. Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my!
That's the
God,
biggest jug I've ever seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrion Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcana. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please
broken.
don't touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate. It's so intricate. It's so well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find. So let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right. Sounds like a good plan, Fred. Pyrion! Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. So that feels pretty good.
I mean,
it's pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their 3rd Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic, yeah.
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here. And yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic. And some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai. And it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the Grand Finals. Next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
A lot of effort and care and passion going into what we've been able to witness as Dota fans throughout the city of Shanghai, throughout our arena here as well. It feels like every time you think this is going to be the coolest thing, you get to see this TI, there is someone or something that proves you wrong and you get to experience something new again. But seeing a replica Aegis, we've got the real Aegis out there on stage now, and it's either going to be Spirit with a couple of newbies, a couple of old faces lifting that Aegis again. Not as many as Ted clearly has lifted, but getting there.
Yeah, it's a chance for the third, right? No one's ever won 3 TIs as a player, only AOI as a coach and player. So it's the potential for a very special occasion. I remember before anyone had won 2 TIs, it was like, who's going to be the first? And that's a big deal, cementing yourself in history as not just a TI winner, but a special kind of TI winner. It is, it's a goal even higher than normal TI winning.
And then on the side of Vision and Senior, it would be so many new players getting to lift it. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to the triple digits, and but we could potentially get that today.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit wins, it's entirely possible, right, to get the 3-peat. But for Vision, I think it's really special because Puppy won the first TI, and he hasn't won ever since then, right? He's been so close so many times, and it can finally happen today for him. I think for Satanic, it's about, closing in on Yotoro, trying to make that gap smaller, make sure that he can surpass his idol, really. And for No One, I think probably the most special person here today, so many times coming to TI as the favorites, so many times falling short, and now finally being in the grand final and having a shot at it.
That's so amazing to think about, though. Puppy won the first ever international, and now we've come full circle, and he's still competing all of these years later at TI 15 as a coach. Like, to me, this is one of the most incredible storylines of this entire TI, if not the most incredible one. I just can't believe that someone has been that consistent throughout Dota. Like, this is longevity like we've never seen before. I don't even know if he has comparison in any other esport.
Yeah, the legacy is crazy, especially considering how much Dota changes. Like, there's patches all the time, and the game shifts and morphs. It's not a static thing, it's an ever-changing thing. And so to have the commitment to something, to stay with it, even while it changes, is, I don't know, doubly impressive, I think.
I know that we've been talking about stepping things up. However time you think you've seen the coolest thing, there's one more thing to add. Well, our grand finals will no doubt be the top of it, but I've got something else to slot in just before it, and I know Devin Tsunami would love to walk us through it.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏秀的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like, this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. And it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just, in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and it's just blessing.
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole, I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中，这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线，它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
That is an absolute piece of art. It is so beautiful to get to see it, but knowing even more that the amount of time put into this one piece itself, you can't even fathom what it requires, but it's also 20 years of experience being put into what we got to witness, what we get to see, and what we get to use as a means to celebrate it. And I love the motifs. We're talking about it, resilience with good luck. And it reminds me really strongly of a quote that I love where it's, luck is when luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I feel like that is what is going to happen. The preparation happens before grand finals, and the opportunity is now presented for you, and it's going to feel incredibly lucky to stand out there in front of everyone here at Shanghai and lift that Aegis in 3 games, 4 or 5, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, and it's something that you always strive for, but you don't have complete control, right? Dota is a team game. There are a lot of moving parts. There are patches. There are all these things that can change your odds of actually winning, and so you do your job. You do as much as you can, your individual work, either helping your teammates or just your gameplay. But at the end of the day, everyone has to show up and play their part in winning the tournament. I think that's why, part of why it's so difficult on a mental and sort of, I don't know, just preparation level, is that you are just a small part of that. You don't have complete control, and humans love control.
And I mean, I think every single TI winner would account their win to some degree of luck, whether it's luck with a patch or luck with like everything clicked at the right time, or luck with like us peaking and the other team maybe not peaking. Like there is always an element of luck involved in winning TI, and it's cool to see. You know, you just have to have it. If you don't, you're not going to win.
We were alluding to no one's perseverance, his resilience as well. I mean, how poetic would it feel for this to be the one that he finally lifts the Aegis with? For him, we mentioned it, so many times he's come in on the favorite team. So many times favorite teams in general have come in and fallen just that little bit shy. Last year was one of those ones for them, and look how close they were. It was a top 3 finish. They were literally 1 game away from making it to a grand finals, and it ended there. This time around, going through the upper bracket, you don't have that pressure, but you still have to face the reality of a grand final, of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, especially the TI 2017s and 2018s, these are the ones that no one must really feel more than anything, because if we look at his history as a player, he was known as the most scary mid laner in the world in that duration of time. When he was VP No One, when he was playing on that dominant roster, he was crushing everybody. Even our most famous and popular mid laners did not want to face him. If you listen to Miracle or Samael talk about him in the past, they always say, I don't want to lane against the VP No One. There were jokes about Miracle forcing Matu to play mid against
That's not jokes. It's true. I've heard Matu say it himself.
He still says it.
Yeah, every time they would play VP, he's like, yo, Matu, give me safe lane, please.
But just the fact that he had this history as a mid laner but didn't have an Aegis to his name up until potentially today, we'll see, speaks a lot to his resilience, because a lot of players, they'll peak at a certain time and then we just don't hear from them again. They fall off. But he's brought himself back up and he kept competing, and he still has sights on his dream, and that's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And if you didn't play against it back then, it's hard to fully understand how disgustingly good this guy was. I don't think I won 1 single lane against him when we played them like 25 times. He was incredible, and those teams are incredible. And I think it's a testament to how hard it is to win this tournament, that they were dominant throughout those years. They were dominant last year on Team Vision, and now coming in again, getting another chance. I think it's something you really just try to be grateful for, that we have the opportunity. You get to play in this amazing grand final, surrounded by all these people that care so much, and they have, I don't know, they've done incredibly well, and a lot of heroes as well. There are pieces to this puzzle that aren't just the players, but the heroes too.
And if you look at the top of the leaderboard, it's 2 mid laners, right? It's Ember and it's Earth Spirit, and he's been absolutely amazing on both of these heroes. I feel like for Yandex, for example, we saw them kind of fall short because they were lacking a hero. And that's where having the experience of having played for such a long time comes in, because you know how to play almost all the mid laners, and no one is an incredible value for his team in that regard.
And 2 of the standout heroes that Vision have been owning on to me are the offlane heroes that popped up, the Centaur and the Doom, and that brings me back to Notice and how much she's provided for the team, because the archetype of these heroes is very different. With Centaur, sure, there is a lot of farming and a lot of creep dragging going on, but initially you're playing for team fights, you're playing around the Stampede, you're looking towards map control, whereas with Doom, you're playing for late game scaling, and Vision has done both very well. We've seen them take over tempo, we've seen them pop off and just completely crush the enemy, and we've seen them play slower paced games, take it to the very end and win off of their scaling. And the fact that they can do both makes them so difficult to play against.
I think it's also just that we look towards the supports of both teams as well, because we talk about No One and his resurgence, how he's able to bring himself up to being on a team that is as dominant as Vision. It's his skill, but it's also the surrounding cast that's helping him. And when we're looking at 9class and Ducalis, they're names we've mentioned so often, time and time again over the last few seasons of Dota, but people might forget that this is only their second TI appearance. Their first one was also that top 3. Their second one is now a grand final. That's so crazy to think about when they were these annoying terrors with techies and pubs, and now you're like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths of how you're playing as a support and how you're getting under the skin of your opponents.
Yeah, to go from third to second like that in your first 2 TIs, they are so incredibly skilled, and I think they're not those players that were just instantly incredible at the game. I think they are where they are due to hard work and dedication. They're players that grinded pubs for years and years, and now they're finally getting the fruits of their labor. They are super hard workers, incredibly skilled. When you play with them, you can feel it. Every decision they make is crisp. Their item decisions, everything. They are immaculate players, and their cores would be nothing without the supports propping them up.
I would say these are probably, even coming into TI, the 2 support duos that I would say were the strongest. And it seems to have been a major factor in the runs. Like, I think especially the Spirit supports, I personally have found to, like, ever since, like, I'd say like a month or 2 ago, even when Spirit wasn't doing so hot, I just kept feeling like they're outshining their cores. And to do that on Spirit says a lot about how well you're playing.
I mean, it's the supports who got the Aegis steals on Team Spirit this TI, which normally is something we see Collapse doing.
Yeah, it was, you know, on the Spirit side, it was not me and Rue, both of them were able to get it, but we're seeing 9class and Ducalis, and I love that their support hero pools don't overlap, but you still have to think about the flexibility, because that techies, whilst Ducalis is playing it, it could easily just as much be a 9class Ducalis, 9class techies as well there.
Yeah, it definitely could. They've got a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of uniqueness. You see a lot of heroes here that nobody else is playing. The Pudge, they really prioritize this Dark Willow, the Techies, and the Ogre Magi from Ducalis. They just have so many strengths, and I think it just makes it very, very difficult to play against them, especially as how Dota's map has changed, it being bigger and the gates being added to the game. I think has added so much more importance on supports because you have more options. Not only can you gank mid, but you can gank the other side lane. You can stack camps. There's a lot of choices on what to do in terms of moves and efficiency, and it's put so much importance on these 2 roles over time. I genuinely think they're some of the hardest roles in Dota right now.
And that brings me back to an interview we had with Ducalis on Team Vision at Dream League, where we asked them, what's going on with you guys? Why are you playing so well? And he said, we're just taking a lot of personal responsibility. I think me and 9class are just playing better than we were at the start of the season. And he said ultimately that what takes you furthest in Dota is if you have the best players. And he thinks that they are the best players and they are the best supports in terms of technical skill. And I found that confidence very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that confidence is backed up by hours and hours put into the game. If you pay attention, I feel like Ducalis, every time he picks any hero, it's at least Platinum tier on Dota Plus. Like, he's like the Amar of position 5. He has so many games on all these heroes, has so many reps, and that's why I think he also, when you paid attention to the hero pools, has slightly bigger hero pool than Rue, right? He's had years to refine his position 5 gameplay, whereas Rue has kind of been thrown into it very recently. So it's cool also to see that kind of matchup of like a lot of experience versus somebody who's coming into a role with like a completely different perspective on it.
I mean, there's someone that's coming into this TI as their first one, and that's not me. We haven't even mentioned him yet, just how impactful it's been that he also joins the team of Spirit around the time that Maposhka is joining as coach as well, and it feels like he slotted in. We didn't even necessarily see the roster change. That's how seamless it felt him joining and removing to that 5.
Yeah, I think it's also very fitting that he's laning with Collapse because it's not me guy has the clutch gene. Like almost nobody I've ever seen as a rookie. It's ridiculous. This guy, whether it's the hardest match of his life, if they're down 15k gold, he is still absolutely owning. And so the fact that the 2 most clutch guys ever that I've seen are on the same lane, I think it's just only fitting that it fits Spirit so much that they're just the clutch guys.
I also find it a benefit of it when it's your first time playing a tournament or like a big tournament like TI. You don't really necessarily have the experience of like fully having understood what it means and all this pressure that's going on. You just show up and you're thinking, I'm just going to focus on playing the best Dota that I possibly can. And I think that it also enables you to be a bit more coachable, to take those risks if you don't have the experience of trying to do that and then being punished for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of freedom in the series too.
Oh, 25 seconds. I'm just excited.
Are you more nervous as a panelist than when you were playing, walking out for a grand final?
No, not even close. Playing is way more stressful, and that's why I'm excited to see how they look, how they feel, how they play, because it's just such a monumental moment for all 10 of those players.
It's just so insane the way that everyone's feeling, Effie, to feel like we're this close, moments away from our grand finals in Shanghai.
I have such high expectations for these finals. I think it's going to
Let's
go to all 5 games.
go!
All 5 games would be amazing, and we get the moment
Let's
everyone's been waiting for.
go!
The horn here. This grand final has everything on the line. 3-time hopefuls here, 2-time hopeful in LoL, first-timers as well on the side of Vision. But we know at the end of the day, whoever lifts that Aegis, it's going to be a lot of fun. And it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals here at TI 15.
They overcome every challenge that stands in their way. We witness the final ascent to Dota's greatest stage. They carve their names into the pantheon of legends. We cheer as the immortal pattern finally comes into view. Now, at last, we can answer the ultimate question. What shape does greatness take?
It has been 2 weeks leading up to this moment, down to 2 teams in Sania that are about to take to the stage and hopefully lift that Aegis for themselves.
I mean, this gave me chills. This is honestly one of the most magical moments in any Dota player's career. I think, you know, on Spirit's side, they've been here before, they've experienced it before. For Vision, it's the first time, and I hope they really love this moment and enjoy their time.
They've talked about enjoying the journey, take in this moment and enjoy the walkout for a grand final, taking to the stage.
Team Vision!
Team Vision!
Not a single series has been dropped by this team. They have proven they have what it takes to make it to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They have everything that they need when it comes to preparation. And for a lot of them, it is the first time walking out here on a grand final. But the moment of truth arrives now. What sort of Yatoro and Spirit will you be facing?
Team Spirit!
A 100% success rate when it comes to TI Grand Finals. We've got Spirit walking out there, and I think a little bit of a disdain in some of the Spirit fans. It is Yatoro with a full head of hair, but he doesn't need to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods to show that he has what it takes to potentially be our first
Let's go!
3-time TI winner along with Collapse there, and so many new players by their side. They've done it time and again, bringing in new players, changing up their roster, and still proving they have what it takes when it comes to a grand final, when it comes to Spirit being in TI form.
They are one of the most epic rosters in Dota history. This is their bread and butter. They love this spot. They love the spotlight, the crowd, the pressure. They are the kings of this domain.
I remember a long time ago, once the TI prize pool dropped, them saying, like, we absolutely do not care about that. It doesn't matter one bit. We want to win as many TIs as possible. TI is the most important tournament, and this is the only thing we care about. They also have the opportunity today to silence all the people that claim that OG are the GOATs, and they are not.
Team Spirit are extremely internally motivated players, and that's always stood out to me about this team, is that they don't measure their successes by whatever it means financially. They don't look at it by, I have X amount of wins, therefore I am done, I've succeeded. When you talk to Collapsory Toro, they don't even think about things like that. They just want to play Dota and they want to be better than everybody. And I think that's the biggest factor that's led them to have such a long career on this team and get so many of those wins.
I remember back in TI 12, that Seattle TI, the amount of times Collapse and Yotaro talked about how much they wanted to do it for Lal, right? They wanted him to be able to lift that Aegis. And I think bringing on people like Rue and like Not Me, it gives them that extra bit of motivation again. Yotaro's out here fan servicing. I bet you it's going to get to a game 3 and Bro's going to shave his head. That's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, Not Me shaved his beard instead. Little switcheroo. But I mean, to be honest, he's a rookie. You know, you got to take some sacrifices for the big dogs now. And we've got some spice in the crowd today.
There is mixed reactions between the teams, to say the least, here when we're seeing our players show up on camera.
You know, we've got the narrative set, we've got the tone set by the crowd, the favorite in Team Spirit versus the villain. And you know what? Team Vision have been happy to play the villain all year, so long as they win. You know, these players, they don't care about public perception. They play incredible Dota. And they've shown it to us throughout this season that they are the best. And can Team Spirit, the heroes, beat them?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Team Spirit cares so much about the
Lugi,
pride and
kalbo na
glory, and I
kaagad.
think Vision is the same way. People are
Lugi.
not here because of the money
Kalbo
or because of this.
agad.
They're here because it
Awit
matters so much
sa'yo
to them, because they set it as a
naman.
goal. This is what they've set their
Hindi
heart on. This is their
napagupit.
ego, their pride. This is a
Palot.
battle of emotions, not of just gameplay. There's so
Lugi
much
ah.
on the line. The pressure,
Hindi
how
ba
it
yan?
builds, it's unlike anything else they've experienced in their lives. And now's the moment to show that you're truly worthy of it.
It's so phenomenal to get to feel how everyone is looking at these players. We've all loved the journey that they've taken to make it to a grand finals, to see each individual player get their flowers, their cheers from the crowd, to feel the energy that TI-15 in Shanghai has been able to offer us. It only makes me question just how excited everyone in the crowd is for our grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the final series of the International 2026 underway!
女士们、先生们、现场的观众朋友以及所有正在观看直播的 Dota 2玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2026国际邀请赛总决赛的现场。But hold up, before we kick off the grand final, Tsunami, I want to ask everyone here some questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
在我们总决赛开始之前，我想问一下现场的观众朋友们一些问题哦。有谁是第一次来到 TI 现场看比赛的呢？
Wait a second, are you asking how many people are here for their very first TI?
What?
What ding dong?
All right, you're very smart. 那接下来我想问一下，有谁7年前上海 TI9也在现场呢？ That's a lot.
So you're asking how many people were here from TI9 7 years ago here in Shanghai, and now they're back again. That's a lot of history. 15 years of the International, and now we are celebrating a very important anniversary. But in that time, so many players, teams, coaches, they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears to reach this moment.
距离第一届国际邀请赛已经过去了15年，而距离 TI9也过去了7年。当年那些熬夜陪你看比赛的朋友们，可能很久没有联系了，可能还坐在你身边，而有一些可能成了云玩家。
This year, 80 players set foot here in Shanghai, and now we are down to the final 10. And along the way, we may have said our final goodbyes to some of the most storied players who have written their name in the history of this game.
但是当现场的声音响起来，我们还是会回到这里，不是吗？我们见证了太多太多的故事，我们熟悉了太多太多的选手 ID， 而我们也不停地在跟他们道别。比如今年的国际邀请赛，我们就跟 Smell 和 Crit 说了再见。
Behind us are the two teams that remain. fighting for a chance that the greatest feat a Dota player can achieve, a chance to immortalize themselves on the aegis of champions.
而在我们身后，就是我们本次总决赛的最后2支战队，他们将为一名 DOTA 选手所能触及的最高荣誉而战，他们想要将自己的名字镌刻在这枚冠军神盾上。
On one side is Team Vision. They came so close to reaching this point just 1 year ago in Hamburg before their run was cut short at 3rd place by Extreme Gaming.
一边是 Team Vision， 1年前的汉堡，他们距离这个舞台仅有1步之遥，但是他们被 XG 挡在了门外。
Today they are here to prove that second chances do exist.
而今天他们站在了这里，他们想要证明机会可以再来一次。
And on the other side is Team Spirit. What more could I say that you aren't already? They won the hearts and minds of everyone in 2021, and they have simply built on that legacy ever since.
关于 Team Spirit， 我们还需要再多说一些什么呢？这支队伍从2021年起就赢得了全世界观众朋友们的心，而在那之后，他们从未停止过书写自己的传奇。
Some of the players may have changed, but the storied core remains, and they are here fighting for a chance to potentially make a 3rd inscription on this Aegis.
也许阵容会改变，他们的核心却永远未变。他们想要达到他们的目标，那就是举起这门冠军盾第3次。
These two teams have taken very different paths to get to this best of 5, however. Vision made their way through the upper bracket, defeating all of the remaining 3 teams in 4th, 3rd, and potentially even 2nd place.
2支队伍在本届 TI 都有不一样的故事线 ，Vision 一直在胜者组勇往无前。
Spirit, however, have had a different journey, but arguably a scarier journey. They got sent to lower bracket by Vision, and since then they have crushed every single one of their opponents 2-0 in the lower bracket.
而另外一边 ，Spirit 虽然被 Vision 送到了败者组，但是他们的脚步却从未停下，他们依然是那支大魔王战队。
Dove, I think I already have a feeling, but I want to check who the crowd is rooting for. Let's start with our upper bracket finalists.
话说到这里，我们想问一下现场的观众朋友们，你们是来支持谁的呢？
Who here is shooting for Team Vision?
I think it's probably half.
There's only one way to find out. Who here is cheering for Team Spirit?
Woo! Let's go, Team Spirit!
I don't think it's half and half.
我其实也不觉得现场观众是一个对半开的支持率啊，可以明显的听到我们 Team Spirit 的粉丝好像更多一些。
But I know I can get one thing that everyone can agree on. Who here wants to see some good Dota?
Woo!
It has been a long journey to get to this point, Dove, and these two teams have been fighting all year long and even longer than that for many of the players.
没有错，我们本届邀请赛进行到今天，最初有80位选手来到了上海，而最终只有10位选手留在了我们总决赛的舞台上。
It never ceases to amaze me, the history of this game. 15 years of the international, an esport that has survived the test of time, and I'm looking around this crowd right now, and I do not see any empty seats. You all are amazing for showing your commitment to this game.
在这15年里，我们见证了无数的战队、选手和教练，为了站上今天的舞台，付出了很多的汗水，也流下过泪水。而我们所有 DOTA 2玩家，坐在这里的每一位观众，感谢你们陪伴我们成长，感谢你们15年一直在这里。
So then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the prince to face the king.
话不多说，所有的观众朋友们，现在是时候让我们的王子 Satanic 去迎战国王 Yatoro。
It is time to see which legend can prove mastery of the game as a coach.
现在是两位传奇以教练的身份，再一次证明谁真正参透了 DOTA 这款游戏。
And it is time for new names to inscribe their place in history.
也是新的名字，
Tagal.
将自己写进 DOTA 历史的时刻。
Shanghai,
Are you ready? Let's go! Pag ganito guys, 50-50 na to. Saan magkakatalo to? Sa experience. 100% win rate ang Team Spirit sa Grand Finals ng TI. 2 out of 2.
A lot of cheers for Spirit is the way in which I will coin this, and I love just what narrative we've been able to improve for ourselves between these 10
Vision,
players.
But
first
you know, I
time.
really hope the crowd bias
Magkukumpit
lights
sa
the fire
best of
in
5
Team
Grand
Vision
Finals
and
ng
in
TI.
Puppy, because
You
they've
do have
been
Papi
the greatest Dota team
as your
this
coach.
TI. They are the strongest
Ganda
players.
nito.
And I would
Draft
only
pa lang,
hope that this
magkakautakan na
gives
to.
them the need to rise to the occasion, to prove themselves even more. And I feel like these grand finals are going to be exceptional.
I feel like starting out as a techies player for 9 class, like being the guy that used to place these mines, always annoy each other.
Dito na lang
I think
natin
there's
panoorin
nothing
yung
he
draft.
wants more than to just silence all the haters. I think he loves this. I think he could be no better
Yun.
situation for him to
Medyo
be in
malaki.
than to have the crowd cheer against them and for him to end their fun.
This is the stage you do it. Ducalis asked for it. He wanted the prince versus king, but if you come for the king, you best not miss.
Team Vision
Pag in-game na,
versus
dala tayo.
Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 1.
A lot rides on the line of a game number 1 here. You always want to be taking a best of 5 with your best foot forward here. And it's going to start off with hopefully a strong draft. It is going to be Vision that will have our first pick, which some teams love. Some teams thrive on it. Other teams, they want that second pick because they want to be able to have the overall gotcha pick here. And looking at our first phase bands, Bane, Clockwork, Wyvern, Coddle, Earth Spirit, Tree, and Bounty Hunter taken out with Vision not too worried about opening up with an
Ember
Ember here,
agad.
despite we know the threat of a
Slark.
The big
Slark tayo.
three heroes for this series for me are going to be the Ember Spirit, the Lone Druid, and the Nature's Prophet. And to see Team Vision place the emphasis on the Ember Spirit, they did their homework. They don't want to give it to Laurel. They're saying that our opener in Nature's Prophet is not as important as taking away Ember from Spirit's mid laner.
And this is very interesting. I think this is a sort of a calling of the bluff. Vision, I picked this because Laurel historically is not someone that wants to play these sort of more weird carry mid heroes. He wants to play the stuns, the space makers for Yatoro, who's the real star of the show. And so Vision is saying, hey, Slark is obviously super good against Ember,
Slark na
but we
talaga
think he
yan.
won't play it. And
Yep.
Laurel says,
Matik yan.
you sure, buddy?
It's kind of cool because he also did say in his interview that I don't think this matchup is real. I don't think it works. But, you know, one humbling later, and you're on the train. You're like, oh, you know what? If they pick Ember, give me the Slark. I will cook him.
And the humbling came from Vision themselves. That was the matchup in which it happened. We saw this just a couple of days ago where it was reversed. It was Spirit with the Ember and Vision with the Slark.
And I think Vision will have considered the scenario that they would have picked Slark here. And if I know 9 class, I know that he is definitely considering to play this Ember 4. We saw the Ember carry as a potential flex from in one of Liquid series. And I think flexing it to support may actually even be a better option. Ember 4 has been something we've seen in the past. It's not the worst thing ever. With the Distiller playing up Slight Chains and actually not playing up the Flame Guard is definitely a viable playstyle. And if you want to swap lanes, I think it definitely could be an option.
While I do think the 9 class of old would have absolutely loved to do that, I think the puppified version of 9 class will not be allowed to partake in such things. I mean, we heard from him at EWC that Puppy was vetoing so many of his hero suggestions that he asked him all that tournament if he could play his position 4 Juggernaut, and he never got it. I just somehow don't see them going down that route
I will
today.
say, vetoing Juggernaut position 4 and Ember, I feel like it's a different situation, right? Because let's say we go down the hypothetical of the Ember Spirit is a position 4 in this game. Laurel is now playing Slark, and he doesn't want to be playing Slark. And now suddenly Vision has changed the dynamic of this game to be a game that they like. And I feel like when they look the best is when they make the game into their game. They take control of the draft in that way, right? They force Larl onto a hero he doesn't want to be playing, in a matchup he doesn't really love. And when I remember personally playing Tinker, which was like one of my favorite heroes at the point, into 9 class TA. And I was like, I've never played this matchup in my entire life. I don't know what's going on. And I think
Yun
that's
lang ang
one of the
tanong,
things that
marunong
makes
ba
Nine Class such a special player,
mag-slurk
that he can do that
si
to you.
I also love this Dark Willow pick from Spirit because it's been one of Vision's most picked and most successful 4 heroes. And to say, hey, this is a hero you rely on.
Tapos
You really
Dark
like it in your
Willow.
drafts. We're going to ban your Coddle. We're
Para
going to take your
panghuli
Dark
talaga
Willow.
sa
I think
Ender.
Spirit in finals is incredibly good at taking you out of your comfort zone.
Okay ako
Of
dyan, okay ako
understanding
dyan.
the heroes that you really want, especially in a final, right? You want to play the stuff you've been playing, the stuff you're comfortable on, and they're going to poke at that. They're going to poke holes and make you prove that you can play something you haven't been playing the whole tournament.
It's really cool to see. I feel like right now we're in a position where both sides are like not letting go of the draft. You know, they're both trying to pull it in their direction, make you play our game, and neither team is really giving it up yet.
There are still quite a few things left in the pool, though. The Lina, the Lone Druid, the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been Team Vision's go-to this entire tournament. It's only lost one time in the hands of Satanic, and the only way to beat it has been to consistently run at it with heroes with tempo non-stop. And the mid Slark, while it's going to shut down Ember effectively in that mid lane, doesn't provide the same tempo.
I also would just love to point out how interesting and how much the drafts change over the international. At the beginning of it, we have first pick, you know, Treants and Banes and sort of normal heroes we see. And now at the end, there's a first pick Slark. I think that evolution of Dota and how the meta changes and the counter picking, the creativity from the teams, I think is such a fascinating part to see that, you know, that journey that the draft goes through.
We also talked about how impactful the supports have been coming into the series. For me, especially, I think about Rue, not me. And if you look at the bans that Vision decided to go with, as Mira points out, all the cores are in the pool. Why is that? Well, because you have some of the best support players in the world, and they're forcing out these bans.
Wow.
Ngayon lang ata sila mag-aayo.
Because this it goes back to what you were referencing here, Quinn, where there is this massive cycle that is happening where I wasn't looked at the start of RTI. It wasn't looked at in the group stages. It hit a peak where everyone was first phase banning it. You might be able to call the bluff of some teams, but ultimately you are afraid of what it can do either as a mid or a carry.
10 times naging carry, 62% win rate.
We haven't
Sa
really
mid,
seen Vision play as a core either.
2
but
times
they're
lang.
pulling it out of the hat saying, hey, we've got this extra trump card up our sleeve that now you need to have answers for, because it's a hero we've seen when played well on core be borderline unbeatable. The question is, can Vision actually execute to the level that maybe some of these other teams that have not fallen by the wayside can?
It's quite heads up of them to take it, though, because while Spirit haven't
Wyvern.
run it, it would have been an
Wait tayo
excellent thing
ban.
to
First ban
combo
Wyvern
with the
pala.
Slark. And we have to mention, 9 Class was playing position 4 IO for the last 2
Unjing?
months. While the hero did shift in priority to core and looks
Di,
better
Unjing,
as a
Unjing.
core, this is still one of their more comfortable
Para
strategies if they flex
annoying
into
yung mga
support.
zombie
And
sa
he's a
araw
greedy
eh.
4 IO player.
Patay ka,
He's
isip
not like
agad.
GH playing the enabling role.
Isip
He's
Unjing.
farming those 2 camps. He is max level in
Isip
Wisps, and
Unjing.
he's
Let's go.
taking as much gold as he can.
I also see a lot of the traditional heroes that you would want to play in
Yeah.
the IO be banned out. You
Is
see
it
Underlord,
Unjing?
very good percentage damage, good roots, has a way to like counter the relocate. He relocates in, you can gate in. Nowadays, the gate also has the root on top of it, so it's a tricky matchup for the IO. Same thing with the Doom, stops all healing. One of the drawbacks to IO is that you have no stuns, so Bane is quite effective. It's easy to get Fiend's Grip off, and the same thing for the Winter Wyvern with the Curse on the relocate.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something planned. It's something they said, hey, we're going to consider this for second phase. We'll look at the first phase, see how it goes, and then potentially we can alter our bans, get out the Doom and the Underlord, and then we get what we deem to be a
Slardar.
free IO in the second phase.
Slardar,
This is very
sige.
much
Slardar
not something I
offlane
think
na.
Spirit necessarily would have expected.
Open yung
because they haven't
Centaur.
prioritized it up till this point, and so
Or
they need to respond
Underlord?
on the fly, right?
Ay, ban
While you're
pala
prep-
Underlord.
Some of it's out the window now. You're flying by the seat of your pants.
Wow! I like it! I like it!
It's a classic combo to IO. You press the relocate, but you get glimpse right back out.
May
and
push
removes a
ka,
lot of this
Disruptor.
early snowballing potential that
Paborito
IO
niya yan,
has.
pero
You
hindi
can
siya
get involved in
maglalaro.
these kills, explode
First
GPM,
pick of
and
the
get online
tournament,
super
ngayon
quickly.
lang magagamit.
Brand new
Kagi
hero
kontra
in the
yan,
TI
duy.
Grand Finals. I love this
Kontra
so much. They've
Ember,
thought
kontra
about this.
IO.
They've gone through every single scenario, and at the end of the day,
Ay,
it's
si
not
Ruin.
necessarily a
Ay,
hero
si
people have full
Ruin.
faith in, but on paper and on execution, it should
Si
be able to
Ruin
give
ng
Spirit
Team
that slight
Spirit.
advantage.
Axe?
I am so curious to see how this will unfold, because
Eto lang.
Disruptor isn't in the
Boset
strongest
si
state that
Slark
he's been,
dito sa
but he
Axe na
does
to.
make a lot of sense, not just with the IO, but with the
No.
Slark. For a mid Slark to set tempo,
Tapos
he needs
meron
supports that
kang
can play on his
Axe-
night vision, and
Axe
if you
call
pair up
into
the glimpse
arrow
with the Slark, just
combo.
dewarding, positioning his body
Sige,
aggressively,
kailangan natin na magandang
the
hero
amount
dito
of
for
kills that can
collapse.
be developed by Team Spirit are going to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it
Overall
makes
last
sense, right?
pick.
I think one of
You
the
know,
things that
overall
Spirit
last
has managed to do throughout the last stages of this tournament is to find heroes that are picked with purpose. The hero has clearly a reason to be in this game. It's good against the IO. It's even good against the Ember in many ways. You get any sort of stun on the Ember, you get the static storm on top of it, and he just dies. And against Mirana, she wants to leap away.
Ban
We've seen
NP,
problems in this
ban
match where
LD.
these Miranas, like GH was playing it, was like
Cute
9-1
nila
and
yung
17 because you
square
just
yung
can't
mukha.
kill him. But with Glimpse, that suddenly becomes very easy.
Yeah, it's the way Team Spirit drafts. They see what you have, and they respond to it on a theoretical level. They're not trying to pick the same stuff every game. They're trying to pick what makes sense. If everyone was playing perfect, and I think that's such a cool and interesting way of drafting. But there definitely is, the risk when picking Disruptor that the hero is just not that good right now. It's a great game for it, but you're walking into late against Axe. The hero's going to be pressing Battle Hunger on you off cooldown, and there is that burden of execution. Disruptor wants to play from ahead. He hates playing from behind. You have to chase people to be able to use Glimpse and actually have it be effective, so there's a risk in lanes.
Yeah, the game can get out of hand really quickly for a Disruptor on the losing team. When we look at Team Vision, we see the main combination in their draft and the slight change into Arrow. This is going to be how they're going to play through the mid game. And Dark Willow and Disruptor as supports are very susceptible to dying to this combination. They have no means of defending themselves. There really is no counterplay outside of being the aggressor yourselves.
So yung last 4 bans dito ng Vision,
Another cool
Doom,
factor about
Underlord,
Vision's draft is like, where is
Tidehunter,
are
Slardar.
any of these heroes going? We
Puro
still don't
hero
know.
ni
Is
Collapse.
this a position for Ember potentially? Is this IO going to be a 4? They have a lot of ability to adapt their entire draft.
Pero
with this last
possible
pick.
pa
And I
rin
think
na
Spirit, like you
carry.
said, they like to conceptually beat what you're setting up for. And by putting themselves in this position
Yung
where we're just
ngiti-ngiti
not
ka pa
going to
sa
tell
tanik,
you what our draft wants to do at the end of the day, gives them that advantage. And I think it doesn't allow Spirit
So
to have
center
that
na
edge
lang
that
yung
they've had in all the
pinaka-open
other
dito
drafts
na
leading up
most
to this
pick
grand final.
ni Collapse.
On top of that, it also makes your last bands
With
very
4
cloudy
games and
because you don't know where these rolls are
100%
going. It's
win
much
rate.
easier to miss on those last bands, which you would typically want to be very accurate and take out some key heroes that could be game-winning picks, counter picks against your draft. Well, you don't really know what those are anymore. You can see them banning the Kez, so they're definitely
NP ang tinanggal
considering this
nila.
being a
So,
support IO.
Lone
I
Druid
mean, that's
is
the only thing we've
open.
seen from Vision throughout the year, right? I don't think we've seen a Satanic IO. It's been 9 class, it's been his signature.
Could it still not be a mid IO though, and the Ember 4 that you guys were talking about, which
Mid
is why they're
IO?
doubling down that if that's what they want to go, at
Iiwas
least
nila
Satanic
yung
won't get
Ember?
something that he's popped off on and felt comfortable
I
with.
doubt.
That's definitely possible. And I think
Papanindigan ni
they're
Noah
trying to
niyang
cover their
Ember
bases
mid.
because they're not entirely sure. No one is, besides the 6 people
ngayon
in
ang
that Vision booth,
magiging
nobody
carry?
knows
LD
what
open.
the plan is with this IO. It was pre-concocted
Luna.
for this game where we're going to
Patigil
surprise them. We're
mo,
going to get
ganda.
off the jump
Hindi,
in
wag
the
pa.
right way. And so we just don't know
Select
yet.
I mean, I think even for Vision, right, you have the option of like,
Ano kaya nasa isip
because
ni
I think
Satanic?
they're
Patay
kind of team
Juggernaut,
that will
ilalabas.
try to do everything they possibly can
Spec?
to get the setup correct from the start. So
Uy,
depending
Gagi,
on what they
Spec is
feel like
good.
is, do we want a Satanic hero here? Does Satanic just play the IO? It looks like
No.
he's pretty quiet, so I'm leaning towards him potentially being the IO and it being a new mid pick.
Ano, walang nag-i-spec.
Yeah,
Sven?
you often can gauge who's picking their hero just by who's talking the
Yeah,
most near the
yeah.
end of the draft.
Puniting kaagad ang mga
I
kalahok.
agree with that rationale. I also think I've seen him play it in pubs. I've played against his IO in pubs.
Yeah.
And so it is something that he has practiced. He's not incapable of doing. It's not completely blind, even though it may be new to
Sven.
officials.
Sven.
And they're gonna
Hoodwink,
tank the
so
mid matchup.
mag-IO carry
Noah's
sila.
saying, I picked the Ember. It's fine. I can deal with the Slark. We've seen many mid players this tournament say that, and they cannot deal with the Slark. And so no one will have to prove it.
Mahirap.
If he's
Papanindigan
different from the rest,
ni
he's cut from a different
Noah
cloth.
yung Ember mid, pero mahirapan
Centaur
sa
is still
Slark
in the
yan.
pool. Like now that you see this,
Or
IO
or
carry,
baka,
you can just play
since
for
hindi
wave drag,
nag-i-Slark
farm on the
si...
Centaur, and just provide the stun for your
si,
team. One ignored this draft.
Since hindi nag-i-Slark si
Yeah, it's solid.
Lard,
It's a hero that
masyado.
will really never be bad. It's just
Baka,
solid in
gawin nilang
lane.
mid yung
Gives you very,
SF.
that is a
Tapos
scary
si
lane. Axe
Yatoro
Hoodwink, that is a lot
mag-Slark.
of early potential, a lot of kill threat.
Oh, sabi ko na, unjing offlane to eh.
Cool. Okay, I mean, I love the concept of just
Unjing
running at
offlane.
this
Ganda
carry
nito
IO
kasi
with
istorbo
decay
to sa Mirana. Hirap
non-stop
makatama
as
ng
the
araw
offlane
niyan.
of dying and just trying to make it. Oh, it's mid IO.
They actually swapped. Really?
Mid-IO?
It's a
Sabay
Satanic
Ember
Ember.
carry?
Wow. So then how is an Ember
Wow.
Undying lane when you don't get to just run out an IO now?
I honestly think this Undying is going to absolutely cause issues for this Ember.
Buti
It
na
is a
lang,
really
ganun ang
tricky
ginawa
lane.
ni
Ember on
ano.
safe lane is already not
Hindi niya
quite
pinanindigan,
as
no?
powerful as it is in mid.
Hindi niya
You don't get the
pinanindigan na.
bottom
Sige,
details, you don't
Ember
have that
mid.
constant
Hirap
sustain
kaya
coming
nun.
out. And Undying
Kahit
creates
gaano
a lot of
kagaling,
pressure.
ang hirap yan,
And
doy.
on top of that, there's a Dark Willow there. He doesn't really have nice escape mechanics. The support in Mirana doesn't super help him out in that regard either. So I think for Spirit, this ends up looking quite scary.
It's also a situation, Vision, I think,
they're not going to be super comfortable on Satanic. I'm sure he's capable of playing Ember, but it's certainly not his bread and butter. And same thing with no one on Io.
Pero
So
Ember carry.
you're walking into the first game.
Patay tayo sa Ember carry mo. Gana ba yan?
5 seconds remaining.
Ember carry, ha? Ember carry, ha? Hambog ka, Satanic, hambog ka. Tapos ka ngayon. Sige, 3-time TI champion. Ito na yun. Grabe. 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 Team Spirit na all the way, guys. Team Spirit under. Let's go. Atin na to.
Good luck. Have fun.
Dahak.
It was time to
Amalit na gabi. Amalit na gabi. A GDE Ember. Ano daw?
哎，宝贝，我还没发力呢呀。
Ano ka? Si Ana? Buburahin mo si Ana? Wala. Si Ana lang ang tunay. Ember carry. Ayan. Atin na tayo. Uy, may mukha na si Ayo. Agnes. Happy the man.
30 seconds to battle.
Ang tanong lang dito kung komportable ba dito si Larl mag-slark. Kung nakita nila na Ember carry, hindi ba't maganda kung nag-slark na lang sila carry? Tapos binigay na lang nila kay Larl yung SF. I think mas komportable si Larl mag-SF carry. Ay, SF mid. Kesa sa mid slug. Tas IO pa kalay niya. Kung SF siya, tas kalay niya IO, okay pa eh. Yung IO kasi may weight para maka... So ang reason kung bakit ang ganda ng Slark against Ember is hirap talaga lumasit yung Ember sa Slark. Right? Pero, itong IO, may paraan siya para manglasit. Look at that. 3-0 na kagad ginawa. Meron siyang spirits, tapos may pangharas din. Laki ng damage. Ayun, oh. May pangharas din siya. Ba? Kaya, I think makakasurvive to IO na to sa lane na to. Let's say magbote ka, pwede mong spam-spaman lang yung spam mo lang yung uy kinagat, uy kinagat, uy kinagat, uy kinagat, uy kinagat. Sakit oh. Nasasaktan din siya eh. Somehow naman nadidinayan siya ng maayos dito ni Larl. Alright. I think for no one, kailangan niya lang i-survive tong Lane na to. Uy, Ember Carry! Uy, Ember Carry! Ember Carry! Asar! Oh. Ru. We might go down here. Blood grenade. Patay si Ru. Okay. Okay, 1 for 1. Yan o, makakaganyan-ganyan lang sinukan dyan o. Sinagat. Tinatagtag naman siya ng deny dito ni Lyle. Sinagat. 6 stacks. 7. Level 2 yung kanya saltwater shiv. Regen steel, that's 8. Di mo pwede lapito, di mo pwede basta-basta talunan pag may ball, may spirits eh. Sakit to. Aray. Hop, yeah. Nakalis. Pero kung patay. Not me! Wag ako! Iba na lang! Gagi, not me. May Slark. Napilitan na mo. Up muna ako dyan. Lugi, nakabote.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Magbabote rin siya. Okay. Uy, satanic! Uy, satanic! Uy, isang diki. Magic 1. Diki. Boy. Naku. Uy, 9 class. Ito yung problema natin eh. Makulit to si 9 class eh. Busit yan oh. Not me. Investing sa clarity. Ampas mo. Patay yata. Dukalis. Tigan ka na. Buti mayroon kang infused raindrop. Naku. Ayan na naman si 9 class oh. Kulit talaga oh. Patay ba to? Patay yata si Larl. Boy. Boy yan. Kulit mo 9 class. Pahirap to si 9 class. Dito mahihirapan ng team spirit sa support na to. Level 2 pa lang. Magank na. Order dito pre oh. Uy, nahuli si Noan. Uy, nakatali. Nice bushwhack. Good bushwhack. Collapse. Binubuli etong si Satanic. Habang si Yatoro, tinatadtad na rin ng deny si Notice. Ganda-ganda lane natin ha. Maganda-ganda lane natin, no? Hop, collapse. Tapang ni collapse dito. Heal. Okay. Sakit. Ang sakit. Aray, patay. Sino papatay natin? Uy, Dukalis. Patay ka dyan. Patay si Dukalis. Si Not Me. Not Me o wag ako, ikaw na lang. Not Me. Glimpse could be used here. There you go. That's one more right click. Isa na lang from the crypts. Okay. Palitan lang. Isunto ka na agad ah. Yatoro. Just checking. Baka may mga stock dyan. Wala. Uy, aktibo garantisado kagad si Yatoro. Sa kagad gamang ko. Hanapin kagad nila dito yung IO. Doy. Pag nag-glimpse to, patay to. 9 plus na lang. Pwede na yan. Additional stock na rin yan. Plus 1 permanent stock. Nakita pa yung IO ni Noan. Grabe naman tong SF na to. Gumagank. Hindi, walang boots yan. So may regen run. May regen run. Gogi, kakaiba to. Gumagank. Collapse. Binubuli ng dalawa dito. Wala pa magtitipi dyan. Help me, pre. Yung tombstone ko, binabasag. Heal mo. Nahil pa. Gogi, nakapatay pa si Collapse. Oh no, but Collapse. He goes down. Sabay nakuha pa nila dito yung Shrine of Wisdom. Walang mga TP yung mga support. Ba't kasi hindi natin prioritize yung ano? Shrine. Not me. He's looking for Satanic here. Nakita si Satanic. Hindi naman siya tatamaan ng Bramble Maze. Satanic, mapabalikin. Satanic in trouble. He's still level 5. No. Remnant just yet. Oh, yeah. Naghahanap pa sila dito ng pipitasin.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is not on top.
Easy noon. Hanggang makapag-farm ng agonims niya.
Dire's top tower isn't well.
Ang Ember. Mamatay pa sa neutral. Wala. Ember carry. Tiis. At least 6 na siya. Warded par, sentryan mo. Yun o, kita yung wards. Okay. Kuha pa ng mga konting stock dito, Yatoro. Sinusulit ang pagpa-farm. Basta si Notice, going for Blade Mail, first item. We've got another ongoing gank from Yatoro. 1 race, 2 race. Blitz. There we go. Should be a kill. Nakapalit na 9 class. We have amplified damage from Larl. Sobrang aktibo ni Yatoro mag-Dota. Gagi, ito yung nakakatakot na form ni Yatoro eh. Wait, collapse. Searing chains. Hindi niya pang dropan ng tombstone to kung kinakailangan ha. Gagi, ano? Habol. Ito nyo ha, yung mga zombie. Zombie! TP? Na Bramble Maze! Patay! Ano? Ito pa oh. Ito pa oh. Pang. Kulong. Kulonggis. Wala. Wala. Wala to. Team Spirit TI form. Is real. Kagipar. Pag nakapag-diffusal pa itong... Uy! Uy! Teka lang! Teka lang! Ano yun? Ano yun, lol? Wala tayong ano, fast reaction doon. Ba? Dahil, matay pa yung courier niya. Lungkot. Ano yun? Huli na to. Patay na to. Matik. Right click na lang. Patay na yan. Panigurado. 1 hit. Oh, ginabuhay po. Face boots eh. May armor eh. Swerte, swerte. Swerte, swerte. Okay, basag lang. Basag lang.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Allies disappear.
Had a tragic ending.
Stream.
Dire's
Para kay
bottom
Larl.
tower is in turmoil.
Nung nagsusuntukan lang silang dalawa dito. Bottom network as of now. Patay na naman. Patay ka na naman, LOL! Di niya masyadong ini-enjoy tong Slark ah. Pinapagalitan na yan ni Yatoro. Relax lang, relax lang. Relax lang. Pwede natin ito bigyan. Race. Alright, okay. Nag-relocate. Kaya ba nilang habulin si Yatoro dito? Ala, may Slark. Ala ka, may Slark. Hop, yeah. Joke lang. Hindi natali. With that haste rune. Sampal-sampaling ka dyan sa tanik. Naku, mapapabalik. Whoa! Wala, chill na chill lang ko sa Team Spirit to. Maintain naman yung network. First 10 kills, Guana. 8k net na dito yung Shadow Fiend. Smoke. They're gonna go for the TP. Oh, 9 class. Look, kulit ni 9 class. Kunyari may kasama siya. Parating na siyang kasama, but magi-glimpse pa. Patay! Dominating now for Yatoro. Grabe ka aktibo. And that's what you want if you're running Disruptor, gaya ng na-mention ni Queen. No? If you're running Disruptor, gusto nyo yung lamang kayo kasi you wanna just go and run over them. Huli lang ng huli ng glimpse. And it's working well so far for Team Spirit. May diffusal na yung Slark, so kailangan lang dito mag-ingat ng Team Spirit na hindi na magkamali. Ember going for Kaya. The thing with the Ember carry is hindi siya yung type ng carry na ina-iteman mo ng pampabilis mag-farm. Like mga Maelstrom or some maybe Fury, pero sobrang luma na ng ganong strategy na Ember. Fury type. So, in terms of farming, tagal yan. Di pa naging maganda yung lane mo. Siguro kung maganda yung lane mo and then instead of farming creeps, you farm heroes. So, sama ka lang ng sama, active carry ka. What's up, boss? Dito na naman ako. Saan ka pabor? So, dihado lang tayo lagi, boss. Yan ang tatandaan mo. Every time na nandito ka, sa dihado lagi. Kaya nga natalo na yung mga bet natin. Uy, malas. Hindi tumama sa Brambo. Okay. Okay. Kaso kaya nyo magpatayin yan. Protect todo, sir. Protect todo. Sige, call na. Call na natin to. Tapos na to. Tapos na to. Di kaya, di kaya. Di kaya. Go next, go next. 15 minutes, GG. Azar. Wala, di kaya doy. Pag nakapag... Manta na ba to? Monto no. Gogi. 7k gold lead, 16 minutes in. Team Spirit. PI form. Wala. Oh, makulit pa to. Makulit pa dito. Ito ka-trip. Ito pre, makulit tong support na to eh. Makulit tong support na to eh. Another stock for LOL. That's 4 now. Last. Walang OAT. Isa pang clash na maubos dito pa revision. Ito. So meron na silang Aghanim's timing from the IO. Isa pang clash na maubos dito pa revision. Wala na. Call na today. Hindi na to pipilitin pa. Aghanims for the IO. Easy level 15. Nope, 11 pa lang siya. Panic. Be careful! Hindi tinamaan ng Bramble Maze. Good reaction from Satanic. Using the Sleight of Fist to dodge the Bramble Maze. Huli silang support dito. Kaya patayin naman kagad yung support. Kaso mabibigyan din si Notice. Nakakapipi pa lang ng SF, not me, he's gonna die here. Make a DSF now, pang. Paling kayo nyan. Paling kayo nyan. 2 for 1, dalawang support kapalit ng isang offlane. No one. Still around here, medyo nasasaktan si Collapse. Hop, di tatama yung bushwalk.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, anong hinihintay mo na timing dito for the BKB? Which is 1,000 gold away.
Bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Octorin Core. Oh, nasa. Grabe yung pinafarm ni Yatoro, yung triangle ng kalaban. Unang niya, 12,000 net worth. Kita ka dyan, Collapse. Wala tayo takot dyan. Hindi tayo matakot dyan, Collapse. Okay. I see you. Meron siyang this Sisless Dirge. Sisless Dirge. So nothing to worry about. Unless mamatay ulit siya dito. Which is most likely to happen. Be out. May nakita sila dito ang support. Look at this light. He wants the IO. Relocate play. Kaso magiglimpse ka lang, Doy. Patay. Yung si 9 class. Somehow, still alive. Bushwalk na lang para ubusin yung creeps. He's out. Darn. Waiting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Satanic. Right-click ka agad si Lal instead of maybe kung natalunan niya yun, maubusan niya ng mana because he's got diffusal. Oh no. Satanic. Nandun pa sa gilid si Satanic eh. Another stop here. Kinukuha ni Lal. Satanic just tipping out. Pwede na yan.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, pag nagka-BKB yung Ember, and tatry na nilang lumaban, yun na yun. Pag busy na nanalo sa teamfight na yun, game to na to. 9 plus. Si Chiki, mukhang kukunin niya lang yung Shrine of Wisdom. Yeah, amplified damage. Too strong. Team fight. 9 class. He's farming around here. Maybe makita siya ni Ru. He's trying to look for Ru. Hello. Nandun sa kabila. Ayun, nakita. The Distiller. Silent ka muna. Oh, yun yan. Notice. Yung hindi kaya par. Ayun yung ayo. Ember maybe. Buy back ha. Teka lang, pa-overextend lang muna natin sila dito. Collapse. Diving in. Sige, collapse. Pwede makulat din talaga. With that, Octarine Core Glimmer Cape. Wala yung mga support, so walang pang-catch. Napabuyback dito si 9 Class. Si Notice nag-blink in, sabay pinagrampa siya nito Yatoro. Ang sakit.
Dire just fortified their structures. Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment. Dire's top
Sila dito sa gilid, par. Pwede yan, pwede yan. Pwede yan, pwede yan. Makakakuha din tayo isa. Sino pa, sino pa? Sino pa makulit dyan? Pwede rin yan, pwede rin yan. Okay.
is under attack. Poor little Radiant's courier was slain. Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Showing himself. May BKB naman na to kung sakali. Sakaling hulihin man siya. Hindi, DK lang kita. Wala ka, nakita. Ay, meron dito. Meron dito para. Huli ka, patay ka ngayon. Patay ka ngayon. BKB. Oh, hindi mag-BKB kasi may remnant out pa siya, okay?
人生得意须尽欢，莫使金樽空对月。
Larl. Trying to hunt. Uy, sablay yung talon. Wait lang, hindi na lang. Notice. Biglansin. Nasa nahuli. Oh, yun. Support. Yung mga support. Okay, patay yung mga support. Alright. Lumalaban ang parivision, par. Nakakapitas tayo ng mga support. That's good for us. May gusto pa si Yatoro dito. Miss. Madulas ha. Madulas din talaga itong Ember ha. Talagang hinahabol lang sila ng Team Spirit. Pinukulit na sila. Oh, walang tao dyan. Si Raze eh. Si Raze ng Raze eh. Mahabol pa rin sa farm itong Ember. Right now, he wants to go for the Raycons. DDK kita yung DDK. Hello. Okay. Palad. BKB. Right click. Oh, shit. Hindi ka na. Pero, pag ganyan, yung mga support, pwede na huli. Ayun, nag-glimpse back pa yung ano. Yung Ox. Patay pa yung Ox dun. Yung Alice, bali din. Patay. Sabay pipita sila ng iba. Kaso kaya ba nila to? Yun lang, hindi kaya doy. Yung IO, madadali pa. May BKB na tong IO ni Noan. Ito try niyang patayin dito si Ru, but Ru will be fine. Still have the Aegis for about 20 seconds. Pinipilit ni Yatoro na hanapin yung Ember. Aegis expired.
A flash of inspiration.
So, ginagawang strat dito ng Vision, naghahanap pa rin talaga sila ng, alam mo yun, mag-isang may iwan na support or hero. Yung mga nakabukod. Uy, guarde dito par, dito sa taas oh. Shadow. Moonlight Shadow. Satanic is playing with fire. So need to be careful here.
Dyer's bottom tower is on its way further down.
Kulit ni Kulop, Yagi, nakabal na unabot sa Satanic. Nag-livery cave siya eh. Ayun, namatay na naman si Larl. Okay. Okay. Buti na lang may relocate. Buti na lang may relocate. Laban ba tayo dito, par? Tanggalin natin tombstone. Okay, out. Sige, sama-sama na hanggang magka-rush. Gem invested here for Team Spirit. Grabe yung kills, ha? 24 and 13. 28 minutes pa lang. Pasok-pasok na naman natin yung mga over. 9 class. Bakit na nakareact?
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests.
Russian will be up. May respawn in 20 seconds. Ember carry sir, di gumagana. Maybe kag nagka-regents. Shivas. Okay. Madami na rin yung item ng Aya dito. Tons of armor from Shivas. Which is good. Requiem of the Souls. Requiem of the Souls. Patay! Nahuli rin ni Yatoro sa wakas. Ako pa rin ang tunay. Keep ka lang. Basag na to. Rush muna. 1 minute pa before rush.
Dyer's bottom tower is on its way further down. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Pag nakapag-satanic pa tong SF, tagilid na talaga. Okay. Larl is looking for a target here. Kanta. Susan. Gotcha. TP out. TP out lang. Mag-smoke ngayon ang pari vision. Alright. Kulang-kulang na naman sila. Sinatni na naman nasa frontline. Roshan is now up. Ito na yung pagkakataon. Ikaw, Collapse. Tama ka? Namatay dito si Larl. Roset na naman si Larl dito. Wala pa siyang BKB doy. Pero may shield rin siya. Ito na yun. Mga support lang ang merong buyback. Regents, binuo na ng Ember. You have BKB for your Axe as well. So, tatlong core naka-BKB na. Satanic Uy, itas. Okay, mabilisan lang. Buyback is available. Shan. Mukhang hindi na i-contest dito ng Vision. Give it up. Big treat sa panic na po Toro. Ano na yung madness na yan.
Bottom tower has a nasty situation. Gallant Radiant was slain by Radiant.
Makikita niya ata ito magpa-farm to. Sama-sama lang. Pwede tayo sa bottom lane. Shard muna. Tormentor. Sinat mo, namamatay ha. Wala na magpapapitas. Sama-sama lang. Glinimir yung creeps oh. Para hindi mag-up yung backdoor. Pasag. Crazy damage from the Shadow Fiend. Going Daedalus. Sama-sama lang. At gusto na nilang tapusin tong game na to, doy. Sige, end na natin. End the ball. End the ball. Ano yan? Call? Wala, pwede ipasok na sa tombstone ko. Tombstone lang, ganun lang. Tonic, punong buhay. At muna. Isa pa. Ay, banner dun ah.
Tower is on its way further down.
Is the farm. Hex. Sige, hintay tombstone. Oh. Buyback. May mga buyback. Ang mga kalahok. 4 na buyback for Vision. Uy, tumalon si 9 class. Ayan. Buyback. Hindi wala siyang pera pang buyback dun. Paano yan?
Radiant's courier was lost in the heat of battle.
Call once again. Toro. Spot na sa Tonic. Full HP. Sulat din talaga ni Noel ha. Okay. Wait lang par. Kunin ko lang yung Daedalus ko par. Go na to eh. Biling ko lang. Nope. Come on. Napa BKB. Glimpse timing. By BKB. Nice try. But now walang BKB si No One. Do we go? Par, kunin natin yung triangle par. Walang tao. Maliban sa SF. Walang tao maliban sa... Ay! Aray! 1v1! 1v1? Gagi, 1v5! Di kaya!
bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Here we go. Nakakamay ako ng rampage 14 seconds before the age is gone. Nakakamay ako ng rampage. Tanggal ages. Pasok na kagad sa tombstone yan, Pam. Yung dating sa likuran, no? Sa likuran, no? Kumukulit yung mga support, no? Yung mga support na binibigyan, no? Par, pinapatay ako dito, par. Hindi na itago nila, no? Kinapait sila. Lagi kinapait sila ng sobra-sobra. Okay.
Dire's middle barracks are getting it now.
Nakaka-depensa pa. Ambition, ah. Pumupuso pa. Agonims. Disrupting the backline.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests.
The heart.
Double damage.
Okay, sige. Hintay Roshan muna ulit. Wait lang sa rush, doy. Two. Saan nagtitipi yun? Sagit. Yung ayaw mamamatay. Hindi kaibigan na, par. Pumasok pero na-use ka agad. Asar yan. Hindi nag-BA, CD pa pala yung BKB ng Axe, par. Patay ka ngayon. May buyback yung Axe. If needed. Panic. Bibigyan dito. Nasa sa tombstone. SF. Long stun. Marami natin yung set. Pinago! Uy, patoy! Dugi patoy 4. Collapse, oh. Sige, ako na lang mag-isa, oh. 1v5. Pagay. 1v5. Sige, 1v1 sa 5. Si Collapse ang kalaban nyo. Kaya niyo ba si Collapse? Patay din sa tanik, doy. Sampalin ka yan. Gagi si Collapse. Gagi. 7k HP. Patay. Unjing. Gagi na unjing. Ikaw, DK. Ala. Takbo. DK na naman. Talon. Naunjing ka, par. Hop. Hindi yata kaya patayin yan eh. Kaya ba patayin yan? May BKB at kung ano-ano. Ito na targets pa. Dukalis. Bumalik ka dito, Dukalis. Sinahampas dito yung Ayo. Muntik na mamatay yung Ayo. Buti na lang nakapag-relocate. But Dukalis might ipet. Dukalis is dead.
Dire's middle barracks are not doing so well.
Kasag na ako, wala yung axe. Axe lang naman bumubosit sa akin.
Fortify their structures. Dire's middle barracks are not doing so well. Right to Dire's middle barracks. Dire's courier met an unhappy ending.
Daming pera ni Noah, no? 4K, ang bibili mo kaya? May nag-iisipan niya, anong magandang bilhin? Wind Waker.
I'll take that.
Grabe, wala pa palang nababasag na tore. Puro magalang. Russian up again. Third rush. The Team Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nakakamay talaga ako ng Rampage. Feel ko lang ha. Wala, napa-BKB siya. Yup, pasok muna ako sa tombstone ko. Napa-BKB siya dahil baka ma-hexing naman siya. Uy, may nakita ng support sa gilid. Bumalik ka dito, bumalik ka dito. Nagkasampang 9 plus. Puro miss, puro miss, puro miss. Buyback. Laps is now unstoppable. 7k HP from this undying. How do you get past this off lane? Hop! Tago! Huwag nagtatago lang sa tombstone. Okay! X? Ibig yan, hindi makakatamad patayin yan. Bushwap, Order, mga heal, may Glimmer Cape, even got the Disperser kung kailangan ng Dispel. What you gonna do now? Wala. Walang magawa. Sigulaps, oh, ayan, oh, ayaw niya pasukin. Tatamad din patayin yan. Gogi, 3-time TI hopefuls. Yatoro and collapse. Hop. Kita, sabay, kita, sabay. Tumalon! Gagi, Berserker Call, sabay Krela. Angas ng combo! Angas na na! Blink in! Krela, sabay call. Okay din ah! Guard, unahin niyo yung mga support pa. Sige, tago ko muna yung mga support pa. Si Noah, nag-ayo mid. Patay ka dyan, Noah. Buyback. Sa support, nag-buyback din si Noah. Si Collapse, buhay pa rin. Nagtago pa sa tombstone. Gagi, buhay pa rin si Collapse. Nasa tombstone. Asa si Collapse. Hindi ko na makita. Basta, buhay pa din siya. Siguro combo yung ginawa ni Notice talaga. Blink in, Krela. Kasi wala eh, pag di siya nag-Krela, patay siya sa SF eh. Kahit blade nila niya. Aray ko yung ayo, patay. Wala, GG. GG. Ultra kill, give him the rampage. Give him the rampage. Bang! I see you! Rampage! Gagi, sabi ko na nakakamoy ako ng rampage eh. Gagi, ba talaga si Orotay? Woo! Panoorin natin yung sinasabi ng mga kalahok. Panoorin natin. Sana. Ano sinasabi nila? Ano ba yan? Doon tayo sa English. Huwag kami sa rush yun. Huwag kami
And
rush.
Satanic playing an Ember Spirit carry for the first time himself. I know we've seen Ember carry so
Ember
far in this
carry?
tournament, but
Ano kasi,
Satanic
Ana?
himself having their first competitive games on those
par.
heroes, and you're like, is it game
Ana.
one of a TI finals where you want
Ana
to do
lang
it?
yan
And I
eh.
give them full credit to
Step
having
lang
that
tayo sa ano
confidence, but at the
natin,
end of the
strategy
day,
natin.
what Spirit cooked, Quinn, was just another level.
Yeah, I think the answer
Overcooked,
to your
par.
question, is this the place to do it, is no. I think you want to go back to your
Nasunog
comfort.
na.
You want to go back to the solid strategies you played for
Overcooked
the
yun
entirety
eh.
of your career. We look at Satanic, you think of him as the hard carry that scales in
Pero
the late game.
actually,
that's gonna
sinugal
put the
lang
team
din
on the
nila
back
kasi
end.
nga
How can you really do
na-slark
that with an
sila.
Ember
So,
carry? It just wasn't the
yung
same level
Ember,
of
hindi mo
impact
talaga
we're used to
pwedeng
seeing from
ilagay
him.
sa mid
And I
yun.
don't
Wala
blame
kang
him.
no
It's
choice
a
dun.
very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Puppy in the coach interview that they have tried it before and it wasn't unexpected for them. And he thinks that TI is for trying things and that's why they did it. But in practice, it didn't look
Wala
that
kang
good.
no
That IO
choice.
mid didn't even manage to have a game against the Slark. The Ember lost to that Undying pick, which was brilliant because Team Spirit set up a situation where both side lanes would win and the mid flex didn't matter in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just comes back to what you brought up about how maybe Puppy is saying no to 9class's ideas. And for me personally, I feel like Satanic's been the player of the tournament, or the player of Team Vision at least. And put him in an Ember against Undying lane, you're not really setting him up for success. And I feel like if you have a guy on 9class that could take that upon him. He could play that Ember. It's something he's done in the past. Their lane didn't go well anyway. It's not like he's a particularly strong hoodwink player. So for me, it's just a little bit questionable how they approach this game one. But to be honest, in a best of 5, you have a lot of room to do these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter for the next game. It's 0-0.
Room for error, room for growth, whichever way you want to look at it here. But it definitely felt like a game of bluffs in some way as well, because whilst the execution was incredibly high from Spirit, it felt like that they were coming in almost as a continuation of the best of 3 that they had in their upper bracket 2 days ago, where it's, we actually know what you like, we know what you don't like, and so they try and put Lal on an uncomfortable slog that he hasn't necessarily shown or proven himself on the same way he has other heroes, and vice versa, again, where Vision are thinking, we've got this Ember that we can move to other roles. We've got this IO that we know is comfortable mid, but at the end of the day, Quinn, I'm not really sure how that mid matchup played out. You said that it should be something more favorable to IO, but we didn't see that in eventuality.
Yeah, I think it probably should. It ended up being where Slark takes a relatively decent early CS advantage, and I think you can chalk a lot of that up to no one's inexperienced on the hero. It's quite a very player-specific hero. You need a lot of reps into how you move the spirits back and forth. It's a very finicky, I don't know, very IO-specific mechanic that not any other heroes have. And so I think I chalked it up to inexperience, and I think it's not just sort of a fault of Vision, but it's a skill that Spirit is really good at. And I think specifically in finals, I've felt this myself, that they are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. It's not just Vision doing it to themselves. They're picking things and banning in a way that forces you to do that, or you feel compelled to it, almost like they're mind controlling you.
On that topic of potential inexperience on the mid IO, that may very well be true, but watching it play out, I don't think IO has any inherent advantages against Slark. The way the hero functions in the mid lane is it just farms. You trade farm, and for mid heroes to punish melee heroes, they have to make it so that if the melee heroes walk up to hit a creep, that they take absurd amounts of damage, and that just doesn't happen with IO until later levels, and I think fundamentally the concept there was also wrong.
We're going to look at the earlier mark between these two, right? Looking at about 10 minutes, I feel like that's that moment where you're wanting to see a little bit more movement coming out from your mid. You're hoping that they're going to be up there, the playmaker, or the solid rock for your team, and hopefully that they've had a good enough lane for themselves. But when it comes to this mark, it's not necessarily a glaring obvious who is doing that for their team, right, Quinn?
Yeah, it's very even, and you've got the pressure on the side lanes, and I think that's Spirit, that's how they love to play. They want to have Laurel just chilling, playing some matchup that's whatever, that's normal, that he's fine in, and they put pressure and they put the precedence on their side lanes to do well and have good matchups, and I think that came to fruition completely this game. It's exactly how they want to play. It's a bread and butter Spirit draft.
I feel like the main thing that I take away from that is the net worth. The Wisp has to be a lot more farmed coming out of that matchup. Honestly, it needs to be almost 1,000 gold higher at minute time.
Okay, that is a big difference. And you mentioned something briefly, Quinn, where you're talking about it's a lot down to the side lanes. What's happening on the action there as well? How much more can their mids offer, depending on how well their side lanes are going? And we've already talked about it. This is the first official we've seen Satanic on that Ember Spirit. And luckily we have Purge, who's going to give us more information about how it played out for him.
Yeah, they tried out the Ember Spirit with the shift to the safe lane. They thought they could make it work. Last I saw was Team Liquid playing it. And it's definitely a little bit harder here. Satanic did his best in the lane. He did some nice little tricky things like dodging the Willow Blast here. But after a quick level 2 on Willow, she got a D-ward here. This really nice root is going to guarantee the kill on Satanic. That got him a first blood. And the lane didn't really get that much better for a bit here because that level 3 now for Undying is very, very fearsome. He did use Flame Guard to protect himself when he got gone on a bit here, which is going to give him a little bit of protection. But the downside is they have a lot of nuke damage here, so they actually were just bursting through his Flame Guard and almost killing him. Here's his final death here that you would normally get successfully with Satanic, of course, so he's going to slight dodge that one as well, even using another Fairy Fire to survive. He had a tough lane. They did gank the Undying, but they did do this nice move on the Wisdom Shrine, which allowed them to, at the very least, get the Wisdom Shrine. But of course, a ton of rotations here, and Clap still got 1 support kill. So, but this was a nice moment for Satanic to catch up. And in the end of this, he's actually kind of close in net worth if you take a look at it. All things considered, yeah, he's really not that far away. So that was great. Then Yatoro did some really interesting things in this game. And you probably spotted him in the stream at some point showing up somewhere he's not supposed to be. So watch his path here. He was thinking about killing the Axe, but Axe basically got zoned because he's SF. SF wins his matchups. And then he's just fishing to do mid pressure. There's a catapult at this moment. So this is a really good time for him to be here, because if he's just successful at helping to get a kill, then they get a whole bunch more damage. And this is probably the moment you saw him on stream when he came here and double raised the enemy mid. This is kind of crazy to look at, but if you look at what happened on the map here, he's basically forcing the IO to go farm these camps over here, which means he's super far away from the mid lane. So it basically makes it easier for them to pressure the mid lane and for his Slark to get as much farm as he wants. And a short time later, he basically does the same thing. He's going to clear the wave. He's going to walk towards mid. He's going to take this nice little Ancient stack, which is beautiful for him, and he's going to do the same thing. Hiding behind the tower, looking for a hero. He ends up spotting out 9 class, which guarantees the vision, which guarantees the kill, and again, guarantees the tower. So this early pressure that Yatoro did to rotate, it didn't take a huge amount of him. He lost a little bit of gold, but he got some nice ganks, and that pressure really opened things up on the map. The mid was opened up. Collapse had this really sick play, getting the kill on Satanic, and as a whole, the lanes just went great for Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We're seeing it play out in real time. The Yatoro of TI-10, that's what he was praised for time and time again, was how early he was willing to rotate to mid, how he was willing to help out other cores despite this more traditional viewpoint of a carry being the #1 farmer. You're supposed to always be farming if you're not out there in your lane. And at the end of the day, he goes, well, there's other means to get kills. There's other means to be able to shut down our opponents, and that is pushing the mid laner out as far as possible.
Yeah, I love those clips. I think that it really shows some of the skills that the Yatoro doesn't always show, but somehow when it comes to TI, when it comes to the finals, he just builds this extra awareness of places he can be, places he can pressure. These are split-second decisions that you need to make in very specific moments, or you're just going to miss the opportunity, and he's so in the moment. He's so clutch in these finals. Almost no one else would make these moves, but Yatoro in zone is just a different beast.
To add on to that, it's just Team Spirit's understanding of which lanes to focus on has always been some of the most impressive out of all the teams in Dota. But they had this knowledge that if IO doesn't have any kind of farm, they won't be able to make moves because both side lanes were shut down. So if they moved their emphasis to the mid lane and pushed no one into the jungle, then there really was no tempo or counterplay for a very long time. And I do have to give them props for how they set up the Disruptor. Playing Disruptor with Slark's night vision and an SF coming mid, you're just happy in that situation, aren't you, Insania?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I played Disruptor, 2 of my favorite heroes to lane with were TB and SF, and it's just because they provide so much overwhelming damage. Whenever you glimpse someone back, they just immediately die. And that's like what they do on the lane, but then Yatoro takes it one step further, and he just makes sure that he's connected to all the moves that Disruptor wants to make. When Disruptor wants to move mid, well, he's there to provide the damage. And now suddenly, anybody that's within 1,600 range of a Disruptor is just dead.
Yeah, you can see it even from just the positioning. The SF is not playing like a typical turret and that he's standing behind everyone. For the majority of this game, Yatoro is standing in front of everyone because his supports wants to stand behind. He's charging at them so then the Disruptor can glimpse them back. That's such an unusual sort of switch of priority in how you're even just standing. These are the little things that go into the greatness that is these Tier 1 carry players or Tier 1 players in general on the biggest stage that he sees in the moment. This is a time for me to walk up and chat up for my supports who are going to sit behind. Compared to the inverse, that is amazing awareness in the moment.
The domino effects that can happen in Dota are so beautiful because Like when you think about it, you're like, okay, Slark, night vision. And yes, Disruptor, he needs vision. But if your side lanes are so overwhelming, you can play on the first night after minute 5. That's when the laning stage occurs. And that's when a lot of the kills were happening after those first 5 minutes. So from the first night to be able to make that many kills happen off of your vision strategy, we don't see that very often. Usually it's the second or third night that this really becomes significant. I don't think I've ever seen a first night be that impactful.
It's rare. It's honestly super rare that you have like a disruptor in a winning lane, a Slark mid of all things, and then the carry willing to connect as well. So I think all 3 of these things had to align for us to have this beautiful early game.
I just love it. The way that the draft played out, well, like this is one of the biggest cooking sessions that we've seen Miposhka be able to do. A disruptor that hasn't been picked at all in this TI, like the fact that it goes 2 whole weeks completely overlooked, even though SF, even though Slark have been gaining traction. SF was definitely one of those things that in this patch coming in, people were first phase banning. And so we talk about this cycle. Now it's back in the hero pool. Now there is adjustments that need to be made. And more importantly, that pressure is on Vision. We've seen them lose games, but they're in best of 3s. And it's normally a game 2 that they're losing when they're already up. So now they're going to be starting the best of 5 on the back foot. Yeah, there's room for experimentation because you need to be able to have 3 games to win, but you've done your experimenting in a game number 1, and so when it comes to a game 2, even though that experimenting didn't work, do you still have faith that you need to go down that route?
I feel like you mixed it up. I don't think they went for this Ember. The idea was Lard doesn't play Slark, and coming into the series, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
So, you know, Spirit kind of catch them off guard. They got the Slark, they played the Ember, and now you're just going to shift priorities. You have so many other heroes in the Ember Spirit. You're not reliant on this hero. You know, there's a difference between a team like Vision and maybe Enigma that needed to play the Ember. These guys have a lot more up their sleeve.
Yeah, you're here for a reason. You've proven throughout the entire tournament that you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the tournament. That was not a fair showing of their true potential. They're playing extremely long off comfort on multiple roles. Go back to what you're good at and show the world and show Spirit why you're in this final. You deserve to be here. This is not the moment where you push over and say, they're just better than us. This is where you steel yourself and you go back to this and say, we're here for a reason, and now we're going to show you.
Yeah, that felt like a statement by Puppey that if they take Ember away from Team Spirit, then Laurel doesn't have heroes that they're uncomfortable dealing with in terms of tempo. Because if not the Ember, what have we seen Laurel play that pushed the Team Spirit supports forward on the map? I mean, another hero would be Pango, but it hasn't been that successful this tournament for him. And Puppey basically just said that our plan is to take it away. And if they do plan on taking it away again, it would just be with Slark being factored into the bans. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you open up doors for potentially a Bane, potentially a Winter Wyvern, and we just honestly, I feel like we just got to see how they react to this. It's hard to make any sort of predictions about what their take from the game is, because for me, at least watching, I think you don't want Satanic on Ember. We want him on some sort of win condition. And if this is the plan B, then I don't like the plan.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting how the sort of the order of these drafts pans out whenever hard counters like the Slark versus Ember arise. Ember, through a lot of this tournament, I think would be getting first pick, but there's this one pesky Slark. And so that means Ember is will be a second pick only hero because you need to pick it on the end of the first phase, so then you can ban the Slark in the next phase. Compared to if you try to pre-ban it, then they will just respond with the Ember ban. So you can actually never get Ember if you're first pick. And these things can arise and change how teams prioritize draft order and how the lineups are created, because maybe Ember was crucial and now you can't get it anymore from that pick side.
It's always the back and forth when it does come to drafting. Are you a team that loves and thrives on that first pick, or are you a team that wants to wait until the end to be able to be more reactionary and know that you have that depth within you there? And we're seeing all of our players, they walked out on stage, sitting back down in the booth, and we've brought this up time and time again, is how necessarily do Vision feel after a loss, right? Are they a team that gets a little bit downtrodden about it, or are they a team that goes, hey man, you chalk it up, it is what it is, and we just look towards a whole brand new game here? And I honestly think it's the second of those two options, because even though we've seen them be the team with an early GG in a game at TI, there were still a lot of laughs, there were still a lot of smiles, and I think the camaraderie between Vision is much stronger than maybe public perception sees.
I think so too, and I mean, no one was smiling at Satanic at the end of the game. Someone was chatting, and they seem to be okay. I think they have this understanding that when it's a draft issue, then you go next. Like Insania loves to say, every game is 0-0. You give up on the last loss.
Yeah, I think you just forget about the last game. I think you can draw some drafting lessons, but that's mostly for Puppey to do. And I think for the players, it's just, we're going to go into the game, we're going to run it back. We had a series against Spirit before where we lost the game, and it's nothing new to us. We've done this before. And I feel like they've proven throughout this tournament that they are not fazed by losses. This has happened so many times. And this whole idea of like they used to be a team that tilted out a series or stuff like that, it just doesn't apply to them anymore.
Yeah.
And again, they have so many approaches they can take in a draft, Quinn, like their Lone Druid or Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got plenty of tricks in the bag still. And I think they've also gotten, I hope, some of the jitters out of the way. If you look at some of the clips that Purge was showing, the Ember Spirit walks back into a bramble, or no one maybe is CSing it's a little bit off in lane. I think some of that is, it's a grand final. It just feels a little different. It's a little bigger, grander, scarier. You love to see it.
Bro knows it's him.
You love to see the smiles in finals. I think it's very easy to get sucked into, especially when you're down a game, the stress and pressure of we're down, we need to come back, we need to fix things, there's problems, and these can mount up and feel like this overwhelming dread sort of enveloping you. But I think the ability to not, only try to win, which is the most important thing, but also appreciate this is a very special moment. You may never get again. You never know whenever these things will happen. Dota is a very competitive game, and people fall by the wayside all the time. And so I think being able to laugh and appreciate the moment, the privilege you've been given, I think is something they should all very much look to do.
We also saw just briefly there, we had Not Me come up on the screen, and I think it's a face not a lot of people are familiar with for two reasons. One, this is his first TI appearance. You're making it to a grand final with a veteran and a decorated org such as Spirit here. But on top of that, he shaved his beard off. And I know coming into the grand finals, we were all discussing, is it going to be Voltoro? Well, over on the Chinese stream, Delv was talking to Maposhka and asked Maposhka about, oh, did you guys consider shaving Yatoro's head? And he goes, it worked twice. We don't really think it's going to work a third time. And as the rookie, Not Me had to tank it, and he was more than willing to shave his beard instead.
I love that this is kind of an initiation ritual for Team Spirit. I mean, there is a very specific culture in this team, and you can really watch it unfold in moments like these in the TI Grand Finals.
We've alluded to draft alterations that need to be had. The preparation and the pressure of those said drafts really falls on Puppy and Maposhka, and so we'll see how it pans out for game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 2.
Spirit is up 1 game here in a best of 5 for our TI15 Grand Finals. We had Vision with first pick in game number 1, and it has been flipped this time around. It's going to be Spirit with their first pick, and so it does bring back all of those theories that you guys were crafting. Where does this Ember take priority now? Where does the Slark fall in the draft if you're willing or wanting to take Ember in the first phase?
Yeah. There's this really cool thing you can do here if you're
Game.
Like, let's see, we're going to see Vision's 2 first bans. And if they notice that there's like 2 heroes that they want to ban out, that we know they want to ban, and we don't want to give them the opportunity to do it, you can ban out the Slark, forcing them to ban the Ember, and then giving you one of those heroes that you want to play in the upcoming situation.
Yeah, it's definitely something you consider, and with the way the bans have been changed over the years, the order of them is very important, and trading bans in that forced way is definitely a smart and cool tactic. They choose to pass on it in this instance, but it's something that may come into effect in later games as well.
With the Nature's Prophet taken out by Team Spirit, I think if you're Team Vision, you can comfortably lean back on your Lone Druid. I mean, there's always the concern of the first pick Winter Wyvern coming out from Team Spirit, but you have 2 bans here. Instead, they ban the Bane. Bane covers for Ember, it covers for Io.
Yeah, I wonder if these will be the bans that they continue with throughout the series. I know in the finals we played that sometimes you're wrong about the first phase bans. It can be a bit tricky to actually get those right, and it's so much easier from a third eye perspective, or from after the series to feel like, oh, obviously we should have banned this instead. Nature's Prophet was too broken. But sometimes you get mixed up and you ban the wrong heroes in the moment, and I think considering those and really making sure, is this really integral to their draft? Is this what binds them together is such an important thing.
Vision are looking at their final ban here, and what's been left in the pool from game number 1 is that Wyvern, it's also the Earth Spirit and the Coddle, and now it feels like you're in a tricky situation because at least 2 of those are getting through, along again with maybe that Ember.
I mean, I think that you have a lot of things to consider here, right? If you ban the Slark, then Spirit picks Ember. Are you happy to play Earth Spirit into Ember? We've seen quite a lot of success in that matchup specifically. Winter Wyvern has been Spirit's go-to first pick. I feel like in every single game that we've seen them play, when it's there, they always go for it. So it's a tricky situation. You have to kind of look at the matchups that you get and what kind of trade you want to make here.
They definitely could go for a Spirit trade. They've left Earth Spirit, a hero that's been very, very dominant. Laurel's very capable of. Ember is a classic response. It's not really a lane counter anymore, but in the game you buy Vessel and you buy Mage Slayer and you can negate some of his fighting with your own fighting. So they could be saying, hey, you take one Spirit, we take the other. But Spirit declines the trade and says, Yatoro cooked so hard last game, we're just running it back because we don't think you have answers.
I wonder if they think that
First pick
Notice
SF na
hero pool
naman.
suffers very hard against the Shadow Fiend because there is always
Lakas
a
talaga
potential
ng
for
SF
Darkseer
naman
coming
kasi.
out to counter the SF.
Paano mo kukontrahin
but
yan?
maybe they think that that's very easy to deal with any kind of Dispel, any Enchantress, any Largo.
I think the Darkseer against SF matchup is very much a laning, or it's not so much of a laning matchup. And I feel like the way that Team Spirit are playing right now, I feel like if they can guarantee that they have side lane pressure from Yatoro's SF, they're just going to go for the SF, looking at the matchup, seeing like nothing really pressures us. They might be counters us down the line, like we saw them earlier today.
So,
on
anong
the TV
pangka-counter mo
themselves.
dyan?
So there are ways to deal with it, but they just want to get that pressure early on. They don't want to let the lanes snowball. And Team Vision go for the Earth Spirit.
It's a very solid response. There's
Okay,
nothing wrong with this at all.
Ganda.
And to be honest, I already like this opener more for Vision than I did last game. This Earth Spirit hero, it's just so good against all the turrets because you have a way to gap close. And so you get on top of the Shadow Fiend, you make him start running, and the whole advantage turrets have is they can hit you while you run into them. So if you close that gap immediately and you just roll on top of them, well, now suddenly he's running away, and those are valuable seconds that he's not hitting you and dealing DPS.
Yeah, on the flip side of that is Earth Spirit, we've seen him kind of struggle when he rolls
mapapaisip
in
sila
and there's
nila
a
yan,
turret
ano,
hitting him. Like if he misses his initial stun
Ano
and he
yung
doesn't have
magandang
backup, you're getting 5-shotted by the
pangontra
Shadow
sa
Fiend.
Ember?
So a lot of it is execution based at later stages of the game too. And Darkseer does get taken out. I think once the Earth Spirit shows you can't let Darkseer through, it just creates too strong of a combination.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think, you know, if you have the opportunity to ban heroes, of course you should ban the
Boss
heroes
it
that
yan.
counter you down the line, right? You
Kontra yan
don't
sa
need to
ano
give
talaga
away
eh.
the possible best matchups with your
Kontra
opponents.
yung SF
So
natin
good ban
dun.
from Spirit here. I'm trying to think, because we've talked about how important the supports have been in this matchup, and I think, there you go, the Coddle's out. This was a hero that pairs very well with both Ember and the Earth Spirit. Any sort of Spirit, really, Coddle's happy to play with. And 9 Class has proven to find opportunities to make moves with this hero that no other player has done at this tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think also, I mean, like the man on camera, he has been so impressive. And the fact that there's a clockwork first phase ban, a hero that no one else really cares about that much, but he is so terrifying with the accuracy of these cogs. They feel like they have to first phase ban it every game. That's so much value. That's why you're getting the Shadow Fiend, is because he's so proficient at that clockwork. These things add up like crazy.
Rue is good too. I do think you have to account for a potential Ember still on Vision, like maybe an Enchantress for Ducalis or something, because it's still in the pool. We know Laurel's going to play it.
Yeah, there you go.
You've
Nice
got
call, Mira.
Dispels for the Flame Guard and the mid pressure. I do wonder though, if you're getting run at nonstop by an Enchantress as an Ember Spirit, like what do you need from your support squad?
I think you want pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Enchantress, the biggest thing about this hero is if she's free to attack. She doesn't actually have any spells, and so it takes her a little bit of time to get the creep, to walk there, to get the right angle, to wait for Enchant to come off cooldown so you can slow with the creep. There's a lot of prerequisites that sort of have to be met, and if there's a ton of fighting and there's gate ganking and all these things, the pressure in the side lanes, well, she doesn't have the time and the freedom to go mid and make moves there. So I think you're kind of like, yo team, can y'all put some pressure elsewhere and let me like do my thing here?
And I think that is Spirit's MO, right? Like they want to have that side lane pressure to prevent you from going mid, to prevent you from pressuring this Laurel potential Ember Spirit. We haven't even seen it yet, but of course we have to consider it here.
I love this. Them moving the
Slardar?
priority up on the Slaughter
Okay.
because we saw it get banned out in the final phases of bans. And I know that they were going for more of a different trajectory when it came to Spirit, but to be able to have it so freely right now, I'm like, I'm excited to see what it's going to bring in a grand final.
That's really cool. I mean, I love the combo of amplified damage with SF, but outside of that, Slardar was kind of the lane counter to Earth Spirit for a while last month, and people gave up on it. I think another nice dynamic with Slardar is Lina, who's very popular in this patch, has been shown to be countered by Slardar.
So pwede mag-Slardar
Yeah,
mid?
you're reducing options, right? You pick Slardar, you know they're not going to pick any Linas from this point onward. Also, I think what Spirit does is really cool here, because they have the flex on the Slardar, right, between the mid and the off lane. But because they already see the mid laner, they know that they guaranteed have one good lane for the Slardar. Even if there comes the hardest counter pick of all time on the safe lane, you guaranteed can put the Slardar in a nice position, but they could still put it on the off lane if you don't address this. So now Vision have to address the Slardar in the off lane. so that, or they're gonna just end up playing against it mid. And it's a really cool draft here from Spirit. I love what they're doing.
Do you think Enchantress is enough versus an offlane starter? Because you can dispel sprint and maybe go for a kill combo?
I think it's a decent hero, but the thing with Enchantress is she doesn't really do anything except auto attack, and Slaughter has really high armor, so he tanks that pretty decently.
It's also kind of a cool situation in that Vision, whenever you see Slaughter SF, you want to pick the high armor carries. You want Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, you want Illusion Bros that can outscale the Shadow Fiend, but it's tricky to actually pick it on 16, 17 on the Underlord Rubik spots because you're going to get counterpicked by the offlane because of that Slaughter flex. And so because he can go in either lane, if you pick that carry there, well, suddenly a bunch of magic damage is getting slapped down right after, and you don't have as good of a matchup anymore. And so as it goes to the last pick, they have the option to ban the Terrorblades and the Phantom Lancers, these heroes that counter the Shadow Fiend, which, you know, sort of goes more into just a very nice order of things from Spirit.
We're going to be waiting not too much longer for what Spirit are deciding for themselves, and it is that Undying. And again, it still keeps a lot of things open for themselves because we know how strong of a lane an SF and Undying can be together.
Support,
but we also just saw in
offlane.
game number 1, Collapse won't shy away
Pinakita ni
from
Collapse,
picking up that Undying
Octarine
too.
Core,
Yeah,
first
there's absolutely the
item.
potential for Collapse to play it. I mean, we touched upon it earlier in the tournament, but this Undying has some purpose when playing against Earth Spirit, where if Earth Spirit rolls in, and nowadays Earth Spirits tend to have a very low level roll, max out the other two spells, Undying can slow you, drop a tombstone, and you just can't get out of that fight. And all the Spirit heroes, they love to kite, they don't like getting slow, they don't like being rooted down into one place.
And these are two of some of the highest strength gain heroes in Dota, in Earth Spirit and Underlord, and an offlane Undying is a very strong counterpick as he scales.
Yep. Keeping the flex potential open. It's very, very nice. And Mira mentioned it earlier, but Earth Spirit rolling in, Spirit loves to conceptually counterpick you. Well, now you want to roll into the Shadow Fiend, well, you're going to get amplified, Undying is going to hit you, and now you're going to get completely exploded by the physical damage. And so they've turned what you thought was a counter back to countering yourself. And they're flipping that script and changing the way the matchup dynamics work and proving that matchups are not one-dimensional. They're based on all the other heroes at play. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Spirit does, right? They always look at how to conceptually beat what you're doing. They also take out the TB. It's a great matchup against the SF. We saw them run this exact same matchup earlier today, so I like the position that they're in. I feel like when I think of Earth Spirit and how he deals damage, it's by being tanky. It's by staying alive, letting that Magnetize run. It takes time. But when you don't have time to do that, suddenly this hero isn't that super high magic damage hero that we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament.
What's another carry that Spirit might be looking at taking out then that also fits a similar sort of playstyle or item timing that TB does?
I mean, you're looking for something with a lot of armor. You want heroes that naturally buy agility or buy ACs, buy like something that has a lot of natural armor.
Yeah, we saw the Luna from Yandex earlier yesterday, and I think that could definitely be something to look towards. It's some hero like that. It's a traditional Agi carry that, I mean, I love that for them, for Vision now, that they get Satanic to play what he wants to play. He gets to play the heroes he's practiced for his entire career. The anime protagonist hero, that's what Satanic is best at, and they've set him up for that compared to last game where he's playing the complete opposite.
A lot of his go-tos are kind of uncomfortable in this position, though. I mean, I think the only one that looks decent is the Templar Assassin, but we did see her lose to Slardar yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiny Ban, I think, makes a lot of sense, right? It's just his ultimate gives him armor. It's a tricky position to be a carry, I think. I'm trying to think of good options. To be honest, the TA, I personally only really liked it when we saw it against the Centaur the other day. It had clear purpose. It's going to destroy its lane. It's going to abuse the minus armor. Here against Slardar, potentially, I feel like that is a draw-ish lane. It's not like a super dominant one.
See the full lane now, have a little bit more information. It's a strong lane. It's not a lane that's easy to pick super hard carries into, and I think that may be a little bit of sort of a pre-countering. We're picking the Axe here that's going to Blink Blade Mail call you. So if you pick these traditional Agi heroes that are low HP, high armor, well, the Axe is going to be super good against that. And so it's a nice sort of preemptive, we know what you want, and we're going to make that a little bit more uncomfortable for you.
Mm-hmm. And things like Lifestealer get solved by the Slardar that came early in Spirit's draft. I mean, Mipocho's kind of cooking today.
Yep, and like any sort of TA routes against Axe are super scary because you one-shot yourself on that Blade Mail, so they deny that potential too.
I think you can choose to just play tempo on Vision instead if you feel that you may fall trap to lane counters or matchup counters, because you still do have the tempo over Spirit. You have this Enchantress that's going to be running around taking towers. You have the Underlord who can connect on any kind of plays you make. Maybe go for
Luna na lang
Luna.
siguro.
I mean, to be honest, I
pwede.
like Luna. I was thinking about Lone Druid for a bit, and then I looked at Spirit's heroes, and I'm like, okay, absolutely do not pick Lone Druid into this, because there's so many ways to deal with this bear. The bear won't be tanky. And to be
Lone
honest, I
Druid.
like the Luna. Watson pulled it off. It looked pretty
Luna,
good.
Luna.
It buys the right items. It has a lot
Luna
of
na lang.
armor. It even has damage reduction that it provides for itself. So it's a pretty cool pick here.
Yeah. You want some building damage too. You've got a lot of guys who sit behind you. You're
Lifestealer.
Okay.
This is risky. Historically,
Yo,
Lifestealer
kanyan.
is pretty bad against Slardar because when you press Rage, then he amplify damages you.
Wala
And
na
instead
to,
of he
zero
shreds
na
you,
to,
you need
doy.
to run into the fight. And while it does have a good lane, I think, and can get ahead early, you need to be quite farmed so you can actually get to the Manta, get to the AC eventually, and then the matchups can turn a little.
Yeah, and we mentioned how this Earth Spirit needs to stay alive in order to be able to deal its damage. Lifestealer is one of the few carries that can actually amplify his mid hero in that way. So I think Vision are trying to then once again answer concepts, not focusing so much on individual hero matchups, but try to look at what does our draft actually need to be able to win this game. We need to keep our Earth Spirit alive, we need to get value out of Magnetize, and we need to make sure that Satanic is on a good lane and he's playing the game from ahead.
Yeah, in situations like this is where I look towards Enchantress as the X-Factor hero when you need to win your early game. This is where Decalis needs to put it upon himself to take the towers, to rotate, to go to that mid lane, take a couple of smokes, try to win as many lanes as possible, go through the game.
It's a collapse. Undying, by the way, which does mean our Axe is position 5.
So, 5 yung
Okay,
Axe.
so they flipped the
Sa bagay,
script.
malulugi
That
din
is-
talaga yung Axe
it's
sa
so- it's so
Lifestealer.
on the fly, and I think it's really awesome from Rue, but I wonder if he'll be able to pull off, not because I don't think he's capable, because Axe 5 is just not particularly good generally, and you're saying, Rue, you're going to have a much worse game, and Collapse is going to have a better game. They're trading. One of them has worse, and
Lista
the
na,
other one has
2-0.
better.
Yeah, so forget what I said about Satanic having a good lane, right? They're deciding, like, we're not going to let that happen. And Spirit are prioritizing the things that they think are more important, right? They think Satanic being shut down is more important than Rue having the best lane possible
Totoo.
or, like, the most comfortable hero possible. So they just believe in his skill.
What about it makes it so that a Lifestealer is having a more difficult lane?
I mean, to be honest, you're just getting decayed. You're a strength hero, and so every time he presses his first spell, you're losing 4 damage. You're losing 4 damage, and that just keeps happening, and you're getting out-traded, and it's an 8 damage differential swing, right? Undying is getting 4.
2-0 na to, lista mo na to. 2-0, let's go. Di ko gusto yan Lifestealer na yan. Ayan. Di nakakatakot. Game on! Tamang tips si Satanic kay Collapse. Paulit-ulit kayang ka na naman. Onjing ka na naman. Good luck, guys. I can sense 2-0. Malinis.
Thirty seconds remaining.
30 seconds remaining.
Heroes rode out to the field of glory.
Rue, Satanic, Tukali, Satoro,
This is
tagdalawa.
quite exciting.
Tagalawang bounty lang. Slaughter mid. I think okay to. Nasagot sa Earth Spirit. Hindi ito yung basta-basta mabubuli ng Earth Spirit. And talagang ipa-priority mo yung BKB. Sa Slaughter, yung what that. Sakit ni Ro. Chepi-chepi lang. Gagi, pinapakitaan ni Ro si 9 class. Akong tunay na malupit. Good night.
Set in stone.
Medyo nakaharas-haras itong si Satanic sa lane na to. But eventually, pag tumastas yung level niya, goods na rin to. Talagang binubuli lang siya ni Natney. Oh! Naparage siyang kuya mo Satanic. Possible, mamatay siya doon pag inabot siya ng bushwhack. With blood grenade and acorn shot. Tiis-tiis talaga si Satanic, boy. Hindi pa lifesteal konti. DK na naman. Wala pa siyang magic wand. Uy, buti na lang nakapag-rage. Hindi binibigyan ng magandang lane si Satanic, and that's what you want here if you're a Team Spirit fan. Ginamitan ng tombstone, par. Patay pa yung courier na may tango. Okay, Satanic. He might die here. Patay first blood. Para kay Collapse, patay din si Natney dito. In the song of death.
What have we here?
Nine class. Naku, na bushwhack. Patay ka ata dyan, 9 class. Isang diki ka na lang. Sapakin ka nyan. Sapakin mo. Sapakin mo isang decay. Decay. Nako, yung axe na support gumagang. 9 class, he wants a trade here. Ru, with the Berserker's armor, it's not enough to keep him alive. But Larl, he might take down 9 class as well. Double kill para kay Larl. And habang nangyayari yun, pinatay ni Collapse si Satanic. Malinis.
Dire's top tower
Malinis.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests. Illusion.
Hop. Notice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Isa pa? Isa pa? Ready ba to? Gogo, binubuli ni LOL. Binubuli ni LOL. Gogi! Sige, laban ka na lang, LOL. Uy, ganda ng pushback. Patay din si Nine Class. Ice Watch!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
Yun lang. Yung support natin. Wala. Handa tayo dyan. Yatoro. Ready to go. Kaya ba nilang Patay! Gogi na sindihan ng amplify. Wala na. Tagus na ang game 2.
Radiant's top tower is getting warped. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower. Radiant's middle tower may be dashed.
A soldier's fortune.
3K lead now. Hop! Collapse! Sige. Zombie-zombiehin kita. Zombie! Zombie! Hop! Si Collapse. Buhay pa. Buhay pa si Collapse. Palit mo, Collapse. Tanggal yung dominating ni Collapse. Pero buhay ka agad. First 10 kills, Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower may need a Radiant's middle tower is not safe. Dire has secured their structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hindi na nag-enjoy, sir. Hindi na nag-enjoy. Ang taba na naman ng escape. Oh, wala yan. Di makati. Di masakit. Wala. Wala. Lumapatayin ka ng support. Lungkot yan. Hindi. Grabe ka naman, Natmi. Buhay ka pa? Buhay ka pa, miss? Okay, Natmi is dead.
Situation.
Hop. May class. Gagi, galit si Larl. Hindi siya masyado na-enjoy hero niya kanina kasi hindi na siya nag-dislike eh. Ngayon kayo kumulit.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is gone with the wind. Such was the end of Dire's courier.
$4K lead now. Team Spirit. Using the smoke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is getting warped.
Up. Up.
Radiant's top tower needs bandages.
Pero masakit. Simula hindi tayo buffer Pero kung makabitaw pa rin to si Noah ng mga solid na magnetize, level 2. I think isa yun sa mga iniintay na time dito ng Parivision or Vision. Level 2 magnetize, maybe Radiance for the Lifestealer, but as of now, grabe mag-farm sila to. 14 minutes, 15 minutes, Manta Madness ka na? Ano yan? Grabe ka naman. Matay pa yung courier, pambilisan ng relic. Nadidili pa ng konti tuloy yung Radiance dito ng Lifestealer. Nakapatay na naman dito yung dalawang macho. Collapse and Larl. You've got Shard ready na din for Larl. Pa-deliver na. Vessel. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lagi makita ni Larl talagang patay. Kahit sino. Sampal-sampalin pa ng SF. Sisindihan mo lang. Sindihan mo lang, Lyle. Ako nang bahala. Okay, Radiance. For the Life Stealer. Hililin niya din sa kabilang Secret Shop. They wanna go now. They're trying to fight. Looks like Team Spirit will disengage. We don't wanna force that. Napilitan sila mag-defend sa mid pero nabasag pa rin. So we just waste their time. However, may pinaplano sila dito kay Yatoro. Hindi nila kaya to. Hindi nila kaya to, min. Wala silang makita. Yatoro. Namatay ba siya ng game 1? Ay, namatay pala siya, no? Yung sa high ground.
Su lechita y a dormir.
Oh, huli ka. Bilis tumakbo. Ang bilis tumakbo. Nakapag-blink ka agad. Patay ka ngayon, Ducalis. Sapaking ka dyan. Hop. Ikot. Walang tinamaan si no one. Collapse. He might die here, pero meron siyang Lotus Sword. Patay. Nilima si Collapse. Sige, bigay yan. Hinihintay lang ni Ru yung kanyang blink dagger dito. Konti na lang. Medyo mahabol na rin si Satanic in terms of farming. Thanks to the Radiance. Next item, Armlet. Ooh, they wanna try and catch Satanic here. Satanic. Oh no, Satanic. This is not good for you, my friend. Sindihan mo. Buti na lang na-lift ka, so may Berserker Skull pa. Paano? Pa-infest, par. Pa-infest. Patay ka ngayon. So, zombihin ka dyan. Tinamaan ka pa ng magaling. Patay. Satanic, he's trying to run now. He doesn't have mana for the rage. Hindi na nakapag-stand si Lal. Aray. Sinapak-sapak si Satanic. Aray. Papasok si no one. Maybe he gets 2 kills here. Pero ayan SF umikot. Double kill for Yatoro. Sindihan mo, Lal. Ay, ang nagsindi nitong ilaw. Triple kill for Notice. Good bushwhack with the race. 4 dead for Vision. Somehow naka-tatlo pa rin sila doon. Still good. Pero ang tunay yung SF hindi na mamatay. Magro-rotion na agad. Uy, nascan sila nun. Nascan sila dun. Ano gagawa ng scan na yan? Kaya ba nila lumaban? Oh no. They wanna look for the Life Stealer again. Oh no. Satanic. Aabutin ng call si Satanic with the amplified damage. Aray! Gagi ang gati! Isa pa par! Aray ko! Miss! Amasa ka na lang sa miss! Gagi ko kati oro toy! Gagi, galit na galit! Sabay Roshan. Easy. 4 deaths for Satanic and the Life Stealer. Wala. Easy. 3-0. Hey. Easy 3-0 na. Lista mo na. Oops.
Safe. Dire denied that middle tower.
Hopya. Hopya. Masyado ka makulit. Masyado kayo makulit. Aegis gun. Round number 2. Napaparequiem na lang siya dito pero nalift pa nga. Hindi makarequiem. Hindi makarequiem. Patay yata si Yatoro. Yun lang. Yun lang. Matay. Buti hindi umistan kagad yung neutral. Matay si Yatoro. Doy. Sino nakakuha nun? Si Nowan pa. Makaka-recover pa si Nowan dun ha. Shivas. On its way. Wala, di papayag ang pa-revision na basta-basta lang sila ma-2-0. Nalugi man tayo sa laning phase. Dahan-dahanin lang natin ang bawi. Chill lang. Ito, support to. Region Run. Nahuli. Yung Enchantress. Ginawa pa dito ni Larl. Uy, hindi na break. Hindi na break. Hopya. 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 Oh, sharpshooter na naagaw. Aray ko, sinampal. Ito si 9 class. Si 9 class, si 9 class. Sindihan mo par. Uy! Ganda sana nung strategy mo dun. Naka-shard na pala siya. Farm lang si Satanic. Ge. Kumulit kayo ng kumulit ngayon. Nakaharap na naman siya dito. Naku po. Naku po. Nag-scan si Satanic so he knows na walang tao dito sa triangle. Right? So this time nag-Lotus Orb muna si Collapse bago siya mag-Octarine Core. Still top of the network. Ito Shadow Fiend. We have a smoke now coming in from Vision. Wala nga lang silang mahuhuli dyan. Siguro basagin na lang ng life stealer yung Torre. Since naka-zone out naman na sila na one dito. And Team Spirit, they don't wanna defend that. Yan na yan. For the first time in this series. Ay, nabasag din nila to. Kanina nung first series or first game, walang nabasag na Torre yung Vision. BKB for the Slardar. Grabe, kumuha pa talaga ng medallion. So you have Corrosive Haze with 17 armor reduction. And another 4. So that's 21 armor reduction. And on top of that, grabe, namatay. Ay, pumasok si Nowan. Pumasok si Nowan. Walang BKB dito. Par. Nowan, buti na lang nalit. Kailangan lang dahan-dahanin dito ng SF. Hindi konti-konti ng SF. Pinatay yung Ember Spirit. Pero pinahabol ni Yatoro yung Life Stealer. Hindi niya maabutan. Pwede na siguro tong Underlord na to. Pull mo na. Namatay. Yung Axe na nag-pull. Race. Maybe. Yatoro, baka makait ka na makait dyan. Madness. Grabe talaga si 9 plus sa mga pa-lift niya par. But is that enough? Scary pa yung naagaw niya. Naku po, imbis na mas maganda kung naagaw. Uy, suntukan ng mga carry. Pinatakbo yung peke. Pero hindi naniniwala si Satanic dyan. Kaso hindi niya talaga kaya par. Si Ducalis, ma-sharpshooter ka dyan. Mabibreak ka. Patay pag na-hit ka ni Yatoro. Rico, inaarangan na illusion. Rico. Takbo. Out. Ganda ng itemization pa ng mga support dito. Of course, I like this Lotus Orb from Undying. Removing the silence is important. And then, going for Guardian Greaves. Uy, hindi na bushwhack. Not me. Ikaw? Nilipan ni Satanic itong sinabi. Guardian Greaves. To keep everyone healthy during the magnetize. And also can remove silence for yourself. Sulit to, Notice. Nice patan. Sinindihan lang muna. Pero may Ghost Scepter. Stun ulit. Maybe. Bushwhack. Patay. Gipar. Sakit. Nakasindi na naman dito sila. Yung lift. 3 seconds pa. Patay. D9 plus. Nag-buyback pa dito yung Underlord. Look at the Magnetize doing so much in this team fight. Dalawa na namamatay sa Team Spirit. Make that 3 as Yatoro will try to escape now using the Requiem. Palace. Sampalin mo na lang. Naka-ampli pa, naka-corrosive base. Hindi nakita. Ratay. Wait mo na yan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. You sure? I don't think so. Lumalaban pa. Masakit din talaga basta makabitaw ng solid na magnetize itong si Noman. Kinakaya eh. Naku ka. Patay. Kagi di nakahinga par. Halaka sa Satanic. Takbo par. Na-break siya dito. Call. Nice dodge. From the call. That's a good one. Papasok na naman dito yung Earth Spirit pero patay na si Satanic. Pwede na siguro ikaw ito. Requiman mo kaya? Ayaw mo requiman. Race na lang ang tatapos. Tatlo ang mawawala dito for Vision. Team Spirit. Destroying Vision in this game number 2. Makuban ko na yung SF doy. Nago. Pinagsasampal lang ni Yatoro eh. Ang maganda kasi sa SF is sobrang bihira ng offlane na nasa meta ngayon na pangontra sa kanya. Right? What I mean is parang hindi sino pipiliin mong offlane. Normally lahat ng offlane na meta ngayon ay kayang bulihin ng SF sa lane. So that means secure yung lane ni Yatoro. Secure lane equals secure farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tapos you have collapse dun sa kabilang side ng mapa naman na binubuli si Satanic. So talagang nauunahan sa farm ni Yatoro etong si Satanic. I'm still the best. Ako pa rin. Ano yun? May nakita ko dalawang Shivas. Bigay na. What? Takbo. Nasi. Dalawang support. Mga papatay nila dito. Kung maunahan yung mga support, kaya din talaga bigyan. This is a good timing for them. Because Rush might be alive. Actually, guaranteed na to na 14 seconds mag-i-spawn na yung Rush. Dokalis. Dokalis, mapipitas ka mag-isa dyan, par. Patay. Ganun lang. Nag-buyback pa yung Hoodwink. I don't think that's needed. Is that needed? Corrosive Haze. Naagaw ni 9 class. That might help them. Farm ulit. Unti-unti na nakakahabol si Noon dito. And also the Underlord. We wanna go for the Nullifier. Okay. Yun naman ang plano dito ni Lal. Nullifier. No, may dalawang naka-Ghost Scepter dyan. The Underlord and the Earth Spirit. You wanna nullify those Hurricane Pike as well for Enchantress and forced up from the Rubik. Although, ayan, nullifier na. I don't think na nullify itong Telekinesis. I think kaya pa din i-save ng Telekinesis even if naka-nullify. I'm not so sure but we'll see. Oh. Nice scan. Yung triangle area na may tao. Pero nag-scan din sila dito. Vision, alam nila na nakatambay ang Team Spirit at ready. Rumak. Pwede lagyan ng vision dito ni Natmi. Natmi naglagay ng observer ward sa bot. Pwede niyang ikasamayan, doy. Pwede mong ikasamayan Natmi. Ayan na. Nailubog na muna dun sa tombstone. Pero pangit ang person ng tombstone. That's a dive up for Natmi. Pinilit. Eh, si Ducalis, oh. Na-break. Okay. Good lift. Come get hit. MKB for the Shadow Fiend to deal with the... Oh! Takbo! To deal with the mischance from the Radiants. They wanna take advantage of these numbers. 4v5. Alam nilang na-dieback si Natmi, so... Roshan? Kukunin pa dito ng vision? Di ganun kabilis, but wait, the corrosive haze na naagaw ng Rubik. That will help them. Oh, kinuha yung illusion. Hindi kaya din. Bagal nila mag-rush. Patay, ginunahan na yung Underlord. Ay, amin yung Ember. Or Earth Spirit, I'm sorry, nalito na ako kung ano na disarmahan dito yung SF. Help me, sabi niya Toro. Walang makatulong kayo, Toro. Pero kahit naman itong Slab Dharma, bibigyan din si Collapse. Papatay na rin. Oh my god, pumasok pa si Ro. Hala, ubos ang mga kalahok. Hala, ubos. Oh, yung mga zombie. Ay! Asan na yung leg stealer eh? Aegis. Binigay kay no one. We have a game now. Pinapaganda pa ng Team Spirit. We have a game now.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment. Pierce and Dire have fortified their structures. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Laka. Konti na lang yung gap, oh.
Dire's top tower.
2,000 na lang yan, oh.
Dire's top tower is done for.
Patay kayo ngayon. Paano ngayon yan? Tuluyan nang naka-recover yung Underlord at yung Earth Spirit. Ru. Oh, naunahan si Ru. Patay. Pitas. Shivas. Sabay naka-Shivas din yung Underlord. Tapos may AC pa yung Lifestealer. So, talagang yung armor ang pinaprioritize dito ng Vision. Which you need the most, knowing na merong corrosive haze.
Tower is in the wrong end of business.
Okay. Okay. Basag yung tore. Basag yung tore. Natunaw na.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Natunaw na. Nako, Yatoro. Nako, Yatoro. Nako, Yatoro. Gem from the Enchantress.
Radiant's top
Provide
tower is getting
vision.
bombed.
No? Keep you out. Wanna play it safe. They wanna play it safe. Hanggat may Aegis dito, Earth Spirit, pahinga muna. Farm lang muna. Ang plano dito ng Team Spirit. And I like this. BKB from Yatoro. Kailangan niya yan, doy. Daming pang control eh. Di siya makagalaw eh. Yung ganing Spit of Malice, sabay yung another Pit of Malice pa from Underlord. So, naghihingalo siya dun eh. Nakita na naman. Oh, miscommunication here between 9 class and no one. But not me. He's still trying to survive. Doon ka, bumalik ka dun. Bumalik ka dun. Not me. May Lotus Hill pa to. Ginamit ko na yung Lotus Hill. Hindi makagalaw din natin. Patay talagang tuluyan. Walang buyback si Not me. High ground. You still have the Aegis. For 1 minute and 20 seconds, they use the banner. Sindi muna. Wala. Bawasan lang natin yung strength saglit. Sila pa unang makakabasag dito. Pero si Haze, maaagaw. Ay, hindi. Sprint pinaagaw niya. Okay. Ron. Dani. They managed to take the barracks sa mid lane. Vision. Starting to come back now. You do have BKB ready for Yatoro. And tinanggal niya na yung madness. Hmm? 30 seconds, the Aegis will be gone. Alaka! 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 Kita sila dito sa observer wards. Yan na naman. Yan na naman. Larn, napilitan mag-BKB. Tara, unahin natin yung support. Okay, patay kagad yung support. That's what you want here. If your team spirit, yung SF nga lang nila, naghihingalo, gamit ng Manta style para hindi masyadong mabigyan yung support na si Ducalis na kapag Hurricane Fight papalayo, papasukin nila dito yung Emperor or Earth Spirit. I'm sorry, no one is dead. Yatoro wants the BKB and the Hurricane Fight to keep the distance against Satanic. But collapse na naman. Uy, malaki daw strength mo ah. Kanina ka pa kumukulit ng game 1. Ngayon ka kumulit. Sige, tingnan natin. Buyback will be used now. Requiem of the Souls does nothing. But Yatoro, he's in trouble. He needs some help. He needs some help. Makakalayo pa si Yatoro. Oh my God, si Collapse pinagsasapak dito ni Satanic. Satanic is doing it. Satanic is the real shit. Satanic, grabe. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagbanat dito ni Satanic pero babanatan niya dito ng SF at baka hindi na siya makalayo. Patay yata si Satanic pero buti na lang nakapag-invest pa. Yatoro might die here from the invest bomb pero ayaw din lumabas talaga ni Yatoro. Uy, patay! Hindi pala nakapag-invest. Na late. Team Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under fire.
Although may buyback naman dito yung mga core ng Vision. So you have nothing to worry about. Wala ring basta-basta nga objectives na makukuha ang Vision or I mean ang Team Spirit for now. And that's a lot of buybacks used from the side of Spirit. I guess 2 buybacks. One from the Slardar and then yung Axe. Nag-buyback. Yatoro. He thinks about his next item. And he's gonna go for the Satanic. Okay. Maganda rin ata butterfly dito, no? Yun yung next item niya. Unfortunately, wait lang. Ang kinuha niyang talent is yung Feast of Souls na may 30% cast speed instead of the Shadow Rays.
Bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Ang ganda ng teamfight na yon for Team Spirit kasi nauna nilang napatay itong Rubik. If you can kill the Rubik and the Enchantress,
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
that's a good team fight for you. Bosit yung Rubik dahil sa lift niya. Talagang nasisave niya lahat. And yung mga spell na pwede niya agawin. Sobrang laking tulong. Kahit etong simpleng corrosive haze lang, na sobrang dali lang agawin. Maybe the Tombstone, pampadagdag gulo, Decay. Kahit ano makuha niyo, ang ganda eh. Bushwhack. It will help. Itong andaying ni Collapse eh, hindi ganun kasiga kumpara nung game number 1. Dahil life stealer ang katapat niya. Oh, wait. Notice, playing it safe here. Dito lang ako sa base. Bahala kayo dyan. Bahala kayo. Sa loob talaga siya ng base. Eh. Dito ako sa loob ng base. Notice. Hindi ka lalabas dyan. Hindi talaga lumabas, doy. Farm. Yatoro.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests. Radiant structures are
Gumamit ng
fortified.
glyph.
Radiant's bottom
Kita
tower
nila
is
si Notice
under
dito. Habang yung iba nandun sa top lane. Kumukulit.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Lagi
gone
Tore.
with the wind. Dire's
Notice.
top tower is not on top of things.
Roshan will be up 25 seconds from now. The Dire scan. Wala silang na-scan. Pero dyan sa high ground may mai-scan kayo. Uy. Vision. Nagkauna-una na. Una-una na to. Laban na to. Yung SF na Hex. BKB, Satanic, pumapalag dito si Yatoro. He wants to fight. Hindi kaya ni Yatoro. Walang buyback si Yatoro. Collapse. What are you going to do? TP out. Patay din si Collapse. Oh no! This is it. Vision. Wala, man. 70 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. That's more than enough time to take Rush. Di niya kaya, Duy. Oh, pang kumukulit na support dito. Buyback naman yan. Tip ka sa akin. Alright. Vision. Uy, refresher, oh. Ay, 9 class na lang. Vision! Kagi, Vision. Abot ata tayo game 5 dito, doy. Seconds. Bago mabuhay yung SF. Oh. Palong-palo na si Noan. Pero this time wala sa kanya yung Aegis ah. Lift will be used. Oh, konti-konti lang. Yung barracks. Buhay na yung SF. You can play it safe for now. Ru, he wants to chase. You better be careful. Opya! Opya! Sila lang nabigyan. Makakahit pa naman yung SF dito. Unahin natin yung Earth Spirit. Patay kagad. Okay, that's a good one for them. Pero sila naghihingalo din. Kailangan dumistansya dito ni Yatoro. Tamang hex lang. Muntik pa mamatay si Rudon. By the way, that's a dieback from the Slardar. Mahabol pa rin dito si Collapse talaga. Palong-palo. Pag ikaw nahampas ni Satanic dyan. Wait. Ito na lang mga support muna. Unahin natin. Okay, habang ginugulo yung iba. Sino? Si Natmi. Si Natmi. Tulungan nyo. Sumabog si Natmi. Suntukan ng dalawang carry. Hindi kaya ni Satanic yan. Kaya di habang si Collapse, oh. Kumukulit din. Hinahabol yung mga support talaga. Grabe yung dalawang siga. Napabuyback pa sila dito with the Requiem of the Souls. Patay! 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 Collapse! Sige! 5k HP to. Kaya? Kayang-kaya patayin ni Satanic yan. That is what this hero is made for. Kill those high HP heroes. Satanic. Going for the Daedalus. You don't have your ult here as Collapse. Oh. Barracks lang, barracks lang. Tanggal yung Aegis. Ito, butterfly talaga. Kailangan ng SF dito yung butterfly. Pero anong bibenta mo dyan? Malaking tulong yung manta for these spells. Uy, gogi, sinisiga na. Buyback yung axe. Okay. Pwede ko ito repeat mampar. Ano? Out. Buhay na lahat. 2 set of barracks na kuha na ng vision and then yung tore sa baba. Tinanggal niya na yung manta, binenta niya na yung manta doy. Para lang mabuo niya yung butterfly. Sige. Ito na yun. Ang pala na to. Daedalus. How about Daedalus? I think Daedalus is nice then. So you can only have 6 slots. Paano yan? Saan na yung life stealer? Saan na siya? Ano pala? Nasa baba yung life stealer. Drop ng sentry ward. Refresher orb. So we will see 4 Fiends Gate na nakalatag. Pumasok na naman si Noah. Anong tapang? Kunit yan! Kunit yan, Doy! Kunit yan! Ano yan? Si Satanic! Kaya mo ba? Kaya nyo ba? Kaya naman daw. Pasok na naman si Collapse. Yan na naman si Collapse. At sinisiga ang mga kalahok. Ulit ko muna sarili ko. Lan will try to chase. And they will get the Rubik. Ano yun, Noan? Hindi pwede yun. Legit ba yun? So now if you're Collapse, knowing na may problema ka dun sa... Kaya mo lahat maliban lang dun sa life stealer. Ano magiging item dito ni Collapse? Lots of travel, level 2 ang nakakyu sa kanya. And I think for Yatoro. Wait, wala siyang buyback dito ah. I think for Yatoro, tanggalin niya na yung Hurricane Pike. And then, Daedalus. Feel ko lang ah. I feel like yun ah. Isa sa magiging magandang item dito for the Shadow. Time check. 4:48. May nag-tormentor din. Naku, amplify damage. Patay ka. Ito, magpapanalo ko yung Lanoan dito. Yung amplify damage. Vision wise, talagang sulit na sulit para dito sa side ng Vision. May observer wards na hindi tinatanggal ni Larl. Ayun. Dito tayo sa triangle natin par. Safe ata tayo dito. Safe ata tayo dito. Boss Reds, pumayat ka. Hindi naman ako tumaba. Duy, kailan ba ako tumaba? Kainis ka rin eh. Nakakainis ka. Uy! 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 Ay kept yan. Ay kept yan. Ay kept yan. Ayun na, pinasok na oh. Si Collapse oh. Ano yan? Tulungan nyo yan. Tombstone muna sa gilid. Tombstone muna sa gilid. Hindi nakapag-blink out si Collapse. Patay. Sige, may Ceaseless Dirge. May Ceaseless Dirge si Collapse. But mind you, walang buyback yan. Nabuhay ka agad. Wait ka na naman ulit ng 6 minutes. Roshan. He's now up. What you gonna do now, Team Spirit? Do you wanna contest this rush or just give it up? Wait, kita nila sa galaw, kita nila sa observer wards ang mga kalahok. Wala. Balik sa rush. Bumalik. Sila nasasaktan. Hop, tanggalin yung obs. Okay, natanggal yung obs. Hindi na pa ng tombstone. Nanaagaw ni Rubik kanina. Oh, balik sa rush. Daddy, kailangan talaga dito yung Daedalus talaga. Sinong walang buyback? Si Collapse. Kulang ng 1,000. And yung axe. 1 minute and 20. This could be it. Pinarangan. Balik ni Ru. May Roshan pa din. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin sa pag-Roshan. Sila sa Tanic. At walang makukuha. Walang makukontest. Sige. Bigay mo na yan. Mapag-high groundin mo. Sasampal-sampalin niya ng SF. Uy, may banner na iniwan. Napakahalaga niyang banner na yan, doy. Sinasabi ko sa inyo. Pwede ba yan? Iniiwan yung banner? Saan yan? Help me! Kick out! pinapaganda pa yung laro. We are now in the 55th minute mark of this game. 5 minutes from now, makakakita na tayo ng mga tier 5 items. Or tier 5 jungle items. What do you want here for your carries? Maybe the normal, yung Stygian Desolator. Just the usual. Pampasakit lang talaga ng right click. Hydra. May mega tayo par pag di tayo pumasok. Pati nag-BKB. Okay. Siga yung Enchantress par. Oh, may tombstone na naagaw. Kaya may mega tayo par. Siya Toro. Ano magawa? Mega. Bigay yung mega. Lahat merong buyback maliban sa Axe na bumili ng Krella. It's Mega Crips in favor now of Vision. Pero hindi pa rin pwede pa kumpiyansa itong Vision. Hydra talaga binili niya. Binenta niya na yung Hurricane Pipe niya. Maganda to against Lifestealer. Kasi yung Lifestealer, meron siyang Feast, which helps him na tumaas yung HP niya. So he's gaining 635 bonus max HP. Total of 3,200. Etong Miasma, yung poison enemies, yung poison, may 2.5% damage yan. Depende sa max HP ng kalaban. Unahin natin ito. Yung doggy na pa-BTP si Narn. Masok. Yung Undying, hindi na nag-e-enjoy. Par. Yung Undying, patay. Pero patay din yung Enchantress. May buyback naman yung Undying. Kung kinakailangan, lift lang muna para ilayo. Si Yatoro, pwede pa magsatanic to para maka-lifesteal ng konti. Pero di siya makahinga par. Na-Lotus Hill pa. Satanic used now. For Yatoro. Wala na tayong mga tore. Pa-buyback na yung Undying dito. Dito ka ngayon malulungkot sa talent mo. Ba't kasi yan ang kinuha kong talent? 30% casting.
Radiant's courier was lost in the heat of battle.
Pero pa 30 naman na siya. Once na makuha niya yung 30 talent niya, mabilis ng dumipensa. Race mo lang yung mga creeps na yan. Isang race. Uy, namatay pa yung courier ni Lal na may Heart of Taras. Delay ang heart ng 3 minutes. Patay ka. So now, you don't have buyback because you bought the heart and they saw it. Pag namatay ka, lungkot ka tuloy. So nagamit ni Collapse yung buyback niya. But the good thing is, pa-cooldown na rin yung Ceaseless Surge niya. Team Spirit still holding on. Kung ano-ano nang binibili dito ng SFB, kung ano-ano lang pwede niya mabili ba. Kung ano-ano na pinapalitan niya. Kanina may manta siya, meron siyang Hurricane Pike. Wala na, pinagbibenta niya na. Umiisip niya yung pinakamagandang set of items for this game. And now he's planning to buy the Swift Blink, which I think is good. No, para makakahuli ka rin ng mga support agad. Pero anong tatanggalin mo? Si Reg? Unahan si Collapse. Nako, alam nilang walang buyback si Collapse. Patay si Collapse. Pero may Ceaseless Surge yan. So magbabalik ka agad si Collapse dito. Collapse. You can't be too careful. Oh, night class. Scepter lang. Talagang umahabol pa si Natmi. So, no buyback and no ceaseless dirge for the Undying. This is a 6 minutes window for Vision para patayin si Collapse ulit and remove him from the game. Not me. Not me. Wala silang pang Vision dito sa... Oh, yan. Naku, nahuli. Nakul. Pero asan yung Esep? Ayun, lumalaban yung Esep. Kaya niya dito si Satanic. Pero naka-lifesteal si Satanic. Uy, lifestealer! Nakaling blade! Kayang-kaya ni Notorious yung lifestealer, doy! Satanic! Ang gamit ng Esep against Satanic. Naviax is in trouble. Rue, sinindihan na lang dito si Night Class. Yung throne! Nagamit na nila yung glyph nila, doy. Inuutakan na lang nila dito ng Vision. Gagi, binabasag ng Enchantress. Not me. Nakikipag 1v1 kay 9 Class. Ako ang mas malupit na support. Sige, tara. Laban tayo. Paparating na yung Axe dito with a good call. Kaso nga lang meron Underlord na tutulong. Lugi. Patay ata si Axe dito, doy. Calling Blade sa mukha. Cooldown yung Calling Blade niya. Pero patay pa rin dito si Night Class. Divine Rapier na for the Shadow Fiend. They wanna end this game. Collapse. Level 2 yung Boots of Travel mo. Diyan ka lang. Tapusin na namin to. Divine Rapier. Tayuan na lang to, men. With the amplified damage, Team Spirit. Are they really gonna do this? Are you really? Divine Rapier. Tapos tinanggal niya yung kanyang... Anong tinanggal niya? MKB. Tapos, meron pa siyang isang tinanggal which is yung Silver Edge. Napapalitan niya ng Swift Blink which is about to be delivered now. Sabay bibili pa siya ng Moonshard. Okay. The only problem with this is wala na silang glyph. They don't have glyph. Isang sugod na lang ng Vision to. Diretso sa throne. Tapos tuloy. Ignore the heroes and the game. Mga gem nakalatag na lang. Binilyan na dito. Hindi na nag-isip si Yatoro ng buyback. Wala na ang buyback. Doy. Jesus. Kung mamatay ako, malalaglag din yung Divine. Wala na. Tapos na to. Kainin ko na tong Moonshard ko. Kainin mo na. Ayaw pa? Ayaw pa kainin. Pinag-iisipan niya pa. Tapang not me lumabas dahil meron siyang buyback. Kaya wala problema. He's gonna die here. Not me has buyback. Pasukin na nila doy. Si Larn, napa-BKB. Inuna na dito ni Yatoro yung Enchantress. Pero di siya makalapit. Ito problema with this item build. Walang masyadong mobility. Pwede kang balikan lang ulit. Hala ka. Help me. Napa-BKB sabay Satanic si Yatoro. Oh my god. Yatoro, he needs some help. Maharangan siya dito. Lumaban na lang si Yatoro. Suntukan na lang to. Nakagamit na lang Satanic yan ang BKB. Wala. Hindi talaga kaya rin. Hindi wala ng buyback dito yung SF. And this game is over. Vision. Tie up the series up to 1-1. Grabe. Ganda na laban. Yee! Ganda. I like it. Inibigyan tayo ng mga pang grand finals talaga, doy. Grabe.
then it all ended up coming together for themselves. And we thought that this Spirit advantage in lanes was going to be enough to see a similar of what happened in game one. But Vision go, we're not bending over that easily. It's not going to be that sort of game number two. And I am so impressed with how they were able to keep their composure, especially when it comes to pushing high ground, Quinn. You get into this position, you're pushing it, you're at the advantage, and you think it should be easy. But at the end of the day, it isn't. And too many times at once, if you go all in, that game slips out of your hands. So massive props to Vision and how they tackled that.
Yeah, Spirit just got a little bit cocky, and it only takes a couple of fights before Earth Spirit's inevitability kicks in. He starts getting the levels up. The 25 gets nearer and nearer, and once it arrives, you've got some big problems that you do not have answers for.
The Lifestealer as well, right? I mean, he did get countered on lane pretty hard, and it was a very difficult start for Satanic, but as this game progressed, it looked like it was impossible to fight into this. I mean, this fight here was so beautiful because Team Spirit created a situation out of nowhere, essentially, but this is where it started to look really good for Team Vision. This is where it started, even though they lost this fight, where I started to think, oh, wow, I don't know how Dire's going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes all of this for you to win a team fight, you know the situation isn't really great because there's only so many times you can have, you know, the Yatoro, greatest player in the world, probably, do these things. There's only so many times he's going to be able to do it in a team fight. But honestly, like, I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? They're getting countered in lanes. They're playing up against all of this pressure, but they're just biding their time. They're trying to contest whatever moments they can find, whatever small opening they can see. And eventually, Team Vision managed to find like just enough of these like trades in these early game fights where the game drags on and Spirit can't close the game out. And that allows them to have a pathway back into the game once Satanic finally finishes up all the items that he needs.
But noticed on that Underlord, to me, was the absolute standout this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, but this game. I mean, those circles of death that he was dropping in the late game with the refresher, it felt like there was no way to navigate. The way that Team Spirit won that beautiful fight in the triangle, they can't do that when the ground is essentially denied from them. He wouldn't allow them to roam around and look for openings. And that percentage-based damage was really cooking as the game progressed. He held his composure. He found openings. He got that triple kill in the bot lane when Spirit overextended. And he, to me, was the rock for Team Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they made a very specific choice whenever they swapped this Axe to 5 and Undying to offlane. You're saying, hey, our scaling is going to be a little bit worse. We've got a lot of heroes that clump up in one spot, and we've got one Shadow Fiend who's going to deal all the damage. And you can see as more and more time passes that there is risk involved in that. You try to tempo them, you got a little sloppy. I think the key word Mira said earlier is trades. You're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 4 for 4. This is not good for you. You need to win quickly. You don't want to be swapping resources back and forth. Vision, the more gold they get, the harder it gets for you, and that is the environment they want to play in.
At the end of the day, there was another level from Vision coming out. They're always able to stem the bleeding in this game, those trades that you guys mentioned. But when it came to being able to take mega creeps, that's the part for me that sort of stands out above the rest, because pushing high ground has always been a big conversation. How do you do it in modern Dota, and how do you do it comfortably? And it wasn't really comfortable for Vision. We saw a couple of times no one roll in on the Earth Spirit, and it feels like they've all in, and now it's a make or break. They end up getting mega creeps because it's Ducalis they put at the front line. This Enchantress, which ends up being such a late game monster in Sania, and you wonder, and how do you start dealing with Ench? Why aren't we sort of looking more towards her, and how Ducalis played her almost seamlessly?
I mean, to be honest, they had pretty decent answers. Like when the Ench was amped and SF hit her a few times, she just exploded. But luckily, 9 class has stolen a tombstone. And when the tombstone's next to her, she's sitting next to the tombstone. So every time SF comes up to hit her, she has the potential of just hiding the tombstone. And SF has to be scared of any sort of counter initiation, right? Rubik Blink Lift, any sort of roll in with an infested Nakes. It's super scary to stand there and try to hit the tomb down. So this steal, honestly, is what secured them the mega creep. So huge props to 9 class as well for securing that high ground.
Yeah, it shows a lot of in-the-moment presence of mind to be like, we're not going to siege them the typical way. Our carry is not going to hit the high ground. That's not an intuitive thing to do. And so to me, it says they've recovered completely from game one. The nerves are gone. I think especially at the start of this game, you see a little bit of that shakiness still. But as more time passes, they start to win fights. I think they regain that confidence, that belief in themselves. They remember what got us here in the first place. And that is incredible individual skill. It's excellence from all their players. And they show that and they bring it back. And I think that is very hard to do, especially against
against a team that is as terrifying as Team Spirit is.
And yeah, ultimately, Vision were able to do that for themselves. We see the run-up that, Vision has been throughout the upper bracket here, and they really take it to Spirit. But the early game wasn't necessarily that easy. Again, we talk about it. Spirit getting their hands on this slider was incredibly impactful throughout their TI run too. And this time around, it didn't really feel like it was much different, but Purge is going to give us some more information on how that happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Laurel had a lot of bad matchups today. Almost every single game that he played, he had to play losing matchups, which made his lane tough. But in this game, he had an incredible performance here. I love how he went for this trade here. Leading up to the gank that was coming, he pops his salve knowing that the gank is about to happen, and he's going to run into this fight low HP, but knowing that no one has no mana. So when Rue ends up rotating here, and they go for this pressure, he's going to get a full healing salve under the threat of enemy heroes, which is crazy. And this TP by 9 class, which was fantastic, but unfortunately for him, he barely killed the Axe, and he ends up giving Laurel a double kill as a result. So Laurel gets to run with this game a little bit, no pun intended, as he TPs at the top lane, sprinting all the way towards no one. Now he lowers the armor here of no one, and what happens next is Nami is going to shoot his acorn that's going to bounce a bunch of times, doing a ton of physical damage to no one. So despite after getting killed in the lane for no one, his next immediate rotation was shut down by Laurel as well due to this great rotation. Now he gets Blink Dagger, he goes to gank the safe lane, very easy ultimate. Blink Crush is tons of physical damage against these supports. They've really got to worry about this. And the next couple of minutes was them basically just controlling the map, not letting their opponents get much done. So what Earth Spirit does is he uses his spells to clear the creep wave, but immediately afterwards, their Slardar on top of him, stunning him and having huge movement speed, which means very, very easy for him to block the roll here. Laurel just absolutely demolished the mid game. He gave a lot of control for his team, and that allowed the Shadow Fiend, who had tons of net worth, to just stay on top for such a long time in this game. So excellent early game for Team Spirit, but in the end, they didn't win by enough.
Thank you, Purge, breaking it all down. And I love this so much because it really, again, emphasizes just what Vision were able to do for themselves. Not only get a foot back into this game, but to close it out, to become victorious after you see what this slaughter is, what this nuisance of a hero can really push you to, and the limits that you're tested between. And it also gives that little bit of advantage when it comes to a draft, because often teams have been worried about a slaughter. They've had to focus on banning it, and despite slaughter getting off to a fantastic start that Purge showed us there, they were still able to beat it. And now you feel a little less worried about having to ban it, a little bit more confident. And if you guys want to run it, by all means.
Yeah, I think that's such a massive part of how these series go, is not just the actual strength of the heroes, but how they feel. Are you scared of Slardar? When they pick it, how does that make you feel? These are genuinely really important aspects of the game, because now, like you said, when they pick Slardar, maybe you feel like we have answers for it, or we know the scaling's not very good, or this or that, the other. There are so many factors that play into these drafts, and each time you get a win like this, it instills a lot of confidence in you.
I think also in regards to the draft, this Underlord has to have shifted up in priority. And this is a hero Team Spirit were also running, but the way that Notice made it look as a means to hold out the game, to later deny team fights just by just throwing those pits out over and over again, this is the hero to look at, in my opinion, for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He was absolutely a rock for them. I think what's really fascinating, though, is like when we were looking at this draft, it's really hard to see a good carry pick. Like we can't identify what is the hero to slot in here. Traditionally, Naix is not a very good hero against Slardar and SF, but due to the items that he buys, he goes for Manta, he goes for AC, he goes for Radiance, he buys Armlet. All these items are giving him armor, it's giving him evasion. He's just tanking up and he's buying all the right items. And I feel like recognizing that in the draft and going for a hero that's traditionally not good matchup, but because he buys the right items, he becomes that, is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it's a testament to how in Dota sometimes you're almost picking items than you are picking a hero. Like, you look at a draft and you know you need certain items. A classic example is like you see their heroes and you know you need a pipe, and so you pick pipe. You pick any hero that can buy it naturally in his item build, and I think I totally agree. I think that's sort of what they did this game, and it's ingenious and creative, and I don't know, it's just, it speaks to how high level these two teams are, that they had the awareness of that. They're not just looking at the matchups on terms of a hero-to-hero basis, but understanding that items can fix those problems. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a statement to say we're going to choose a weaker lane and win later on in the game, because Lifestealer absolutely had the scaling that game. But that early game was really rough. And while Team Spirit did end up losing it, I think they have to account for the way that the supports rotated and connected to Laurel, the way that the pressure was ongoing on no one. This is 2 games in a row. He's had 4 people in his lane, like minute 8.
Yeah, I think for both sides, this game has like a lot of conversation afterwards. I don't think you walk away as Vision thinking like, oh, this is great. Let's just keep doing this. I love being ran out for 20 minutes and just getting absolutely slammed. And we'll hopefully Satanic will carry us eventually. So from their side, there's that conversation to be had. How do we like secure up our early game? I think for Spirit, because they're able to play so many different styles of Dota, it also is a question of, do we want to continue with this like absolute ramp up? Do we want to keep trying to like overload them with so many plays happening at once that they cannot play, or do we try to fall back on a bit more scaling ourselves?
Yeah.
Sorry, Quinn?
No, I think I tend to believe it should be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think for Spirit, you don't want to go full into pressure mode, because I think that's what this game is. They're full into pressure. They're all committed on you play early game tempo, and the late game is very bad for them once the items come out. I think something in between, still good lanes, but better scaling so that you have at least a chance if there are some trades and things aren't totally clean, because immaculate gameplay in a TI Finals is just somewhat unreasonable.
Absolutely. I do think the pressure thing is very important, though, because the only times that Team Vision have dropped games this entire TI is to heavy pressure and heavy tempo lineups. So I think that identification is correct. And you can just iron out, like you said, pick some more scaling, maybe take away something like an Underlord that can allow them to hold the game out for longer with tower defenses and with team fights.
The vibes were looking phenomenal for Vision there, by the way. We saw a brief glimpse of them before they were about to walk back out on stage, and a lot of smiles, a lot of jovial energy. And I feel like after what we got to witness in game number 2, it's very similar for us and everyone else at home. And to put it into a time frame that people can understand is that this is the second longest grand finals game we've had at a TI. It's also the second highest in kills. The only one that's beat it was a game 4 between LGD and OG. Like, that is the privilege in which we're getting to witness between the high caliber teams and how closely matched both Vision and Spirit are today.
That's so cool. We were screaming in the green room when the team fights were happening.
Yeah, that game 4 is also probably the single most iconic TI game, and so for this to be just below it, I think is a testament to the caliber, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see the continued adaptation. You also mentioned how they looked backstage, and I think it's a really important aspect of these long series that you don't get too excited, you don't get too amped up or too sort of in your own boat that like, yeah, we did so good this game, we own them, this is easy, because it's not. You did win this game, but like Aiden said, you did not run them over. This is not some dynamic, complete beatdown. You came back and you played a good game, but you need to, reel it in and understand that we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think honestly, this is where the upper bracket advantage also might start kicking in. Now Spirit is on their 4th game of the day, sorry. Whereas for Vision, you're just on your 2nd. And eventually, the longer this final goes, the more that drain is going to come in. And it is a factor to keep in mind.
I do think that Spirit feel good after that game, though. Like, it feels bad to lose after a start like that, but at some point in this game, the Dota Plus probability came up, and Team Vision were only 5k ahead. There were no racks taken, and it was 95-5. I mean, if you can make a game competitive when Dota Plus is saying in 95% of the time, those heroes on Radiant will outscale those heroes on Dire, and it was taken that far, I think they can take away exceptional play from it as well. It's not like they're like, oh, we messed up, guys. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments, but that really wasn't the end-all and be-all.
I think we were also seeing the Spirit buyback usage, right? That was another thing that we've always praised this team for. The late games that they're able to play, the buyback usage, and we saw it. They know the moments in which you have to buy back to be able to keep this game competitive, to push it further and to try and drag it out a little bit more. Give yourself any amount of breathing room and space that you possibly can get in this game.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool because Spirit in both these 2 games, they remind me a little bit of TI9 OG. They're bringing that pressure play style. They're bringing like the tempo, and something that they used to do very iconically was buy back really early on into the game. You buy back to secure that you don't lose your pressure. You don't let up that early fight and then try to save your buyback to be clutch later. You rather use it quite aggressively to make sure that the pressure stays on your side, you can keep the tempo rolling, and you don't ever let up and let the game flip back in your opponent's direction.
Yeah, I think winning lanes in a TI setting is also, like, it can be a very, like, sort of damning feeling for the other team that, oh, we're falling behind, and it can weigh on you and be kind of spooky in a sense. It maybe takes you out a little bit more than it would in a normal series where, I don't know, the feelings are loose and you die a couple of times, but it's fine. But if you lose lanes in a TI Grand Final, suddenly it feels like things are crumbling and it's harder to push back, I think. I think teams are way more susceptible to crumbling, which is why we see a lot of 3-0s in TI Finals. You lose a couple of lanes, you lose one game, suddenly you're just mush, and the other team walks over you.
I mean, I can speak to that. I feel like the feeling when you're falling behind, the timer just starts ticking slower and slower and slower, and you have so much more time to just get into your own head and think about like, oh, I should have done that differently in the lane. And obviously, you should not be thinking about these things at all because you can't go back in time and change it. The only thing you can do is like try to think forward, but it's so easy that that happens when you're falling behind.
Obviously, it's up to each individual to have that in mind and to push themselves to not fall into that. But does it help if you have a strong presence, if you have a strong person that's willing to almost be that hope in the team that goes, it's okay, we're getting trades. It's okay, they're not invading this part of the map. Do you almost need someone to be that silver lining at more pivotal times?
It can definitely be useful. I think some players, they just don't get into their own heads. You've gotten this far so many times that you've learned the skill, you've developed it. Other times it's really helpful to hear it from someone else. I would imagine in the Spirit booth, like having Collapse or Yatoro be like, I'm going to carry this game. I remember actually quite iconically at TI9, the practice rooms were all on the same floor. And as you finish your game, there's other games going on inside of the practice rooms. Walking by the old Team Liquid room, and I'm just hearing Miracle yell at the top of his lungs, like, don't worry about this. I'll carry this game, guys. Just buy me 5 more minutes. I'll carry this game. And having something like that, it inspires confidence.
That is so cool because I can't imagine a better player for Team Vision than no one to take that role upon himself too.
I hope they're in there in their booths, building up that energy because they have a whole nother game to get into.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 3.
Game number 3 for our grand final, where we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten off to a strong start for themselves. And so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van.
Game.
That's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time. Priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they'd lose, and they're like, okay, that's fine. We can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. So, or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF. That isn't a TB, but it can be picked early.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet. And whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero, and he's very good against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online. So not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can TP on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these 2 heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each other to death, SF will always win, right? So you're looking for Spirit. How do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes we paired up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something is going to be needed.
The support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying, heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables Nature's Prophet. Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk, but he did fall off a little bit during this TI.
So I was also really confused that the arena screens were showing NTS, and I think it was maybe X-Numbers. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening, you've got to watch it. It's the biggest Dota event of the year. It's so incredibly special, and I think especially like those players have when you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning because you put yourself in their shoes. You know what it's like, and I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yung
But
tinanggal na
back to the
dito
draft, they
ng
banned the
Team
Underlord.
Spirit yung Underlord.
They take
Buset
Mira's
sila dun
advice
sa
here.
Underlord eh.
I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many things. It provides late game damage. It provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. Really, it seems like as long as you pick it together with Rubik and you don't get Rubik yourself, you're almost always going to have a game. Regardless of how poor your lane is, it's going to have a way back into the game, and it always has high impact just through its spells.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game. And they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game one, which is, you know, 9class doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success with it. We're going to take the Willow again.
And so long as Ember is still in the pool, this Ducalis Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got a last-second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Gyatoro that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the pro scene, it was playing a lot of Enchantress.
Yeah.
This was his go-to guy.
Why is it that we don't see many Enchantresses these days?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, usually what ends up happening is that other heroes that jet out, but if you look at the bans here, most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves like you take away the S tier, and now you enter the A tier, where Enchantress obviously sits somewhere in that range. It gets outscaled, like outshined by the other heroes, but when you take them away, suddenly Ench is a very good hero. And you also talk about the Ember threat, and when there is like this dynamics going on in the final, it kind of shifts your priorities, and it takes Ench from an A tier hero to an S tier hero, because it blocks off the other S tier hero and the Ember.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. Like, they pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open, so Spirit can't pick it now. And then on 18, or as we refer to, which is this last pick of the second phase, you can secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk, to me, is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slardar Shadow Fiend. Like, they're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's all this physical damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta, but you've got multiple other tools to turn it around. Because Vision's game plan is Slardar jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call turnaround, you've got Snowball turnaround. To me, this is a very calculated and like geared to what Vision has response, and that we want a way to turn this around. Our Nature's Prophet is the core of our draft, and like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man-fighting dynamic of these two heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
For sure. I also think the Tusk was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if the clock wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Uy, panggulir.
Yep, so think about,
Di nila
if you look
kinuha
at
yung
Vision's
Ember.
graph, and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slardar adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchantress could take a Wolf Creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like, the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable. No matter how much armor you stack up, you're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yeah, I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So the Slardar jumps initially. Now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around, and make this Tusk and Axe's life hell. So it's not as easy for them to just blink in compared to Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. And so Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that. I think this is a very calculated and thought out back and forth here, not just a we see what you have and insta pick the #1 Dota buff counter pick.
in a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in Team Vision, like you mentioned, but also 2 jump heroes in Axe and Tusk. The issue with getting the 2 jump heroes on Spirit right now to that moment is that their lanes do seem a little bit harder. Like, you've got this Axe who's going to be going up against the SF, the Tusk who is probably just going to be pulling waves because there's really not that much you can do after that, and the Blink Daggers are going to be delayed because of that. Whereas Pango, he doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He's just got the Rolling Thunder, and Slardar, he's got the Sprint as well. Like, they have more gap close naturally early on than Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They may consider swapping lane supports, putting Tusk in the safe lane to help with that a little bit, or altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes in a way to combine and get kills so that they're enabled to reach their mid-game and late-game timings.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. And then you can just send Tusk through the gate to dive the SF after Willow sets up with a Bramble or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit's side, what they got going for themselves here, right? It's a lot of early game pressure again. If you think about it, Axe has a slow, Willow has a root. There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet to TP in, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So for Spirit, it's all about pressure. It's all about tempo. It's all about how do we connect our heroes, how do we outnumber them. And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying, we like our draft, our heroes are good, we just need to come online, right? So how do you prevent them from coming online? Well, you destroy the Pango mid. You send them into the abyss, as Quinn would say. And they've banned the 2 heroes that can do that. They've banned the Snapfire, they've banned the Monkey King, and they're trying to secure themselves a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF, they have this minus armor. That some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because, yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later, you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite
Marcy?
type. That's a Marcy.
Very
Marcy?
upset of you, Quinn. I'm very proud to have you in this battle.
I mean, this is actually one of 9 Class's favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently, as you know, Mira said he's been pumpified, but I think it is a pretty cool pairing with Slardar because you can just jump on top of Nature's Prophet and you just slam him together. You crush him and Marcy punches him in the head and you take it to this guy.
I mean, you're seeing it. The only person who does like it is on the side of Vision, and it's 0 pick, 0 ban. So again, this is one of those things that pulls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out for the side of Spirit. I love this. This is the creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
Yeah, this changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way. Because before, whether you were laning against the Slardar or the Pango Flex, your Nature's Prophet was going to have a good time. You know, he was just going to be right-clicking them, free farming. You bring in Marcy, and all of a sudden, Slardar becomes a killer threat. He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected
Mid
on.
NP sabay TB tayo.
I think now the Tusk has to be
Mid
enough,
NP
right? The
sabay
idea then is,
TB.
like, you're gonna have to use that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to like battle out the lane.
alam ko talaga.
Okay,
Kabisado ko talaga. Alam ko na yan. Lara, sure mo na.
Yeah, so they just fully did not expect Laurel to be playing the Nature's Prophet, and now they've got an incredible TB game.
Alam
Talk
ko na
about
talaga.
minus armor. Well, TB is the king of armor. He has like 10 armor level 1, and it only goes up from there with the items he buys. So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing down one hero with right clicks, has been nerfed pretty hard.
I just assumed TB was banned. Like, I just didn't even think about the existence of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick, because if you take a look at Team Vision's draft, they have essentially no magic damage.
Yeah.
And the way you usually beat TB is by heavy magic damage. So this is a
Kasi puro
very
right
good terror
clicker,
game. Laurel and Nature's Prophet, however, for me is a little bit of an unknown. I haven't really seen him
Laki
play
ng
that much.
armor
I
ng
wouldn't say it's like
TB,
he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy. But the things that we talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things, and maybe even faster with Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, because he gets at level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit more, he's not as concerned about his own game, so see really cool things happening for both sides.
I think Laurel's the type of player that will do what you need him to do, and Team Vision have learned that today with the Slark pick after the Ember that they didn't really think that he would do. With this Nature's Prophet flex, they were caught off guard with this Terrorblade. This is really cool to me, and I think Team Spirit have absolutely secured the scaling in this game.
Yeah, the shoe's on the other foot. Last game, Vision could just chill and farm, and I think this game, Spirit have secured that with also the potential to play the lanes well. And so I think it's been a great punchback from Aposhka in this game. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, I probably would have said before this last pick TB, I really like the Vision draft, and I would have put it maybe like 65 to 35. But after that, I think it's a lot closer to 50-50.
I love hearing a good 50-50 split on a draft. More importantly, I love hearing from our coaches. That Terrorblade had us in a little bit of a head scratch as to how it got let through, but I wonder exactly how Poppy felt when he saw it come out.
Let's go, let's go. Grabe, 12,000 nanonood. 12,000 live viewers, in-game Dota viewers. Palo. Marcia. Tingnan natin yan. Tingnan natin yan. Gagana kaya yan. Let's go. Ito na naman si Collapse. No one to collapse, notice to Larl, not me to collapse. Larl to notice. What happened? Ox happened. Good luck, guys.
Seconds remaining.
Magawa lang ni Collapse dito yung trabaho niya, which is bulihin. Pahirapan sa lane na itong SF.
Whose side was I on again?
Whose side was I on again?
The sad tale of Radiant's Courier.
May nanalo na bang NP mid? Pero so far parang ang naalala ko lang na NP mid was Nishas. Aside from that, wala na ata. Wala na, no? Nisha lang, no? Sapak-sapak. Ito. Not me. Wag ako. Iba na lang. 9 class. Let's get disposed in 1 second. Isang dispose na lang. Ah, na blind spot. Na blind spot. Hindi na pinilit. Ay, mabalik pa. Mabalik pa. Mabalik pa. Gandang lane lang ang kailangan natin dito. Kanina panalo na eh. Diba? Okay na eh. Nalungkot lang eh. Alright. So, kailangan na lang natin gawa ng paraan. Kung makalamang tayo sa lane, kailangan gawa ng paraan kung paano natin tatapusin ng maayos yung game. Yun lang kailangan dito ng Team Spirit. Wala nang iba. And I think, in terms of laning, talagang lalamang ang Team Spirit dito.
Dire's top tower is under
Maliban lang dito siguro sa safe lane. Yung vision. I think komportable ang SF dito. But you do have Nature's Prophet that can help side lanes. Yan ang pwedeng i-take advantage ng Team Spirit. My class, this will be first blood. Bye. Okay.
Calm down.
Aray. May nakaabang pa na ano. Center oh.
Got it.
Ulong this. Nakita si Dokalis. This is an easy kill for them with the tag team. I think that's one reason kung bakit sila pumik ng task. Is to deal with this Enchantress na sobrang annoying. When you have tag team plus a high damage right clicker na carry like Terrorblade, including the illusion, kaya niyang patayin kagad yan. Double damage. Oh, Collapse. He's in trouble now, pero hindi pa namatay si Collapse. Naku po, si Satanic pa ata ang mamamatay. Di tatama yung Snowball at yung Ice Shard. Sablang for Satanic.
That's mine.
That's mine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. That was the end for Radiant's career. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
Oh, alis. Again. Wala pang Bramble Maze, pero may Wrath of Nature na tatama. And Lal takes the kill. That's 4-0 now. In favor of Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Oh, collapse.
Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Pinukulit lang ni Nineclas dito. Oh, fall. Collapse. In trouble. Oh, paliko-liko. Opya. Dadating si Ducalis to slow him down. Dito matama. Opya. 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 Op. 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 Nakakaling pa isa. Nakapatay pa isa. Grabe ka dun, Collapse.
Dire's top tower isn't well at the moment.
And now, Torre. Makakuha dito ng Terror Blade. Strength of a Terror Blade. Objective taking. Wala problema. Sabay balik sa lane. Back to farming. Knowing na pawala na yung meta. Chill lang muna ulit. Whoop.
Better this in every
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Babasag lang ulit. Objectives lang. Yun naman ang mahalaga eh. Not me. Nakita dito. Blaze. Oh, doon ka muna. TP at na-dispose. Na-dispose ang kuya mo, not me. He's gonna be dead. Oh, pinagpaplanuhan nila dito si Ru. Kita. Kita ka dyan. Noise Shard. Para protektahan si Yatoro from the Rolling Thunder. Pero darating si Yatoro dito. Merong Sander na magagamit. Yatoro, buhay pa din. Snowball to keep him alive for now. Another stun will be used. Sabog yung dalawa. That's double kill for Satanic. Na-requiman sa muka. Aktibo kayo ha. Sige. Sumagot din sa si Satanic ng pagiging aktibo. Kala mo ikaw lang marunong yan, Yatoro. Marunong din ako maging active, no? Hindi lang ako purong farm lang. Yun lang, nagagamp dito si Yatoro. Daming hero. Meron Pem at walang kasama. That's a dead. I mean, satanic pala. My bad. Kasi 2 game na si Yatoro is 8 eh. Kumusta si Collapse dito? 1,000 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Okay, bumabawi sa kill din itong Vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is not safe. Radiant's middle tower had an unhappy ending.
Unlike Game 1 and Game 2, itong Game 3 natin, even pagdating sa kills, pagdating sa patayan. Nakita si Rue, shard lang muna to try and escape. But still, he's gonna die here for sure. Pause muna. Lagged.
人生得意，人生得意须尽欢，莫使金樽空对月。
Game. Kuha ulit ng Torre. Etong Vision.
Radiant's top tower needs bandages.
Amazing what you found lying around.
Lumalayo na yung gap sa pera. 1,000 na. Kanina, nauuna pa yung Terror Blade dyan dun sa tapatan ng carry natin. Dun, 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 dun. Smoke. They are ready to fight now. Smoke from not me. Let's get it on. Pwede itong SF, kaso merong rebound para iligtas si Satanic. Kanya-kanyang smoke lang. Kanya-kanyang pwesto lang. Hop! Grabe! Stumbler's Toy Dodge. Alright.
Dire's middle tower is in the wrong end of business.
Come and get it.
Dire's middle tower
Maingat ang mga kalahok. Parehas nag-smoke pero parehas sila walang napala dun sa smoke na yun. Sige, farm lang muna ulit tayo. Dragon Lance Manta. Same lang ng item tong dalawa with Threads, sabay Falcon Blade. Threads and then Falcon Blade. Wala nga lang magic one. Itong si Yatoro. Hop. Mag-ingat lang ang mga kalahok. Maingat! Okay. Call. Sabay uppercut. Hindi na chini-chain stun. Patay. Okay. Is still wanna go? Kukulangin na tayo dyan ha. Uy, nag-rolling thunder. Ubus yung mana ni Yatoro. May BKB ba yun? Wala pang BKB. Uy, may nakita. Huli ka! Snowball. Can he escape with the blink? Nasindihan. Ang nagsindi. Oh, parang muna. Patay ka. Aray ko. Sakit. Sila ko. Uy, good call. Sabay terrorize. Makakapag-requiem at pwede maunahan dito si Lal. Ako, naipit si Lal. Aray ko. Amplify damage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Caution now. Provision. This is easy. With a corrosive haze. Hindi SF damage. AGs para kay Satanic. Umiinit. Pwede magtanong? Pwede. Tanong ko lang dyan, Doy. Saan po nakakabili ng item ng Dota 2 or Arcana? Siguro hanap ka nila sa Facebook. Sa mga Dota 2 page. Meron naman yan. Check mo lang yung mga review kung legit. Ingat ka lang din sa mga spam. Mga spammer. Millionaire, drums. Patay ka, galit na galit ang vision. Galit na galit ang vision. Roof. Trying to cut the creeps. Kaso, abutan ka ng stun ng Slaughter dyan. Snowball lang. Sabay blink out. Kaso nga lang, nasindihan ka. Wala rin, no? Diyan ka lang. Diyan ka lang. Sinapak. Diyan ka lang. Diyan ka lang. Oh, piya. May nag-pull. May pull din. Okay. Kulang-kulang pala yun doon. What a bait. From Ru. But 9 class. Saan namatay ito? Sino namatay kay Necklace? Sino 1? Namatay din si 9 class. I mean si Natmi.
That was the end for Radiant's career.
Up. Okay, meron sila matatarget dito. Patay ka agad yung Enchantress. Satanic. Lumalaban pa rin. Lol. Sakit, nasasaktan sila eh. Ayun lang. Sakto Slaughter doy. Talagang solid talaga yung Slaughter, no? Kaya pinag-aagawan eh. First 10 kills. Kuha dito ng vision. Makakabasag pa ng Torre. Alright. Alam nilang walang meta. So now they wanna go high ground. Hindi kayo mag-glip. Patayin ko kayo. Tapos gasagin ko tong Torre. Ayaw nyo mag-glip. Tapilitan na sila mag-glip. Gagi, kinaling yung illusion. Call. Pero masisave ka agad yung SF na yan. Mabilis lang. Collapse na pilitan mag-BKB. Umahabol si Noan. Ganda ng stun sa likod. That's 3-man stun. I don't know where is that coming from. But Ducalis will be left behind here. May iwan. At humahabol pa nga. Etong Team Spirit. Si Satanic napapalibutan ng napakadaming illusion. Si Notice naman nakapatay ng isa. That's through down. Berserker's Call. Requiem of the Souls now will be used from the Shadow Fiend. And he will escape. TP out? Nope, not gonna happen. Buyback from the Dark Willow to secure another kill here sa Slardar. But again, di niya napatay yung SF, yung Aegis lang. Skadi. SF naman, Butterfly going for Satanic. Itong si Satanic. Maganda mga itemization. 2,000 na yung agwat ng mga carry. BKB? Magbi-BKB yung Terror Blade. Okay. Nag-invest na si Gem etong Marcy.
Invisibility.
Isn't well at the moment.
Meta in 12 seconds. TP out, TP out. Farm, 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 farm. Farm, kanya-kanyang farm ulit. Magiging pahirap dito si 9 class. Yung save niya from rebound. So, kahit mahuli mo si Satanic, safe lang. Ito. Lagi sakit par. Puro minus armor eh. Pero, sabi ni Tito Gab, 55% win probability pa rin for Team Spirit. Ano tong item ni Larl? Parang bagal ng farm niya. May binili ba siya? Ay, Aga names. Alright, I like that. This will prevent the Marcy from blinking kung sakaling rarakin man nila. As long as meron silang vision from the Marcy. Tormentor. Walang kumukuha ng Tormentor eh, no? May ispatan nila dito si Satanic. Wala pa naman BKB to. Buti na lang may ganun. Ayun, narut. Narut. Patay na lang natin to. Nakol pa nga. Yung SF, wala nang pang save ngayon dito sa SF doy. Patay si Satanic. Nag-buyback pa yung Marcy, but it's too late. Patay na yung SF nyo. Nasa pack. Etong si Notice, ang bilis tumakbo ng Slardar thanks to the sprint. 9 class will save him, but you lost your NP. Ano kaya magiging next item dito ng NP? I think you wanna go for Lotus for the NP. You need armor here. Lotus, AC. AC will benefit not just you. Oh, tapang. Rumble Maze na hindi tatama. That's 30 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. And now Rosh is up. We can go Rosh. Take advantage of this 30 seconds na walang SF. Mabilis lang to. Tag team with illusions. Kiki lang to men. Collapse. Nakaharang na. Binabody block pa. yung Terror Blade Collision call to prevent them. Hop! 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 Kuha lang ng rush. Secure lang ng rush. And they're out. Good movement from Team Spirit around the map para mapatay yung SF, and they are rewarded with the Aegis. Mga simpleng pagkakamaling mistake lang, malaki nagiging epekto in this game. Shiva's Guard for the Pangolier. I think okay din Shiva's Guard for Larl. Feeling ko malaking tulong yung mga armor talaga. Shiva's Guard or AC. Pero gusto niya buuin dito yung Hurricane Pike niya. Which is good, of course. Look at the movement again. Sama-sama sila dito. Pero nandito na rin ang Vision. Wait. Si Collapse baka maunahan to, Doy. BKB from Collapse. Pwede niyang sindihan muna. Distansya habang nag-roll. Distansya sa roll. Oh, ganda ng fear. Dalawa yung inaabot. So wala nang ikot-ikot gang. Pinapatay pa rin ng Terror Blade si Ducalis. At madadali niya. Si Natmi, sinaglit lang dito. Good Wrath of Nature. Holding them down for now. Yatoro is gonna melt here. Pero nakapag-Sander pa. Lumalabang pa rin. Pero di niya kaya si Satanic. Calling Blade. Satanic now. He needs to run. Wait lang. Ba't ka nandyan? Na-save! Na-save na naman! Napont pa. Si Satanic. Maitutulak pa nga dito. Yung Requiem. Binitaw na lang niya. And Satanic is still alive. And just like that, 4 dead. 4 Team Spirit. Sila pa naubusan doon. Ang laking tulong ng Butterfly, Doy. Butterfly with Satanic. Hindi kinakaya ng Terror Blade. Amplify damage. Tingnan natin ano sasabihin ni Tito Gab. 53% win probability pa rin for Team Spirit. Maybe because of this NP, no, na kayang mag-i-scale din talaga pagdating sa lane. Panic. He wants to go high ground with this amplify damage. MKB for Satanic. So, kakabuo lang ng Butterfly dito ng Terror Blade. Na-counter na agad. Opya. Kinukulong lang si Satanic. Di makagalaw masyado. Hurricane Pike. Sabay takbo. Sarap na naman. Grabe yung mga saving, Doy. Saving. Smoke. Parehas naka-Butterfly. Ang kaso may MKB na. Yung Terror Blade. They wanna go for the smoke again. Sige, laban lang ulit. Suntukan lang ulit to. Pero saan sila pupunta? Magkabilang direksyon ang plano nila. Papunta sa bandang top side, etong Team Spirit. Bottom side naman ang pupuntahan dito ng Vision. Again, wala pa rin BKB yung SF. At in terms of damage, walang problema. Unahan na natin to. Pwede na yan. -1. Alright.
Dyer's middle tower is in the wrong end of business.
Chepi lang. Gamit ka rin ng glyph. Para dimipensa. Wait.
Dyer's middle tower making save.
Pag may nag-AC dito for Team Spirit,
Dyer's top tower is fallen.
solid yan. Hydra. I think I like this item from the Terror Blade. Hydra's Breath. Kahit sinong targetin mo, kumakalat yung atake mo. Sana? Kala ko, meron na. Hydra. Done. For Yatoro. Larn? Kaya mo ba ako? Solo mill. Solo mill. Gagi na pa BKB. Kala niya may kampe. Ayun na, pumasok na doy. Pumasok na si Nowan. Pumasok na si Nowan. Mules lang muna sa Axe para hindi makasetup. BKB from Collapse. Sa likod, manggagaling si Yatoro. Sa likod, manggagaling si Yatoro. Kailangan lang nila look at this Satanic. Satanic is melting down. Satanic, pumapalag pa rin. Dinispose. Lumayo ka muna doon. Konti lang. Patay si Satanic. Double kill for Yatoro. Walang buyback. Nice. Gogo Hydra's Breath. Ang sakit. Lahat tinatamaan. Dami niya, no? Ay, gagi. End the ball. Ay, walang buyback ko. End the ball. 796. Huwag na natin basagin yung melee. Diretso na tayo dito, par. Kasi walang buyback yan, par. Diretso na. Bumili ng ano yan, ng payong. Gagi, wala nang glip. Walang glip, par. Basag to. Ay, end the ball. Ay, end the ball. Wala yan. Di nakakatakot yan. Buyback yung Marcy. Marcy lang. Wala yung SF nyo, Doy. Wala yung SF nyo, Doy. Oh, basag lang, Yatoro. Huwag masyado magasim. Si Collapse, medyo namamaga dito yung axe niya. Oh, yeah, basag. Buyback from DA is Lardar as well. Now, no one. They wanna go and kill Yatoro here. Napatay na nila si Lol. Hinahabol ngayon dito si Yatoro. Snowball save coming in from Ru. Look at this. Hindi pa mabitaw yung pero namamaga sila, men. Namamaga sila. Unti-unti sila naubos. Natni using the terrorite, but Natni's gonna go down. Lumalaban pa rin si Yatoro dito. Yatoro doesn't have any mana to use the Sunder, but he can fight. He's got tons of armor that he can use. Oh my god, Yatoro. Is he gonna die here? Sunder! Just in time! The thread switch! Now Yatoro needs to run. Here comes Satanic, the one true carry. Oh, Ru will pay for his life. That's a lot of buybacks used here on the side of Vision just to defend. Grabe! 1, 2, 3 buybacks was used. Para naman dito sa Team Spirit, si Larl lang nag-buyback. Now they wanna abuse this, but hindi ka pwede mag-high ground, Doy. Ang problema pa, hindi pa instant rush respawn. Kung instant yung rush respawn, maybe makuha ng Vision yan. You can argue na i-contest ng Team Spirit knowing na tatlo rin naman sila, and you do have buyback from the Axe. Kakaiba yung itsura kasi mo sa taas. Ba't kasi ganyan yung Axe? Ano ba yan? Arcana ba yan? Ano ba yan? Pangit. Gagi, laruan pala siya dito. Laruan pala si Axe. Na skin. Angas na ito. Ay, persona. Persona pala yun. Roshan. Tagal-tagal pa. 1 minute and 40 pa. Pabuhay na lahat. Pero di na kinakaya ng SF yung Terror Blade. He's got his full set of items now with the Satanic as his last. At papasok sila, nahuli nila dito si Satanic, pero joke lang, hindi mahuhuli. Joke lang yun. Nice try, Collapse, nice try. 1 minute and 20 seconds pa. Mind you, walang buyback si Nowan, walang buyback yung Slardar, at walang buyback yung Marcy. Si Yatoro, wala rin naman buyback dahil binili niya na yung item niya. No one. Ooh. You better be careful. Sabay tip from Collapse. Appreciating no one. Kahit na matanda. Old but gold! Gagi! Kahit na matanda na. Old but gold! Gago! Gusto si Collapse, oh. Old but gold daw, gagi par. Trash talker, sa mga ugali mo ha. Talo kayo ngayon. Ayon kay Tito Gab, kanina yung 55%, naging 87% na. Kailangan lang mag-ipon siguro ng buyback muna dito ni Yatoro.
Where are you going?
Tagal ng Roshan, no? Kanina pa natin hinihintay to, ah. And walang problema sa Team Spirit yung side lanes. Kasi hindi, kumbaga hindi na pressure yung ibang lane because of the NP mid. Right? TP lang, magbi-BKB pa ulit siya. May BKB na siya. Ano yan? Dalawang BKB para may swag. Ako po, hintay-hintay na lang dito yung vision sa base. Hindi sila makakontest dito, men. Ang plano nila, Alvin, ako AC talaga ako dito, men. AC is the real shit. Shivas! Yan ang gusto ko. Armor! Either AC or Shivas. That's a good thing. Tanggalin mo na yung drums mo. Bili tayo ng plate mail. Ang daming item nito. Gulo na ng item niya. So since he's got AGs, tinanggal niya na muna yung BKB. Nilagay niya na muna doon. Bumili pa siya ng Aghanims niya. Aghanims Blessing. Yup. Grabe. Sobrang yaman, doy. Napag-iwanan na. Buyback na ang kailangan natin i-check dito. Uy, hindi na transfer. Ano ba? Nullifier. Okay, may 10 armor naman yan. Pwede na rin. You nullify the Marcy Scepter, Yules. You nullify the Aeon Disc. Pero can you nullify a Pangolier na umiikot? I don't think it's gonna affect him. Parang hindi ata eh. Tapusin. Let's go to Spirit. Banner pa. Uy, pinopya. Binabasag yung banner ng ganun-ganun lang. Pwede ba yun? Lolo, sakit. Lolo, sakit par. Pumasok sa likod, Kapang, BKB from Notice. Halaka, naiwan si Notice. Ano yan? Si Yatoro, di nasasaktan. Ba't ganun? Parang walang dating. Puro kasi kayo physical damage. Ang ganda ng Terror Blade Blast Pick, no? Walang buyback si Notice, doy. And alam niya ng Team Spirit dahil ginamit ko yung buyback kanina to defend the base. Yatoro, returns the call. But, then again, susunod ko dito, nakapag-roll up pa, the fear, connecting on to everyone, layo na muna, agad, like na si Yatoro. Ay, that's it, GG, Satanic, bumili pa ng BKB para pindutin for the one last time. Yatoro, with the last big Terror Blade, it's insane, ang ganda ng pick na yun, min. Puro right-click yan, Ano pa pa sa Terror Blade? Magic, siyempre. Wala kayong magic damage, doy. Ang laki ng armor ng Terror Blade. Sino ba nangyari sa inyo? Ganda last pick, kid. Wala, binasa natin yung last pick na yun, Alam natin yun, Mid na lang natin NP, sabay last pick Terror Blade tayo, min. Agnes! Parang kami ng utak ni Miposhka, alam ko
Round, it felt like, well, they're going to have more of a competition. At the end of the day, Quinn, they very clearly live up to that and surpass it.
Yeah, I think this is more what traditional Spirit compared to, I think the past couple of games, like you said, have been very much about early tempo, about winning lanes, a very different look that's more suited to their new supports. But this game was classic Spirit. They've got the late game. They know they've got the late game. They've got the carry matchup, and they're chilling, they're vibing, they're taking incredibly clutch fights and outplaying people and just biding their time because the clock is ticking. Vision can hear it in their ear, but they can't do anything about it.
They're just
Yung
amazing
pitas
to
lang
watch
talaga kay
at TI.
Satanic,
I
isang
mean,
pagkakamali
their
lang,
ability to
hindi sila
recognize what
nadali.
they need to do to win games has been so consistent throughout the years, but this time around it feels like they have the play to back up the vision in their mind. In this game, it was just about which carry could hit other people for longer, which team could enable the other carry to hit people for longer, and Team Spirit were able to isolate Satanic in so many of these fights, get the correct jump, and make it so that he couldn't stand his ground as SF and
100 mo
chunk
sa
into
GA,
Team
naging
Spirit.
900.
Yeah, and eventually the game gets to the point where we see when Itoro is making the final push on the
isang
high
daan na lang,
ground.
cash
He
out na yan,
is
Dre.
just standing there, and SF is hitting him, and his HP bar isn't moving because all the damage on Team Vision side is physical, and he just doesn't take physical damage. It's one of TV's best traits. He has incredible armor, and
Totoo.
to its full extent after this series.
I mean, this is that moment that you're talking about where it feels like maybe Spirit have overstepped a little bit by going straight for that throw, which is a call I love to see. I feel like it's incredibly bold, especially in a grand finals, and the TV's just standing there. He does not care at all whatever this slot is dishing
He hit
out.
him 15 times and took 10 damage. Like this,
That's generous.
Ganda na nung yung
it's
thread
that.
switch
Like,
niya dun.
the hero's late game is just completely
Nakapag
psychotic
sa
in
under
games
pa
like
siya.
this, and I think Vision, it's a weakness that it seems Spirit are exposing, that Vision, they don't like it when the enemy team has the late game. They are not doing well enough in lanes against Spirit compared to how they are against other teams. Spirit is surviving
Dito sa
that early
teamfight
game.
na to, wala,
They're
hindi
getting
na
off to a
untouchable na si
decent enough
Yatoro.
start that Vision
Sobrang
can't
taas
run
na
them
ng
over.
armor niya.
And then if Spirit's chilling with the late game, then we've got some big problems.
I also feel like Puppy talks about like the team fight superiority that they're going to have as the game progresses, but Varl itemized around it, right? He bought the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. It gives you this huge AoE route on everything that the ulti
Ganda
hits.
naman.
And it's just smart decisions like this that, you know, when Spirit are doing well, you can see why. They can overcome this what they're lacking with their draft through items. They're finding ways to like make things come together even when
Tama
they
ka
don't
lang,
have those
Insenya.
natural tools in the heroes.
I'm still just so impressed with what was happening in the carry-to-carry matchup because
Ganda nga nung
we love to
carry-to-carry
see
matchup,
what
no?
Yatoro can bring in a TI
Malakasan talaga
finals.
tong
For
dalawa.
Satanic, it's his
Walang
first
hiya.
time, and he has been the shining light time and time again in every game for Vision. This time around, they wanted to put the same faith in there, and for the earlier part of it, it really was that narrative. It really was that story, and so just getting essentially this free Terrorblade game and getting to have Yatoro on something so comfortable blows my mind as to how he performs.
I mean, I forgot the heroes in the pool, but I think even more importantly now, Spirit has a huge edge mentally over Team Vision. Because Team Vision, they've been ran over in Game 1. They almost got ran over in Game 2. And now they got carry matchup in the last pick. So when you go into that last pick, the amount of options that you have to consider, because I think up until the TB, Spirit were the ones that had to play tempo. Spirit were the ones that had to play fast. But with the TB, they completely flipped the draft, and they put themselves in a late game position. And there's a lot of heroes that you need to consider now for your bans.
Yeah, Yatoro's been exceptional, but we can see Not Me be pulled up on the graphic right now, and he played a really great game too. That high ground defense that Team Spirit had versus Team Vision when they got that Aegis and they were trying to pressure really early on, there was a 3-man curse crown that they lost to. Like, they were able to disengage with the Marcy rebound, but a lot of this game
Ganda nung
also just
carry-to-carry
added up to the
matchup.
Spirits on
Yatoro
support,
versus
the
Satanic.
supports on Spirit
And
being
then
able to
yung
control
post-4 to
Team Vision.
post-4
Whereas
matchup
if
din,
you look at
talagang
Team Vision
solid.
supports, between an Enchantress and a
think
Marcy, there really isn't that much control. So there was less
lahat ng
maneuverability to work around
TI
in the
Grand
team fights. There was
Finals,
less consistency in the high ground pushes.
ito yung
I fully agree with
pinaka-match
that.
talaga
I
na
heard Puppy
game.
mention in the
Match
coach
na-
interview after Game 2 that he thinks they were outdrafted in Game 1 and 2. Well, I'd extend that to say they got outdrafted in Game 3 as well. I think
Match
they
na match lang
Aposhka is
sila eh.
dancing circles around them, and I think that is a
Konting
big reason
pagkakamali
why
lang.
the series has felt like Spirit is dominating, and Vision did win the game too, but overall it's felt Spirit side, and I think a lot of that is due to the prep, is due to the situations they're setting themselves up in.
Bayad na
They've
bayad
got comfort,
mga
they've got
galawan.
late game, and it just feels like it's games that Spirit is very happy with.
To be fair, there were moments of crowd pleasing with that Marcy. I know
Pero
that
yung
when
rin,
we
yung mga
look at
thread
the
switch-
support
thread
duos, they're
switch,
not
wala.
really comparable in
Ginagawa, kaya
Stadium.
ko
But
rin yun.
again, it's
Basic
just
sa akin.
massive praise to be
Mga
able to
baduy.
come out in the grand final, see what you think is going to be on paper a fantastic matchup, and pick an uncontested hero here. Almost put
Kainis ka.
a lot of clutch plays from the Marcy still.
I mean, it is a lane class hero, but I think Puppy didn't want to say it, but almost all his heroes are banned out. When I looked at the bans, there was a Hoodwink. And Hoodwink is not traditionally a hero that he plays, so I feel like he didn't want to go for that. He rather wanted the comfort. It's a TI final pressure. He felt like, I want to play something I know how to play. and it added to their concept, right, of adding damage to the SF. It gives him more tools.
We were seeing the uncontested heroes here, and we had 2 more on it when we started the day, but both the Disruptor and the Marcy now being picked up. It always feels like they're all free game right now, Gwen. You could pick anything for yourself.
Yeah, when you get into that zone, that TI zone of creativity, you're looking for what makes sense right now. You don't care about the meta. TI Grand Finals is its own meta. You throw everything else out the window, it's trash. We have what we have now, and that's all that matters.
And on the topic of the Marcy, she was dodged. Like, there was this idea that they wanted to Marcy Slardar and bully the enemy carry, but they ended up dodging that matchup because of the Tusk protection. So they just read into it on Team Spirit.
I love it. The reading is there. The balance is there in draft as well. But TI just keeps giving, whether it's new heroes or whether it's special content pieces coming out for our home crowd here in Shanghai.
Mahaba-habang break to, guys, kasi papahinga ng konti yan eh.
折腾了这么久，我终于找到你了。以你的天赋和技巧，世上最会刷钱之人。够了，不要再刷了！光影大师，
不要再刷了，大老远赶来，让我看看你那可怜的经济吧。天哥，你觉得我是个严厉的师傅吗？那你根本不知道接下来你要面对的是什么。我已经把你那可怜的矿子清完了，再给我来10波远古，天亮之前再给我拿30步赢。
Si ano ba yun? Yung AM God? Si Burning? Si Burning yun, di ba?
要真正超凡入圣，你必须领悟成为强者所需的一切。为此，你必须踏入刀塔江湖。江湖路远，刀剑无眼，你得学会征服痛苦。
我的第一位大师非常的严格，他教会了我怎么样补刀，怎么样刷钱。但是这仅仅是我旅途的开始。我现在准备好去拜见我的第2位大师了。DY 大师。感谢你教了我这么多。
Wala na.
不用客气。
3-time TI champions. Yatoro and Collapse.
黑暗行者。
Patay.
DY 大师，我随您修炼已有一段时日了，是时候接受一些考验了吧？
Ay, may maganda yolohan ngayon, guys.
No.
EWC Counter-Strike. Foot Esports, yolohan nyo na yan.
大地之力。
Kagi, palag-palag yan. Best of 5, pagudan talaga yan.
DY 大师，我已经跟随您修炼20多天了，我们到底什么时候才能开启这个悟道之门啊？
Tingnan nga natin.
不，你还有很多东西可以学。吃桃子可以回血，然后我可以过拆，拆掉你的藤甲，然后用酒。就是这些牌，有很多东西都要学。
Yolohan ko yan, dude. Yolohan ko yan.
住手！这扇门后藏着世界上最恐怖的东西，它力大无穷。知道如何面对它，就等于知道如何面对世界上最大的痛苦。
世间最大的痛苦？
你真的觉得你准备好了吗？
我准备好了。
那就去面对痛苦魔方吧。
那是，哦，他的头好方啊！
你什么意思？你要小心啊，我的弟子！你每一次攻心，他都会10倍奉还。但若你能驾驭这种反击，你的力量就会随之增长。如果你能受得了他一直送，或许你还能跟他并肩作战。
我都说我输了，你还说几遍？我问你。
哦，
啊！
学会跟他正面交锋吧，天哥。当他再也伤不到你时，你就能迎接下一个挑战了。
这就是为什么某某某大哥总是去别的队伍。
你什么意思？
而且他从来没有跟你组过队哦。并且他将永远不会和你一起打。我的第2位大师们，有点奇怪，但是他们教会了我如何在精神上战胜敌人。接下来，我将要去拜访我的第3位大师，让我的身体变得更强壮。
把这个板当做1塔，快点给我打爆它！
是，萨姆纳斯大师。
叫我超哥，再加1块板。
说实话，你硬推这个1塔没什么用。
他说的是真的吗，超哥大师？
再说一次，我的名字叫路遥，再加1块。
你这个推完这个1塔，你也不好打钱，有必要吗？
别理他，他有毛病。还有你，太弱了。要想变强，你就给我每天早睡早起，多晒太阳。
太阳？真的假的？这太阳到底有什么用啊？装太阳能板了，晒太阳能充电，还是说你是什么植物人或者什么草系宝可梦能光合作用啊？啊？你是练武还是修仙啊？你搞个火堆呗？你现在能懂我说太阳是什么意思了吧？啊？就是你跟太阳很熟吗？而且你是去过太阳，还是说那边有你兄弟啊？啊？
你到底在说什么鬼啊？谢谢你，路遥大师。
等等，叫我 maybe。不过为师确实替你感到骄傲，你确实学到了真东西啊！
真东西不是真东西，真学到真东西了。学到啥了呀？要我看不如。
如今，我想我终于准备好了，去拜见那位尊师泰斗。
站住！若你想进入万世之师的密室，你必须选出正确的钥匙。
我们现在不要说这些好吗？真是的，让开！在下天哥前来拜会宗师泰斗，弟子苦练多时，恳请尊师指点。
Me? No, that's.
哈哈哈哈哈！
哎呀，你大师！
哎，米大师，看到了你的进步。
哈哈哈哈哈哈！
你的教室很棒的。
Would you rather do this in English?
我听不懂英文。
哈哈哈哈哈哈！
你为何而来？
哇，这是一个漫长而悲伤的故事。RPG， 为什么没人带我上分呢？哎，这个是什么呀？不对呀，这合理吗？这就是我的故事。
你是不是傻？
Burning 的补刀，奥瑞的磨练，双驱兄弟的决心，所有这一切，都是为了此刻 AME 大师，时候到了。
天哥，你已经准备好了。
经济发育
已真成熟。
而钢铁
心境
唯有烈火方能淬炼。
相信自己。
妈妈，
牛来。先锋4，我打你！
What a fantastic content piece coming out here for this year's TI. It is such an enjoyable moment every year where we get to see the creativeness that comes out. And Skydub getting the absolute list, long list of legends and masterful training there just for Herald 4 like the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all the references, but I still enjoyed it mightily. My goodness. It's also cool to get to see all the sort of the Chinese pros and people in the scene from, like, I don't know, it's been such a long time we've been in Dota. So to get to see Burning and, I don't know, all these legends is very, very cool.
And hearing the crowd respond to all the cameos was incredible. They were so loud. I mean, especially for Slacks. You know what I mean? The master of all masters.
No, that was a great content piece. I had a blast watching it. It was really, really nice.
It's always really fun, and it feels like it really does do a service to everyone that's given so much of their lives, so much of their times, given us like such notable plays as well, specifically from our Chinese Dota scene. So I love it. Thank you guys so much again for putting in all of that effort, for making what it was such a fun content piece here. But at the end of the day, the one reason a lot of us are still tuning in is the grand finals. We still have not decided who is going to be lifting that Aegis. Right now, Spirit are 2 games in this one. It is Vision with 1 game for themselves. And when you look towards it, it is only 1 more game Spirit need until we have 2 3-time TI champions, a 2-time TI champion in LoL as well, and a first-time TI attendee lifting the Aegis and not me. Like, it's crazy to think you are 1 game away from getting to achieve all of that together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful that pressure doesn't affect you. I think this team is as good at not doing that as anyone, is staying strong and focusing on the gameplay at hand. But the closer you get, I think the more of a temptation it becomes. And it's the classic Kuro line of don't think about winning. And I think there is truth in that you want to stay focused on actually playing the game, not on the result that happens if you do. Because while that's cool and all, that is not relevant right now because it's not a reality.
Yep, it's 0-0, right? You start over the game just fresh. Nothing. Dota doesn't care that you're 2 games up, right? It's not going to be more forgiving to you, or it's not going to make you deal more damage. None of your heroes change. It's all starting over from scratch, and equal opportunity for both teams here, really.
We're looking at the number of TI appearances, and it's so fun to get to look at the numbers and then kind of put it into a percentage, into a different sort of perspective. If Spirit were to win on here, it would be a 50% win rate at TI for Yotaro, Miposhka, and Collapse. That's crazy. They've attended 6, this one being their 6, and to win 3 of them would be wild.
That's insane. That's like, because the TIs that Team Spirit didn't win, they got knocked out early.
Yeah.
So it really feels like the story with this team has been, if you don't knock them out early, they're going to evolve and develop into this Pokemon that no one can defeat, you know? Just like Dove went on her journey in that content piece to become the master of all masters. This is what's happening here.
But it's not like Vision are going to go down without a fight, though, in Stadia. We saw them really bounce back in game number 2, and that's the hope I'm hoping they're holding on to, that knowing that they can stick it to Spirit if it gets to that late game.
Absolutely, and I think they've proved it time and time again throughout the event. All their matches have been 2-1s. That means you've been put in these positions before where you're only 1 game away from losing the series, and you have to clutch it out. So they know it's not a position they're not familiar with. They're very familiar with it, and I think they are just like Spirit. They're a team that learns a lot from the drafts. They can improve with every game that they play. And to be honest, the story of this series so far seems to be like, you want to make sure you have the end game win condition.
Yeah, and they also haven't had that for those 3 games. And so while they may be down, and it may seem like Spirit has been doing better throughout the series, it's not that distant. Like, that's the thing about these games, is you can be losing and can even feel dominant. But when you go back and you watch the replay or you look at the draft, it's such small things change that give you such a big advantage. And you've had a bigger gap now, right? Between games 3 or between games 2, no, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, sorry.
Yes, you're
there
right,
is a longer break. And so that means you have more time to think about things, more time to reset a little bit, to process how you want to change your draft and come in stronger. And so I think that break helps the team that's down a little bit because you get to process things and figure a little bit more out.
I know this is such a weird question to ask, but when you go to a game number 4 and you get that elongated break, what is the process of it? Because I'm also aware that these guys have been going at it for hours, and I know that recovering is one aspect of it, but are you out there caffeinating more? Are you eating? Like, what are the other ways in which you're trying to utilize the fact that you have a longer break instead of just talking about the Dota?
I think a lot of it depends from person to person. I think because some people need to work on the draft, but that's not everyone. It's not something you want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want just enough. And so I think some people are leaning back in their chair. You have a little bit of food. You're just chilling and sort of, I don't know, you eat a little bit and you wait for the next game. And I think some people are going the other route. They're drinking coffee. They're drinking whatever caffeine they need. And they're focusing on the draft and doing the hard work. And so I think the leadership roles, maybe the No One and the Puppy, they're taking the hard road of we need to fix problems and work on things. And your Satanics and your Notice, your newer players, I'm going to steel myself. I'm going to play as well as I can for this upcoming game.
I do think that a pep talk needs to happen, though, for Vision, especially for their supports. Because something that I wanted to talk about was I do think the supports, the duos, are getting diffed this game. Even in that game, too, I feel like in all 3 games, Team Spirit supports have been moving to the mid lane and outpacing Vision supports. They've been clutching the late game. They've been able to do more with what they have than Team Vision. And when I look at this, I don't really see the issues with the cores and how they've been playing. It's more so how the supports are enabling them, and Team Vision are a little bit lackluster today compared to Ruin, Not Me.
I mean, it ties to the hero pools and the drafts, right? We saw in this game 3, Spirit's bans are all over 9 class. None of the heroes that he really, wants to play are given to him. He's forced to play this Marcy. I know Puppy said they wanted to do it. It's a cool idea. I could definitely see it work. There's potential for it, and I think honestly, any other hero than the TB, they probably put it with the Star Dart, like you said, Mira, and then they try to run over that lane. But once TB comes out, it's just, this isn't possible anymore. And that's just, I think, draft-wise, Spirit has been solving that. They're making it hard for the supports to have that impact.
I think another big factor that comes into it is these games 4s is you just have to stay mentally strong. That to me was the biggest thing about playing in a TI final is it's such a mental test. It's just different than every other series, and all your hopes and dreams are so close, especially now that you've gotten deeper into the series. Being able to just focus on the Dota and push all those things aside is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And so I feel for these players, and I look and see how they come into the boost and how the game starts and trying to feel how they feel, because it is, I think, honestly, it's harder than the Dota itself, is the mentality that goes into it and being strong and fortifying yourself to actually be able to play the game to the fullest of your ability.
Yeah, I do think that's where Team Spirit shines, with that mental fortification. But just to address the graphic that came on screen, they had the same kill participation in 9 class and Not Me. And what Aiden mentioned about the draft is very true, because if your Willow has 3-man Curse Crowns and 1 Terrorize in a team fight, and your Marcy, all she can do is rebound, there's not that much you can do. The support duos and their heroes have looked like they don't have enough. I mean, at some point, you can break Dota down simply to the more control we have, the easier the late game will be. And you could just look towards fixing the angles of control. Maybe Enchantress should be benched for the next game.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the idea with the Marcy here was just we're going to bail out our carry, right? But bailing someone out when he's in a losing matchup and he doesn't win by surviving is the issue. That really is where it's just Spirit they're geniuses, and there's a reason they're here. And it's honestly impressive that they can do that with just 1 pick.
Yeah, it feels like when you're doing the Marcy and that is the pivotal part for her, that's the role that she wants to play, you're almost saying, we don't actually really want a team fight. We might poke and we might try and all in, but at the end of the day, that isn't really our MO with what we're going for here.
Yeah, it's tough, and you just have to, you either have to pick a path and do your own thing and just pick your own heroes and say Spirit's going to counter us, and that's okay. We believe in our heroes a whole lot. That's one path, and the other route is you try to play Spirit's game and you say you're going to counter our strategy on a higher level. We're going to try to do the same thing, and I think you have to kind of pick a path, because in some ways I think they're dilly-dallying between the two. Sometimes they're picking their own stuff, and sometimes they're trying to overarching counter. I think they're getting a bit outplayed at Spirit's game, and they're not quite fully committing to the other way.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned there in regards to the previous game, they opened up with a Shadow Fiend. They wanted to build up the Shadow Fiend to be this critical point in the game where Satanic just stands there and chunks at everybody. So they enable him with an amp damage and a Mercy sidekick. But at some point, it really wasn't working out to actually get him to play. The game ended with the Yatoro's Terrorblade having 55,000 hero damage and Satanic's SF having 20,000 hero damage. He just was not able to stand there and hit. So maybe it's because they didn't fully commit to the idea of building up a turret in SF. Maybe the Pango plus Starter together made it redundant and they needed one more enabler.
I do think there's even more credit that goes the way of Spirit and Maposhka is because they first picked the Nature's Prophet and they go in thinking that this is going to be a Yotoro Nature's Prophet, right? They're not really calling this that Lal is going to be comfortable playing it, and even if they do, then they're willing to call that bluff. And it is almost an exact replica of what happened in game one, where they're trying to call the bluff again on Lal's hero pool. He doesn't play that Slark, and even if we do, we'll try and dodge the matchup. He doesn't play Nature's Prophet. Well, he does. There are 7 competitive games for him, and whilst the win rate before this game wasn't necessarily positive, he's still comfortable enough to do it. And I feel like you can't keep resting on the laurels that you're going to call the bluff of Lal's hero pool anymore.
I think if you go back to the draft even, like they end up last banning Monkey King. Like Monkey King isn't really a hero that we've seen much. And I feel like when I was looking at the draft, I feel like they felt so good about the first 4 heroes matchups into the other 4 that they don't really think about, is there anything that could in any possible way stump our draft in the end? Because if you remove Terrorblade from Spirit there, I don't know what they pick. I feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be playing like a tempo style. They're going to have to try to like ramp up this game. And I think Satanic is a person that is much more comfortable when he's the person being tempoed on rather than when they have to be the ones setting the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're built in pubs. These players are playing so many of these games where everyone's running at them. They see Satanic or Yatoros in the lobby, and they charge at them. You've built this incredible skill set of dodging ganks, of surviving, of getting farmed anyway. And the flip side is just not something that really gets built to the same degree, especially when you're a young player who's only been playing competitively for 2 to 3 years. You want to put him in his strong suit, where he's been molded and formed, and let him do the things that he's so ridiculously, insanely good at that's gotten him all the way to this finals.
I'm just looking at the fact that Spirit, once again, they sacrificed some part of the hair to the Dota gods, and it feels like right now the tides aren't turning against them when it comes to favorability, because they have had that advantage now. You guys have coined it in all 3 drafts. Vision aren't looking necessarily like the team that they have in the upper bracket, where they haven't dropped a single series, where they took that path into the grand finals here, because they're 1 game down, and whilst they take to the stage again, there is that seed of doubt. This could be your final game of TI 15. This could be it that makes or breaks you.
Yeah, there's a feeling as you walk onto the stage of you looking at the crowd and trying to savor it, but also focusing that mix of relishing the moment, but also you need to win. Your life is on the line here. Provision and Spirit is 1 game away from being the undisputed GOATs.
Yeah, it's so close, you know. I think for them, they've been compared to OG for all these years, you know, 2 TI wins each. Who's truly better? And today they have the chance to finally end all discussion. There's no discussion after this.
Yeah.
If they get the 3-peat, it's over.
And Quinn, you've been in a position where you're like 1 game from elimination at a TI Grand Finals against Team Spirit. Like, how do you steel yourself against the force that they are?
I think so much of it has to do with like honesty with each other. I think a lot of times, at least for us, pressure can get to you and people can start to feel bad, and you can feel that in their communication, their atmosphere, and it bleeds into everyone else. It becomes sort of this fog in the air that you can't quite see through. And so I think, I don't know, having an honest conversation, people who are anxious talking about that, and you get to the human side of it and you realize that, hey, this is a privilege. It's a very hard thing. We're all together and we're just going to push through it and do the best that we can.
We're seeing here both Collapse and Yotoro, the potential 3-timers. The fact that they're 1 game away, and when you look at them, I mean, more now than ever before, but I feel like I can't read them. I cannot read them at all. They already have 2 of these TI rings to themselves. To add a 3rd would be insane, and all 3 as a player. No one's done that. 3 rings as a player.
I mean, it's a crazy achievement. I'm sad to see that they both have a full head of hair walking on, honestly. I was hoping somebody would have shaved their head before coming out. But
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
They're locked into the point where they don't need to sacrifice their own hair. It's just time to get rid of Nami's beard. You know, he's the newbie. They're going to get him the TI win so long as he's able to give up.
It's crazy to think we have 14 of those beautiful pieces of jewelry there to commemorate every year that we've gotten to see a team take to that stage to win a grand finals and to eventuate the dreams of lifting an Aegis.
Yeah, that spot is just waiting for them, ready to be etched in. Their name is already in game twice when you hover over that Aegis. They're close to having their name a 3rd time. You're barely going to be able to play the game without seeing their names everywhere at this point. So synonymous with Dota in the past 6 years, and I think it is just such an iconic series, and the history of those players, the fact that Puppy won his first, and now at the end, of all the 15, right? The most recent TI, the potential to win it again. Part of why Dota's so great is such a rich history and so many players that have been around for so long. It makes all these series mean just that much more.
Yeah, I just find it so poetic if Team Spirit are able to do this. It's because Mipushka came back to the team as a coach. It really did feel like when they didn't have him earlier in this year, they were lacking something very deep. His ideas in Dota really are why Team Spirit became what they are. He's the one who influenced Collapse and Yatoro and turned them into the players that they are. He's the one who influenced Satanic. Satanic, when he played on the stint on Team Spirit, it was Mipushka who took the guiding role and talked to him about their ideas. And now he's come as a coach. He lost the best of 3 2 days ago to Puppy. A lot of it was due to getting outdrafted by Puppy, but he prepared really hard. He's been showing up today, and he's been absolutely frying him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the strategies. I think both teams, honestly, when you look at the gameplay, they are playing well. All the players deserve to be here. They're playing at a level that, you know, it is where you have to be able to play at in order to be in a TI Grand Finals. But ultimately, when the teams are so closely matched, it's going to come down to who has those slight advantages through the draft, who has the slightly draft executed, and who has more opportunities to do things in the games and has more opportunities to win the games. And I think right now, Mipushka's giving that to his team.
There's still full belief, though, that Puppy is able to take this extended break between a game 3 of 4, work out that maybe they're playing too much into what Spirit want for themselves. Playing their game, lost themselves a little bit because it's not over. You have this game, and you still have Satanic on your team. Satanic stood in for Team Spirit when Yatoro wanted to take a break. He ends up joining Vision. They hit top 3 last year. They at least bested this year with a guaranteed top 2. But they want to take it that one step further. And you want to be able to push it to a game number 5 to show that this Prince and King battle isn't as straightforward as everyone wants to chalk it up to be.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Vision have something to say, and they get a chance to prove it here. They bounced back once before. They bounced back in every series they played to get here. If anyone can do it, it's them. Their players are incredible, and they have all the tools.
Man, I wish we would just stop talking. So casters, please give us the game, and we can just go watch some good Dota, please, Nat.
I promise you the grand finals is continuing. And
Gago si Insane, ayaw magtrabaho.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 4.
The lobby start button at least has been pressed. The game start is still to be decided as we want to see what 5 heroes these guys are going to pick for themselves. What 10 we will have in our matchup, because game 4, we said it before and we'll say it again, it is a make or break. Takala's asked for the rematch of the Prince and the King, and you got to wonder what exactly are they going to plan for themselves here. Is it going to be another carry to carry matchup where you want to be able to put all of your eggs into the Satanic basket? We'll be seeing more emphasis placed on the support. Right now, a Treant Protector, Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet, and
Parang ang liwanag nun.
Changed basically the hero that's been so defining for this entire series in the SF.
Man.
It's what made the game 1 happen, it's what made game 2 happen, and it's also what made game 3 happen. So we have a completely new draft in front of us. We see Lone Druid is finally banned out by Vision this time around. It's been a hero that I feel like both teams have kind of drafted around this entire time. We haven't seen him pop up, but the threat of him has been influencing every single pick that's we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong read by Puppy to ban the Lone Druid, because
Ban
what other
NT, ban
hero could
SF.
justify
Gagi
banning
kung
SF
ano-ano
in
na
your
lang
first
naban.
pick?
Paiba-iba na.
See you, we're not doing it, and they end up banning Earth Spirit at the end.
Another big difference in this draft is that all the supports are in. We've been seeing all the supports getting banned out in all the previous games. Spirit in this position have been prioritizing Winter Wyvern a lot in previous games. And for Vision, we have the potential of an Ember coming out into a Slark ban. So there's a lot of these things that are going on right now, and the conversations are surrounding these heroes and how we can counter them down the line if they do come out.
There's also Bane that's been getting consistently banned, that's been let through.
Same thing with the Coddle for Vision. So I honestly like this adaptation for Vision, saying we're banning supports before, it wasn't working. Okay, give them their subs, whatever, we'll ban the cores instead. I think this is a cool change-up and forces a different angle that maybe Spirit has less preparation for.
Again, also an IO angle that this hero has emerged as one of the heroes of TI, and when you have the Winter Wyvern on your team, you could be preparing for it as well as a soft counter to the IO.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think even in the first game when the Vision played IO, I feel like they never really got to play the hero. So it's something that they might still look for down the line. I think it's absolutely a threat. Wyvern is good against it, but it's such a strong hero that you're going to need more than that.
And we talked about a couple of times that 9 class has been really heavily focused in the bans, and to me this is also a good adaptation, saying he's been playing Hoodwink and Marcy, and some heroes are a little bit less ideal for him, and so we're saying we're just going to give him a hero that's not only great against Winter Wyvern, but is just a super comfort hero for him, and Vision have had a lot of success with.
It opens up for a lot of combinations that Vision are really comfortable with the Coddle, like the Ember Spirit and the Pango. The Ember gets taken out, and I wonder if they care enough or are threatened enough by the Pango to address it or to just let it through.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. Wyvern, I think, is a pretty decent hero against Pango in some ways, because you can kind of juke him out over hills, you can play over cliffs, you also have the Curse. If you manage to curse a strong turret hero to the Pango, it sometimes almost immediately kills him. So there is some counterplay there with the Wyvern, but I don't think it's not enough to dissuade you from picking Pango if it's good against the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, definitely still an option. All the things you said are very true. I think it's with Coddle, generally you want spellcasting mids, right? You want to enable some hero that abuses the mana so you can farm faster and you can fight more, have more uptime on the map. That's one of Coddle's biggest strengths, is it allows your cores, especially your mid hero, because subs just tend to play with the mid hero, that means they can stay on the map, which gives you more attacks, allows you to defend more places because resources are such a huge part of the early game.
I feel like that's absolutely one part of it, and the other part of Coddle's gameplay is the healing. And this is probably what has made Coddle into one of the strongest modern supports, is that it heals. And healing works really well with any sorts of damage reduction, or if you're really
yung first 2 picks dito
die
ng
too
ano.
quickly, the heals won't come in. Coddle takes quite a while to wind up the heals, so you want to make sure you have a tanky enough draft to where you can survive the initial round of spells from your opponents for the heal to then kick in.
Very true, and healing lineups are so problematic because the Vessel buyers in Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit from the mid lane are already taken out. The other ones that buy Vessel, like Void Spirit, aren't that good in the meta, and anti-heal heroes like Ancient Apparition are super dead. So when you're playing against it, it's very pesky, and you kind of solve it through insane damage from your carry. And heroes like that, like Terrorblade, banned out, and Kez, countered by Doom, can't be picked here.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. I feel like Vision have relied on this Doom previously in the tournament too. Also, Doom against all of these, like, throughout history, superstar players, like we got Miracles, you know, Yatoro, obviously. When they get doomed, they're not the same player. They don't get to click buttons, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're stunned or if you're doomed and you're not allowed to press buttons, nobody, no matter how skilled you are, can play the game.
Wala ka talaga magagawa pag nakadoom ka.
Stampede away from the Doom.
Lungkot ka talaga.
Not Miu's clock has been left in the pool. He hasn't gotten his hands on this hero yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go for a double melee offlane. It's not something that either team has really been favoring so far in this finals. People want strong lanes. They want to come in and fight you and contest the early game and not give you what you want and play a slower game. You want to start off on the right foot. So it will, you know, sacrifice a little bit of the early game if they go for the clockwork here. But I mean, we've seen how much not me can do on the hero. Yeah, okay. They just think he's just too good. Just give it to him.
This is that guy.
There is still a chance though that Sento plays mid.
yung
I'm not saying it's something
Clockwork.
that Spirit necessarily love, and
Kay
Sento is such
Nat me.
an type of a collapse hero, but there is still that we don't want to fall into the trap
Kaso
of
na
pulling
interest
Spirit's bluff
keeper
either
of the
about
late
LoL's
to
hero
eh.
pool at this point in TI.
I'm going to call your trap, and I think you've been talking too much to Falcons.
Oh, my bad.
I really hope we don't get a Centaur mid.
I didn't say it was good. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, absolutely. And, you know, that has been their MO for this series, right? They keep tricking us and Vision into thinking this is what they're doing with their draft, and then in the last pick, they swap it all up. So it is obviously a possibility. But
Insane's putting it at 1%.
yeah, I think I'm like the Dota Plus meter right now, where it's very far to, like, not happening.
Yeah, it's a very fair suggestion because that's been the story of the series. But the reason why it works so well on Falcons is because Malrine likes to do it. I don't think Laurel is willing to do anything, but would he be willing to do this for his team? It is so boring.
I mean, I feel like at this point we can't
Mirana
count him out, but
Kotel.
I would think it's a Collapse Centaur. It's one of his signature heroes. He loves to play it. Vision also seemed to think that way because they decided to pick the Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is quite a high commitment hero. Once you pick it, it needs to have a good lane. If it doesn't, the hero just seems useless. So they think it is too. They commit to this lane matchup. And it is obviously a pretty strong matchup for Lifestealer.
Okay. And with this,
Wow.
it seems like they are somewhat committed to it being
TA?
Centaur offlane, I think. I also think Centaur
TA
mid just
ang
doesn't
naging
scale
sagot
this super
nila
well
sa
against
lifestealer.
Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision's safe lane, and Satanic does not have the freest game that he would, hope for. And so in this game, he will have that great start. And TA also has a pretty good lane, I think, against Doom. It's a classic counter because even if you Doom him, he can just blink away because it goes on the refraction, and then you haven't canceled his blink yet. So I think both carries are set up for good games, which, maybe we get the epic anime fight. That's what I'm hoping for.
I do think that TA is a higher execution carry than Lifestealer, though, because she's been nerfed a lot on the lane, so she can't oppress the enemy offlaner the way that she used to, so the enemy offlaner will have more net worth than they are, and eventually, even if you can blink out, you get Doom, Dota gets really hard to play in that late game, especially when Doom gets that Congregations of the Deep with the Shiva's Guard. Like, at that point, that hero is so absurd.
Yeah, I always feel like once Doom gets to Shiva Zags, the game is over. I've been saying it time and time again on the panel, but we never get to see it. But it is an incredibly strong endgame timing. I will say TA against Coddle has quite a lot of things going for her. She's one of the heroes that can't get blasted in the lane. You just press refraction the moment you see the horses run towards you. It's quite a strong matchup in that regard. They have this pressure set up with the Winter Wyvern that can provide sustain to outlast any sort of damage that Doom can do to her. So I quite like the laning matchup for Spirit. And we've talked about it in the previous games, but this laning pressure for them has been really important in order for them to win these games. So for that regard, I really like the team.
Yeah, she serves a purpose within the draft that we talked about earlier too, with healing lineups and how they're hard to break through. She is one of the high burst damage carries that can kill somebody before the Coddle Blasts keep coming out and keep piling up. I do worry about if she isn't playing tempo. If Spirit are on the back foot this game, I don't have that much faith in the hero. But if they can win the lanes like they have been the last few games, it should be fine.
Yeah, I do see one weakness with Vision's heroes that they lack playmakers, really. Doom is quite farmy, Lifestealer is quite farmy, and both their supports are heroes that want to sit behind another core who's making moves and cast spells. And so, as of now, Spirit kind of knows the archetype of mid-hero they want, and that can mean that you can pick a hero that makes that pick very uncomfortable or hard to lane or bad for any number of reasons. And it also means that, once again, TA will have a super free game because there's no way she can really die in this game, barring some, last pick shenanigans.
And there's still Pango for Team Vision. The only counter would be the Winter Wyvern, but they need that Coddle combination. They need something that can play with Mirana's aggression.
I think leaving it is fair, though, from Spirit, because that matchup against Clockwork is actually quite bad. When he presses roll, you just press cogs, and it's very hard to steer, even if you've got, some serious driver's license. And on top of that, TA, when you're rolling in, she can meld you and just keep blasting you, as she's sort of a traditional turret. So it's not the easiest Pangolier game, but the Coddle helps with some of those problems.
I mean, the other deterrent is Wyvern, right? You have the triple melee core lineup, so it's highly likely that if you're playing Pango, you're going to have heroes close to you that potentially could get cursed with you.
Is Void Spirit pickable for Vision, Quinn?
Depends on the mid hero. Of the supports, yes, absolutely. Neither of them has very much lockdown, really. So if you kind of dart in and out, you get on top of the Winter Wyvern, and you're very hard to pin down. It is just not a very good hero right now. We've seen it picked before. Lornov played it once during the main stage, and it did not look super great. And so it's got to be a pretty perfect game for that hero, I think, to pull it out.
Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
It's a brave hero into Doom. This hero can absolutely ruin your day. You generally a Storm, of course you can keep zipping around all the time and you'll never get Doom, but that drains your mana really quickly. And this hero actually relies on auto-attacking a lot more than people realize. You kind of want to sit in a place, hit a bit, use the zip to chase someone down. You don't really want to use it to just stay invulnerable the entire time. And you can explain this a lot better than I can.
No, it's absolutely true, and I think it's a very underrated part of Storm. Storm, for all intents and purposes, is just a right-click hero, and the zip is a way of getting close and getting far away from people. So if you can't stand there and hit, then that means you don't actually do any damage, because just flying around doesn't do anything. You cast one static remnant, okay, it's a 300 damage nuke. That's not enough for a core contribution in a fight.
It is still, in a way, denying Vision being able to have a good Coddle combo from the mid in that Storm Spirit. You don't have an infinite amount of bans, so leaving it in, picking it up for yourself, even if it does feel scary playing it into Doom, it at least makes Vision have to think a bit more and end up with a tanking last pick.
Yeah.
Tanking?
The Sand King is just solving the issue of now you have a Storm Spirit. We don't have enough stuns. How do we deal with the Storm Spirit? And nothing really was left in the pool aside from this Sand King.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the Falcons' influence that we talked about earlier, but we definitely see their influence on this final, right? The Sand King mid comes out, Malrine special. I do remember no one, you know, they obviously placed top 3 at last TI. Last TI was a lot about these Sand Kings and Earthshakers and this archetype of hero mid. So he's definitely played this before. He knows how the hero works.
He's like, oh God, mid Sand King again?
That's how I
have to witness this.
Yeah, there will be a lot of trying to draw the mid lane and playing off stacks. That's so much about what this hero is about. He doesn't pressure you, but it's very hard to pressure him. And so attacking Vision's triangle, potentially fighting these stacks, could be a big look for Team Spirit. But I think this is a game that's very based off skill. I think a lot of the early game, there's a lot of potential moves for different places. This one, honestly, is a draft that I chalk much more to being even than the other games. I think Vision has done a good job at pulling it back. And this is a game that I think they should be very happy with. Honestly, I think the draft is the best so far, and it's not super easy for Spirit.
When you talk about, sorry, very quickly, talking about invading that trying to take stacks, which hero on this side of Spirit is going to utilize that the best, and you're hoping he's going to be able to take advantage of it?
Probably anybody but Centaur. If you're doing well in lanes, just charge and get in there.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane, I think, is going to determine a lot. With how this TA matchup into Doom goes, I think will determine whether they can actually invade a triangle or not. And if they're able to do that, they're set up in a great position. And if they're not able to do that, I think it's quite a tricky position to be in.
I think it's very important for Vision supports to be able to enable No One Sand King and play with them, because Team Spirit supports have been running mid and playing with Laurel for the...
Sige, pag ito na tawag dito. Pag ito nanalo ang Team Spirit dito. Bibigay tayo Gcash. Gcash ha? Gcash, di gift code. Gcash. Nanalo Team Spirit dito, Game 3. Ay, Game 4. Okay? Pag natapos na to. Ilan tayo dyan? 5? 5. Tag. Pangkape lang. Pwede na yun, no? Pangkape lang. Ibigay tayo Gcash. Kaning ads. Maganda ba yung draft? Hirap kasi may Doom. Hirap na itong Doom, doy. Mahuli tayo niyan, wala. Tagilid na ang vapor natin yan.
May the best team win. Wonder how this will turn out.
Three 0 mo na. Ay, 3-1. Storm ka, tapos may Doom. Puti kang lungkot niyan. Uy, nag-uumpisa na. Uy, nag-i-slow motion ka na naman dyan ha. Wyvern magdadala dito guys. I can see it. Hindi yung mga core, yung Wyvern talaga. Si Ru, tsaka syempre si Natmi on the... Pagalingan lang to itong matchup na to, itong dalawang team na to. Pagalingan lang talaga ng support. Yung mga nagko-call ng smoke, yung mga nagko-call ng map movement nila. I think that's the best or the most important thing dito sa game na to or sa series na to. So 0 mo na yan. Ay 3-1 mo na yan. Ba't pa tayo lalayo? Ang problema nga lang, life stealer na naman against strength hero ni Collapse na Centaur. Pagilid. May doom pa. Uy. Ano? Yung creeps yung tinatamahan. Gagi. Hindi mag-i-enjoy sa lane na to si Collapse eh. Sa ngayon, medyo okay pa pag mga nag-level 7 yung life stealer. Lungkot ka dyan. So, I think the best way for them para ipanalo ng Team Spirit to is tapusin ng maaga. Awan. Or, buhati na lang ni Larl. Late game storm. Ang hirap nito. Sobrang overwhelming ng damage na magagaling sa vision. You have the Sand King Epicenter. Obviously, malaking tulong pag clash. The thing is, you have this save from Centaur na pwede mong asahan sa late game din. So let's say mahuli dito si Yatoro na Doom. Patay ka na Doom. Aghanim's Centaur will help you para makatakas. And you have Stampede as well. Nagkamali. Parang kinakabahan si Natmi ha. Huwag kakabahan Natmi. Natmi, ikaw na lang. Ubus mana, nakakainis. Ubus mana sa'yo, Doy. Kaasar ka. Dapat tayong first blood. As of the moment. Five minutes na. Wala pa first blood. Tingnan natin, tanungin natin si Tito Gab. Ayon kay Tito Gab, lamang yung vision dito ng bahagya. Pagdating sa draft. Learn. Level 6. Just slip away from the sandstorm. Naku, nai-stakan pa yung ano. Nai-stakan pa. Sarap buhay itong Sun King maya-maya. Nakuha pa ng regen. Kaso tinamaan naman ng araw dito si Natmi. Is Natmi gonna survive? Buhay. Buhay yan. Chill lang. Walang easy first blood. Maigat ang mga kalahok. Kanya-kanyang lasitan lang ha. Walang magsasakitan. Oh. Wala nga magsasakitan nga ni. Pag eto talaga na 3-1 guys, Team Spirit. Pangkapi agad kayo sa akin. Pangkapi agad. Walang iba.
Dire's bottom tower is on its way further down.
Gusto agawin ni Ducalis. Oy, na first blood ni Notice si Ru. Si Collapse mamamatay pa ata dito. Pero darating si Larl to help him. The hook stamp will connect. No one is here as well. Larl zipping in. He wants Ducalis. Ducalis will die from the cogs. But the Shrine of Wisdom makukuha ng vision. No one will take it. Naku. Naku ka. Ala, hindi yata ma-3-1 to game. Inya Toro we trust? Okay, sige.
Dire's middle tower is in the wrong end of business. Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
Oh. Lo. Makags ka dyan, ano? Ano ka? Nagsasayawan sila dito. Normally na lang kita. Nice try, Ratmi. Nice try.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Si Ru, mabibigyan pa dito. Wala ata tayong Gcash ah. Wala ata tayong Gcash. Stupendous.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage. Opya, tamaan ka ng araw. Patay. Ayan na, nag-uumpisa na. Yung power ng lineup dito ng Vision. You have a secure stun, a reliable stun, just like the Sand King. Sobrang easy i-hit ng Harrow. And surely that's an easy kill na pwede makuha ng Vision from time to time. Larl, kunin ka na itong farm na to. Umaagaw pa. Okay, 9 class. He's gonna go down. Pupusuan ba ang game 4? Pupusuan ba ang game 4? Pinusuan ang game 4. Sige, magtiwala ka lang kaya Toro. Pusuan mo na yan. Oh, stamp it this time to save not me. Nabato pa niya ng kag sa mga kalahok.
Radiant's top tower needs bandages.
May dagger na ba to? Meron na sir. Pag yun na-FP dagger. Na-FP yan dyan. Hindi ka talaga pwede dumipensa dito. Bigay. Ito, si Noah naghanap na naman. Wala. Wala. Automatic kill eh. Borrow strike arrow. No one. No one. Trying to pump fake it.
Dire's middle tower met its end.
Nope. Nope. Stun, epi. Na-heal. Kaso patay pa rin sa arrow. Sinowan nga lang, delikado. O medyo onti na lang mana dito ni Larl. He still wants this kill. Curse to prevent him from hitting Larl. And no one goes down. Yatoro, he's got the Desolator. Gusto niyo lagyan ng charges yan kahit papano, pero wala siyang mahuhuli. Notice. Bilis tumakbo. Drums, face boots. House collapse. Chill lang. Dominator. Sabay hila-hila ng creeps. Wants to go for the heart. May tagatid siya ng creeps eh, no? Ito maganda sa Dominator. Tagatid. Namatay si Rue. Mapalag na naman dito si Lyle. Looking. Uy, walang vision. Naku po. Patay pa rin ata dito yung TA. Tingin na lang ng charge. Yun, nakakuha siya ng Deso charge. 2 for 1. Solid din yung ginawa dito ni Notice ha. Kumuha siya ng ice armor. Para hindi siya masyado masaktan sa mga right click ng TA. Lalo na pag gantong early pa lang. Sulit yan. Natmi, tipping. Satanic. And Satanic tipping Natmi. Ako po, Radiance na.
Dire's bottom tower is on its way further down.
Feeling ko, ang naisip ni Yatoro is give me a carry na kayang mag-farm ng mabilis. And bubuhatin ko na lang kayo. Parang yun siguro ang nasa isip niya. Shot. Night class. Matay. That's additional. Galvanized stack. Epicenter. Grabe naman to mag-cogs. Patay ka yata dyan naman. Nope. Stun. Grabe magpatama ng cogs to si Natmi, no? Talagang sobrang lupit eh. So, going back dun sa idea ni Yatoro, bigyan niyo ako ng carry na kaya mag-farm ng mabilis. Like SF, TA. Kahit ano mangyari, makakapag-farm ako kasi yung hero ko is yun nga, mabilis nga mag-farm. So, that way, kaya kong makatulong kaya kong unahan sa farm si Satanic and kaya kong buhatin yung gig.
Dire's bottom tower is on its way further down. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay.
Shadows take us.
Hop. Harap ulit. Huli. Huli si Natni. Hook shot pre. Patakas ako. Buti may creeps dun. Umiwas pa naman si Ru. 4K lead na for Vision. Hindi maganda to ah. Aabutin talaga tayo ng alas 10 dito doy. Ru. Escape. TP out. Patay. First 10 kills for Vision. Ala to win.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests.
Si Atoro lang nakakasabay sa farm. Ba't napag-iwanan na yung storm? Nangyari dyan.
Dire's middle tower is under fire.
We go unseen.
Guys, ilohan nyo na yung Foot Esports. Dun sa EWC. Team Spirit din pala maglalaro dun. Team Spirit sa finals ng EWC ng CS2.
I'll take your tribute.
Nope.
Vanish.
Epicenter. Sasaluin ng buo ni Natni. Stampede to escape. Madum ka dyan. Sinunog si Natni. Patay. Ganda ng draft. Ganda ng hero nila, men. Alright.
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Daanin natin sa late game. Okay. Late game na lang. Patay na naman si Natni. Natni, not you. Oh, pero baka mabigyan dito si Noan. Okay. Kapalit nga lang si Ru. Tinamaan ng araw. Nagamit yung Mirana ngayon ah.
Dire's top tower is not on top of things.
Sopya, nakita na naman sila. Easy. Sinatli din. Gagi, dinadive na par. Gagi, hindi na pinagdodota dito yung Team Spirit, men. Aray ko.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire just fortified their structures. Dire's middle tower is under fire.
Epi, Doom, BKB should be able to run for now. Okay. Ay gagi. Ay gagi. Ay gagi. Ay gagi. Lalaban. Lalaban, doy. Hindi siya basta-basta namatay kasi meron nga siyang BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower has a nasty situation.
I like this. Ganda ng obs na to.
Fortified their structures.
Tormentor muna tayo. We take all the sources na pwede nating makuhaan ng pera. We just need more items.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sabay gate.
Dire's middle tower is
Papunta sa top lane. Dagger stun. Huli. Takbo. Hala ka. Bilis ng golem. Hopya. Huli, hinap mo. Hookshot na lang. Bintang. Patay pa rin.
Dire's middle tower is in the wrong end of business. Dire's middle tower is lost.
Kailangan lang ng 25 kagad na ito. TA. Pag mag 25 ka, plus 4 refraction instances, that's a total of 10. So, most of the doom damage mare-refract mo. Which is, damage per second is 44, and duration is only 14 seconds. So, 10 of it, pwede mo ma-refract. But again, malayo-layo pa. Pag nanalo Team Spirit dito talaga, grabe, bilib na ako dito. Talagang deserve. Ang hirap ng lineup na to. 74% win probability ang binibigay ni Tito Gab. Or Vision. You need the Ags. Yan ang isa sa mga key item dito ng Team Spirit. The Ags from the TA. Yatoro will trust his teammate na iligtas siya from the Doom, from the Epi.
Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil. Incoming!
Time check. 7:34. Din sa inyo ng Too Easy That Bet. Tapos late game Storm. Nice. Kaya pa to guys. Ako, isipin mo ganito yan. Ang Team Spirit. Kayang manalo sa laning at ipanalo yung game. Which is nangyari ng game number 1. Kayang manalo sa laning at ipatalo yung game. Which is nangyari ng game number 2. Kayang manalo sa laning and medyo magdelikado sa late game, which is game number 3. Ngayon naman, kahit matalo sa laning, kayang manalo. Lugi sa draft, walang problema. Gagawan ko ng paraan yan. Sabi niya Toro. Bahala dyan, par. EA ko na to eh. Oh. Ganda pa ng item niya. MKB. Tapos hindi siya mag-Hurricane Pike. Talagang bubu siya ng Hydra. And Hydra against this high HP hero, Lifestealer and Doom. Aking tulong yan. Isa sa mga napansin ko kanina sa kanya is nung game 2, late niya binuo yung Hydra. Na parang napag-isipan na lang niya, sige Hydra na lang instead of Hurricane Pike. Pinalitan niya nung late game yung item niya, which is too late na. Unstoppable na yung Lifestealer at that time. So dito, after niya ng MKB, bubuo na siya ng Hydra. Farm lang siya.
Radiant's top tower is gone. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not me. Spotted 9 class here. May nakita sila dito. Nag-go scepter pa. Yeah. Nabuhay si 9 class. Hey, not me. Bahala ka na dyan. Iwan na kita. Out na ako dyan. Pero nahinto yung pagro-rush. Meron palang go scepter na to doy. Hindi ganun kadali patayin si 9 class. Larl? BKB ready na rin for Larl. Haste rune. Hindi na bait si Larl. Pero nag-smoke sila dito. Even if patay yung clockwork nila. So this is unexpected move coming from the side of Team Spirit. Hindi isipin dito. Patay yung clockwork nila. Mag-go ba yan? Scepter. Sinasay Blaze niya Toro, man. Hindi niya nilalapitan para i-right click kasi alam niya na mag-go Scepter lang eh. Dalawang support naka-ghost. Tupo. Ang pagkakamali mo dyan. AC. Armor na naman. Mabuo lang ng Hydra. Mabuo lang tong Hydra. Bubuhati na talaga ito na Yatoro, men. Sinasabi ko sa inyo. Tapos kay Yatoro to. Namatahan lang yung Roshan. Ang maganda naman dito for Team Spirit, meron silang clockwork to check this Roshan every now and then. Larl. 2.3k gold for the buyback. Kakailanganin mo yan sa mga susunod na team fight. Isang storm sa mga masasabi mong sulit na buyback na hero. You'll be back to full HP, back to full mana, which you can use to just zip in. Na rocket flare sila dito. So Team Spirit are fully aware of what's going on inside the Rush Pit. But you don't have Larl for now. Larl still farming. Hindi nila tinutuloy yung Rush. Wala nang buhay si Satanic dito par. Kinokonti-konti lang nila. Lalalala. 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 Oy pre, harangan nyo yan. Harangan nyo yan. Harangan nyo yan. Harangan nyo yan. Okay, nakuha na yung Aegis. Hoop. Stand into arrow. Wala naman pala kayo eh. Sabi ni Natmi, saan ba kayo par? Bigay na yun, yung mga ganun. Kaya mo na yan, hindi pa natin oras. Okay? We have our time. Relax lang. Oh, galit na galit yung butiki oh. Relax lang, top of the network pa rin dito yung TA. Pupusuan lang natin to, Yatoro. He's got the Hydra ready. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. I like this. I like this. Teka, dito ko kay Adj, baka tumaas eh. Baka mabita natin yun ng solid na... Ayun, patay. 100 mo. Maging 500. Oh, patay yung mga support. Okay lang. Ang problema dyan. Ano talaga? Mamatay talaga yung mga support niya. Uy, pumasok. Sasaktan no? Sasaktan no? Uy, pre, wala nang workhorse. Wala nang pangligtas sa TA yan, par. Sabi nila. Makin na natin. Pero 30 seconds lang naman yan. Wala akong workhorse, par. Chilla muna. Napagamit ng glyph ng Team Spirit. Natin hindi pipilitin. Buhay na yung mga support. No. Gagi, par. Pag tumagal to, late game TA, late game Storm. TA na to, man. Late game Yatoro. Doon pa lang, panalo ka na eh. Right? Righty. Kanya-kanyang smoke. Nakasmoke ang Team Spirit, pero nascan sila dito ng Vision. And the Moonlight Shadow naman for Vision. They will try to look for a kill here. Satanic showing himself. Yung support sa likuran, pwede siguro. Maybe this Mirana. Ano? Unahan ko na par. Pinasok ng Nicolas para mapatay ka agad yung Cotel of the Light. Kaya buhay pa din yung Cotel of the Light. Yung Cotel of the Light na-infest pa. Walang namamatay so far. Whoa. Good sustain. Nice try. Yung curse. Uy. Iwan niya na yung support par. Collapse. Takbo. TP out. Bash. Muntik ka pa abutin ng tendrils of God. Yung curse prevent the kill against 9 class. And too much sustain with the Holy Locket, with the Infest. Hindi nila mapatay si 9 class. Nakapag-set up patuloy, naka-ready patuloy sila. Di ka agad nila na burst down bar. Okay. Ano? Side blades. Pa-side blades lang muna. Masasaktan yan par. Masasaktan niyang si Satanic. Sinasabi ko sa'yo. Pinasok ko. Sabay hinahanap ni Collapse yung mga nasa likuran. Uy, pinasok yung creeps. Patayin niyo yan. Hulo ko, nag-throw. Ba't kasi nandun si Satanic? Wala yung mga kampi niya. Rage up. Patay! Patayin niyo! Patay! Sinasabi ko sa inyo eh. Di makakalalan sa Team Spirit, doy. Eto na, Team Spirit! Let's go, Celtics! Patay! Si Night Class! Wala na. Tapos na kayo ngayon, Eugene. Ano? Kagi sabi ko sa inyo, par. Tapos kayo ngayon. Kumukulit kayo, ha?
Radiant's middle tower
Look
is
nyo.
not safe. Radiant's middle tower was smashed into pieces.
Ay, walang buyback? Aray ko!
Bottom tower is on its way further down. Radiant's middle
Ay, walang
tower is
buyback?
under attack.
Okay, sige. Bigay.
Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil.
Bias eh. Asar! Huli! Patay! Wala na. Tapos na to, man. Alam ko na yung mga strategy niyan, Team Spirit na yan. Hintay lang tayo sa timing natin, bro. Mabilis ako mag-farm sa TA. Kaya kong i-outfarm yan si Satanic. And eto na, pinasok na nila. Pero may curse. At saka meron pang karwahe para iligtas yung TA. Na-mention na natin yan. Kanina pa, ganyan ang mangyayaring play. Wala. Di kaya patayin. Ala, par. Tapos na to, par. Isa pa. Kumulit yung pa sa Satanic. Pero makakaiba yung play ni Satanic dun, no? Nandun siya mag-isa, yung mga kampi niya sobrang layo. And then, he realized na, wait, ako lang mag-isa dito ah. Larl, sumasakit na rin to si Larl, men. Pag ganyan lang. Pag nakapag-linkin pa to. Hirap na hulihin yan. Gagi, ready nyo ng mga Gcash nyo. Sabi ko sa inyo, ready nyo ng mga Gcash nyo, guys. Sinasabi ko talaga sa inyo. I-ready nyo na ang inyong mga Gcash. Anong sabi ni Tito Gab? Kanina, grabe yung tambak sa... Wala, 62% pa rin talaga. Ang binibigay... Uy, kita ata nila dito si... No one. Bakit mo kinurse, par? Para mapatay talaga. Oy, dinom yung centaur. Gogi, dinom yung centaur, par. Okay, pinor-stop in naman dito yung TA. Help me. Patay si Yotoro, yun lang. Gogi, pinor-stop in. Ang lupit ni 9 class. Or sino ba nag... Namatay si Collapse, aray. Okay, game 5 tayo. Nice. Umasa! Gogi, pinor-stop ni 9 class yung TA para ma-out of position. And now, walang buyback si Yorotay. Umasa! Kagi, Asar! Kala mo talaga, Team Spirit. Wala na, tapos na ngayon to. Game 5 na tayo dun. Hindi talaga maganda kung hindi mag-game 5 ang Grand Final. Game 5 talaga tayo. And the ball? And the ball, sir. Lala. And the ball? And the ball na ata ito eh. Mega ball, mega lang muna. Mega lang muna para sure. Anong ganda ng decision ni Notice dun ah. Choosing to doom etong centaur. Kulit mo, ikaw yung nang sisave. Bahala ka na dyan. Hop. Not me. Dinidelay lang para magkaroon ng pagkakataon na mabuhay pa yung mga kampi niya. Nasasaktan dito si Not me. Yung mga illusion, pre, patayin nyo, pre! Sige, buhay na. Aatras ang vision. Yan ang gusto ko sa vision, pero may respeto. Respect the MC. Okay? Respect the MC. Buhay na eh. Ge. Basher. Kanya-kanyang kuha ng mga panibagong item dito ang Vision Basher for the Centaur. We do have, Basher for the Sand King and the Aghanims from the Mirana. Hanap ulit itong Vision. They don't wanna stop. They wanna look for more and they want to end this game. Yatoro, he needs to farm 500 more gold in order to have his buyback up. Ala, magkakahulihan na. Si Notice pumasok. Inunahan na kagad dito si Natmi. Ang pangit ng fight na to. Alis na tayo dyan. Nako, naisakay pa. Naisakay, sabay may curse. Sige. Atras muna. Walang buyback dito si Natmi, ha. Walang buyback. Uy, sakit to side blades, par. Okay. Chill lang muna. Natmi is down for 30 seconds. What will be the decision here for Vision? Maybe hintay ng rush, which is 35 seconds from now. Up by 11k gold now. Etong Vision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mahirap din talaga patayin si Yatoro. Kahit idom mo yan, epicenter mo yan o kung ano-ano man. Kung nandyan si... Uy, LOL, he's just trying to bait. Opya. Side blades lang, sabay Hex. Sinakay dito yung TA. Sige, sasakay kita. Paghahampasin mo yan mga yan. Isasakay kita, paghahampasin mo. Kaso na doon na yung Centaur. Nako, hindi ata maganda yung plano na yun. Sinakay mo ako pero wala tayong mapapala. Mapamatay ata dito yung Centaur. Nasusunog from the doom. Hindi kinakaya. Patay si Collapse. Walang buyback. Wala rin buyback si Natmi dito. 20 gold ang kailangan ni Natmi for his buyback. Opya, tinamaan ka na magaling. Ay, 4-stop play na naman from 9 class. Is that enough? 2 stop from now on. That's absolute perfect. Nahuli si Yatoro, he's got buyback and he's gonna use it right now. Sasabog pa nga si Natmi, nakaka-buyback lang. Moonlight Shadow will hide the life stealer. And now, babasag na ang Vision. Hindi pwedeng walang Game 5 sa Grand Finals. Grabe! Epicenter, here we go! Pinasok na! It's time to end this game. That's long dead. 4 down for Team Spirit. Only the TA remains. He will try to fight 1v1 sa 5. But look at Vision. Eyes on the prize. Ignoring this TA. Tinamaan ang araw. Gusto mo makamatay? Patay si Yatoro. We're going to a game 5. Grabe. Ganda, sir. Ayun, Gcash na sana yun. Kung nanalo Team Spirit dito sa Game 4. Gcash na yun, doy. Nice try. Grabe talaga kotel ni Nine Glass, man. Hindi kakaiba talaga. Hindi pwedeng bigay ito. If I'm Team Spirit, wala. Hindi ko bibigay itong Keeper of the Light ni 9 Class. Ang lupit mag-Keeper of the Light. Grabe. The thing is, kapag Keeper of the Light yung gamit niya, aside sa malupit siya mag-kotel, ito yung type ng support na ang bilis mag-farm. If you give 9 Class the items he needs, sobrang laki ng effect niya sa game. Yung mga pa 4-stop in na ganun, na out of position yung TA, magkakaiba yun, doy. Hindi inaasahan ni Yatoro yun. Magugulit siya, ba't nandun ako?
Consistently by multiple heroes from Team Spirit
sorry.
early on. He had 9 plus on his Caldron to call
Nabati
some
yung
They
Team
were playing
Spirit.
around that mid lane. They pressured that tower early on.
Ayun, yung throne na yun. Muntik pa sila dun, ha? Sa throne na yun, ha?
That kill combo available to them that made the early game so difficult for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And on
Pero
top of that,
Game
they
5
had
talaga ang
9
gusto
class on
natin.
Taro. I
Yan
feel like
talagang
this is the
hinahanap
first game
natin
that we really got to
sa
see
Grand
9
Finals.
class show like how good of a
Hindi
player he
pwedeng
is.
ano.
He got to set up the early game for them.
Yung
He set up
unang-
stacks and triangle that then enables the Sand King.
Sabi ni
He
Kulot,
got
wala,
the
di kaya,
gifts
pre,
enabled
di
the
talaga
Doom.
kaya,
I
pre,
think
lugi tayo
Notice
sa
had
lineup.
an amazing showing on this Doom. I
Tapos
feel like
ito
in
yung play
both
na
the games where he
medyo
had a
okay
game,
sana
he has
to,
a
na
hero
Hex
that he
lang,
can shine
9
on.
class,
He
di ba?
shows
9
that
class. Kung hindi na Hex yun, kung hindi na Hex yung TA doon, that would have been a kill on to Notice. Na Hex ni 9 class si TA, na hindi na naman in-expect ni Yatoro, that's why he didn't pop his BKB. And that saves Notice sa team fight na yun.
And to talk about things that doesn't matter, but clearly they went back and they talked with purpose. They spent that time well, and they look like a whole new refurbished team.
They look phenomenal. You're bringing up the Notice Doom here, and it shouldn't be any surprise of what he's able to do on it. He is won now
Feeling ko
5
kailangan nila
games at this
baguhin yung
international
draft na
with Doom. If
strategy
he gets
nila.
his hands on it,
Ang nangyari
he is
kasi
going
sa
to be
draft
able to
dito
take
sa game
it to
number
the
4
safe lane. They're going to be
nagban sila ng mga carry. Instead of targeting 9 class, nagban sila ng mga carry. Si 9 class lang ang iba nyo.
Scaling and
Iba yung
going
hero
for
ni
late
9
game,
class
and Doom
par.
as a hero naturally solves that. Not only is he naturally solving the scaling, but
Di ba
an
tapos namin?
anti-carry
Naaabot
hero
tayo dito
versus
alas
Yatoro
10.
at TI, it makes
Oras na,
a lot of sense.
7:55.
There was
Dalawang
always
oras
the
yung
fail-safe
next game.
of this Doom dooming the
Let's
TI the
go.
longer the
Bait
game
muna ako,
went.
guys.
The fights
Dalawa.
were not easy to take for Team Spirit, and Noticed is such a standout in the sense that we forgot about his Doom because he had so many other heroes he was playing this series.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at the draft from Vision, they are now on the sides of they have all the synergies. You can see how the heroes come together. And I feel like for Spirit, they've been relying on this concept of like amping up our guy. If we have a TA, it's not just TA, it's TA with a bunch of steroids that are making him even stronger. And in this game, there just really wasn't much. Like, TA doesn't like to get saved. It's not a hero that wants to get frozen by Wyvern. It's not a hero that really like, he wants to get his damage amped. He wants people to be held in place and for him to just one-shot them when he clicks them one time. And they don't have it this game.
I could see it pairing well when the Centaur Cart came out, right? You're able to get a lot of that damage still out whilst not having to take any damage. But the downside to that is even though Doom is a great carry counter, he's also a really good Centaur counter. It's okay. Centaur runs in wanting to try and get into close range for your carry to do that damage. Well, you just doom him instead, and then what's going to end up happening? That carry is going to kind of be left in the middle of where Centaur's taken him.
Yeah, it's a testament to how so many matchups in Dota are two-sided. Centaur is typically considered a counter to Doom because you press Stampede and you run away from the Doom. But then suddenly, what if you Doom the Centaur? Or what if you abuse Infernal Blade more and you play the fights a little bit longer? Or you have enough Disables in the Sand King and the Mirana Arrow so that even if they press Stampede while they're stunned, who cares if they're fast? I think these things, they all add up. They had great answers. And I think if you look at the past games before this, Spirit supports were a huge reason why they were winning so easily. And this game, they were completely shut down. There was minimal impact from Not Me. He was just chain feeding on Clockwork because there's nowhere he can kill. There's nowhere he can really do anything.
And a lot of that would tie into Laurel and the hero he's playing and what kind of pressure can come off of the hero. And I do think that Team Vision and Puppy cooked with that last pick Sand King, because it's a hero we haven't seen no one play this entire tournament. He used to play it a lot last year, but again, crickets from this hero. And then we see the Storm Spirit. This was honestly the perfect pick in this scenario. They lacked stuns. They picked the hero that provided that, a hero that can shut down Storm and make it so that Laurel could not do anything.
I find it kind of funny because I remember seeing Laurel in the booth. He's like going through the papers, looking at like, so what does no one play? What can he play here that can mess with my Storm game? And I'm sure there wasn't any Sand King on those papers. You know, this hero hasn't really seen the light of day this tournament. So really clutch. We've seen a lot of like first-time appearances for heroes. I don't know if that was it, but Sand King hasn't been picked much. And it's cool to see these coaches and these teams, they go deep into their bag and they find the right hero for the right moment rather than just sticking to the meta.
There is the inverse of that, right? Where we're seeing the Wyvern coming out from Spirit. It is first phase banned against them time and time and time again. And if it's not, they will very gladly pick it up. But seeing the impact that it had this time around, Mira, in the earlier game and what we could have, you know, we see what they see, but also that it wasn't necessarily enough for them to turn the tides.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, I look at Winter Wyvern as a hero that emerged in the meta specifically to solve Lone Druid. That's really how it happened. And while he did have a lot of good moments in this game without specifically countering anything, I think in the clip that we're watching here, he's going to save Laurel from dying a very gruesome death and enabling him to, you know, get a little bit of a getaway from no one who's been bullying him for the most of this early game. With that being said, I do think Winter Wyvern, the purpose did not need to happen in this game because Lone Druid was banned out by Team Vision anyway. So if you're trading the Keeper of the Light and giving it to 9 class, taking the Wyvern for yourself without the threat of Lone Druid existing anyway, what else does it do for you? It just was not enough.
Yeah. I think it's a great point, and I think that's why you want all your heroes to have purpose, because it affects the heroes later in the draft. If you first pick this hero and now they've got a great response with it, well, you've had a bad trade. And what Aiden said before about how TA doesn't really like Winter Wyvern, well, now when it comes later on and you want to pick TA because it's a good TA game, well, that means it hurts your Winter Wyvern's game. And so these things tend to build up that if you've had a bad pick, it will affect your later picks and either make them worse or it will hurt the first hero's game because you're picking something that's good against their heroes, not good with yours. You're split between that choice of good versus them or good with us. And you want something in between that does both. I think that's what Vision's draft does. It's good with their heroes and good against the enemy heroes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I also feel like every time you pick a hero, like you guys both mentioned, you have to keep in mind that you're also opening a door for your opponent. And in this case, Coddle is probably their most comfortable for. It's probably the best hero against Winter Wyvern, just as a 4-5 matchup. And you have to consider that. You have to get value out of your first pick despite those two things. If you're giving those two things away, what are you getting in return? And in this game, Rue plays an amazing Wyvern. Curses are on point, but it doesn't lead to much.
I could see, Vision coming back into this, really prioritizing the supports no matter what. I know that our bans ended up leading that way, but that was one of our biggest takeaways in what had been developing over the first 3 games initially was 9class's pool in a way is shrinking, and he's kind of pushing to things that, yeah, he knows how to play, but they're not really in the meta. They're not necessarily things that are comfortable, even if it is something he knows how to play. So I just love switching it up and immediately taking it as soon as it was available, and not even trying to call the bluff of, will it be available in the second phase? We just need to look at what is doing so well, because yeah, in our other games, we've had Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Rubik, Keeper of the Light, Hoodwink. They've all either been banned or picked up by your opposition.
Yeah. He's a different beast on his pool of heroes, and we saw the difference here, Quinn.
Yeah, we definitely did. I think that is him as a player, right? He's had a small hero pool for his entire career. He plays 2 or 3 heroes per tournament, and he's expanded that to his credit. He is not the same player that he was, but I think whenever you're in the most stressful situations, you tend to go back to who you are as a core of a player. You're not going to play these extremities that are the new branches you've grafted onto your your root here. You're going to go back to what you know best, what you have the most games on. You're going to play your techies. You're going to play your Coddle, the heroes that you have the most games on, because you want to be comfortable. You want to feel calm and chill in these games because there's so much stress, there's so many external pressures. You don't need internal pressure on top of that.
On top of that, I think the 1-2 punch being able to exist for Team Vision makes a huge difference, because I talked about the supports getting diffed, but largely it was due to draft. And when you have a hero like Morana playing with a hero like Sand King, it's different, because we've had no one on a hero where he's getting run at consistently and is losing the matchup to Laurel. And then his supports are Enchantress and Marcy or something from 9class. And there are no means for the 3 of them to pose a threat on the map. But in this game, no one and his supports were a huge threat, and they were moving around. And we saw them for a large portion of the game, running into the triangle, running into the camps, making it so that TA can't sit and pick up net worth in that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, this was Vision's game. I think every other game it's been defined by SF, and Spirit were better when it comes to an SF game. I think that's objectively stated in the series, and SF should probably not see the light of day anymore. I would be surprised if Vision let go of the hero, because I think if it's out, it seems like they have a much better grasp of how to set up the draft in a way that benefits them.
I feel like we can't overstate just how exhausted Spirit are probably feeling at this point. You hit this massive adrenaline high coming out onto the stage. There was one before that one as well where they go on from the lower bracket and you win it, and you're feeling so good. You 2-0 that, but now you're looking at a game number 5. They've been playing since 10 a.m. It's 10 hours now that they've been playing for themselves, and I really wonder, how are you going to go the distance? How are you going to look towards a game number 5 and ensure that you're still putting everything you possibly can get into it, because of how much is on the line right now? It is one game only, and it decides everything that you've built up over the last 2 weeks of TI-15.
Not to mention that, but you just were 1 game away, and maybe you get a little ahead of yourself, and you hear Maposhka is right. It is 1 game away, and I think you'd even feel the nerves in his communication. And so you can only imagine what it feels like for the players, and you lose that. You had a safety blanket, and now your safety blanket is gone. You're both 1 game from losing, 1 game from winning, and I think that is, I know it's a very cold place to be. It's stressful. You're out in the open. There's nothing protecting you, and I think for both teams, it's so much pressure. They're so close to their dream and so close to failure. I don't know, it's a knife's edge.
It's also the coolest game that you could possibly have at TI, right?
Yeah.
This is truly the maximum amount of pressure for both teams. Every single moment, every single play that you make could be that winning moment, and it goes both ways. Everybody has that in the back of their minds. There's nobody that's thinking to themselves like, oh, it's just another pub I'm sitting at home playing. Now everything is on the line. I feel like this is truly what TI is all about. It's about that high stakes, high pressure, the prestige, all of that coming together, and now we get to see that pressure for both teams equally.
Yeah, it's people who have put a decade of their lives or longer into something, and now this may not just be the most important part of your Dota career, but to them it may feel like the most important part of the last decade of their lives. Satanic's not even 20 years old. For him, it's half of his life, maybe his entire life. This is the most pivotal moment. There's so much gravity, there's so much importance for all of these players. It's such a huge portion of their life they've dedicated to this, and it's all culminating in one crucial moment.
There's no other avenue you get to take. You don't get to rest on the laurels that it's a best of 5. There'll be more chances. There's a lower bracket that we can come up through. It is all or nothing when it comes to a game number 5. This is the last time they will walk out onto this stage in Shanghai. The last opportunity they will get to be able to reach for that Aegis, to lift it in celebration instead of staring at it from a distance. And I could not imagine for the life of me how you recenter yourself, and you have to almost put yourself in the mind frame that there's more out there, and it isn't everything, even though at the end of the day there is a lot towards it. Effie,
the best team will be the team to do it. It's just as easy as that. In this game 5, this is where the champion is crowned. Whoever is better here will win, and both of these teams have played their hearts out. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
The feeling in the arena, it's electric. Everybody knows this is an iconic series. This is one of these memorable moments that will go down in Dota history. And we get to be here live, appreciating that, soaking in what is an incredible game played by the best players in the world in the most tense moment of their careers.
Spirit have seen a game number 5 on a grand final, though. They've been out the other side and walking towards the Aegis, and so it still sits there that they've done it once. Why can't they do it again? And Vision sit there saying, we could be the people that stop them. Stop that 100% win streak that Spirit have in TI Grand Finals.
I mean, last time they did it, they set up a trap in Game 5 for the draft. They managed to get their hands on that Magnus. And, the rest is history, right? So it's probably going to look something similar again. I think they've been trying to trap Vision into playing their draft game all day today. And if they manage to do it successfully, I think probably a pretty easy game on their hands.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much of this series, how much of this grand finals is a coach-to-coach matchup as well. All of these players have played elite, incredible Dota. Every single one of them has had moments in the series that were just the reason, the game changer, the reason why their team could do it. It's going to be a matter of these traps that you're talking about, but also what the coaches talked about in terms of pep, in terms of motivation. Can they even trap? We talked about how Miposhka diffed Puppy in the draft in the first 3. Puppy came back swinging in this last one, and it's just going to be a battle of the brains now.
Yeah, and you can see Puppy on the camera before they walk out on stage 2, him giving a speech to his players, and all of them looking at him intently. They're fully focused and believing every word he says, and I think that's the kind of leadership you want. You have people who are buying in, and they say, whatever this guy's saying, I'm fully on board. What he picks for me, we're going to play it to the fullest of our ability, and you're a team, you're a succinct, you're unit, you're one fist, you're not 5 fingers.
Yep, absolutely. Also, I can see on my screen that the coin flip has happened, and Team Spirit has won it.
Yeah, Team Spirit called heads, and they get heads there. Now they have to decide what they want to do for themselves, because for game number 4, they ended up wanting that first pick. It didn't end up playing out in their favor. And so, again, I know all this preparation has already happened for them. They already know what they want, but they're sitting there thinking about it, and it is going to be first pick that they choose.
It seems to be the preferred choice throughout this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of teams prefer the first pick. The cool thing with first pick is that you get to build your draft. You kind of, on first pick, you are the one that's setting the pace. You're the one that's saying, okay, these are the matchups that we're getting. A lot of the times, these teams are so good that they know that if I pick Wyvern, you're going to pick Coddle. They know this is coming. So when you run first pick, you kind of, it's like playing white in chess. You're making the first move. They have to respond to you. And that's the choice you want to be in, right? You want to be in a driver's seat going into this last game. You want to feel like you're in control. You want to feel like you're the one that determines how this final draft goes.
That was one of our criticisms, though, of game number 4, is that they open with the Wyvern on the side of Spirit, but don't actually build around it, because what they end up pivoting their draft towards doesn't utilize it. That TA you guys talked about time and time again, where ultimately they didn't necessarily feel like they're on the same page. It's not going to be a repeat for game 5, but it does have that little bit of how will they open again if the bans were to go the same way? How will they want to alter or adjust things to ensure that they could still have that advantage with first pick?
Absolutely. I mean, the Wyvern to me is still a very valuable hero, but the biggest purpose it serves this TI is that it pre-addresses Lone Druid and it pre-addresses Nature's Prophet. And in that game 4, both of those heroes were banned in the first phase. They didn't even exist within the draft. So you took a hero that becomes very generic in that sense if it isn't aiding your draft. And if you're just going to open with a hero, a clock opener for a support would have been easier to build around than that Wyvern. And I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game unless that Lone Druid is not banned.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, and I think the bans will probably also be different. I think Spirit has learned from this. They learned, I mean, obviously they know this trade wasn't good. They could definitely feel that in game, and I'm sure Maposhka sees it, and so they'll be looking for a different trade. I have no idea what the hero will be. I think it's part of what makes this final so interesting, is that it's not been super predictable what's been picked. It's not a meta where everyone agrees on the order that you pick things, and it's the same trades every game. It's very different trades. It's a lot of thought. It's a very creative final with a lot of expression of sort of deeper hero pools and historical understandings of Dota matchups. And so I think it's honestly hard to tell, and we're just going to have to wait and see what these great Dota minds cook up.
They've been able to utilize the breaks between games time and time again. They've always been able to put on a show for us. But right now, it's down to the final last game and our final draft.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 5.
The feeling in Shanghai right now, it will never top this. Everyone's seated, excited and elated for Game 5 in our grand finals to see exactly what these two teams are going to build for themselves in either
Last
a draw
game
and an
of the
execution
day.
that will result in lifting the Aegis, or one that walks away with disappointment. And looking at this one, Spirit, we've already talked about, has first pick, and the bans for themselves, it's a run back of Bounty Hunters and Nature's Prophet at the moment. With this time around, it is Vision going for the tree and the Shadow Fiend band.
Yeah, it's a little different this time because Team Spirit had first pick in game 4 and they banned their own Shadow Fiend. This time around, Vision are the ones that banned the SF, so it makes it that they can choose their pick of the litter here between the Earth Spirit, between the Lone Druid, and the Dark Blue Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is, they're using reserve time on it. They're going to ban the Doom. I really like this. I think now the key thing for Spirit is you want to pick something that doesn't open you up to Keeper of the Light. Either, I don't think they will take it themselves. It's not super good for Spirit, but you want something that is solid, is fortified, that doesn't have an immediate, easy response, because I think that is most likely what Vision is looking at on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would even extend it further to say, like, you probably want to pick something that dissuades Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they play it themselves. I don't think I've seen me play it.
I don't think so.
So I think Vision right now, they're probably thinking, okay, we got our Coddle if we get the chance.
Yeah, but also Earth Spirit, right? I mean, no one is undefeated with Earth Spirit this TI. Like, teams have let it through a couple of times and it doesn't work out. Like, are Spirit really trying to call an Earth Spirit bluff here at a game 5?
I don't think it's calling it bluff so much as they found success when 9 class hasn't had his hero, right? And I think that is why even potentially they might pick the Coddle over it. Oh, they banned it themselves. Okay, interesting.
So then I wonder what it's going to be that prevents Coddle in some way, or that maybe it just doesn't care about Coddle. Maybe it doesn't prevent it, but is fine playing against it. Because to me, that is crucial. Nothing is coming to me is super apparent. It's been a big hero in this series that prevents Coddle or is really good against Coddle. So
this is honestly one of the best
get it on,
yeah,
Bane. So hinayaan nila yung ano.
You can sleep him, you can
Hinayaan
kind of
nila
stop
yung
Coddle from being Coddle in the early portions of the
Kotel na
game.
naman.
Another drawback to Coddle is that he doesn't have a stun. 9 class has been buying Hex, but it takes about 30 minutes or so before that comes out. So you get a free Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game.
It also dissuades from Ember Spirit and a lot of no one's other hero pools, Pango as well. Bane solves for this. This is why this hero has just been so up there in ban priority for a lot of teams.
You literally read my mind, because I was going to ask, how does this answer a potential just bringing out an Ember Spirit and landing a Slug? And we don't even look towards that. It's straight up in
Gagi, mukhang ginamitan na ng ano, Seb style. Kung ano gusto nyo gamitin, yun ang gagamitin natin, and it looks like
right off the bat, right? Grip has been answered now for the majority of the early game until this.
Ito ang gusto gamitin ni no one.
I think it's a very cool pick.
Invoker.
It's a clutch pick that just says, hey, this is good against Bane.
Bane. You picked a hero, we're picking a hero that's
Para
good against that. I think that
mag-champion.
really worked for Vision in the last game. And while it's a different hero, I think not jamming the Coddle into a situation it would be bad in is very smart.
But now Invoker is out mid. This can be punished. Like, Laurel does play Pango, and Pango versus Invoker mid is one of the rougher matchups for Invoker. It just tempos very hard, and by having Bane on Team Spirit, they can secure it for themselves with no fear.
I absolutely agree that the Invo is great against Bane, but I fear for how the rest of the draft builds, and that's where your point about the Pango comes in. I feel like building around this Bane has a lot less vulnerabilities. The Invoker is a lot more exposed, and there's a lot more potential angles for Spirit to try to exploit here. And heroes like Pangolier, other heroes that might cause issues for Invoker, because he's quite a defining hero from the mid lane. He's not one of those heroes that moves around and makes a lot of moves. You know what kind of heroes he needs. He needs some sort of stuns. He needs Sunstrike setups. The Quas Vex angle for the hero doesn't exist right now, so he's very one-dimensional.
He gets run out very easily as well. So for example, if something like a Bane plus Murano come out from Team Spirit, Invoker can't defend himself very well against it.
Yeah, you can see Spirit also, they don't care about the Coddle. It may have owned last game, but this is different circumstances. They banned the Dark Willow instead, saying, you want your Coddle again? Brother, take it. We've got answers this game.
Yeah, it's just high-level drafting going on right now, right? So Vision, they need to try to secure up this Invoker's game. They need to try to build around him, make sure that he can actually be that Bane counter as the game progresses and actually scale into the game and not just be countered into oblivion by the time the 5th pick comes out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, a big way you do that is getting strong lanes and getting some melee hero or some tanky hero that can sort of play in front and give Invoker space because there's aggression coming towards mid. As soon as you pick Invoker,
so
there's a big
open pa rin
spotlight on
yung
that mid lane. They want to
Keeper of
pressure
the
you.
Light,
They want to run you over because you're vulnerable early. And so
Pinapapit
Vision having
talaga
something
nila.
that protects that area that can fend off
Sige,
the Bane,
bigay mo
whether
yung
it be Vision
Keeper of the
or
Light.
clutch plays or something to take off the Nightmare, anything
Kasi
really.
pag
There's a lot of
nag-Keeper
potential
of the
answers, but
Light,
you want to fortify this guy. I completely agree.
Magna-Night
Yo,
Stalker
shout out, happy
tayo.
birthday to everyone born
Rubik
today.
naman ang
Guy in the
gusto
arena
gamitin
celebrating
yung
his
Natmi.
birthday, celebrating a game
Ito yung
5
gusto
between
kong
Spirit
hero
and Vision. I
for
don't know
game
if you could
number
be any more
5.
blessed, truly.
Ibigay mo sa akin,
It's a
pagamitin
great
mo ako
birthday.
nito.
And this is a great hero versus Bane. It does all of those things, and it's a very classic response.
Yeah, this hero is really good against Bane. It's also a 9-class hero. I will say he doesn't really play it that often, but I think he plays it extremely well. He's one of those people that when you give him something like this that has like some sort of clutch play, some sort of like can do some weird stuff, he usually finds the impact. I know he's a big fan of buying the shard and also lifting his allies out of danger. And here's the Pango, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great lane against
I like
Invoker.
it.
It
I
has a
like
free
it.
BKB.
I like it. I
Like,
like
feel
it. I like it.
BKB in Dota is so conceptually broken. That's
Ang
why I've seen
gustuhan ko so
Lifestealer
far yung mga
this
pick
series
nila.
as well. I do want to comment though, that
Ganda
not
rin
that
the
this
lane
hero
against
is out.
Invoker.
A hero that kind of got forgotten about last game was the Underlord that popped off in game 2. Like, are Spirit in a position where they have to pick it here, or they just give it to Vision? Because Underlord would fit so many builds to set up for this Invoker Cataclysm later on.
It's so scary to pick into Rubik
It
because
is,
this
it
Firestorm
is.
gets amped up, it deals so much damage, it cuts through you so quickly. You go from being this tanky blob to just being butter.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it then. You have to give them the Underlord.
That is, I'm not gonna lie, it's a
and then
very
what's
scary
next?
prospect. I think it gives you incredible scaling. It gives you real ease of execution where you can sit back and farm, and if Spirit doesn't run at you, that eventually this Bane, this Pangolier, these are heroes that need to
Mirana.
commit to fights
Sa
in
atin ang
some way.
Mirana.
And I think
Sa atin
Spirit
ang
with
Bane,
the Brawl is
Mirana.
exactly what you
Okay.
mentioned, Mira, but it's very focused on aggression, and if there's an Underlord
Okay.
coming, these are heroes that don't like being held down. They don't deal well with roots. They play well off mobility, and there is a potential serious scaling problem.
It's just how heroes can become problems, but then another problem is posed with the Doom in that last game, and then Doom shifts up in priority, and the Underlord that was banned was forgotten about, and it's just so much has been happening this TI Grand Finals. It's wild to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Underlord, I agree. It poses a lot of issues. It's great against the Pangolier. You get that global route that can set up for spells. They can set up for any sort of lift play from Rubik. Pango does have a shard that kind of protects him against it. And Underlord is yet another hero that does not have a stun to cancel the Fiend's Grip. So if they go for that, that's something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yatoro will also have the pick to counter that, so we'll be able to immediately respond, and they're not going to go for it. Axe into Bane is a little surprising to me. It's something you would typically consider as a pretty good response to Axe, because when he calls a guy, you just sleep him and have a save. So I don't know what you think, but I'm a bit surprised.
I am as well. I feel like the Underlord looked a lot more difficult to address within the draft, but it seems like Vision wanted to build around their Invoker. While Underlord would have solved a lot of issues in the game,
Sabay hoodwink.
they looked at it as we have an
Parehas
Invoker
scary
in our
last pick
first phase.
ata to,
Do we have enough setup for it? let's just go for Axe, the greatest setup for Invoker in all of Dota.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more of a pressure
Next
laner.
to Void.
Yeah, I mean, it pressures a bit more on lane, right? Underlord kind of likes to draw out lanes. He doesn't really play so aggressively. He tends to firestorm out the lanes, and that would open up a lot of doors for Yatoro to just kind of pick anything he wants. With Axe, you have to be quite mindful of picking ranged carries. They tend to kill themselves quite easily on blade mails, so a lot of those heroes are now scary for Yatoro to pick.
Axe is not I mean, there's the Life Stealer, which is, I think it's a pretty good, decent game for it, but it's not something Yatoro particularly likes. It's not in his wheelhouse. I think Satanic is much more comfortable and appreciates the hero a lot more. Classic Yatoro heroes, when I see Invoker, I think something like the Faceless Void. But I don't know, I mean, which I would love to see, but I don't know if it's good enough. Okay.
I would prefer the Life Stealer. It's just free BKB. We talked about it with Tango. You've got another free BKB. You counter Invoker.
So, anong ibaban
Again,
mo?
Vision are saying with this Axe
Anong
pick that
ibaban mo
Invoker
ngayon?
is the centerpiece of their draft and they want to build around it, and Spirit choose to conceptually counter that with a hero that is naturally so good against Invoker.
Yeah, I think right now, looking at Vision's tools, like, they can stun the Life Stealer with the Axe, but what next? There needs to be some big physical damage coming out here from Satanic. It is absolutely what he's capable of, but they need to find a way to kill this Life Stealer. This hero has won, I believe, every single game that we've seen him in this Grand Final, and I think he's been quite a big problem in all the games that we've seen in this Grand Final too.
Yeah, and these are very important bans. Spirit needs to think about
Faceless
what
Void
gives
ban.
them the scaling. They think Void does. I think that's a great ban. It
Ito
would have
mga
been
hero na
terrifying
pangontra
to play
talaga
against
sa
as
Life
the scale
Stealer.
comes out, because I think you don't want to be on a big timer. I don't think Spirit
Ganda
is
rin
on
nung
one right
Faceless
now.
Void
But
kung
things are
ipapares mo
subject
sa
to change in these
Invoker.
last two picks. And
Although hindi natin
with
nakikita
Grand
yung Faceless
Finals,
Void
with
sa
everything
beta
on the
ngayon,
line,
but
you don't want to have that clock
this is a
ticking
good
in your
hero
ear
to pick kung
saying
sakali
go,
man.
go, 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 go. You want to be able to chill and play the game at your pace.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of just that in Game 3, right? Like, the last pick of the draft, we think Spirit has to play for pressure, TB comes out, it completely flips the script. And these heroes obviously exist, right? So I love that the Void gets banned out. This hero, you know, you could say, oh, you can just run it over, it's slow, they have way
Anong
too
offlane
many slow
naman ni
heroes,
Collapse
but it's
ang
Grand
last pick
Finals of
natin?
TI. It's a completely different beast. You don't want to be in a position where you
Open
guarantee
yung-
lose if the game reaches a certain point of time.
Yeah, it's just too scary. It's too scary, it's too
Underlord?
risky, and it forces too heavy a burden of execution. I genuinely think both teams are gunning so hard for, we just need to be able to scale. We need things that are just good game matchups.
They're bleed ban,
Because it's
okay.
just too stressful to play a game like this in a game 5 where you have to run them over.
And there's the TB. It's the other beast that eventually just starts dealing infinite physical damage. Both banned out. It's also one of Satanic's absolute favorite heroes, and I think if Satanic could choose to play his favorite hero in his last game of TI, that probably would have been TB.
Yeah, another hero I think of when I think of Satanic classic heroes is the Morphling. Not a great hero traditionally, but it does have a good matchup against Lifestealer.
That's a
Morphling?
good point, yeah.
He likes a
was
lot
it
of
suggestion ni Queen, ah.
He is playing against Bane, which can be very difficult, but he does have a Rubik covering for him if he gets gripped.
I mean, so a big portion of their draft
Pero,
is just designed around like,
totoo
hey, how
naman.
do we make Bane not have high
Nagban sila
impact,
ng
right?
pack.
So I feel like if you're Satanic,
Kasi
here, you
baka
have to
yung
trust your team
Pangulir
to
ay
take care of
gawing
that
offlane
Bane
ni
for you.
Collapse.
Because
But I
that's what you've
doubt.
covered. You
I
got
think
Rubik, you
mid
got
lane
Invoker, you
Pangulir
pick-
na to for
but wait,
LoL.
you have a lot of stuns.
One of his
Hopefully
comfort
the Bane
hero.
is not a factor in whatever he decides.
And
to
I
pick
think
here,
you can
because
just
the team will cover it.
go
A split
Underlord?
on the last phase bans. They're taking a Centaur and a Puck out of the pool from the side of Vision, not really knowing if this Pango is still 100% in that mid lane for Lal, despite the success he's had so far at TI on it, or if they're willing to shift it to Collapse if a better mid laner were to present itself.
Yeah, it's smart. I think the Puck could have been pretty good here, despite the hero not having a great track record this tournament. And now Spirit's got to decide where they're putting it.
I mean, there are some heroes you can... Sorry, Insidio?
Go ahead.
Just some blind pick heroes that are comfortable are like Underlord or Tide or something.
Darkseer.
for team fight.
This will prevent
So
Vision
this is
from
pretty
picking
good, but
those
this is a
range
hero
type
that
heroes
is
like
also susceptible to being counterpicked
like Draw
traditionally. There
Ranger.
are some responses, like the Sven that we've seen have a lot of success against the Darkseer.
Sven, yeah.
It's a
I
good
think
Sven
Sven
game.
is
It
good.
makes a lot of sense for their heroes. Invoker loves playing with Sven. Sven loves getting alacritied. And it's honestly a pretty decent matchup against Lifestealer, or it can be. But they
I
have
think
this
Sven
kind of
is good.
steroids on their side, right? You have the Invoker that's going to amp up whatever carry they pick. I kind of like
Gusto
it.
mo ba
It makes a lot of
mag-Sven?
sense to me.
Yeah, and it also
Yeah,
dissuades
Satanic.
some pesky PL or Naga Siren coming out at the very end.
PL?
You have to always account for this type of hero at a game 5, and Darkseer
I
gives a
don't think
solution.
so.
Yeah, Darkseer definitely covers the illusion heroes. Usually you tend to want to pick
Kasi
some sort of
pangular
strength
si
carry
Lal.
core into
So,
Darkseer. All the
yung mga
agility
illusion
heroes
heroes,
give
ubos yan.
Darkseer pretty good illusion for him to use.
Wow! Gamitin nyo kung anong gusto nyong gamitin. And this is a good pick from Vision.
I cannot believe we are seeing a Juggernaut in Game 5 here in Shanghai.
Grabe, yun siguro naging sabi ni Papi, no? Sige, gamitin natin kung anong trip natin. Kung anong gusto nyong gamitin na hero for this Game 5 to win the TI, ibibigay ko sa inyo. And we have Juggernaut last pick for Vision. Ganda nito, man. It's good against Yatoro because obviously you can Omni Slash. Diba?
I don't know. I mean, you're playing against Spain. I think
Kahit
there's a lot on
naka-rage.
Rubik's shoulders.
So medyo magdadalawang isip si Larl dito pumasok with his Rolling Thunder because normally if you do that, papasok ka mag-isa and isolated ka, that means yung Omni Slash, ikaw lang sasalo. Pwede kang i-Omni Slash kahit gumugulong-gulong ka.
I was like, I'm with it. It's a weird hero, but
it's a good hero against Darkseer. Vacuum wall doesn't matter. Pwede mong ikutan kagad yung vacuum wall and get out from the situation.
It's the end of the entire tournament. It's Game 5, the most exciting place you could ever be for the tournament. You pick Juggernaut, but hey, you got to stick to some kind of guns.
I don't know if I can put
like
full
this.
faith
like
in a
this
Juggernaut,
game.
but I can
Let's
put
get it
full
on.
faith
We're
in
in for a
entertainment
treat
that we will
in
get
this
to
game
see.
number 5.
Talk about it and say
So,
if
ganito
you
lang
really
strategy
want to be
natin,
putting
guys,
yourself
ha?
on a timer,
Pusuan
whether that's
nyo
to
lang.
finish early or stall
Okay?
the game out late.
Ganito
And I
lang
feel
naman
like
yan,
there
eh.
is
Okay?
that
Ganito
potential
lang yan, ha?
issue for Vision for this Game 5.
Ingatan nyo lang ang isa't isa.
I honestly think
Tiwala
I
kay
don't
isa't
know
isa.
which team scales better.
Some of you,
how am I supposed to
this
decide?
will
When
be
was
the
the last
first
time we saw Juggernaut
championship,
in like
if
full
ever.
glory? I don't know. I
Some of
honestly
you
don't know what this hero's timings
has
are.
the
I've only ever
experience,
seen it lose lately.
but that doesn't mean
don't know.
na magiging
I don't know,
kumpiyansa tayo.
players before
Captain
you
America!
have attempted this. They've tried this.
Captain
they've fallen on their faces.
America!
Will you be the one to break the Juggernaut curse at TI? Will you show us what this hero is made of?
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. You can feel it. The energy in the air going into this match. I'm just excited to watch. It's literally the peak of the game.
I want you guys, before we do get to
Let's
something
go.
special, tell me, Vision or Spirit, who will be the team standing out there lifting that Aegis with now both drafts playing out?
I think
Spirit?
I think so too, but you know,
Spirit, but faith in Jug?
No, I never have faith in Jug, but I have faith in Satanic and his playstyle.
Insania?
Honestly, it's as close to a 50-50 as I could say, but I go Spirit.
I think Vision to. Vision to.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访。
Panoorin mo na natin interview.
Take it over. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this man well. One of the most iconic players in the world, going for his third Aegis. Give it up for Maposka! Today you face Puppy, my friend. Any words to say to the coach?
I'm not gonna say something, but definitely you see him.
That's a big boy.
Of course. So I just wish good luck. I think in
Hindi hinihintay ko lang
both
interview.
teams got their comfort
Hindi,
routes.
ano na yan eh. Last series na yan eh.
No, that game
Interview
will
lang
show
saglit.
like, who is the really best team in the world.
Ano na yan eh.
Absolutely. 很显然我不能对 Papi 说一些狠话，你们也看到
Patay
他
oh.
的体格了。但是我想今天两支队伍。
Sige, pasok na tayo guys. Ganda ng interview eh. Walang kwenta. Pangit talaga yung interview niya ni ano. May post ka. Let's go, kagi 24K nanonood. Sana all. Game. Up. Atin yan. Hindi mapapatay yan. Kukunat sa tier 2 yan eh. Alright. Invoker. Strike. Securing the last hit. Welcome back. No one invoker pa naman to. Naku. Naku po. Pero malamang sa malamang, minimum 50 minutes na naman tong game natin. Isa na lang. Isang game na lang. I think for Larl, aside sa diffusal blink, kailangan niya mag-Lotus Orb dito. So anytime na papasok siya with his Rolling Thunder. Uy, first blood. Nakuha ni Ducalis dun sa bottom lane by killing Not Me on the Mirana. Gagi, magiging komportable si Satanic dito. Sa lane na to, panigurado. Nako po, nako po. Nako po. Pwede na, ibigay na kayo ng 1 to, no? Rage. We will try to kill 9 class here. 9 class is about to die. The one more right click. Nabuhay pa nga si 9 class. At baka si Yatoro pa mabigyan. Aray, Fairy Fire could be used here. Sunstrike. Patay pa din kahit nag-Fairy Fire. 2-0. Vision. Bakit ka nag-live stealer? Bakit ka nag-live stealer kasi? Dapat sa'yo yung mabibilis mag-farm nga eh. Ia-outfarm mo lang si Satanic. Maya-maya makikitaan natin na biglang magbiblink si Satanic sabay i-omni-slash yung life stealer. Patay ka. Di ka ngayon makakahinga. Yung matataranta siya, pabalik-balik siya. Tapos i-click niya yung manta, tatry niyang gamitin yung manta para ilayo yung omni-slash. Nako. Binafarm lang nila yung spirit ah. Hoy, wag kang ganyan. Wag kang ganyan. Collapse. Hindi siya abutin ng Sunstrike dito. Pero hinahabol pa rin ni Satanic with the boots. At walang bota si Collapse. He's dead. All lanes are going pretty well for the side of Vision. The only lane na medyo okay for Team Spirit is yung mid nila from Larl. For the hunt. I imagine ko ano magiging parang execution dito ng Team Spirit during team fight. Let's say you pull off the vacuum ring, at least 3-man vacuum one. Then what's next? Maybe papasok si Larl with a Rolling Thunder. So I'm trying to imagine kung ano magiging pwede mangyari during team fight sa late game. Spotted 9 class here. Suntukan, tulog, sabay arrow, Sunstrike, Ru. Uy, nakahinga pa. Grabe yung Sunstrike na yun, min. 9 class, he might die from the right click of Not Me. So, a 1-for-1 trade. Grabe naman yung sound strike na yun, no? Calculated kung saan maglalakad. Here comes the arrow. Here comes the arrow. 6-minute run. Agawan. Kaso, pinatulog ni Ru. Yun lang. Tinamaan ng arrow. Ooh! Buti may Forge Spirit. Walang binibigay na run. Ako po, si Satanic, oh. Binubuli si Collapse, oh. Sige, suntukan. Ayun lang! May tao sa likod! Takbo, Collapse! Ay, ay, ay! Dead again! Collapse! 0-2 now! And tipping Ducalis. Kanina nasa mid lang to. Ayun, nandito na. Balik Thunder play. Na medyo sumablay yung konti. Babalik ulit. Swashbuckle. That's a kill for Lard.
But you'll never have my sense of style.
Dire just fortified their structures.
7-minute Wisdom Rune or Wisdom Shrine. Kanya-kanyang kuha lang. Battle Fury ang magiging first item dito ng Juggernaut. The thing I worry the most here for Juggernaut is yung Moonlight Shadow. There will be times na pag pumasok etong Juggernaut using the Omni Slash with the Moonlight Shadow, mawawalan siya ng vision. And if that happens, mapuputol yung Omni Slash. So,
Radiant's top tower is getting warped.
I think So I think kailangan dito talaga na at least siguraduhin na lang nila na may vision or maybe pahawak nila yung gen sa Juggernaut. Normally during late game ayaw humawak ng gem ng mga core or ng carry at least because of the slot, no? Sasayang yung isang slot. Ngayon, chill na chill yung Juggernaut. Hindi na pwede bumalik si Collapse sa lane na yun. Talagang mahihirapan siya. Stuck ulit. Not me.
The prize is mine.
Setting up a good observer wards down here sa may neutral ng vision.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Paplanuhan si Yatoro. Inabot ng bushwhack. Ako po, may Sunstrike play. What a kill. What a setup. Notice takes down Yatoro. Hold on. We might see a play here from Not Me with the Moonlight Shadow. Nakaamoy si Noan. Nakita niya ba? Ay, kita niya ata si... This could be around 12 or 13 minutes Battle Fury. From the Juggernaut. Hindi siya nai-istorbo eh. Larl, sidestepping. But Larl, he's dead. Another kill here for Vision.
Middle tower is in the wrong end of business.
Arrow. Kinuha na dito ni Collapse yung haste. And Ducalis, he's gonna go down. Can we go for more? Not me. Let's get Urn ready.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Nagdomi din dito si Notice. Farman lang ang labanan. Doming for the Darkseer. Send yung offlane. Ayun na, Fury na. Lo, 11 minutes. Gogi, ni-expect ko mga 12 minutes. 11 minutes, Fury. Iwan ka dyan, duy. Yung life stealer, as of now, iniipon pa rin yung relic niya. Hindi na pipigilan si Satanic sa pagpa-farm. And this is the first time in this series na nauna si Satanic sa net worth sa loob ng 10 minutes. It's always Yatoro. Naku po, naglalag na tayo. Ganun naman ganyan, par. Stock muna. Amplify damage. Naku po. Sunstrike sabay bushwhack. With the sharpshooter. Another easy kill for Vision. Okay. Nakita si Ducalis dito. Na-deward niya yung observer. And he's happy with that.
Radiant's bottom tower has uninvited guests.
Oh. Ganda ng pwesto ni 9 class, man. Tagong-tago.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tagong-tago si 9 class. Masiset upan tuloy sila dito. The smoke will be broken. Abot na naman ng bushwhack. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Ito na naman tayo. Bakit ngayong last game ka pa kumulit? Pinutol yung puno. Pinutol yung puno. Oh. Tatama pa nga yung sharpshooter. Or baka ma-dodge yung damage ng sharpshooter because of the tornado. Slow. Na-dodge. Gugi na-dodge. Ano ba naman yun? Bakit ngayon ka pa kumulit, Doy? Ba't ngayon pa? Na-dodge, na-dodge. Na-dodge yung damage yung sharpshooter. Ano? Ayun, biglang 7-11 yung score. Walang hiya kang gilo ka. Hindi natin nakita. Oh, huli. Easy. Easy. Ba't ngayon ka pa mag-choke? Ano ba yan? Nakakainis ka naman. Okay naman kanina yung first 4 games ah. Lol. They want this kill onto the Palace. Oh, nakal pa din. Ay, sun-strike na naman ang tatama. Hindi nila kaya patayin dito si Notice. Pumunta pa yung life stealer doon with the Radiance. Trying to help. Kagi talaga, nagbabapper na naman siya. Ngayon pa ang game 7. Ba't ka naman ganyan, Doy? Hala ka, sinipa! Kung kailan pa finals? Kainis! Panood lang na magandang Dota. Please lang.
Dire's bottom tower is
Grabe yung last hit, no? 183 last hit for the Juggernaut. Palo. Uy, tinamaan ka na magaling. What an arrow from not me.
Dire's bottom tower
Kaso nakabasag na si Satanic din sa
Radiant's
bottom
top
side.
tower is getting walloped. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil.
Yaman ni
Radiant's
Satanic,
top
doy.
tower is gone. Dire's bottom tower is on its way further down.
Not me. Scouting here. Piatoro. May naispatan sila dito. Yung, sablay yung araw. Sablay yung araw. Rolling Thunder. Para dito kay 9 class. Okay. Patay na to. Panigurado.
Radiant's middle tower is not safe.
Kasag din sila ng Toro.
Radiant's middle tower
Okay.
had an unhappy ending.
So I wonder kung anong magiging discarding item dito ng Darkseid. Shivas agad ang plano niya. Before Blink. Here comes the smoke from Vision. Maiispatan si Ru. Patay ka ata dyan, Ru. Yep. Perfect. Oh, si Yatoro bumalik pa. Gusto niya sanang iligtas with Infest. We haven't seen the Omni Slash yet. Baka eto na yun. Yun na ang sinasabi ko. Ah! Sabi ko na. First Omni Slash of the game! Woo! Nagamit din! Although maybe nagamit niya kanina, di lang natin makita. But this is the first time. Gets a kill against the Mirana. Yules is a must item here. Laking tulong niyan. You can dodge the Omni Slash and also Yules to counter the axe once he blinks. Namatay dalawang support dito ng Spirit. Vision up by 2k. You have Manta ready for Satanic. Lifestealer. Kamusta na siya dito? He wants to go for the Soul Ring first? It looks like SNY. I think I like SNY. Sobrang daming pang control. So if you have the status resistance, really helpful for the Lifestealer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 9 class, hindi tatamaan ng araw. Shield crush yung naagaw niya and he's got the shield rune. Hindi, shield lang pala yun from the shield crush. My bad. Another kill here. Alice. Pinakutan ng wall. And this should be an easy one. Alright. I see Ducalis. Double kill for Larl. Yan ka na naman. Ay, nababoset guys sa buffering. Buong araw, okay naman. Bakit ngayon ka pa kumulit?
2 down.
Ba't ngayon pa? Sapahay na naman tayo dito. Nanood lang kami ng mayo, sir. Di ba pwede yun? May namatay pala oh. Aralo kung sino. Tinanyan natin sa graph. Uy, ano ba? Walang yan naman to. Huwag mo sabihing sisipain mo na naman kami. Kaninang umaga, chill lang, walang ganto. Kung kailan nag game 5, Doon ka pa kumulit.
Dire's bottom tower is in turmoil.
Kainis ka, Duy. Plus, putting some center here. Ganda-ganda na rin ang farming dito ni Collapse, ha? Blink, Domi, Shivas. Talaga? Armlet done for the life stealer. Oh, yeah. 9 class. Nice patad dito ng Shivas. Death here for 9 class. Roshan? Roshan pa tayo? I doubt. Hindi pwede. Wala pa tayo masyadong damage. Hindi pang Roshan yung lineup nila dito. Arrow. Vacuum. Stun. Chinichepi lang. Uy, boys. Sibat. Gagi mo. Omni-slash tayo dyan par. MKB. For the Juggernaut. Okay. Tapos na ata mag-farm si Satanic. Laban na? Laban na! 4K gold lead for Vision. Ano bang sabi ni Tito Gab dito? 56% for Vision. Laban na to, Doy. Laban na to, Doy. Pabantay lang. Warded pa naman dito. Late game. SNY. For the life stealer. Dormant Cory pa siya. Okay. Opya. Opya. Unlit shadow. Nako, may sentry. Hindi abot. Hindi abot. Not me. Dormant Cory ka lang, no? Hanggang 60 minutes. Hindi mo na in-upgrade, no? Kung farman lang, walang problema kay Satanic to. Juggernaut to eh. Just mag-farm na ito pag may Fury na eh. And now he does have Blink. Bibili lang siya ng Blink sabay Link here. Just to protect himself from the Fiend's grip na pwedeng ikamatay niya. Rue. Trying to scout things out with Rue. Grabe, tagal na nung last na kill, Nag-iingat yung mga kalahok. Heals for the Mirana. Aghanims for Larl. Farm lang? Sige! Kung yan ang gusto nyo. Kanya-kanyang farm lang. So, unlike Kotel, itong Rubik hindi ganun kabilis i-farm for 9+. Yung Kotel kanina, sobrang bilis mag-farm nun. I think natapos yung game na meron siyang Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, Hex. Dan yung item na sobrang necessary for a team fight. Walang may nag-tormentor na ba? Wala pa nag-tormentor, no? Ano? Laban na? Hindi pa. Farm lang. Yung maingat yung mga kalok. Walang gusto magkamali. This is it. Isang pagkakamali mo dito, talagang big punishment ang marireceive mo. That's why yung mga GPM na itong mga enchantment na greedy, makakatulong yan para sa mga support. So you have one from Mirana, one from the Bane. Dito naman sa hood rate, really go for it. Eto si 9 class, naka-greedy din. Hintayin lang tayo. Habang nagpa-farm yung mga korto, at least ako, nag-gain ako ng gold because of the greedy enchantment. That's 90 GPM bonus. Not bad. Pero dito na. Ito na, Doy. They might go for Satanic here. Na-scan nila sa Satanic. They know that Satanic is up here farming. And this could be a huge kill for Team Spirit if they can time it perfectly. They just need to make sure na magigrip nila. Ay! Sablay. Ang bilis. Nakaamoy kaagad. Nakatunog kaagad, men. No. Walang tao sa mapa. Satanic? Hindi ako mapapatay ng ganyan lang, kaibigan. Kaibigan also. Larl will take the Lotus Hill. Balik sa pagpa-farm. Okay. Balik sa pagpa-farm. We go farming again. Whoop. Rue. Last notch niya yung wisdom. That's good for him. No one. Please. Not afraid. Baka iniisip ka na may ibang kasama dito at baka tamaan siya ng arrow. But 9 class, he wants to catch the arrow. Patay yung Rubik, Doy. But at the same time, mamamatay din. Etong si Rue. On the bottom side, si Collapse na naka-Lotus Orb. Hinahabol si Satanic dito. Hala ka, Satanic. Nag-miss na sa illusion. Oh my God! Holy shit! Hindi yan totoo! Patay! Giver! At si Larl lang! At si Collapse! Enough para patayin si Satanic! And now Collapse! He wants to chase no one here. No one. Pops the BKB with the Ghost Walk. He will escape for now. Oh shit! The Juggernaut dies! That's the worst thing that could happen sa Juggernaut. Yung illusion from the wall ang sasalo ng Omni-Slash mo. Oh no, the Yule setup with the arrow. Nice sidestep. Sabay 9 class saving to Kalis here with the lift. But now, can you escape? Paano ka ngayon tatakas? Should be dead here from the shell. Or Iron Shell from Collapse. Team Spirit. Patay. Aegis now for Yatoro. Amp damage. Ay, 9 class. You better be careful, my friend. May surge siya na nakakuha, so makakataka siya for now. Mainit. Uy, talagang inaabol pa ni Collapse. Malaking tulong tong surge siya. Alright, wait. Wala yung carry natin dyan. Hindi tayo pwede magasin-masin dyan. Dahan-dahan lang. Yung disc from Collapse. Isa lang yung Lotus Orb nila. Doon lang kay Collapse. Hindi na maglo-Lotus Orb dito yung Pangolier. Instead, he'll go for the Basher. So kahit umiikot-ikot, pwede nilang makontrol yung yung Juggernaut. Which is a good thing. But again, you just need to be careful sa mga pasok mo dito on Kular. Dahil isang Rolling Thunder mo na isolated ka, pwede ka ma-Omni-Slash at mamatay ng tuluyan.
Shadows take us.
So now you have the Aegis for Yatoro. What can you do here? Butterfly for Juggernaut. Oh, may nakita sila dito. That's Ducalis on the Hoodwink. At the same time, mamamatay din si Napni. Okay, trade ng support. Umiinit. Regeneration. Toro on the front line. Popping the rage. Kinabahan dun sa illusion. Patay mo yung illusion. Gagi na, ubus yung creeps. The wages of
Dyer's top tower is on top of things.
Tormentor. Aghanim's for Yatoro. Uy, si Collapse. May Aeon Disc. Si Collapse, kaya okay lang. May slash na naman. Ginamit dito onto Collapse. May tali pa sa puno. Pero buhay pa rin si Collapse. Collapse trying to survive, but he's gonna die. Habol si Larl. Wala nga lang silang vision dito. This is not good for them. Call will be there. The Rolling Thunder keeps on going. They should be fine. Patay si Collapse. Huge kill for Vision. You definitely need those kills to delay this Aegis then. So 1 minute na lang yung Aegis and it looks like walang masyadong nakuha objectives dito ng Team Spirit. Nine class here. Oh. Mukhang makakapitas na naman sila dito ng Mirana. Hop, yeah, tumalon si 9 class with the stolen vacuum. Bane ang mahuhuli nila. Yatoro, he wants to fight. Uy, pumasok si Yatoro kay Satanic. Tinanggal kagad. May infest din dito yung Rubik. Okay. Takbuhan muna. No Omni Slash. Chill lang muna tayo. Yung disc din ang naging item ni Noah. Meron siyang Hex, Nature Hammer, BKB, yung disc, Boots of Travel. And for the first time in this series, top of the net worth na yung Life Stealer. Pero Unahan pa rin siya.
Bottom tower is in turmoil.
Here we go. Here we go. Kita dito si Ru, men. Si Ru ang mauunahan. Patay agad to. Walang takas si Ru. The rest of Team Spirit nanggaling dun sa gate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Totalis. Blind spot the Stealer. Checking if there are heroes around the vicinity. Vision just controlling the triangle area for now. Totalis. Arrow. Ooh.
Dire's middle tower is in the wrong end of business.
Grabe ingat na mga kalahok.
Dire's middle tower is under fire.
More on supports lang ang namamatay. Grabe 9-0 na pala si Notice. 9-0 on this Axe. Siya na lang ang hindi pa namamatay in this game. Item check. Ano kaya magiging next item ni Klops? Item check. Enchanter's Bubble. Kinuha ni Satanic.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Naka-dormant Corio pa rin. Itong si Yatoro. Waiting for the tier 4 maybe. Tier 4 jungle item. MKB will be the next item naman for Yatoro. Because of the butterfly here. Hex. Hex ang gusto ni Collapse. Alright. Yo, ba't nagpapaulit-ulit na? What the hell? What the hell? Tech pause, tech pause. May tech pause ba? Nangyari? Ba't di na tayo gumagalaw? Tech pause ba yan, direct? Direct. Patay ka. Nag-clash na ata kaya naglag. Establishing connection. Panood kami, please. Panood lang. Papanoorin mo lang kami. Nag-establishing connection, guys. Wait lang, wait lang. Walang iyak ang giliw. Gagi, nag-clash na ata. Di na makapasok, walang iyak ka. Ayun, boss! Wait lang, panoorin natin yun. Ano nangyari dun? Pwede ba yun? Pwede ba yun? Ano nangyari dito?
Radiant's middle tower may need a hand.
Naubos sila. Wala na ni. Buset, hindi natin napanood yung clash. Nakakainis naman yun. Ba't ngayon pa kung kailan game 5? Bakit ngayon pa?
Dire are scanning.
Putik, di natin nakita yung nangyari ko. Just like that. 5k lead for Team Spirit. Nangyari dun. Nahuli ata yung jug, nadagdagan yung dex niya eh. Tay tayo dyan. Ngayon ka pa kumulit! Ang pangit talaga sa jug is yung stats niya. I think yun yung isa sa mga reason kung bakit hindi na talaga nasa meta tong jug or hindi na pipick. Yung stats niya, sobrang dali niyang bigyan. Yung agility gain niya, hindi ganun kataas compared to other carries. Yung HP niya. Hoy! Panood kami! Ano guys? Illegal na natin to. Illegal ko na to. GG. Lungkot niyan. Wala na, di na tayo makapasok guys. Kainis. We're back. Kaya pa. Dami nga, 40k sa Dota TV. Lahat. Nasa loob. Huwag na kasi kayo sa Dota TV manood. Pero yung 40k na yan, malamang puro streamer yan. Puro streamer yan na nagla-live. Kasi kung normal ka lang naman na Dota player, hindi ka naman siguro manonood live in-game. Nunood ka na lang sa YouTube na lang or sa Twitch, di ba? Cellphone na lang or sa TV, chill ka lang. Dati, ginagawa ko yan pag nanonood ako sa live. Kasi gusto ko i-click yung mga ginagawa nila live. Ano bang item? Ano bang naging skill na binild? 2-1-2, gano'n. Ano binili sa laning phase? May mga drop pa rin ba sa live? Hindi ko sure boss eh. Ewan ko lang. Hindi ko kasi alam yan kasi hindi ako nag-focus ng attention sa mga item natin. Baka tinanggal na. Paikot-ikot lang sila. Hop. Uy. Hinihila nila palayo. Unat na yan eh. 3.4k HP na yan doy. Hirap na patayin yan. What surge is this? $11k gold date for Team Spirit. Konti na lang. They can smell it. Pero hindi ka pwede pa kumpiyansa. Aegis, less than a minute to go. Hindi pwede pa kumpiyansa. Balance disappeared. Mage is reclaimed. So, dinisassemble na dito ni Yatoro yung Radiance niya. And he went for the Nullifier. Dinisassemble niya na rin yung SNY niya for the Abyssal Blade. So, now you have Yasha and Talisman of Evasion nakabukod. Maybe gusto niya ibenta yung Talisman of Evasion and yung Yasha. And it looks like Daedalus ang kanya magiging next item. But for now, hinahawakan niya lang muna yung Yasha since this is a good movement speed item. Wala na siyang treads or bota.
No, it's just unfair.
Not me. Wag ako. Wag ako. Iba na lang. Grabe si Notice Gumagawa ng paraan para makontrol yung mga lane. Using the illusion to block the wave and farm faster on this axe. Despite of doing that, siya ang may pinakamababang net worth sa lahat ng core. Tormentor once again. Na makukuha ngayon dito ulit ng Spirit. The only hero na walang shard is si Yatoro and si Natmi. And si Yatoro pa makakuha ng shard. In consuming a creep with Infest, drenches enemy in blood, which deals damage over time based on the host's remaining health. Inisip ko ba't parang umunti yung item. Yung pala, yung Ags, kinain niya na pala. Kinain na ni Yatoro yung Ags. Meron ba silang pang save kung sakali mang ma-call itong si Yatoro? Ay, sleep na. Sleep. Maybe pag nabuo tong Wind Waker. Daming viewer. Dami talaga, boss. Hindi pa rin matatalo. Wala. ML is ML gods yun ML lang nauna. Wala talaga tayo laban sa ML. Pagdating sa viewership. And, alam mo ba? Alam nyo ba? Ha? Sa EWC, mas mataas ang price pool ng ML kumpara sa Dota? Hop, ayun o. Pinatulog lang, sir. Grip ka ngayon. Grip ka ngayon. Hindi makagalaw. Hindi makagalaw yung life stealer. Patay yung life stealer, doy. Okay. 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 Time to get out. Use ka muna. Sunstrike. Lotus Hill, sabay leap out, arrow, binitaw na lang, hindi makalis si Natmi dito. Patay na. Yun ang sinasabi ko, kailangan nila yung pang save, hindi enough yung sleep. Tapos ang grenade pa dito nung Bane is yung axe. We're back. Vision is back. Vision is back to the ball game. Hindi pa tapos to, sir. Bilis pa naman bumasag niyan. Juggernaut na may alacrity.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We are back.
Unhappy ending.
Nice. No one. No one on the front line. Na-vacuum. Nandun na naman si 9 Class for the save. Walang problema kay 9 Class yan. Bahala. Huwag ka mangamba. Mukha kang gagamba. Naku, may Roshan pa. Naku, may Roshan pa. With amplify damage. Taglit lang to, doy. Vision is back to the ball game. Bakit ba yung axe yung ginigrip natin? Focus lang siguro to si Juggernaut, no? So, this time meron na nga siyang Aegis. Would be harder for the Team Spirit na i-take yung susunod na team fight with this Aegis from the Juggernaut. %58% win probability pa rin ang binibigay ni Tito Gab dito for Team Spirit. Hop. Trinap yung banner. Dun sa gilid lang. Para lang abutin yung cart. Tapos inano pa yung banner. Banner. Okay. Muntik na mabasag. Inalakriti yung cart eh. Level 28 dito ni No One. Malaking tulong din with that level 15 talent na nasa right. Kinuha niya kasi in 6 seconds snap cooldown. Cold snap cooldown. So yung plus 25 alacrity at damage and speed. Laking tulong yan for the Juggernaut. Juggernaut na nagre-rely talaga for the what you might call it, attack speed. Hopya! Uy, gogi! Patay agad! Uy, gogi, por! Patay agad, por! Ako po, grip para sa axe. Pero ito na yung defending blast with a meteor na disarmahan saglit. Kinutongan ng mga abyssal blade dito ni Yatoro. Ay, sutukan ng mga carry. The stolen grip! Pero makakancel with the vacuum. Yatoro, he's gonna go down here. Yatoro is dead. Double buyback, make that triple buyback now from the side of Spirit. They wanna force this fight as Collapse trying to chase Notice. Notice could be... Good escape here. Hindi, nahabol talaga si Collapse. Mapapatay siya ni Collapse. Yung sinatmi, namatay na rin. Satanic. Blink in 2 seconds. He should be able to escape here. Wait, may nakitang support sa gilid. Pwede na yan. It's triple buyback. You still wanna chase? Oh no. Triple buyback. Alaka! Dami nilang buyback na ginamit doon. Yung susunod na team fight ngayon ng delikado, Team Spirit. Grabe si 9 class, man. Oh no! Opya. Abyssal Blade, kinutongan lang. Yatoro, he will be fine. Tigan pa. Naku po. Again, yung susunod na team fight ang crucial dito. Because of the buybacks. Dalawang core ang nag-buyback for Team Spirit. For Vision naman, dalawang support lang. Grabe ka, sir. Ayaw patalo ng Vision. Juggernaut. Abyssal Blade complete now for the Juggernaut. Ang mahampas na ito talagang hindi makakagalaw. But we don't want to use the grip kasi onto Axe. Let's use the grip dun sa Juggernaut siguro. Uy, may nagigate. Ha, surprise! Gulat ka, no? Alice. I can run here for Larry. Take a gem. He's gonna go for the refresher urban. Localis. Ano, dadive ba tayo dyan? Hindi yata pwede yan, para. Yung life stealer, naka-life steal pa na sa Tanic. Talagang palag-palag to. Hindi niya na binuo yung Daedalus niya. Excuse me. Wind Waker for 9 class. Aside dun sa kanyang telekinesis save, and now he's got the Wind Waker. Kailangan precise ang magiging team fight dito for Team Spirit. Hop! Lol! Ay! Katay ka, Lol! Aray ko po! Gagi, siya Toro nagalit. Bakit yung pinatay yung midlaner namin? Nag-buyback dito sila. At nasaniban! Yung Juggernaut! Naubos yung buhay! He's got the BKB! Na Wind Waker pa siya saglit, but he's gonna go down! And now they can catch the axe here. Nakapag-BKB pa. But that BKB won't matter dahil merong Basher at Abyssal Blade to hold him down. Buyback from Larl. Kapalit ng dalawang hero dito ng Vision. And if your Vision, if your Team Spirit, you wanna try and force this buyback, but you need to disengage ng maayos. Hold on. Rage used. Sarap ng Observer Wards. Mabasag lang si Toro. Lift. To put him out of position. The Lotus Orb to cover him. Oh no. This could be the first set of barracks na mababasag for this game number 5. Our last game of the International 15. Yatoro is not stopping. He wants this barracks. Ayaw nyo mag-buyback, par. Sige. Wala mag-buyback. Ano? Isa pa? Wait lang, nawala ng buyback yung axe. Ay, kulang lang ng konti. Oh, wala. Rage lang. Ano? Oh, nabasag yung range rocks. Sabay si Bat. Gogi. Pag nasaniban yung Juggernaut, nasasaktan siya. Russian will be up 1 minute and 30 seconds from now. Una pang nakabasag ang Team Spirit. Grabe to, sir. Grabe tong laban na to. Back and forth game between these two teams. Hindi mo alam kung sinong mananalo eh. Palupitan yung mga support. Pagalingan ng entry yung mga offlaner. Pasakitan yung carry. Walang iyak. Ano pang pwede mong bilhin dyan sa Tanic? Wala na, nabili mo na lahat. 7 slotted ka, no? BKB ka pa sa baba, oh. Magsha-shard siya. Moon shard. Okay. It's not bad. Might see additional attack speed. Tingnan mo naman, oh. Tingnan mo naman. Late game na. Buhay ng Jug. 2.9 lang. Almost 29 na siya dito. 2.9 lang. Yung lifestealer, 1,000 buhay. Meron na siyang 862 bonus HP from the feast. So habang tumatagal to, talagang kumukunat ng lifestealer. Palaki ng palaki yung HP niya. And if pag ino-on niya yung armlet, he's 6k HP. What the fuck? Nakuha pala siya ng jungle item. Ang kinuha niya plus 40 primary attributes on this Stygian Desolator. I'm surprised na hindi niya binenta tong armlet. Shadow Stakes. Tingnan natin yung mga jungle item ha. Stygian Desolator for Larl. Harmonizer for no one. Fallen Sky. Yung si Satanic with the Rift Shadow Prison. Pandagdag illusion. Pampalito. Masakit din yung illusion na yun ha. 60% outgoing damage. Not bad yan. Pag maka-free hit yan sa mga support. Same kay Collapse. Yun din ang kinuha niya. Para maraming illusion. Eto na yun guys. Kanya-kanyang smoke. Eto na yun doy. Dito na magkakatalo yan, no? Rift Shadow Illusion lang yan. Rift Shadow Illusion lang yan. Gagi, mula alas 10. Nag-cast na tayo. Ano oras na? 9:30 na. Mag-alas 10 na. Nagkakast pa din tayo. Grabing dotahan yan, sir. Gutom ako ah. Pag uwi ko, kain talaga po. Food trip talaga ako. Food trip talaga ito. Solid na food trip. Yung talagang kain. Here we go. Laban na to. Oop, nag-lip in si Natmi. Napakatapang mo naman talaga. May nullifier yan. Kaya delikado. Patay dito yung Mirana. Nawala na kwenta yung kanyang Windbreaker. Omnislash sinalo ng buo pero napatulog pa si Yatoro at lumalaban pa rin si Yatoro. Look at this! Roo! With the save! Holy shit, this Bane! And now they get it kay Satanic! Holy! Oh my God! Hop, sa likod, si Noan talagang kumukombo pa. Sinong kinukombo nun? Wala. Ginugulo na lang ng Darkseer yung axe. Sige, guguluhin ko yung axe. Kayo na bahala. Umabot dyan sa mga core, sa mga carry. Kinutongan lang muna. Sabay merong pangang heal from Satanic. Pumatakbo. A good bushwhack from the Hoodwink. Will it save them? Looks like mamamatay na dito si Dokales. He managed to blink himself out. Mapupush pa sila dito ng Definitive Blast. Another calling from Notice. Pero may infest to keep Lal alive. Nakutongan si Satanic. He needs to survive. He needs some help. Can you get out? No, you can't. Satanic is down. Team Spirit. Oh, they just have done it. What the hell? And that's it, GG. Team Spirit are your TI-15 champions. What the fuck? Holy shit, Yatoro is the real shit talaga, doy. Grabe ka. Yatoro is the real shit. And Ro, MVP of that game, the Bane Sleep. Man! Panoorin natin celebration. Gagi, celebration na yan. Woo! Grabe, 3-time. 3-time. 3-time champion. Pwede ba yun? Grabe ko. Yatoro. Collapse. The 3 times champion. Grabe ka. bihira yan, par. Ano OG goat? No, no, no! Team Spirit is the real shit! Ay, wala, basic lang. Yung basic lang, wala yung par. Kung tinaas lang konti, wala na, sanay na ako eh. 2 beses ko na ito nagagawa eh, pangatlo na ito eh. Wow! Kakalungkot dyan kay Satanic, man.
Ladies and gentlemen!
Paano ba natin ito palakihin?
5 games!
Twitch.
Games 3 agencies! Give it up for Team Spirit!
Gogi. Nag-live tayo, alas 10 na. Pero parang bitin pa ako sa Dotahan, men. Isa pa. Grabe, sarap panoorin ng mga ganyan laro. Grabe, GOAT collapse. Ala, greatest of all time.
一路杀进决赛 ，Team Spirit 最终拿下了我们国际邀请赛的冠军。
Wow.
Team Spirit fight all the way through lower bracket. Now you're here. You lift the aegis. Not me. I gotta ask you. You gave your hair to the god of Dota, Dota god. He gave you the championship. Do you want to say anything to your fans, your family, anyone who's been watching your games? If you want, you can speak Russian. Можешь по-русски?
Хочу большое спасибо сказать, во-первых, моей маме. Она меня супер поддерживала. Вот. И фанатам, которые нас поддерживали, вы супер.
Support deep. Pampaswerte si Natmi. Nabasbasa natin sa EPL yan. Ganun talaga.
Now, this is your first ages. This has to be special. What is going through your mind right now? 这是你第一次国际邀请赛的冠军，这是一个特殊的时刻。你现在心里想的是什么？
I don't know, it feels like I'm in dream. It feels like I'm still in this game, in this best of 5. So, I don't know, unbelievable.
我不知道该说什么，我好像还在游戏里面。这个 BO5太疯狂了，一切都这么的难以置信。
3座神盾。
Ano?
第一次拿下 TI 的时候，你有没有想
Wala
过
pa,
这
nunod pa
一
nga
路
nung
会
awarding.
这么的精彩
Awarding pa.
？3 ages. Well, when the first time you lifted up this aegis, did you ever imagine the journey would be so incredible?
Yes, I hope I'm gonna win 4 or 5.
Google.
4个5个。
Times 15 ba outright nito?
And I wanna say I have 55% percentile.
Kasi syempre parang bihira talaga kung makatatlo pa. Grabe, hirap na nun.
Please, I lost all my predicts.
我虽然之前的预测没有做对，但是能不能把紫色的卓尔游侠的装备、小黑的装备给我？
Really, that's what you're thinking right now in your mind after you lifted the aegis. 这就是你现在脑子里面想的，你刚刚举起这枚神盾。OK.
Lau, please. Lau, come on here.
Come here, team. Grabe, two time champs na si Lyle. Pag ganun-ganun lang.
You've won it once, you've done it twice. What's going through your mind right now? 有人质疑过你，你拿到了一次，你又证明了一次自己。你现在心里想的是什么？
Just feel good. Amazing games. They perform really well. This last fight was amazing. Like screaming, destroy everything. Like when we try to catch them on fountain. So it's just good to play Dota and win Dota.
这次系列赛太疯狂了，最后的一场团战，我们一直在叫，一直在打，我们把眼前所有阻挡我们的东西都摧毁了。能够赢到他的感觉真是太棒了，
真是太棒了。那我们想问一下 Collapse， 你和 Yatoro 是唯二拿下3届 TI 的选手，成为世界第1、3号位的感觉怎么样？You and Yatoro are the only 2 players that have won 3 TIs. How does it feel to be the best offlaner in the world?
A wonderful feeling.
感觉非常好。Any other words you want to give to the fans, to people who support you here in the arena, back home?
Grabe, Team Spirit.
I'm just a little bit shocked right now, to be honest.
我现在感觉有一点点不知道该说一些什么，现在这种感觉实在是太奇妙了。Thank you so much. Enjoy your moment.
我们好像还有一位。
当然，我们不能忘记 Miposhka
Coach。Miposhka， 你曾经作为选手举起过这块盾，然后现在你作为教练再一次带领你的团队举起了这块不朽盾。想问一下，你是不是觉得 DOTA 这款游戏你已经完全参透了 ？Coach, you have lived ages yourself now as a player, and now you left the ages as a coach with your old teammates, with your team. Do you feel like maybe you just figured out Dota 2's the game?
Can you repeat?
Do you think you just beat this game?
Obviously.
再明显不过了。
需要的就是这种自信，对不对 ？That's the confidence we want to hear. Thank you so much, Miposhka.
好的，那在今天晚上，我们见证了 Spirit 第3次举起冠军神盾，3冠王就此诞生。
没有错 ，Team Spirit have done it again for the 3rd time. Team Spirit lift the aegis of champion.
也再一次将他们的传奇编织进了我们的国际邀请赛。
Once again, waving their legend into the history of the international.
这一切的一切，今天在上海画下了句点。
And all it comes to a close here in Shanghai.
而今晚注定再一次属于我们的 Team Spirit。
大家一起 ，and tonight once again belongs to Team
Spirit.
Congratulations to Team Spirit. Every year, a team makes history, but TI-15 is special because this is a legacy that has been created today, a legacy that no one ever thought would happen in the history of TI. We have our 2 first ever, 3 TI champions, and Org winning for the 3rd time as well.